Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Scion Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the second part of What if Deku becomes Mecha Hero? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. This document baited by Kylakatarn77 and Polyamida. The cost of manners. Rudeness is the weak man's imitation of strength. Edmund Burke. Dinner that night was a loud and noisy affair. Class 1B made it back not long after 1A did, and together they sat down to a buffet-style meal with soup, rice, and a few protein options. Izuku happily loaded down his dish, and for once he didn't need to remind Mei to eat, as she eagerly snagged a plate of her own. They sat down together with their new companions, laughing and enjoying the food. Once more, Izuku noticed that Bakugo was isolated. He walked off and sat by himself, his back to the others, seemingly unconcerned about being alone. When most everyone was done eating, to Izuku's surprise Bakugo silently walked over and started helping wash the dishes, despite no one being asked to do so. Mandali actually told Bakugo he didn't need to help, but he simply ignored her, disappearing into the kitchen with a tray of dishes. "What's up with Bakugo?" Izuku asked Kirishima. The other boy looked up, confused. "What do you mean? He bothering you again? We'll take care of that if dash." "No, I mean, he's always by himself, and, well, I've never seen him offer to clean up before," Izuku explained. "Who cares?" Kaminari said, letting out a loud belch. "He quit trying to hang out with us after Kirishima told him off." "Well, I mean, it's more like we quit trying to hang out with him," Kirishima admitted. "I dunno, I thought he was kinda manly and all. But to find out he'd bully a quirkless kid and a disabled girl I dash. Who'd he pick on that was disabled?" Mei demanded. "That JRK." Kirishima and Kaminari blinked at her. Kaminari finally managed. Mei suddenly went bright red, her hands clenched into fists. I am not disabled," she growled. "I'm smarter than you are, fried brain." Mei suddenly stood and stalked away, muttering about checking on her babies. Izuku froze, staring after her, feeling as though someone had just punched him in the gut. Was he going to be responsible for alienating Mei again? "What's eating her?" Kaminari complained. "She is autistic or whatever, right?" Yeah man. But maybe she doesn't like being called disabled?" Kirishima guessed. He suddenly let out a yelp as a loud smack resounded through the air. Kirishima's head whacked into the table, leaving a bunch of splintered wood as he'd involuntarily activated his quirk. Behind him, Ashido glared down, her yellow irises seeming to glow in her dark eyes. "Of course she doesn't like being called disabled." There was another smack, and Kaminari let out a squeal. "What did you do that for, Ashido?" he snapped, glaring at her. "That was me," Jiro said, examining her fingernails. "I figured you probably deserved it. Look, Mei might have gotten her but kicked by Bakugo, but that's just cause fighting isn't her thing. She's an incredible support." "I mean sure, but she's still disabled and stuff," Kirishima said with a shrug, learning a glare from Ashido. "Come on, Midoriya. She's your girl. You've got to stand up for her. Do something." Ashido lectured. Izuku felt helpless, unsure of what to do or say. He wanted to help Mei, to make her feel better, but wasn't this his fault? He was the one who'd told the others about Mei's autism. He felt tears of frustration well up in his eyes. How could he stand up for Mei when he was the problem? Sorry if we crossed a line or something," Kirishima said, rubbing the back of his head. "I didn't think, she'd care. She's kinda strange." "Ow. Knock it off, Ashido." "Only if you stop being a moron," Ashido sniffed. As soon as Kirishima looked away, she winced and blew on her fingers, then shook out her hand. "I didn't realize she felt that way," Izuku said, getting to his feet and wiping at his eyes. He felt like everyone was staring at him, but he made himself move anyway. I guess I'll be back later." "At least one of these boys isn't too stupid to see the nose on his face," Ashido sighed. Jiro nodded. "The good ones are always taken." That made Izuku blush, though when he glanced at Jiro he noticed a sly grin on her face. Was she teasing him? Izuku couldn't quite tell. He found Mei where he expected to, working on the power suit. Unsure of what to say, he simply started helping, removing panels and checking damage. Mei was muttering to herself, mostly about technical readouts from the suit, but occasionally grumbling about idiots, fried brains, and not disabled. Suddenly, Mei put down her screwdriver and whirled on Izuku. "Do you think I'm disabled?" she demanded. Izuku paused, unsure at first. He swallowed, then looked at Mei. "I don't know. Do you think I am?" Mei blinked, then frowned. She looked back down at the screwdriver. She picked it up, and moved it under Izuku's nose. "Is this disabled?" "And no." Izuku said, jerking back slightly. But it's bad at pounding nails. Mei ranted, waving the screwdriver around. It can't measure current or solder. So it must be disabled. But it's for putting in screws, Izuku said, gently taking Mei's hands in his arms and pulling her close to him. It's not supposed to do all those things. Yes, Mei agreed. Tears sprang up in her eyes. There's nothing wrong with it. And there's nothing wrong with me. Or you. You're quirkless. I'm autistic. So what? You're a really great screwdriver. I'm a wrench. No, I'm a super cute arc welder. And you're a multimeter. It's not our fault they're all stupid ugly hammers. Mei really started to cry, hiccuping and sniffling. I just thought I wish sometimes I could pound nails too. I know, Izuku whispered, pulling Mei into a hug. But I think I love you anyway. Even if you're an arc welder or a wrench. Mei's head bobbed up and down on Izuku's shoulder. And I love multimeters. I mean, I love you, Izuku. Hari said I should say that more. I think I said that already, but if I say it again I'll remember. And I'm sorry I said you were disabled, Izuku said. Mei suddenly stiffened and pulled back, looking horrified. You think I'm broken? No, no. Izuku said hurriedly waving his hands. Just people always said something was wrong with me. Because I'm different. So I guess I believed it. And when you were different too, I wanted you to be like me. So I thought we were both disabled. Mei frowned and spun around, pacing away. Izuku raised a hand after her, then let it drop. He'd done it again. He'd ruined everything. Mei was going to leave him and hate him, just like Bakugo, just like his dad, just like. Mei suddenly turned back around and stalked back to Izuku, poking him hard in the chest. We're not disabled, she snarled. We're an arc welder and a multimeter. There's nothing wrong with us. We're just different, okay? And that's all right. I thought something was wrong with me too. Until you came. And you never made fun of me or told me I was bad or said I should be different or anything. So you can't think I'm disabled. Or you're disabled. You understand me? I don't have the right words. Arg. All these words, and I can't dash. Mei spun around and picked up her own welder. She lit it up, and began to weld on a patch where the power suit had been damaged. After a moment, Izuku started to work alongside Mei. They did that for about an hour, patching or replacing the various parts damaged in the long journey to the camp. At last, Mei put her tools away. She turned to Izuku. Do you understand? I think so, Izuku said, coming to stand beside Mei. Just know that I believe in you, Mei. That? You can do whatever you set your mind to. You can create any super cute baby you want. And I do love you. Okay? Even if I'm dumb, or I hurt you sometimes. I'm sorry. Can you forgive me? Mei nodded. You do understand. I think I forgive you. It still hurts though. Hari said that sometimes loving someone hurts. I didn't know what she meant. I think maybe I'm learning. Hari's pretty smart, Izuku agreed. Yes. Sometimes, I think she's smarter than me. No one's smarter than you, Mei. And I think you're really pretty too. And cuter than the power suit. Mei turned to him, her usual grin back on her face. That was a very good thing to say. I am going to kiss you now. Izuku was ready when Mei just about pounced on him. He didn't really think he understood her, he realized as their lips met. But that was okay. He did love her, even if he was bad at it sometimes. After a few minutes, even Mei's boundless enthusiasm faded after the arduous day they had. They made their way back to the eating area, where Pixie Bob told them about the steam baths. You two look like you could use a bath too. Head on over. Boys on the left, girls on the right. Yes, I will remember, Mei said firmly. I won't get mixed up again. I am working hard on my social skills. Izuku doesn't like it when I forget. Pixie Bob gave Mei an odd look, but shrugged. Honey, if I thought I could take a bath with my boyfriend, I might just try. Because I'm still 18 at heart. But don't even think of that here. Ragdoll has her eye on all of you, so to speak. Don't worry, she won't peek. Izuku and Mei made their way over to the bathhouse, parting ways at the entrance. Izuku grabbed a towel, then headed out, gratefully sinking into the warm waters and letting out a sigh. Everything okay with Hatsume, man? Kirishima asked, sounding worried. Sorry if we screwed things up for you. No, I think maybe I did that on my own, Izuku sighed. But Mei's pretty amazing. And I'm sorry I called her disabled. Well, a lot of people used to treat me like I was, so I guess I just thought of myself that way. Gee, wonder which a-hole that was, Kaminari muttered. Shinszo opened one eye, glaring at the other boy. Give it a rest. He's self-flagellating enough as it is. Yeah, he is a flagellate, Kaminari agreed. Kirishima groaned. You have no idea what that is, do you? It means a JRK, right? Kaminari said. When Kirishima snorted, Kaminari repeated himself. Right? You are so dumb sometimes, Kirishima chuckled. Well, what's it mean then? Kaminari demanded. Hey, Ida, what's a flagellate? I'm not getting involved, Ida said with a sigh, lowering himself further into the heated pool. Look it up on your own later. It would do you good to improve your vocabulary. Silently, Shinszo got up, climbing out of the large pool most of them were relaxing in. He walked over to where Bakugo was sitting alone, lowering himself into the pool. What do you want? Bakugo growled. Nothing, Shinszo said, letting out a contented sigh and closing his eyes. It was just too noisy over there. Humph, aren't you one of Midoriya's buddies? You gonna talk smack too? Bakugo demanded. Shinszo opened one eye. Only if you don't shut up and let me relax. A slow smirk spread over Bakugo's face. Whatever. Suit yourself. I'm not moving. Shinszo just grunted, laying back in the water. Izuku studied the two of them for a moment, thinking. He looked away when Bakugo frowned and cracked open one eye, glaring at him, and quickly looked away. So Kota, that was pretty cool, how you could use the birds to blind the dust monsters and stuff? I hope none of them got hurt. The quiet boy smiled at Izuku, then shook his head and then gave a thumbs up. They're all right? That's good, Izuku said, feeling a bit relieved. I'd feel bad if one of your friends got hurt saving us. Kota smiled more widely, then bowed slightly to Izuku. Then he lowered himself into the bath, letting out a sigh. He doesn't say much, Kirishima observed. I can respect that in a man. The strong, silent type. Perhaps you should emulate him, Tokoyami muttered. Yeah. Shut up. Dark Shadow squawked. I cannot believe any of you, Mineta declared, suddenly standing up. What now? Zero asked with a groan. Please tell me you're not about to do something perverted and dumb. Well, then I won't tell you, Mineta said, standing and waddling over to the fence that separated the two halves of the bathhouse. Mineta. Ida said, looking up with a worried expression. What are you dash? Think. There's girls on the other side. Midoriya. What would you do to see Hatsume naked? Izuku blinked. What? She's your girlfriend, right? Tell us, what does she look like? Mineta pressed his face against the fence. She's got all those curves, but she looks kinda muscled too. Oh, just to think of her, and the other ladies, and their young, nubile bodies. Mineta. Ida snapped, standing. Don't you dare. I can't take it anymore. It's the duty of every real man. I have to see. Mineta cried. He reached up to start to climb. Izuku wasn't quite sure how he did it later, but he did know why. For a moment, all he saw was red. The next thing he knew, he'd leapt out of the pool, slamming his fist into Mineta's face, just as he used his sticky ball to begin to climb the fence. The other boy sailed across the baths, falling with a splash into the pool where Bakugo and Shinszo were sitting. Shinszo opened one eye, a disgusted look on his face. Looks like a turd fell in our water. He's out cold, Bakugo observed. He fished Mineta out with one hand, holding the smaller boy out of the water. He glanced at Izuku. Nice hit. Then he rapidly shook Mineta, until the other boy coughed and spluttered. What happened? Where am I? Did I die and go to heaven? I'm injured. Let me see the boobies. You are a freak, Bakugo muttered. He climbed out of the pool, still holding the struggling Mineta with one hand. Come on. We're gonna have a little chat. Yes. Finally. Someone understands. Mineta cried. Come on Bakugo, with your strength and my perverted instincts, we can dash. You know, I think you're actually the only person I could beat the living hell out of in this class and everyone would cheer me on, Bakugo observed as he walked toward the exit, dragging Mineta with him. Need some help? Shinszo called at the same time that Ida cried, Bakugo. Don't you dare. Relax. It was a dmed joke, Bakugo muttered. I actually am going to talk to the horny little BSTRD. So cool your jets, rocket legs. Go back to your relaxing or whatever. Now your two least favorite people won't be around to bother you. Shinszo climbed out as well, silently following after Bakugo. I didn't ask you to come, Bakugo snarled as he exited. I don't remember asking if I could, Shinszo stated dryly. You're the one who wants my spot. Maybe you'll get it if you make nice, Bakugo snapped, whirling around to glare at Shinszo. Mineta babbled and wept, apparently terrified. I'm not very good at that, Shinszo said with a shrug. Besides, I'd like to hear what you have to say. Maybe I wanted to see some boobies too, and need a lecture. Dumbass. We all wanted to see naked boobies, Bakugo snarled. He suddenly paused, then glanced at Aoyama, who had his hair up in a towel and was rubbing some sort of weird green dirt into his face. Except maybe him. But that's what I'm going to explain to this idiot. So unless you want to hear a stupid but rant, stay back. Nah. That sounds more interesting, Shinszo said. Bakugo growled, but turned around. Fine. Maybe you can talk some sense into him. ISCK at that. Izuku blinked, watching as the three boys left, Mineta pleading for mercy. Hey, Shinszo's cool, right? Kaminari asked worriedly. He wouldn't help Bakugo hide the body? No. But I don't think Bakugo would kill Mineta either. And if he did, well, hiding the body isn't what he would do, Izuku said. He quickly shook his head. I mean, no. Bakugo wouldn't kill someone. Well, I don't know. But Shinszo wouldn't. The teachers are watching, Ida said sounding worried. They wouldn't. Well, they'll keep an eye on things. Yeah, Izuku agreed. But he sat there and thought. What was going on with Bakugo? After the bath, they all made their way to the boys' cabin, where they all slept on mats scattered throughout the room. Before bed, Izuku went to the bathroom to brush his teeth, where he found Shinszo completing his own toiletries. Hey, Shinszo said, nodding as Izuku came in. Hey, Izuku said. He paused, his toothbrush and toothpaste in hand, then looked up at Shinszo. Thanks for being kind to Bakugo. Shinszo frowned, looking at his own reflection in the mirror. He reminds me of myself. Really? Izuku asked, startled. Shinszo nodded. He's mad at the whole world, and the world seems to hate him right back. I think he got a taste of his own medicine, and realized it was a bitter pill to have to swallow. What do you mean? Izuku asked, stepping closer to carefully put an exactly pea-sized drop of toothpaste onto his brush. Shinszo glanced at Izuku, frowning. What, you couldn't tell? No. Izuku guessed. He's been ostracized, Shinszo stated. By the entire class. What? But, Bakugo was always popular. He's strong, and talented, and dash. Shinszo shook his head, and Izuku fell silent. Shinszo pointed towards the bedroom. Izuku, everyone in that room is strong, and talented, and smart, and whatever else you were going to say about Bakugo. The difference is, they also know how to be nice to people and not act like a complete a-hole. Why yeah, but dash. Did you notice how they treated you? Shinszo demanded, turning to stare into Izuku's eyes. Have any of them ever been cruel to you? And I don't mean poked fun at you, or been sarcastic or whatever. I mean really tried to hurt you. Especially for being quirkless, or even beating them in the sports festival. No. Everyone's been really great, Izuku admitted. They know I'm quirkless, but it's like they don't care. Because they don't. They know what they are. And they're comfortable with it. They all want to be heroes. And for most of them, that means being a decent goddamn human being too, Shinszo explained. Hell, they don't even treat me like a freak because I can take control of their minds. They figure, they're good people, and I must be a good person too because I say I want to be a hero. Izuku blinked. Oh. Yeah. It's almost painful. Bakugo's the only one of them I really get. Shinszo looked back in the mirror, letting out a heavy sigh. Hell. Bakugo's the only one who treats me in a way that feels normal. Shinszo, you know you're my friend, right? Izuku asked, feeling confused and a bit unsure. Shinszo smiled, then looked at Izuku. He nodded. Yeah. Hell if I know why. And, well, don't think that just because I'm hanging out with Bakugo means I hate you. You're my friend too, Izuku. Yeah. Once Bakugo and I were friends. I don't. Maybe we could be, again, but it would be hard. And we aren't friends now. But I would be happy if he did have a friend. Hell, Izuku. Sometimes you make me wonder if you're even real, Shinszo said, shaking his head. Huh? Izuku was totally lost now, completely confused. And they say Mei's the one with no social skills, Shinszo chuckled. He patted Izuku on the shoulder, then walked away. Don't change, Izuku. The world needs more people like you, and less like me and Bakugo. Otherwise, we'd never realize we could be different. That left Izuku confused, but he was too tired to think straight. He brushed his teeth, finished his toilet, then went back and laid down, exhausted. In moments, he was drifting off to sleep. Surrounded, he realized, for perhaps the first time in his life, by a group of people that actually liked him. Baited by Kylakatarn 77 and Polyamida. Deep breath. As iron sharpens iron, so one man sharpens another. As water reflects a face, so a man's heart reflects the man. King David, Psalm 27, traditionally attributed. The next morning, Izuku and the others rose with the sun. They were sore and many had to rub sleep from their eyes, but the hero hopefuls faced the new day with determination and vigor. It felt odd to Izuku, being around so many people who simply got up and began exercise routines. Every single one of the boys seemed to roll out of bed and begin doing push-ups, sit-ups, stretches, or martial arts katas either in the bedroom or just outside the building, where some of the girls were doing the same thing. Izuku did his own exercises, silently counting out the push-ups and sit-ups. Tuesday. I wonder if there are weights. Izuku muttered to himself as he finished his squats. How am I going to do my curls and bench presses? Sounds like someone else is doing the hero. Kirishima laughed, doing his own set of crunches. I got a couple small barbells in my bag. I have weights as well, Shoji said, pulling out a few concrete blocks with handles in them. You can borrow mine when I am finished. Thanks, I didn't think to pack mine, Izuku admitted. It's okay though, I did bring my jump rope. I'll just do that and jumping jacks. Improvise, adapt, overcome, Ojiro grunted in agreement. He was doing pull-ups on one of the ceiling beams. My dad says that. Grandpa was an American Marine. Good advice, Ida said, finishing a set of stretches. I'm going for a morning run. Make sure everyone's ready for breakfast. Kaminari laughed as he ran through a martial arts kata. I don't think that'll be a problem. If you're all half as hungry as me you could eat a house. Most people just say horse, man. Only termites eat houses, Kirishima chuckled as he began his reps with the barbells. After he finished his own exercises, Izuku hesitantly knocked on the girl's door. Mei, are you up? The door opened, and what appeared to be an empty blouse and gym shorts with a sweatband hovering over them stood there. Mei left already. Said she had to check on her babies, Hagakure said. Morning, Midoriya. Oh, thanks, Hagakure, Izuku said. I'll go check on her. Izuku jogged over to the workshop, finding Mei already hard at work on refurbishing the power suit. Hey Izuku, she called, waving. Help me finish. Just a little more and this should be ready for your training today. Right. Izuku quickly helped Mei assemble the last of the repairs, then they left for breakfast. About time you showed up, Bakugo grumbled, crouching over a gas stove. He snapped his fingers, making a spark and lighting it. Either of you know anything about cooking? Yes. I know I am very bad at it. Mei declared. Bakugo frowned, then shrugged. Fine. Go fill those up with water. He pointed to several pots. Midoriya, I know you won't poison everyone at least. Figure out how to be useful. I'm not bossing you around. Okay, Izuku agreed. He went over and started cracking eggs into a bowl for cooking. Bakugo took water from Mei and started washing rice. A few minutes later. The others began showing up, some aiding in preparing the food, others wiping down tables as Ida directed them. Bakugo fell silent, only grunting when told to do something or elbowing his way in to complete some task he thought needed to be done. Mei, for her part, stayed out of everyone's way once the simple preparation was done. No one seemed upset or questioned her, simply accepting she was doing her best to contribute. Which, in Izuku's opinion, was true, because she wasn't trying to cook anything. Breakfast was a scattered affair, with the only constant factor being that Bakugo had created enough rice for a small army so there was plenty for all. It was a scramble for eggs, meat, milk, cereal, or whatever else there was to hand. Still, everyone got to eat, and Mei happily led the charge in cleaning up. She frowned when Bakugo came to help her, but after a glance at Izuku who just shrugged, she limited herself to grumbling half under her breath. After breakfast, it was time for the serious work. Mr. Maijima turned up, grinning widely. All right Mei, ready to get to work? I hear you have some ideas for support gear. You bet. I think we should start with acid jet boots for Ishido. I think we're going to need to create an acid-resistant polymer, then dash. Midoriya. Izuku turned to see Mr. Aizawa looking at him. Your suit ready? Yes sir. Izuku agreed eagerly. What do you want me to do with it? Aizawa shrugged. Figure out new and creative ways to break it. Find out what the limits of what you can do are, and then work out what you need to do to go past them. That's your own personal quirk, for all intents and purposes. I don't think Mei would appreciate me breaking the power suit again so soon, Izuku said with a wince. Aizawa skewered Izuku with a glare. And what about the villains you face? You think they won't break that hunk of junk if you ask nicely? Izuku swallowed nervously. No sir. I'll do it. But, how? Well, I'm glad you asked. You get to be target practice. For everyone. A short time later, Izuku stood across from Kirishima, who was grinning widely. Hell yeah. Rematch time. This time, I ain't going down so easy, Midoriya. You're gonna get pummeled. Bring it on. Izuku said, falling into a fighting stance. With a roar, Kirishima activated his quirk, then charged Izuku, attempting to body slam the power suit to the ground. Instead, Izuku managed to grapple with Kirishima. He'd been instructed not to use any special gear, to simply test the physical limits of the suit's ability to inflict and absorb damage. He and Kirishima battered at one another, blow after blow bouncing off them. Kirishima's quirk made inflicting damage with mere punches a real challenge, and Izuku put everything he had into his blows. Kirishima didn't simply stand there and take it, however, blocking and counter-punching, dodging and weaving, grappling and pounding at Izuku. After about 10 minutes, Izuku was winded, but Kirishima groaned and sank to his knees. I can't keep my quirk on. I give. With a gasp, his quirk deactivated, and Izuku saw just how battered and bruised the other boy was. Sorry, Izuku said, feeling guilty. He was a bit rattled and had a few bruises from the sheer force of Kirishima's blows, but the suit had special gel padding and shock absorbers to protect him. Once he caught his breath, he'd be good to go. At least tell me I did some damage, Kirishima breathed. Izuku checked his readouts, and nodded. Yeah. The armor plating's pretty beat up. A couple internal systems have minor damage, and my left arm servos are grinding and freezing up a bit. Oh, great. So, basically, I scratched the paint on that thing, Kirishima groaned. No. You did great. It's just, well, we sort of took your sort of quirk into account, going into the sports festival. You and, me. A new challenger approached, gleaming steel in the morning sunlight. You might have beat rock, but now you face metal. It's time for Tetsu of 1B's revenge. Tetsu is up next. Ken barked. Begin. Izuku barely had time to catch his breath before it started all over again. He fought furiously, trying to dodge Tetsu's blows and knock the other boy down, but like with Kirishima, it was simply a straightforward brawl. Tetsu, seeing a weakness, battered mostly at Izuku's left side. Finally, the left arm gave out, the metal screaming in protest as warning lights blared, and Tetsu punched the joint so hard the arm bent and froze up. This time, after 8 minutes, it was Izuku who had to give up. Stop! Ken roared. He nodded with approval. Looks like this is a win for Class 1B. I don't know about that, sir, Tetsu groaned. He deactivated his own quirk, then slumped over. Izuku was shocked to see him bleeding from his split lip, and his right eye was swelling up. I think if he kept that up, I'd be toast. DMN, Kirishima. I thought I was finally harder than you. Izuku glanced at his panel, then paled. Not exactly. Well, the limiter got damaged. It was offline. I was hitting you full force. Tetsu laughed. Ha! I knew it. I am the hardest. Then he slumped over, passing out. DMN, Ken muttered. Well, let's get the two of you fixed up. Midoriya, go to the workshop and get that thing fixed. Todoroki's up next. Time for him to see how hot he can make his flames. You did put on heat shielding, right? Yes, Izuku admitted. But well, we haven't field tested it yet Then this is the perfect time. Get going. Ken ordered. Mei was, to Izuku's surprise, not the least bit mad. I got all the data, she declared. I have half a dozen ways to improve our baby. Now get out, and let's make sure you show everyone how cute it is. I'm stuck, Izuku said after trying and failing to get out. Looks like the mechanism was damaged. Well now, looks like we'll have to cut you out then, Mr. Majima said, reaching for a laser cutter. Time for you kids to watch an old dog teach you a few tricks. Izuku never got to face Todoroki that day. He and Mei worked for the rest of the morning on the suit, which had suffered a lot of damage all over it from the thorough pounding from both Tetsu and Kirishima. After lunch, Mr. Aizawa had Izuku face Ojiro, Shoji, and Shinszo in a martial arts duel under the supervision of Tiger, another member of the Pussycats. Shoji utterly dominated Izuku, and he was only able to take one match in 3 against Ojiro. He secretly thought it was because the other boy took pity on him. Izuku was physically strong, but he'd never seriously practiced hand-to-hand combat. Man, I feel a bit bad, Ojiro said, helping Izuku back up. Shouldn't we wait for your suit to be fixed? I'd feel like this was a lot more fair then. No, I need to be able to fight without the suit, Izuku breathed. Again. Unlike Izuku, Shinszo was able to keep up with Ojiro, and even won a few matches against Shoji, in large part due to his new skill with the capture weapon. However, Shinszo became frustrated after a few hours thanks to how utterly useless his quirk was against an informed opponent. None of you will even talk to me anymore. Shinszo ranted after another loss against Shoji. While he could occasionally manage to wrap the other boy up, his tentacle arm's adaptability made that a dicey prospect at best. It's because they're not idiots, Tiger growled. You're going to face down villains that know how you are from time to time. What's your plan then? You just giving up like you did in the sports festival? No, Shinszo snapped. I can't win this. Tiger nodded. You're right. You can't. Learning when you can't win is important. Sometimes, that means you need to retreat or stall for backup. Other times, something too valuable to wait is on the line. Then you have to decide, is it worth it to fight, knowing you'll lose? Shinszo considered that. I suppose, if an innocent person's life is on the line, it might be worth it. Good answer. You've had enough for now. Go find Aizawa. You're going to practice controlling multiple people at once. I can manage 4 or 5 at a time now, Shinszo said, rubbing his chin. You think I can do more? I think you're just starting off, Tiger told him. Think of yourself as a kitten who's just learned it has sharp claws. Until you sharpen them and grow up a little, you'll never know just what you can do. I'll help, Izuku offered. He had been sidelined after a particularly nasty blow had blackened his eye, and was watching with a cold pack pressed to his face. You sure? Shinszo asked. Izuku nodded. Yeah, I mean, you've never dash. The next thing Izuku knew, it was evening. He blinked, looking around, confused. What happened? What do you think? Bakugo snapped. He bent over a prone body, and with a start Izuku realized it was Shinszo. Hey, wake up. Turns out, 6 your max. Come on. Quit laying around, we have to go get dinner ready. Bakugo barked, shaking Shinszo roughly. Groaning, Shinszo sat up. He wiped blood from his nose and shook his head slightly. I tried to make it 7, but dash. Well, you did 6 for a bit. And you finally lost control of Midoriya, Bakugo said. To Izuku's surprise, he offered Shinszo a hand, and hauled the other boy to his feet. I guess that's not bad or whatever. You're not as pathetic as you look. I'll take that as a compliment since I'm pretty sure I look like hell, Shinszo muttered. He glanced at Izuku and smiled. Hey, thanks for the help. I kept you under control for what, 3 hours or so? How the hell should I know? Bakugo demanded. Quit chatting and let's go. Izuku glanced around, seeing Uraraka, Mineta, Yaoyorozu, Kaminari, and Sato looking dazed as well. Oh. Well, I'm glad I helped, I guess. Izuku said. You did, Shinszo said. He bowed to the others. Thank you all. No one's ever been as kind to me as you have. Hey, no sweat. Uraraka said with a smile. I was too sick to keep trying to use my quirk anyway. Ugh, dinner doesn't even sound good right now. I always get nauseous when I overuse my quirk, but today was awful. This camp hasn't been any fun at all. Mineta complained. He glared at Izuku. Thanks to some people. Hey, moron. What did I talk to you about? Bakugo snapped, coming over to loom above Mineta. You need a more personal lesson? And no. I'll be more pleasant, Mineta assured Bakugo. He walked away, and Izuku heard him mutter. Geez, take your own advice, will you? Not like anyone likes you either. Hey, thanks by the way, Yaoyorozu told Izuku. We heard about what Mineta tried to do last night. Yeah, I bet Mei appreciated having a boyfriend so willing to defend her honor. Uraraka said, punching the air aggressively. Bakugo snorted and moved away as well, separating himself from the group, but Uraraka suddenly ran after him. And Bakugo. Thanks for talking to Mineta. That was noble of you. I'm glad some of the boys have a sense of honor. I just can't stand scum, Bakugo growled. Mineta makes us all look bad. I should have kicked his butt to teach him a lesson. You hold, I'll punch. Uraraka laughed. She smiled brightly, nodding to Bakugo. Hey, want to sit with me and Ida for dinner? You're always by yourself, maybe it would be nice to hang out, get to know you better. You've changed the last few weeks, and I think we don't appreciate it enough. Bakugo froze, and his eyes darted to Shinszo, who gave him a thumbs up. Bakugo swallowed. Thanks, look, I'm not changing for you. I just thought I'm going to be a hero, who always wins. And, well, someone told me there was more to being a hero than being strong. But I'm not weak, you understand me? I didn't say you were? Uraraka said, looking confused and slightly offended. What, do you think I'm weak or something? I didn't say that, Bakugo hissed. He suddenly tensed, his teeth audibly grinding. Look, you better not pity me. I know what you all think about me. You don't have to make yourself sit with me, Uraraka. I know Ida hates my guts. Okay. But, Bakugo? I don't pity you. I just think you need to chill out some more, Uraraka said, walking away. Invitations open. And Ida doesn't hate you. Neither do I. The others left, including Shinszo, who had to be helped along by Uraraka and Yaoyorozu. Izuku stood there awkwardly for a moment, Bakugo a few feet away. Hey! Izuku looked over to see Bakugo looking at him, Bakugo's jaw working. I'm not sorry. For a moment, Izuku didn't think he'd heard right. He could only blink rapidly at Bakugo, unsure of what he was hearing. I'm not repeating myself. And to be clear, I'm not sorry about beating Hatsume at the sports festival. She broke my DMN nose, you overprotective, look, this is just about when we were kids. With that, Bakugo turned away, apparently done talking. Izuku took a step forward, unsure of what to do or say. Bakugo. Kaken, I dash. Bakugo spun, anger flashing in his eyes. Don't call me that. I'm not dash. Bakugo took a sudden breath, and seemed to hold it, grinding his teeth for a second. Then he breathed out. Don't call me that. Unless you want me to go back to calling you Deku or whatever. No, Izuku admitted. And I guess we're not really friends, now. No. We're not. Bakugo looked away. That's on me. With that, Bakugo left, and after a short time, Izuku followed after him, not sure of what to make of that. At dinner, Bakugo was his usual snappish self, though he did sit down at a table near Uraraka and Ida. He never spoke, his eyes on his food the entire time, but Uraraka and Ida made friendly motions in his general direction from what Izuku could see. However, most of Izuku's attention was diverted to Mei, as they went over the various upgrades and repairs they had planned. Sorry I didn't get to your babies today. Mei told Jiro and Ishido. Izuku really put our baby to the test. I hear you got smashed, Kirishima. Yeah, Kirishima admitted, looking abashed. Guess my quirk couldn't stand up to him. Huh. That's because we used your quirk specifically to set the parameters for the suit's performance capability. Mei laughed. Izuku nodded. Yeah, after our fight in the sports festival, Mei and I realized sometimes I couldn't pull off tricks like the one I used to beat you. So, we upgraded the suit's armor and shock absorbers to be able to go toe-to-toe with someone with a quirk as strong as yours. But, Tetsu beat you, Kirishima said, shaking his head. Only because you softened me up, Izuku pointed out. And my limiters were disabled for most of his fight. That puts a huge strain on the suit. If anything, the suit simply wore itself out. But don't worry, we'll upgrade our baby to be even cuter and more amazing. Mei promised. Yeah. Wish I could get upgraded, Kirishima muttered. Hey man, relax. That's what the training today was about. Kaminari said, slapping Kirishima on the back. Your quirk is already improving. I bet next time you'll have Midoriya quaking in his boots. Yeah, that's right. Kirishima agreed. He grinned at Izuku, showing off his pointed teeth. I won't stop training, Midoriya. If you want to stay ahead of me, you'll have to work your quirk hard. That's a man's promise. Yeah. We'll keep working hard too, Izuku agreed. But remember, it's not just me, Kirishima. Mei's a big reason why I can keep up with you at all. You were born with a great quirk. I had to have some help to make my own dreams of being a hero real. Kirishima blushed. Oh, yeah, sorry. I forget sometimes, that, It's okay, Izuku said with a smile. You treat me like everyone else. That's what Mei and I both want. To not be looked down on. Who's stupid enough to look down on Mei? Ishido asked. She could probably fry them with some sort of death laser if they even tried. A lot of people, Mei said with a shrug. Maybe I should join the hero course too. The fighting and stuff is boring but the people are a lot nicer. She glanced over at Bakugo, who was quietly collecting plates from those who had finished. Even he's much nicer. Good job on the social skills, Bakugo. Social groups help, don't they? Bakugo went deep red. Shut your DMN mouth, he snarled. He stalked past Mei, clearly furious. You can carry your own plate. He practically ripped Izuku's dirty plate out of his hands though, and stomped off to the kitchen. Hey, has anyone noticed Bakugo's acting all weird lately? Kaminari commented. Like, he still behaves as though he's set off about everything, but nicer? I don't know. Maybe he's turning into a real man, Kirishima said with a shrug. At least he didn't beat up any defenseless girls or little kids recently. Too bad. Maybe Mineta would have gotten some sense knocked into him, Jiro muttered. Well, I suppose we'd better get started on the suit, Izuku said with a sigh, standing. We need to get it fixed up for tomorrow. Ah man, they're going to do a test of courage tonight. Kirishima protested. You have got to come. That sounds boring, Mei said. Izuku's already got courage and I don't want any. We really do have to get it fixed up, Izuku said. Sorry. Maybe tomorrow. What about you, Shinszo, you coming? Kirishima demanded. Kaminari failed, so I won't have anyone to hang out with while he's in study groups. Shinszo shrugged. Sure. It'll be funny to watch yourself wet yourself. I'll bring some spare undies for you. Kirishima laughed at that, and everyone stood to begin with the clean-up. Izuku and Mei left for the workshop, where Mr. Maijima was already waiting for them. Finished with dinner? He asked. Yeah, Mei says we're almost done? Izuku asked. Yes. I made lots of upgrades, but I want you to double-check the electrical system I jury-rigged, Mei said. Your wiring is always cuter than mine. You should take a break in a bit, Mr. Maijima advised. They're going to have some fun and games this evening. It doesn't sound fun to me, Mei grumped. Let's just work on making more babies for our friends. I think I'd honestly rather stay here, Izuku admitted. Well, I sort of get scared easily, and I don't think I could do it without Mei there. Why? You fought all day without me, Mei said, looking perplexed. Do you need me to collect data? No, I just thought I feel better when you're there, Izuku admitted. And, well, when there's real danger, it's different. Trying to scare myself. I don't enjoy it. Suit yourselves, Mr. Maijima said with a shrug. But I'm going to play a few pranks myself. It'll be nice to blow off some steam. Just don't blow this place up while I'm gone, Pixie Bob would kill me. Mr. Maijima. We haven't blown anything up since school ended. Mei protested. I know. Because I haven't let you into my workshop. It was kind of nice. With Mr. Maijima gone, Izuku started to examine the wiring as Mei welded on some upgraded armor plates. Mei did a good job as usual, but Izuku saw a few ways to improve it and set to work. It was relaxing, working on the suit with Mei again. Izuku let out a contented sigh. Summer camp really was pretty fun. This document baited by Kailakatarn 77 and Polyamida. 23, Born of Battle, Born of Blood. Sing, O Muse, of the rage of Achilles, son of Peleus, that brought countless ills upon the Achaeans. Homer, the Iliad. Bakugo stalked off alone after dinner, still angry. The others were going to do that stupid test of courage. Well, he wasn't going to play their silly games. No DMN point. He wasn't scared of dumbass tricks or weird noises. And he was still too set off about Hatsume to be around anyone anyway. Sometimes getting away from everyone can help you blow off some steam, rough. Exercise is good too. Bark. If you get so mad you can't think straight, get alone, and literally explode, Katsuki. Oh screw you, Ryo, Bakugo muttered to himself. He ground his teeth, shoving his hands in his pockets. He found himself hearing Mr. Inui, better known as Hound Dog, in his head whenever he was getting cheesed off. He thought back to dinner. Sitting with Uraraka. Bakugo would have died if anyone had realized it, but he thought she was kind of hot. Especially after her time with Gunhead. She'd gotten pretty ripped, and she had kicked his butt in that hand-to-hand fight in their last training session before school ended. Sure, losing had set him off, but he'd never met a girl who was actually decent in a fight before. Well, except maybe the rest of his classmates. Most of them weren't complete losers. But that DMN brown-noser Ida was there as well, Bakugo muttered. Girls would go for the straight-laced nerdy type. Midoriya. Weak, worthless Midoriya had a girlfriend, the quirkless loser who. Bakugo stopped, putting his hands to his head, gritting his teeth. I'm strong, he whispered to himself. I'm stronger than my anger. I don't need to put others down to make myself strong. I make myself strong by making others stronger too. To be strong, you have to test yourself. Losing doesn't mean you're weak, it means you can still get stronger. Winners are not born, winners are made. Things had gone downhill so fast after the sports festival. First, Ida had lectured Bakugo, in front of half the class, about beating up disabled people and discrimination. He could have tried to explain that he'd beaten Mei bloody not because she was autistic or whatever but because she cancelled his quirk and broke his DMN nose, and that he hated Izuku for looking down on him, not for being quirkless, but what was the point? Bakugo didn't need to justify himself. Or, he thought he hadn't. After that, no one would speak to him unless forced. Not even Kirishima, who before had acted like a lost puppy or something. And then came the requests by agencies after the sports festival. Todoroki was showered with them, but chose his father, the spoiled brat. Ashido got several dozen. Tokoyomi got one from Hawks, a top 10 hero. Uraraka, DMN her for being so nice, got 10. Even Ida, who hadn't even placed, got a few as did several others. But how many did Bakugo, the second place finisher, get? None. Because he was weak. Not because his quirk wasn't strong. Not because he couldn't fight. Not even because he had lost to a quirkless boy. But because he had beaten a girl bloody, when he could have found another way. Because he had ranted, and raved, and boasted, and bragged. Because he was proud. He was weak. And he needed to find a way to become strong again. After repeating the mantra to himself a couple of times, Bakugo was still royally set off. But not at Midoriya or Ida. At himself. Bakugo had been mad at himself a lot in the last few months. Really, he'd been mad at himself for a long time. Mr. Inui had helped him see that. Damn it, All Might. Bakugo started jogging through the woods, not really sure where he was going. He was following a sort of path up a hill, and he knew he could make his way back if he needed to. He'd always had a great sense of direction. Thinking of All Might brought Bakugo back to the sports festival. Standing up on the podium, for all the world to see what a failure he was. While Izuku Midoriya stood tall, reveling in the praise and affection Bakugo had always assumed was his birthright, but was now denied. That was when Bakugo had realized something: you weren't born a winner. You became one. I didn't fail. I can still get stronger. Stronger than Midoriya. Stronger than anyone. Even heroes lose, Bakugo breathed. All Might had told Bakugo that. Shown him that awful scar. Shown him how weak he actually was. That had been a shock to his system. And then, All Might had taken Bakugo to Hound Dog, the school counselor. At first, Bakugo had done nothing but rage and snap at Hound Dog. And for once, someone had raged and snapped back. After their first session, Hound Dog's office had been torn to shreds, partly from Bakugo's explosions, partly from Hound Dog's ripping the place apart. And Bakugo had needed about 10 sticks too. He smiled at the memory. Hound Dog was strong. And he'd helped Bakugo realize he still was strong. But that he was also brittle. You think that heroes always win? Hound Dog had demanded. You're an idiot, Katsuki. Hell, even All Might lost sometimes. You saw his scar. And what else did he tell you? That he's retiring. Bakugo had yelled back. What do I care if some washed-up old man turns into a loser? Because you're a washed-up loser and you're only 16. Now sit down before I bite you. Hound Dog had snarled. I'm not a loser. Bakugo had barked back. But then he'd sat down hard. Except I am. I got beaten by a quirkless nerd and his tin can. I'm worthless. Just let me drop out. Everyone in my class knows I'm weak, that's why they hate me. They don't hate you, you spoiled brat. They just show you all the respect you show them. Now sit down before I growl. Bark bark bark. That session had ended with another visit to Recovery Girl for both of them. It hadn't been until recently that Bakugo realized Hound Dog was letting Bakugo use him as his punching bag. And eventually, Bakugo had started to listen. These past few weeks, he had started to try to do what Hound Dog suggested. To be nice. To let himself show a little weakness, because it wasn't being weak to admit you needed help. Too bad I'm CRP at it, Bakugo grunted. He ascended to the top of the rise, and was now on a wide rocky shelf, looking out over the valley below. What are you doing here, stupid? Bakugo turned to see the shrimp he'd noticed around camp. He frowned. What's it to you, Shri Kid? What's it to you, kid? Why do you care? And don't call me stupid. That's rude. The kid didn't back down, stepping forward and glaring at Bakugo. This is my hiding place. Go find your own. I'm not hiding, you rude little bstrd. Bakugo yelled. Inwardly he winced slightly. He was pretty bad at this whole being nice thing. Otherwise you wouldn't find me. Well then go away, the kid said, tears coming into his eyes. I don't want to talk to anyone. Bakugo sat down, turning his back to the kid. Fine. I don't want to talk to you either. For a second, Bakugo thought the shrimp would try to hit him or something, give Bakugo an excuse to put him in his place. No. If the others thought he was beating up on runts again, he'd never get what he wanted. What did he want, anyway? He DMN sure didn't want their help. Except, he sort of did. It would be nice to have someone to talk to. The kid sat down next to Bakugo. He felt his eyebrow twitch in irritation, but he ignored the little JRK. See if he cared where the little idiot sat. Heroes are stupid, the kid said. Bakugo looked at him. That's a real mouthy thing to say. Isn't your mom one of the PP whatevers? No, the kid snapped. Don't you even know who I am? No, Bakugo said. He almost turned away again. Then he made himself try to smile. I'm Bakugo. Who are you? The kid looked at Bakugo's face and paled slightly. Good. The smile was working. I'm Kota. Don't hurt me, please. I'm not going to hurt you, so shut up. Bakugo roared. He sat there fuming for a moment, wishing the kid would go away. Then he closed his eyes. Nice. He could be nice. He was strong. So, why are you hiding? This part of some stupid game or what? No. I'm hiding from you, Kota said. Bakugo snorted. Wow. Stellar job. You're real DMN good at this. Shut up. You weren't supposed to come up here. Kota whined. Then he looked down. It's 'cause heroes are dumb. That's why I'm up here. Well, why the hell are you here? I mean, at the camp? What, are your parents dead? Bakugo snapped. Tears came to Kota's eyes, and he drew his legs up to himself as he started to sniffle. I hate you. I hate all heroes. Humph. You're barking up the wrong DMN tree, kid. I'm not a hero, Bakugo said. CRP. The kid's parents were really dead. Great, now Uraraka would hate him again because he'd made a kid cry. But what did he care? Why should he care about what Uraraka, or anyone, thought? Why did he care? Damn it, why did he have to care? Well, you're here, right? You're from that school for heroes, Kota whimpered. See if I care. You'll all lose and die, like my parents did, because they didn't love me. Bakugo glanced at the kid, then sighed. Hesitantly, he put a hand on the kid's shoulder. I guess your parents loved you, or whatever. They were heroes, right? Kota only nodded, tears running down his cheeks. Well, I bet they were heroes to keep you safe or something stupid like that. That's why most idiots want to be heroes, Bakugo said with a shrug. Kota looked up, frowning. Then why didn't they come home to me? And don't call my parents idiots. Fine, whatever. Look, I bet they were strong, right? Kota nodded again. Well, maybe there was some villain or whatever they had to stop. Maybe they saved people. So, they were strong. They won. They did save those people. And you. So, stop saying heroes are stupid, you ungrateful little bstrd. Your parents did everything they could for you, so show some DMN gratitude. Unexpectedly, Kota dissolved into hysterical tears and threw himself onto Bakugo, clinging to the older boy and weeping uncontrollably. Bakugo froze, totally unsure of what to do. Slowly, he put his arms around Kota, trying to think. What had his mom said when he'd cried as a kid? Don't be such a PP, Bakugo growled. You're stronger than this. Winners don't cry. And you're not a loser, right? No, Kota sniffled. He wiped his nose on his arm. Disgusting little twerp. I'm strong. Are you strong? Bakugo grunted and looked away from Kota. I thought I was. Well, I saw you training. You can make explosions and stuff, right? So you must be strong? Kota let Bakugo go, but sat down with his head leaning against the older boy. Why couldn't you save my parents? I told you, I'm not a hero. Not yet, anyway. Maybe I never will be. I'm not bad at being nice. And apparently, heroes have to be nice or some CRP like that. My mom and dad were nice, Kota whispered. Bakugo looked down at him. Reluctantly, he gave the kid a pat on the back. Yeah. I bet they were. If you're not good at being nice, what are you good at? Kota demanded, glaring up at Bakugo. Blowing stuff up, mostly. Breaking things. And people, Bakugo said, looking at his hand. So if you need something wrecked, I guess I can do that. Can you kill Muscular? Kota whispered, shrinking in on himself. Bakugo froze, then looked down at the kid. Holy CRP, your parents got wasted by that freak? Jesus Christ kid, who the hell were your parents? That villain's a monster. A lunatic. They thought they were the Izumis. Team Waterhose, Kota sniffed. Sheet. Yeah, Bakugo gingerly put his hand on the boy's shoulders, the boy instantly snuggling up to him. Your parents were heroes, kid. Real heroes. I heard about that. It was messed up. They saved a lot of people before they died though. Sorry. Guess I was being an a-hole again. Kota shrugged, wiping his nose with his hands. It's okay. I was being mean too. I'm glad you found me. Really? Well, I guess that's what they'll write on your tombstone then. Died like mommy and daddy. Hairs rose on the back of Bakugo's neck. Without thinking, he grabbed Kota with one hand, and launched himself to the side with an explosion from the other. He felt a slash of wind as he moved, and a split second later heard the sound of stone shattering and then felt pebbles bounce off his back. He used another explosion to spin himself about, tucking Kota to his side in a football carry as he fell into a fighting stance. Not bad kid, a blonde giant of a man with a scar across his eye laughed. He had on a red tank top, and bits of what looked like muscle fiber poked out of his skin in various places. You've got good reflexes, I'll give you that. Bakugo felt his blood run cold. Muscular, he gasped. In the flesh, the monstrous villain laughed. I couldn't help but overhear your touching little heart-to-heart. Brought a tear to my eye. Muscular mimed wiping away a tear, but his smile was pure malevolence. I was just going to case the place before the fun and games got started, but, well, it looks like I get to start things off right. Oh, before we begin, either of you assuming direct control N7? That's one word, weird capitals and stuff? On the internet or some CRP. We're supposed to be looking for that guy. Well, are you? The hell are you babbling about, you ugly bstrd? Bakugo snarled. He felt his pulse racing. He knew this guy. Muscular. The Waterhose duo had not been his first or last kills. Other heroes had fallen, and some civilians. Now that Stain was in jail, he might just be Japan's most wanted. Him or Moonfish. I'll take that as a no. Good. I'm not supposed to kill him. He's been most helpful. Muscular laughed. He slammed his fist into his palm, showing his teeth in a predatory grimace. Guess I get to kill both of you then. Bakugo moved as soon as he saw Muscular's legs tense up. He launched himself into the air with explosions directed towards feet, annihilating his shoes in the process. But it had been the only way he could think of to move without letting Muscular see which was he was going to go. Kota screamed, and Bakugo managed to launch himself over the brute, who buried himself in the mountainside. Kota, run! Bakugo ordered, setting the kid down and turning back to face Muscular. Get the hell out of here! But I dash. I didn't ask you, I told you. You're going to get in my way, you useless shrimp. Now run home to mommy. Bakugo snarled. He didn't turn to look, but he heard Kota start to cry and heard his footsteps recede down the mountain trail. For a second, he thought about following after him. But then Muscular ripped himself free of the rock and spun, laughing. I'm going to kill you, boy. And then I'm going to hunt that little weakling down and bury him like I did his parents. Their wills were weak, just like his. And yours. I'd like to see you try. Bakugo snarled. You're just a stupid meathead. A stepping stone on my path to glory. Oh ho, I do like it when they're spirited, Muscular chuckled. It makes it so much more satisfying to watch the disbelief as I squeeze the life out of them. This time, Bakugo didn't wait for Muscular to charge. He went on the offensive. First rule of fighting, he who hit first, usually won. He couldn't get close, not with someone this strong. But his explosions had a bit of a reach to them. He waited for Muscular to lunge for him, then immediately snapped his arms forward and unleashed the biggest blast he could, sending himself flying away. That nearly got him killed. Muscular was fast, and stronger than Bakugo could have imagined. The blast ripped Muscular's clothes off and even shredded his skin, but that didn't seem to faze the freak. He charged through the blast, and Bakugo had to blast again to send himself sideways to get out of the villains. He used his hands to blast off the rock, then blasted at Muscular's back and then fired again to launch himself away and atop a higher ledge. Well, I guess you're not completely weak. Muscular laughed. Blood trickled down his back and over his face, but he didn't seem to care. I actually felt that. I'd say good job, but really, you've yet to show me even an ounce of real will. You're just another weakling. I'll kill you, you ugly freak. Bakugo snarled. He raised his hand, sweat dripping down his body. That was good. He could use it to blow this idiot to kingdom come. But it was also very, very bad. For the first time in his life, Bakugo was terrified. He hadn't been scared when he fought Midoriya. Up until the very last moment, he'd been certain he could win. But he'd lost then. Now, Bakugo didn't think he could ever beat the monster before him. And if even he didn't think he could win, what the hell was the point? It's you who's weak. You pick on people you think you can beat? Well, this time you bit off more than you can chew, a-hole. Bakugo roared as Muscular leapt into the air towards him. That's it. Muscular laughed. That's what I want to see. Come on then. Let's see who can keep their word. I'm betting on me. Bakugo used Muscular's jump to his advantage. He was strong, but he wasn't like Bakugo, who could change direction in mid-air. Bakugo didn't hold his ground, instead diving under Muscular's charge, and firing off a series of explosions from below, blowing Muscular higher into the air. For a few seconds, Bakugo seemed to climb through the air on explosions and juggled Muscular higher and higher. But then, Muscular's arm brushed the mountain. The enormous man slammed his fist into the rock at an angle, sending him hurtling back down at Bakugo. But Bakugo had been ready. He'd seen Muscular getting closer to the rock, and blew himself out and sideways, then down, landing on the rock below with a jarring thud. He didn't give himself time to wince, time to think, he just reacted. He threw himself forward, using explosions to fly along the cliffside. He was just in time. Muscular impacted close enough and with so much force that rock shards cut into Bakugo's bare feet and arms and tore at his shirt and breathes. Spinning in the air, Bakugo unleashed another barrage of blasts at Muscular as the man charged him. He altered his trajectory slightly, looking away from Muscular and at the mountainside. Just as he was at the cliff edge, Bakugo launched himself down as Muscular barreled towards the edge. Bakugo slapped a hand to the rock and let loose an explosion that made him cry out in pain as more rock shards dug into his body, but it worked. The surface under Muscular shattered and fell away in a rock slide, tumbling down towards the forest below. Bakugo didn't stay still though, jumping up and away and blasting at Muscular to try to keep him off his footing. However, Muscular just jammed his arms and legs deep into the rock, halting his tumble at the edge of the cliff. God damn it! Bakugo snarled as he scrambled back up onto the cliff. He ran, trying to get some distance as Muscular yanked himself free. Just die already. That's your job. Muscular laughed. You can't keep this up forever. Longer than you dumbass. Bakugo roared. But part of him quavered. Muscular was right. He couldn't do this forever. Already his blasts were weakening, and he was already drained and tired from his long day. So you think you're tough, do you? DMN right I am. Muscular laughed. He suddenly stopped, a vacant look coming into his eyes. Bakugo blinked, taking another step back, then glanced around. Shinszo was floating there, in midair. Hey, Shinszo said with a wave. This is going to sound really stupid. But I need you to catch me. Fine, Bakugo said with a growl. How are you doing that? Shinszo rolled his eyes. I suddenly manifested a flying quirk. How do you think? Guys, I'm starting to feel like I'm going to puke, Uraraka's shaky voice called. I really overused my quirk today. Fine, I got him. Bakugo snapped. He jumped out and grabbed onto Shinszo, who for a moment was utterly weightless. Release. Immediately Shinszo turned as heavy as a bag of rocks, and Bakugo plummeted. He slowed himself with a series of explosions, though they still landed hard. Gentle, Shinszo groaned as he sat up atop Bakugo. I still got him, but don't knock me around too much. Bakugo. Uraraka cried. Are you okay? Fine. Where's Kota? Bakugo demanded. He blinked. Why did he care about the kid? But Uraraka smiled, a few tears moistening her eyes. He's on his way back to camp. Shinszo, can you move? Yeah, I'm fine. Just tired still. CRP, I don't know how much longer I can hold him, Shinszo breathed. Bakugo glanced up at Muscular, who was simply standing above them, not moving. He ripped his shirt off, wrapping it around his bare and bloodied feet. No time to stand still now. Tell him to go jump off the cliff the other way, Bakugo said. I do that and it breaks the control, Shinszo said. Don't try hitting him. That'll break it too. Fine. Let's just run then, Bakugo said. Good idea, Uraraka agreed. Come on. The three of them sprinted away, Bakugo forcing himself not to look back. He felt as though a spider was crawling down his spine, and that at any moment Muscular would come tearing after them. What are you two idiots even doing here? Bakugo demanded as they ran. Saving your sorry butt, Shinszo breathed. A thank you would be nice. We were worried about you. Uraraka gasped. The games were starting and we couldn't find you. Because I wasn't going to play your dumb games. Bakugo ranted. Then he swallowed and tried to take a breath. And thanks, you two. You really saved me. I don't know how much longer I would have lasted. I was just... He trailed off, thinking that he was just about to get killed. You were being a hero. You saved Kota. Uraraka declared. I knew you were really a nice guy, Bakugo. The hell I am. Bakugo snarled. Less talking, more running. He just got free, Shinszo gasped. And does anyone else smell smoke? Just then, something like a voice echoed inside Bakugo's mind. Attention. Villains have been spotted in the training camp. An attack is under progress. Students should make for the camp. Mandalay out. They soon found themselves coughing and gasping for breath. A few more meters down the trail, they had to pause and put their shirts over their mouths. I hear crying, Uraraka gasped. Kota. What the hell is happening? Did you start a fire or something, Bakugo? Shinszo demanded. Not on purpose, idiot. And it would be behind us, not ahead of us. The wind's blowing in our faces, you moron. Bakugo snapped. He looked around. Kota. Come out before you choke to death, you little idiot. Help, Kota cried, stumbling out from the trees. The smoke, it's dash. Shut up, it's fine, we're here now, Bakugo said. He scooped up Kota, then looked around. Come on, we have to get off the trail, otherwise Muscular will just catch up to us. Uraraka nodded. Yeah, here, we can hide there in those thorn bushes. They quickly scrambled off the trail, Bakugo snapping at Kota to shut up. Thankfully, the boy did, burying his face against Bakugo's chest. Not more than a minute later, Muscular thundered down the trail. I'll murder you, you little BSTRDS. Get back here. They waited until Muscular had passed, then Shinszo stood and motioned them forward. This way. Smoke's not as bad in this direction. But the camp is the other way, Uraraka protested. Highway's that way, Bakugo coughed. Whatever's going on, we'd best get the hell away from here. Kota's not doing well. And I'm not saying I couldn't fight, but today was a long day. I'm tired. We all are, Shinszo agreed. Come on. They made their way through the trees and shrubs, trying to avoid the worst of the smoke. Where did Muscular come from? Uraraka gasped. And how'd this fire get started? I don't think he's alone, Bakugo said grimly. He talked about casing the place. Said, we were looking for someone. Who? Shinszo asked. And why the hell are they way out here looking for them? I don't know. It was some dumb name or something. N7 control or some CRP like that, Bakugo answered. Shinszo suddenly froze, and Bakugo nearly bumped into him. Keep moving, you idiot. We've got to stay ahead of the fire. They weren't looking for assuming direct control N7, were they? Shinszo demanded, spinning around to grab Bakugo. Yeah, that was it. Why, you heard of that freak or something? Bakugo demanded. Shinszo had gone deathly pale, even more so than usual. Oh God. What have I done? Without another word, he shoved Bakugo aside and sprinted off, back the way they had come. Shinszo. Uraraka coughed. Sheet, Bakugo muttered. He shoved Kota at Uraraka. Keep the kid safe. I'm going after that idiot. What, but Bakugo dash. Be a hero, damn it. Bakugo snarled. Keep Kota safe. He didn't have time to worry about them though as he chased after Shinszo. DMN, Shinszo was fast. What, did he run a 10K every day or something? It didn't matter. He was the first kid at school that had shown even an ounce of respect for Bakugo in months. And damn it, he wasn't going to let Shinszo get himself killed over whatever stupid nonsense he had in his head. Because Bakugo wasn't weak. He was strong. Even if he needed people to save his butt once in a while. Author's note. I am not a licensed clinical psychologist or an SBBH. My job is data collection and recommendations based upon classroom behavior and implementing team decisions for behavior modification and support. That said, name, Bakugo, Katsuki. BRTH date, April 20th. Age, 16. SEC, M. Evaluator, Inui, R. Referred for psychological evaluation. Reason for referral. Disorderly conduct, emotional instability, difficulty forming peer bonds. Person initiating referral. Yagi, T. Findings. Bakugo has impairments in self-functioning. He is heavily reliant on how others perceive him for his own emotional regulation and self-esteem evaluation. In his mind, Bakugo must always be seen as strong by others. Offers of help and support by others are perceived as direct insults, implying that they look down on Bakugo or think he is weak. Bakugo has impairments. In intimacy, he struggles to form meaningful bonds with peers and staff. His relationships revolve around Bakugo's own ego and self-worth, and are largely superficial. Bakugo seems to view others as nothing more than a way to validate himself, typically by validating his strength and superiority. Bakugo exhibits pathological antagonism, characterized by grandiosity. Bakugo feels entitled to the praise and support of his peers, and preferential treatment, due to his strength. He firmly believes that he is superior, and is very condescending towards anyone he perceives as inferior to himself, typically all his peers and most adults. A home interview and interview with previous school bears out that this manifestation is consistent and stable across time and environments and is not unique or novel to Bakugo's current situation. Bakugo's actions are not normative for his peer group and age, nor can they be dismissed as a result of his recent successes, as the pattern has been consistent throughout Bakugo's life since early childhood. Bakugo's mental state is not a result of pharmaceuticals, prior injury, quirk manifestation, or general health and well-being. Conclusions. Bakugo exhibits all criteria for narcissistic personality disorder, per the DSM-12. The team is in agreement on this diagnosis. Bakugo's parents, and Bakugo himself, recognize the need for treatment. Recommendations. Bakugo has agreed to attend therapy sessions 3 times weekly. Bakugo and his family will attend weekly family counseling sessions. Note, Bakugo has been prescribed a mood stabilizer, following a deep depression as a result of his recent loss in the UA Sports Festival. Prognosis. As Bakugo recognizes his condition and need for change, general health outcomes over a 3-year PRD are positive. Yearly re-evaluations will be conducted. Family has been notified that this condition is considered a lifetime mental health issue, and that treatment can ease, but not eliminate, difficulties. Please note that I don't consider this to be a U in the slightest. While I am personally not licensed to diagnose mental health disorders, I would refer any child who exhibited behaviors in line with those Bakugo does in the canon story, and would be confident this would be the diagnosis the mental health team on my campus would return. This document baited by Kylakatarn 77 and Polyamida. Fear itself. Courage is not the absence of fear, but rather the assessment that something else is more important than fear. A Franklin D. Roosevelt. Come on Mei, it will be fun. Ashido wheedled, grinning as she hung upside down off the safety railing. Yeah, come on. Don't you want to see Midoriya squeal? Jiro teased. Mei frowned at that, pushing up her goggles to study the other 2 girls. Why would I want Izuku to squeal? Besides, we're running our final diagnostics before the power suit is ready. We put in a lot of upgrades. Because it's fun. Just imagine, you could protect him from the dangerous ghouls and scary ghosts that lurk in the woods. Ashido said, putting her fingers around her eyes in the shape of a monster's face. Despite himself, Izuku shuddered. Even the thought of something jumping out at him gave him the shivers. See? He's practically leaping into your arms already, Jiro said, gesturing at Izuku. Come on, it'll be fun. You can be the brave hero, protecting the blushing maiden. Izuku wants to be the hero, I just want to make cute babies, Mei huffed. That made Izuku flush. She means dash. It goes both ways, Jiro said with a shrug and a sly grin. Come on, we're going to keep bothering you until you come out and play. Take a break, relax. Plus, you can help us make some spooky pranks of our own when it's our class's turn to scare 1B, Ashido offered. I bet you could make a wicked fog machine or freaky robots or something. I get to make super cute babies? Mei asked, suddenly interested. As long as they're for scaring the breathes off of 1B, yeah, Jiro agreed. Mei grinned widely. But then she paused, glancing at Izuku. Only if Izuku wants to go. I'm not going if he's too scared. Come on Midoriya, don't be a chicken. Ashido said, and she and Jiro immediately began making clucking noises. Oh okay, Izuku said, smiling. I guess it won't be so bad. Alright. I know just what to bring to make the cutest, scariest babies ever. I used to make some to keep the brats out of my workshop until I accidentally set the house on fire again, Mei said, scrambling to gather up some materials. Jiro blinked. Did you really set your house on fire? Not for months, Izuku's better at fire safety than I am, even if it's annoying sometimes, Mei said. She handed Izuku an armful of various parts and grabbed a few more. Right, let's go. They met up with the rest of 1A near the edge of the forest, where Mandalay was going over the rules for the test of courage. Jiro ran over and whispered something to Mandalay, who nodded. When it came time to draw partners for going through the forest, Izuku saw that Mandalay just so happened to draw his and Mei's names together. Go on you too. Ashido laughed. Go have fun. Hey, where's Shinszo? Izuku asked, desperately stalling for time. He and Uraraka left a while ago to hunt down Bakugo. He's not getting out of this either, Jiro laughed. Go on, show 1B what 1A is made of. Probably mostly flesh. Except for Kirishima, he's made of rocks, Mei said. She smiled. That was a joke. Really? Kaminari asked with a blink. Kirishima snorted and then burst out laughing, which made several other students laugh as well. Izuku blushed, but Mei took his hand, striding out into the woods. Come on Izuku, the sooner we finish the sooner we can make more babies. Whoa! Jiro and Ashido called. You go girl. They hadn't gone far before the bushes around them shook. Izuku swallowed, and clutched Mei's hand tightly. It was nothing, it was fine, he was. Two pale figures arose out of the bushes, dark blood staining their faces, their eyes nothing but blackness. They glowed in the moonlight, and a miming filled the air. Eek! Izuku shrieked, and grabbed Mei, pushing her behind him. Stay back, it's Dash. A giggling filled the air suddenly, and Izuku spun to see Kendo peeking from behind a tree with Yanagi. Izuku, why are you upset? Mei asked, confused. It's just some old shirts dipped in glow-in-the-dark paint with two volleyballs with some makeup. Mei walked up and slapped the volleyball, which flew off a ways, then floated back. Oh my god, Midoriya. You scream like a girl, Kendo giggled. Was it scary? Yanagi asked. I thought if I used my telekinesis it would make them look like ghosts. Why yeah, scary, Izuku agreed, swallowing. Let's go Mei. Mei happily walked along holding Izuku's hand, while he trembled and looked around worriedly. This was stupid. He wanted to be a hero. He just had to think of it right, think of it as protecting Mei, and... Izuku! There's a body! Mei gasped, stopping. Izuku looked ahead, and saw Hananuki sprawled out on the ground, a dark puddle beneath him. Izuku and Mei hurried forward, but just before they reached him, Hananuki looked up, dark red liquid staining his face. You're next. Then he sank straight into the ground. Izuku found himself clutching Mei tightly, his skin feeling as though he'd taken a dip in ice water filled with crawling bugs. Ha ha! It was a trick. Mei bent over and poked her finger in the dark liquid that floated on the surface of the muddy impression on the ground. It's ketchup. See? Izuku paled at having the red liquid waved before his nose. Why yeah, just ketchup. Now Izuku was holding tightly to Mei by her shoulders, but she was happily humming and striding along ahead of him. This is interesting. I bet I could make a small air jet that would make painted clothes float in the air. Or even make something that exploded and sprayed out blood. It should probably be fake, I don't think we would find anyone that would give us enough. Izuku nodded, trying to focus on what Mei was saying. He smelled smoke in the air, and looked around worriedly. Was there a fire? No, it had to be another prank. Ahead, Izuku heard more screams. That made him feel a little better. Todoroki and Yaoyorozu were ahead of them, and if they were screaming in terror then. A sudden wall of ice erupted 100 meters ahead of them, followed by a burst of flames. Dark, smoky flames, not the usual crimson of Todoroki. A second later, a bright streak launched into the air, followed by 2 more. There were 3 sharp bursts, and then red flares began to light up the sky. Oh, no one told me we could have explosions. I have just the dash. Mei, we have to go, Izuku said, feeling real fear sink into his bones, not the jitters he felt at potential jump scares. Instead of shaking, Izuku's voice was calm, steady, and he'd stopped quivering. What? Izuku, it's just something else to scare us, Mei said. Izuku pointed to the flares, now dropping towards the forest. That's a distress signal. Something's happening with Yaoyorozu and Todoroki. Come on. A fire must have gotten out of control or something. Izuku took off running towards where the fire was, Mei hot on his heels. As they went, the smoke got thicker, and Izuku had to pull his shirt over his mouth. Izuku, shouldn't we go the other way? Mei coughed. He shook his head, pressing forward despite the increasingly choking fog. No, we have to help them. Darkness started to creep in at the edges of his vision. His eyes were burning, and Izuku was becoming dizzy. He tried to drop to his hands and knees to crawl, but... Attention! Villains have been spotted in the training camp. An attack is underway. Students are to return to the cabins immediately. Avoid direct confrontation. What? Izuku coughed. He reached out for Mei, who had fallen to the ground. She was breathing, but not moving. Izuku dragged himself towards her, his hands trembling. Darkness overwhelmed Izuku. This document baited by Kailakatarn 77 and Polyamida. True colors. Character cannot be developed in ease and quiet. Only through experience of trial and suffering can the soul be strengthened, ambition inspired, and success achieved. Helen Keller. After only a few minutes of running, Bakugo was forced to slow down, his lungs burning. He ducked low, trying to avoid the smoke. His eyes watered and he couldn't quite see, but he was determined to press on. He became disoriented, his mind swimming. He couldn't think. What was happening? How was he? Bakugo. Out of the trees came Yaoyorozu and Todoroki, along with Tetsu and Shiozaki. They all had on gas masks. What's going on? Bakugo coughed. Where's Shinszo? We don't know. Yaoyorozu said. Her quirk activated, sparkling light coming out of her exposed navel. A gas mask appeared, and she ran up to Bakugo and handed it to him. There's some sort of poison gas. Put this on. Bakugo complied, slipping the mask on over his face. After a couple of clean breaths, his head cleared. I ran into Muscular earlier, but there have to be more villains. Muscular? Tetsu said. DMN, that guy's got a body count nearly as big as Stain's. How'd you survive? For a moment Bakugo almost either told him to shut up or lied and said that he fought off Muscular, but he swallowed his pride and said, Shinszo and Uraraka saved me. I couldn't even dent the guy. He's bad news. You couldn't hurt him? Todoroki asked, sounding worried. That's bad. You're one of our strongest fighters. Yeah, thanks Icy Hot. Maybe both of us could take him down together, but alone we'd be screwed, Bakugo said. We've got to find Shinszo and the others before Muscular and the other villains do. We're supposed to report back to camp, Shiozaka said. We should do that, we don't want to get ourselves into further trouble. I'm not leaving Shinszo alone. Bakugo ranted. He saved my butt, and I'm not going to let him get himself killed. Where's Uraraka? Todoroki demanded. Did you leave her alone? Bakugo shrugged. I pointed her and the kid towards the highway, told them to get the hell out of here. Shinszo just took off running back to camp when I told him Muscular was after someone in particular. I think maybe it's him. Why would Muscular be after Shinszo? Testu asked. Shiozaka frowned. Many assume that Shinszo must be a villain himself, because of his quirk. He's not a villain. Bakugo snapped. He shouldered his way forward. You idiots can do whatever you want. I'm finding him. Wait, Shiozaka said, putting a hand on Bakugo's shoulder. He glared at her, but she just tightened her grip. I will not allow you to face this peril alone. You walk the path of repentance. I do not believe Shinszo to be a Judas. I shall accompany you. I don't like this, but I'm coming too, Yaoyorozu said. If you run into that flame quirk user, you'll be in trouble. The same goes for me. If Muscular is there, everyone's in danger, Todoroki said. He turned back the way they'd come, his expression grim. But that means getting past both the fire and that gas. We'll pound our way through. Tetsutesu vowed, smashing his hands together, sparks flying up as he activated his metallic quirk. The fog gets denser through there? Bakugo demanded. Yes, we had to run to get away from it and that villain that attacked us, but it seemed to fade the further away we ran, Yaoyorozu explained. Bakugo grinned. Well, that means someone is controlling it. And I bet we find them at the thickest point in the fog. We'll pound them and then find Shinszo and the others. They hurried forward, and soon the gas thickened, filling the air and swirling about in strange phantom shapes. Bakugo kept on towards where it was thickest, and soon they could barely see where they were going. Just as they were reaching the center, another message echoed in Bakugo's mind. Attention, these villains are highly dangerous. You have permission to use your quirks to defend yourselves and take out foes. Try to remain together and regroup at the cabins. Well, that sounds ominous, Todoroki said. Tetsutetsu laughed. Hey, at least we won't get in trouble now. We can dash. There was a sharp crack and then a loud clang, and Tetsutetsu fell to the ground, his mask shattered. Gun! Yaoyorozu cried, flinging herself to the ground. You fools have fallen right into my trap. You UA students think you're so much dash. Todoroki! Fire! Bakugo yelled, then leaped to the side with an explosion-fueled jump. Todoroki unleashed a wave of flame that burned away the nearby mists, revealing a boy Bakugo's own age in a gas mask and Stalm helm. What? The boy gasped. He fired again at Todoroki, but a wall of ice erupted between them, and the bullet lodged itself harmlessly. Bakugo leapt forward, but before he could do anything vines sprang out of the ground, wrapping themselves around the villain and ripping his mask from his face and enveloping the gun. He coughed and spluttered, and the gas began to rapidly disperse. You shall atone for your sins. Shiozaki said, striding forward. The boy she had captured wheezed and gasped, his fingers twitching. You DMN pampered brats, the boy spluttered. You'll pay for this. You all will. I dash. Bakugo slammed his fist into the boy's gut, grinning widely. You know who I am, freak? The boy wheezed and nodded. You're that idiot who lost the sports festival who dash. This time, Bakugo punched the boy in the side of his jaw. He was careful not to make it a clean hit, he didn't want to knock the kid out. The boy ummed, then spat out a tooth and some blood. Bakugo! Yaoyorozu gasped. What are you doing? I've been said for a while, Bakugo laughed. It's finally time I got to beat the snot out of someone. I cannot allow you to simply dash, Shiozaki began, but Todoroki put a hand on her shoulder. Let him. We can't afford to leave him alive behind us. It's better this way. Bakugo grinned. He wondered if Todoroki had figured out his plan, or if he was just a cold-blooded BSTRD. Either way, it worked for Bakugo. What? No. You're supposed to be heroes. You can't kill me, the boy said, panicked now, struggling wildly against the restraining vines. Bakugo laughed and took off his mask. He knew he had to look like hell, his eyes bloodshot from the smoke and gas, his face smeared with blood and grime. Do I look like a hero to you? He whispered, leaning in close. The other boy ummed, and Bakugo suddenly smelled the sharp stink of urine. It was working. He punched the boy again in the stomach. Not too hard, but he would feel it. The boy retched and groaned. Why should I leave you alive? Bakugo demanded. You tried to kill me. Turnabout is fair play. I can tell you about the others, the boy babbled. I can give you information. Yes, lots of information. PFF. I think I'll just kill you. Bakugo lit off an explosion in one hand, grinning madly. I've always wanted to see what color people's brains are when they're cooked. Listen, Todoroki said, pushing Bakugo to the side. I don't have a problem ending your worthless life. My father is Endeavor. You might have heard of him. He's got the most arrests, but he's also got the highest body count as far as heroes go. I've got the same philosophy, a jail cell, or a body bag. The pay's the same. I'll tell you anything, the boy babbled. Please, just let me live. How many of you are there? Todoroki demanded. There's 9 of us. Muscular, Moonfish, Dabi, Toga, Compress, Magna, Spinner, Twice, and me, Mustard, the boy babbled. He's lying. Kill him, Todoroki said, turning away. Bakugo leered and lit off a series of small explosions from his hands. Mustard started weeping. No. I swear, that's everyone. We saw the one with the chainsaws, Todoroki said, turning his back. You're of no use to us. What? That's just a Nomu. It's a mindless beast, it doesn't count. Dabi can control it, but it's just a weapon. Please, you have to believe me. PFF, names don't mean anything, Bakugo said, stepping closer. He sent a small blast over Mustard's head, burning some of his hair and adding to the stink. They're quirks. Oh God, don't kill me, I'll tell you they're quirks. Mustard pleaded. I know Musculars and Moonfishes already, Bakugo cackled. Moonfish does the thing with his teeth, and Muscular has that enhancing quirk. What good is knowing about the others? Dabi makes flames. He's weak to his own fire though, he can burn himself. Compress can make things small, he hides them in these little ball. Toga's insane. Her quirk lets her take people's shape, clothes, and all by drinking their blood, and she has all these knives. Twice can duplicate anyone but himself, he's nutso too. Keep talking, Todoroki said, pulling Bakugo back slightly. Magna can make people magnetic. Boys are one pole, girls are the other, but I don't remember which is which. Just let me kill him. Bakugo said, straining slightly against Todoroki's grip. Come on. Let me blow off just a limb. I'll talk. Please, just keep him away from me. Spinner, he's just a lizard, can walk on walls and stuff but he carries this giant sword. And I make gas. And the Nomo. It can grow extra limbs and put stuff on them, usually chainsaws or hammers or drills. God, I swear that's everything. Who are you? Bakugo demanded. The hell are you doing here? The League villains. We're the Vanguard Action Squad. We're here because of a guy, Shigaraki met him online. Calls himself Assuming Direct Control N7, one word. Shigaraki's been talking to him for months, on message boards and stuff. He's the same one that told us All Might was going to be training your class at the USJ all those months ago or something, and now he's led us here. What? Bakugo said, feeling dazed. Shinszo's on your side? If that's who it is. Shigaraki said he doesn't know about this, but that he'd be happy to join our side. He hates Hero Society too. Mustard babbled. Please, don't kill me. Todoroki looked at Bakugo. I think we're done here. He let Bakugo go, turning away. Oh God, please, no, don't mmmphhhh. Bakugo grabbed a fistful of Mustard's shirt, ripped it off, and stuffed it in his mouth. Are those vines tight? He asked. More vines sprang out of the ground, totally covering Mustard and encasing him in a thick layer of plant life. I left him enough space to breathe. A little, Shiozaki said, coming to stand beside Bakugo. She glanced at him. That was clever of you. I almost believed you were going to kill him. Don't be an idiot. I'm not going to just murder someone, Bakugo snapped. I'd have killed him in a fight, sure. But not when he's helpless like that. Now come on. We have to go find Shinszo. Do you think he really betrayed us? Yaoyorozu asked worriedly, helping Tetsu back to his feet. The metal boy seemed rattled, but fine aside from a large welt on his forehead where the bullet had struck. Bakugo grimaced. I don't know. But if he did, I'm going to kick his butt. Now come on. If he's dead, we can't do that. They hurried forward again, towards where Bakugo reckoned the camp was. Fires were raging out of control everywhere, but Todoroki was able to use his ice to block the way of any flames that got too close. They ran for a short time until they came to a trail. This is where the test of courage was supposed to be, Shiozaki said. The camp isn't far away. Look, there. Is that Midoriya and Hatsume? Yaoyorozu said, pointing. Sure enough, Bakugo spotted the two lovebirds collapsed on the ground, holding hands in a sickening gesture. Come on, we've got to help them, Tetsu said. He ran forward, only for a tree to smash into him, driving him to the ground. I thought if I left some bait out we'd attract a few flies. Muscular laughed, striding out from the undergrowth. Yes, you're very clever, another villain, this one dressed in a top hat and yellow greatcoat with a mask on. I applaud you for your restraint. Now get rid of these pests. I'm taking these too, as I said. The man in the overcoat bent down to touch Midoriya and Hatsume, and they vanished. A moment later, two glass spheres appeared in the man's hand. I'll just pocket them. They too have been rejected by society. They'll make excellent recruits. The spheres dropped into one of the overcoat's pockets, and Bakugo snarled. Compress, he growled. Oh, so you have heard of me? The man asked. He bowed deeply. I suppose my reputation precedes me. Now, I bid you adieu, as my more brutish companion insists that his bloodlust be sated for the evening. You're that kid from before, Muscular chuckled, stalking forward. I admit, you got me. I don't know what the hell you did, but I was out cold for a few minutes. You should have finished me off then. CRP, Bakugo hissed, stepping back. The hell do we do now? Simple, Todoroki said, raising his left arm as it became enveloped in flame. We both hit him as hard as we can. Come on, little boys. Muscular laughed, raising his arms in a beckoning gesture. Are your wills strong enough to face mine? I am dash. As Muscular stepped over the tree, it suddenly shattered as Tetsu leaped up, grabbing onto Muscular's legs. Get him now. Bakugo didn't need any further encouragement. As Todoroki fired off a blast of flames, he leapt forward, getting almost point blank with Muscular. The big man had stumbled, and was swearing as fire engulfed him. Todoroki turned off the fire, and Muscular looked up as Bakugo pointed both palms at the villain's scared face, only centimeters away. Die! Bagwo let loose with everything he had, and Muscular disappeared in a ball of smoke and fire. Not trusting that had been enough, Bakugo blasted away again and again, trying to aim away from where Tetsu had been. He sensed sudden motion, and leapt up, using the force of his blasts to propel him backwards. He was just in time. Muscular surged forward, bleeding profusely from his old wound, half of his face a mass of burns and weeping flesh. The villain screamed incoherently, thrashing about wildly. Bakugo saw Muscular's good eye was no longer in his head, dangling out of his skull on a bit of muscle fiber. Muscular flailed about, blinded and enraged. He took out trees with a single blow, sending splinters flying through the air. You shall be bound in Sheol, Shiozaki declared, and Vine arose, wrapping Muscular completely. That still wasn't enough to stop Muscular, and the madman roared, ripping at the vines to free himself. Yaoyorozu activated her quirk, and several glass vials fell into her hand. She threw them with precise aim at Muscular, and they shattered, enveloping his head on a misty fog. For a few seconds Muscular continued to struggle to free himself, but then he began to slow. More jars impacted his head, and slowly, Muscular sank to his knees as his efforts to free himself weakened. Yaoyorozu produced a thick blanket, dumping the contents of the jars onto them. A nasty chemical smell filled the air, and she ran forward, tossing the blanket over Muscular's head. He twitched a few times, then finally lay still. Chloroform, Yaoyorozu breathed, clutching her side. That should keep him out for a while. Shiozaki hurried forward, pulling Tetsu out from under the remains of the tree. His metal skin was scoured by blast marks, and he groaned slightly. He is injured, Shiozaki said. We must remove him from the field. Let's get him to cover and hunker down, Yaoyorozu said, coming over to aid Shiozaki. I'm spent. I don't think I could use my quirk again for anything more than a pebble. I'm not stopping, not yet, Bakugo snarled, running off down the path where Compress had vanished. That a-hole has Midoriya and Hatsume now. Todoroki followed Bakugo, shaking his head as he used his ice to make a path he could skate down. I thought you hated those too. The hell does that have to do with anything? Bakugo snarled, using his explosions to lift himself into the air. You gonna leave them to that clown? Todoroki gave Bakugo a tight smile, but simply kept on moving. It wasn't long until they caught up to Compress, who was leaping from tree to tree like some sort of Dmed ninja. Bakugo snarled and forced himself to unleash ever more powerful explosions, despite the fact that his hands were numb and his wrists felt as though they were going to snap off at any time. Compress glanced back, starting to see the two boys in pursuit. He pressed on though, continuing his mad dash forward. I've got you now, a-hole. Bakugo screamed, unleashing a final, massive blast. He shot forward, slamming into Compress. He grabbed the man's jacket, ripping it right off his shoulders. Compress went tumbling to the ground, though he managed to roll and land lightly on his feet. If you run, you just die tired, Bakugo breathed. He quickly found the small spheres, but to his surprise, he found 3 instead of 2. Damn it, did you have Shinszo too? He cracked them open, but instead of finding his schoolmates, he just found leaves and rocks. What the hell? Word to the wise, Compress wheezed. His mask had fallen off, revealing dark eyes and a wicked grin. He spat something into his hand. If your opponents ever make sure you see something, it's just a misdirection. I'll kill you and take them anyway. Bakugo snarled as Todoroki came up beside him, his fist ignited. Oh, I don't think so. You see, I wasn't the first back to our meeting place, Compress chuckled. What? Bakugo felt the hair on the back of his neck suddenly rise, and he hit the dirt. Something whirred through the air above his head, impacting with a thunk in a tree trunk behind him. Ah, why'd you duck? I just wanted to see your blood. You'd look so cute with it spilling out of your body. A girl with yellow eyes and a snaggle-toothed grin stepped from the shadows, another knife in her hand. Toga, Bakugo thought. Bakugo felt a wave of heat, then cold, and looked to see Todoroki struggling to raise a protective wall of ice against a stream of dark flames. Compress, where's Muscular? The scared man wielding the flames demanded. Compress shrugged. The brats must have disposed of him. Where are the others? Already gone. We were just about to go ourselves. Did you succeed? 3 prizes, Compress said, holding up the spheres in his hand. That hero, the quirkless boy, and that inventor girl. I think they can all be persuaded to see reason. Good enough. Toga got what she needed before Eraserhead and Vlad chased us off, Dabi said, then pulled out a phone and spoke into it. Ready for pickup. A dark swirling vortex appeared behind Dabi, and he stepped into it. Toga skipped after him. Bakugo jumped forward, arm desperately reaching out. Farewell, young man. May you dash. A stream of water shot out of the bushes, washing over Compress. He gagged, and one of the spheres slipped out of his hand. Then he fell into the vortex and vanished, taking the other two with him. No! Bakugo raged. He pounced on where the villains had vanished, tears appearing in his eyes. No! I can't lose. Not again. Not when it really matters. Bakugo! Uraraka called. She ran over to him, Kota hard on her heels. Oh my gosh, are you okay? Bakugo sank to his knees, staring at where the vortex had been. He willed for it to return. He could jump through it, he could fight them all, he could save Shinszo. He could prove at last he was stronger than Midoriya. I thought I told you to get the kid to safety, you idiot, Bakugo rasped, collapsing onto his hands and knees. You could have gotten him hurt? We couldn't run, Kota said, kneeling down by Bakugo. You saved me. And my parents wouldn't have run. They were strong, like you said. And I'm strong too. So is Uraraka. I wasn't just going to run away, you rude JRK, Uraraka said, kneeling down to retrieve the sphere. What's this thing, anyway? How do I owe? The sphere suddenly cracked in Uraraka's hands, and Midoriya tumbled out onto the grass. What happened? He gasped, sitting up. Where's Mei? Gone, Bakugo said, his hands ripping at the sod as his entire body trembled. They're both gone. Gone? Where? What happened? Midoriya said, his voice rising in pitch. Where's Mei? The villains, they took her, and someone else, Todoroki said, coming up to kneel beside Midoriya. Are you okay? Villains. They got Mei? No. No, this can't be real. Midoriya babbled. He stood up, spinning about. Where's Mei? Mei. Mei. Where are you? They took her, you idiot, Bakugo said, his eyes squeezed shut as tears began to flow unwillingly down his face. I was weak again. I'm such a worthless failure. They took them and it's all my fault. Oh God, Uraraka whispered, her hands going to her face. Oh my God. Around them, the forest continued to burn. In the distance, Bakugo heard sirens. They screamed to the world that once more, Katsuki Bakugo was a pathetic weakling. This document baited by Polyamida and Kailakatarn 77. Heroism means doing the right thing regardless of the consequences. Brandon Mull. Stumbling into the rubble of the camp, Izuku looked around, feeling sick and dazed. His eyes burned and his lungs still ached from the combination of smoke and gas. His head pounded and his body was sore from being compressed, but that wasn't what made him feel truly sick. Mei was gone. They had retrieved Tetsutestu and the two other girls from their hiding place, but Izuku barely noticed when Mandalay ran over and began giving first aid. She dismissed him quickly enough, noting that he could wait at least a little while. The list of wounded was long, with Akai being the most grievously injured. She'd been teleporting her classmates out of harm's way with the aid of Ragdoll when Moonfish had fallen on them. Akai had been stabbed in the abdomen, but Ragdoll was missing and couldn't be found. Most of Class B had serious smoke or gas-related injuries and a few had suffered burns. Shinszo, as it turned out, was fine. He had run back to camp, just in the nick of time to save Akai from Moonfish. He came out of nowhere, Shoji explained. I thought we were dead. Akai was down, and I could only dodge while carrying Kendo and Yanagi. They'd been knocked out by the gas. Then his voice echoed out of the woods like a spirit's, demanding if he wanted more flesh. Moonfish answered, and then it was over. His teeth retracted, and he just lay there. Shinszo came out of the forest, and we managed to get away. Where is he now? Bakugo demanded. Shoji wearily pointed into the camp, and Bakugo and Izuku ran on. The hell were you thinking, running off like that? Bakugo demanded of Shinszo when they came upon him sitting on the smashed ruins of the bunkhouse. He was holding his phone, staring at it with a dazed expression. It's all my fault, Shinszo said, still looking at his phone. Everything. It's all my fault. It's not your fault that Mei was taken, Izuku said, biting back a choked sob. Shinszo looked up, tears running down his cheeks, his face a mask of anguish. But it is. Don't you get it? They were here because of me. I was bragging about coming to this camp on the message boards. I told them where I was. Yeah, we know, Bakugo said wearily, sitting down by Shinszo. You screwed up. Shinszo knelt before Izuku, grabbing onto his shirt. It was my fault. Mine. I am a villain, like they always said I was. I'm Dash. No you're not. Izuku cried, grabbing onto Shinszo's hands. You're a hero. Uraraka told us how you saved Bakugo from Muscular. And Shoji told us that you saved him, Akai, and Kendo and Yanagi. You could have left them to die, or handed them over to the real villains. You don't understand. Shinszo wept, burying his face in his hands as he let go of Izuku. I told the villains about this. I bet they have all sorts of information from me that they've gathered. I thought I was using them for information, but they were using me the entire time. You were getting information from the villains? Bakugo demanded. Shinszo nodded dumbly. They told me they'd recruited some elites, Muscular and Moonfish. I thought it was just rumors on the internet. But now I think I was in contact with the League of Villains. Izuku sank down next to Shinszo, his mind reeling. How could Shinszo do this? Don't be weak, Bakugo spat, a bit of blood and phlegm shooting into the dust at his feet. You screwed up, yeah. But now you get a chance to make it right. Make it count. Don't be an idiot like I was. I couldn't save Mei, even though I was right there. I thought I had failed to save you too. That's not your fault, Izuku said, resting his head in his hands. We've got to find a way to save Mei. And Ragdoll. Before they could talk further, EMS and the police finally arrived. The students were loaded up into ambulances, save for Akai who was medevaced on a helicopter as her wounds were life-threatening. Izuku had his lungs, bruises, and scrapes treated as they rode to the hospital, where they were met by Recovery Girl and other doctors. Izuku was passed over after an X-ray showed his lungs were fine, and a few treatments of albuterol had cleared his breathing. They still wanted to keep him overnight for observation, however. Then came the interview with the police. Izuku couldn't give them much. He only remembered passing out in the forest, then waking up with a feeling of tightness, like he was in a nightmare. Then falling onto the ground by Bakugo. He almost told the police about Shinszo, but decided that he'd let the other boy tell his own story. At last, Izuku was allowed to sleep. He managed a few hours of fitful rest, but then couldn't remain in bed any longer. It was already well after sunrise, so the nurses allowed Izuku to go out to the garden to get some fresh air. He found Bakugo nervously pacing the grounds, his hands twitching nervously at his side as he was still forced to wear a hospital gown. Hey, Izuku said, going over to Bakugo. Thanks. For what? Bakugo snarled, glaring at Izuku. For saving me. And for trying to save Mei. You've changed. No, I haven't. The rest of you idiots have just stopped being so stupid, Bakugo snapped. Izuku shrugged. Well, thanks anyway. I don't know what I'm going to do now. But I have to save Mei. How the hell are you going to do that? Bakugo demanded. We'd have to know where the League of Villains is, but no one knows anything about them. Shinszo said he talked to at least some of them online, Izuku sighed. Then he blinked. He looked up at Bakugo. Then together they ran back inside. Shinszo was in his room, sitting and staring dully at the wall. He looked up when Izuku and Bakugo stumbled in, then lowered his gaze. Shinszo, do you still have the contact information for the League of Villains? Izuku demanded. It's not like I ever was a part of them, or wanted to be. Shinszo snapped, looking up with a glare. Then his gaze fell. But I guess I was. I played right into their hands. No, you idiot, listen. You have to have something from them. Screen names, or whatever. You think you can trace it back to them? Bakugo demanded. I mean, yeah, I think I can figure out who the League members are, Shinszo said with a shrug. But I gave my phone and all that to the police to help with the investigation. Take mine, you idiot. Bakugo snapped, tossing his phone to Shinszo. After navigating through the web browser for a bit, Shinszo logged into a private forum. Sure enough, his username was assuming Direct Control N7. These are users I think are League of Villain members, Shinszo said, turning the screen so Izuku and Bakugo could see. Legacy Stain, Thirsty for You, and Hand of Death. There's just names, no pictures, Bakugo grumbled. Why do you think they're part of the League of Villains? Well, Hand of Death was always talking about how much he hated Hero Society and All Might especially on a lot of boards, Shinszo explained. He goes by some other names too, but that's the one I know him best by. He started privately messaging me when I went on some rants about a year ago about how biased Hero Society is against certain quirks. And, we started talking a lot. He introduced me to Legacy Stain and Thirsty for You. Legacy Stain. I thought he was cool. He went on about how Hero Society needed to be reformed and how Stain was doing some good. And I kind of agreed with him. What about this Thirsty for You person? Izuku asked. Shinszo shrugged. She's kinda weird. Posts these really creepy images and talks about knives and cutting people a lot, and how people won't let her just be herself. But, we got along. This is our own private board here. Only certain people get invited. I was one of them. They said if we ever wanted to do something to really change the world, we should contact them. Do it, Bakugo ordered. Send them a message and see if they'll tell you where their hideout is. Okay. Shinszo tapped out a few quick messages, going over to some other forums to send messages that way too. I've done what I can. Can we track their address? Izuku asked. Find out where they're sending the messages from somehow? Maybe, but I don't have a clue how to do it, Shinszo said. Bakugo frowned. I think I know who we can ask. Come on. Shinszo put on some breathes under his hospital gown, and they went down the hall to where Ida was staying. He had only minor injuries as well, but like the rest of them was staying overnight. Hey, Ida, you know anything about tracking phones and CRP? Bakugo asked. Ida looked up from the book he'd been reading. I might. Why? We might have a way to track down Mei, Izuku said, pushing himself into the room past Bakugo. Ida's eyes widened. Really? Give me the information. I'll send it to my brother. He still has contacts that could find it for us. It's on here, Shinszo said. This is all my account information, and the ones I think are connected to the League of Villains. Did you give this to the police? Ida asked, paging through the information. Yeah. Everything, Shinszo agreed. We just thought we want to try to help. I feel kinda responsible. Your involvement with the League is regrettable, Ida agreed, which made Shinszo cringe. But it seems like you made a mistake, and now you're trying to rectify it. I respect that. Hold on, I'm sending my brother the information. It's early, but if I tell him it's urgent he'll get right on it. So, now what do we do? Shinszo asked, looking around nervously. Izuku's hand tightened into a fist. Now we find a way to rescue Mei. What? Ida gasped. That's insane. I thought you were giving this to the police. We are, Shinszo said, slowly nodding. But I can't just sit aside and wait. This is my fault. My responsibility. We have to act now. Are you out of your mind? This is the League of Villains. We barely escaped with our lives twice now, Ida said. Worse, if we're caught acting without a hero license, we'll be expelled, or even arrested. Ida, what's going on? Bakugo? Midoriya? Shinszo? What's happening? Izuku winced as Uraraka came into the room. They're trying to gather information to confront the League of Villains and rescue Hatsume. Ida said, gesturing at the other three boys in the small room. Uraraka frowned, then looked at Izuku. You think you can do it? If I can get the power suit back, yes. If I'd had it last night, things would have been different, Izuku vowed. Those BSTRDS barely got away from us last night, Bakugo growled. It's time to even the score. Uraraka, you can't be seriously considering going along with this? Ida demanded. Biting her lip, Uraraka nodded. Yesterday, I was so close. Kota and I almost managed to get Mei free. We can't just leave her. If we go in to fight the villains, we could be killed or expelled. Leave this to the police, Ida argued. You don't have to come, Bakugo snapped. But what the hell kind of heroes would we be if we just left Mei to rot? Heroes are supposed to sacrifice CRP. So what if they expel us? If Mei dies, would you really want to show up to UA the next day and call yourself a hero? Ida looked down, squeezing his hands. You know I was nearly killed by Stain. I felt so alone, so helpless, so useless. I swore I'd never allow myself to be put in a situation like that again. But last night I felt just as useless as I did then. Ida looked up, a determined expression on his face. All right. But this isn't just up to us. What do you mean? Izuku asked, confused. We can't ask the police or our parents, they'd never let us help. No, I mean, this is up to the entire class, Ida said. We've all been attacked by the League of Villains twice now. Uraraka, get everyone together. As class rep, I'm calling a meeting. We have a plan to make. A short time later, Class 1A and Izuku and Shinszo assembled in the hospital garden, save for Akai who was still in critical condition. Everyone had at least a few minor injuries from the night before, but no one else was too badly hurt. Ida, Shinszo, and Bakugo explained the situation. Izuku didn't feel like he knew them all well enough to say anything himself, looking nervously around at everyone's faces. So, you're asking us to come on an insanely dangerous rescue mission, to a location we don't yet know, and even if we pull this off, we're certain to get in trouble? Kirishima asked. Izuku nodded nervously along with Shinszo and Bakugo. I'll do it, Uraraka said, stepping forward towards Izuku. I couldn't save Mei last time, but I won't fail again. Hell yeah. I'm in, Kirishima agreed, coming over to stand beside them. You can count on me. I didn't do CRP last night, I just hung back with the teachers. This time will be different. I won't let you down. Yeah, me too, Kaminari agreed. Hatsume and Midoriya have saved my bacon with their gear. I'm not leaving her with the villains. Us too, Ashido declared, and Jiro nodded. Mei's our friend. To hell with the consequences. If they want to kick us out for trying to save our own friend, then I don't even want to be a hero, Jiro vowed. It's going to be dangerous, Uraraka said, looking around. We could be killed. So could she, Todoroki said, coming over as well. I'm not backing down. I could have saved her last night, if I had been just a little faster. I won't fail again. Guys, are you sure? Tsu asked, looking around nervously. This is really crazy, Ribbit. We should just trust the police. Ordinarily, I would agree, Ida said. But time is of the essence. If the police beat us to it, all well and good. But our only goal is rescuing Hatsume. We get her, and we get out. Agreed. I'm fine with that plan, Tokoyami said with a nod. This is twice now we have clashed with the League. This shall be our finest hour. I'm really nervous, Hagakure said, her voice trembling slightly. But I think you'll need me. Someone will need to infiltrate their base and find where Mei is. You'll need muscle for this, Sato said, stepping forward. I'm in. Ribbit. I guess I can't sit this one out. I couldn't live with myself if something happened to Hatsume, Tsu said, coming over to stand with the others. What the? Hell, I was failing anyway, Shiro laughed, joining them. Better to go out with a bang than a whimper, Bakugo? Bakugo gave him a feral grin, and Shiro raised his hand. After a moment of hesitation, Bakugo gave him a high five that left behind a small puff of smoke. DMN straight. Kota didn't speak, but he stepped forward to stand with the others, standing up straight and puffing out his chest. You shall need zoom sparkle on this mission, non? Aoyama said, grinning and stepping forward. AI shall be ze dazzle that lights your Y. Despite his bold words, Izuku noticed Aoyama's legs were trembling, but nonetheless, the French boy didn't back down. I'll be your eyes and ears, Shoji stated. Count on it. Well, I'm just a guy with a tail, but hell, if Midoriya is coming, how can I say no? Wajiro chuckled. Yes. I'm in. Whatever you need, I'll make it, Yaoyorozu agreed. That left only Mineta, who was looking at his classmates flabbergasted. Are you all nuts? The tiny boy demanded. Akai almost got killed last night. I almost got killed last night. You all almost got killed last night. How can you even think about this? We're just kids. We should leave this to the cops. No, we're not just kids, Ida stated firmly. We're young, yes. But we've all got the training, the talent, and the quirks. No offense, Midoriya. We're heroes, one and all. We faced the League twice. I'm done feeling vulnerable and looking over my shoulder, wondering when they'll strike next. Now, we take the fight to them. No way, Mineta said, shaking his head. This isn't worth it. I don't want to risk my life in some insane stunt to rescue Midoriya's girlfriend. Then why even call yourself a man, let alone a hero? Kirishima demanded. Heroes risk their lives every day to save people they don't even know. If you can't try to help a fellow classmate, what the hell are you even doing here? Mineta continued to shake his head, trembling. I just dash. He just wanted to get laid, Jiro said, sounding disgusted. Of course he won't even risk his own skin. He's so gross, Ashido muttered. Even if he was heroic, who'd want to be with a pervert? Tears welled up in Mineta's eyes. Fine. I'll be the real hero. I'll tell the teachers and police what you're planning on and dash. Bakugo leapt forward, using a blast to flip himself over Mineta, landing and blocking the other boy's way. Do it, and I'll frag you. You wouldn't dash, Mineta gasped, but Bakugo grinned, lowering his head to the other boy's level, and Mineta fell silent. I wouldn't what? I know what you all say about me. I'm an insane bully, right? Hell, I'm just going along with this because I missed a few villains the first time. I fought Muscular, and I'm still here. What did you do, Mineta? Hide under your bed with your porno mags? Don't think I didn't see them in your trunk. I told you to burn that sheet. Mineta let out a sound like air escaping from a tire, and Bakugo shook his head. You tell anyone, you're dead meat. Besides, they'll expel me anyways. What's another body on the list? And don't bother showing your face in class again. Understand? Mineta soundlessly nodded, then fled out of the garden. You are one scary son of a beach, Todoroki commented. I think I'm starting to get flashbacks to my father. Yeah, well, if everyone already believes I'm a demon, why not play the part? Bakugo muttered. Uraraka giggled. I think he's just acting tough. You should have seen him with Kota. It was sweet. Bakugo narrowed his eyes at Uraraka, but instead of ranting at her simply snorted and looked at Shinszo. So? Do we know where this is? I just got a DM from Hand of Death. He says that if I'm really interested in joining, I need to go to this address in Kamino Ward, Shinszo said, holding up Bakugo's phone. The map looks like it's an abandoned warehouse. That would line up with what my brother sent me, Ida informed. There's 2 addresses in Kamino Ward. The others are various VPNs. Looks like Thirsty for You doesn't know how to keep her browsing secure. Right, Izuku said, nodding. The power suit is being held at UA, along with a lot of the upgraded gear for all of you Mei and I made. Mr. Maijima gave me a passkey to get in. He thinks working on it will get my mind off things. Bakugo grinned, his eyes gleaming. It's settled then. We'll all go to Kamino Ward, bust Mei out, and crush the League of Villains once and for all. What? Why are you all staring at me like that? Behind Bakugo, there was a soft gasp, then a sudden crash. Izuku winced as Bakugo spun to see a shocked Hari looking at him, the vase of flowers she'd brought now shattered on the floor. What are you kids going to do? Hari demanded, her strange eyes gone very wide. Baited and edited by Kylakatarn77 and Polyamida. The Folly of Youth. Do your duty as you see it, and DMN the consequences. George Patton. For a long moment, no one spoke. Then, swallowing, Izuku stepped forward. Hari, we're going to go and rescue Mei. We've discovered where she's being kept. So we're going to break into the League's hideout, and get her out. No matter what. There will be a minimum of violence or fighting, Ida hastily added. Bakugo snorted. Says you. Hari, please, we can do this, Izuku pleaded. Don't try to dash. Izuku, I know you miss Mei, but it's going to be alright, Hari said very loudly, making a cutting motion with her hand towards Izuku. Hey Togata, I think I found the kids. You did? Togata walked out from the garden wall, grinning brightly. Midoriya. Shinszo. Glad to see you're alright? What the hell are you doing here? Bakugo demanded, whirling to face Togata. If you think dash. He thinks that you are all deep in mourning, and has come to reassure you, Hari said, stepping forward and elbowing Bakugo in the gut. So quit being a rude little sheet and shut up before you ruin everything. Bakugo growled, but glanced at Hari, then at Togata, and slowly stood, not saying a word. Togata seemed to find the byplay hilarious, and laughed loudly. Well, I'm glad to see you all in such good spirits. We already saw Akai. She's going to be just fine, the doctors say she's stable now. That's very good to hear, Ida said carefully. We weren't expecting you, Togata. Why are you here? To let Midoriya know that Hatsume is going to be alright. Togata declared, slapping Izuku on the shoulder. That information that Shinszo gave the police was very useful. They'll soon know right where the League of Villains is hiding, and then we'll move in. You're going to help? Aren't you just an intern now? Todoroki demanded. Togata hesitated, then grinned. Well, I suppose I won't be seeing much action. But, Gran Torino and All Might are in on the operation and are bringing me along. As an observer, naturally. How'd you meet Hari? Izuku asked, still slightly confused. He saw me bringing flowers for you, Midoriya. I thought well, from what your mother said I thought you were on death's door or something. My parents well, they're not doing too well right now, as you can imagine. So I came to see you. Get your spirits up, Hari explained. A lump formed in Izuku's throat. Thanks. I'm sorry I couldn't save Mei. Don't be, Hari said, stepping over to grip Izuku's hand. It'll be alright. Don't sweat it, Midoriya, Togata said. We'll handle things. I know how you must worry. But Hatsume means a lot to me, and to, well, a lot of people. We'll get her back. I promise. So the police are moving on the address I sent them already? Shinszo asked, sounding relieved. You're moving in tonight? Well, I can't discuss timelines. Well, you'll have to wait and see. But we'll move in when we're ready. The League of Villains will never see us coming. Togata declared, giving Shinszo a wide smile. So don't fret, Shinszo. Right. Okay. Thanks, Shinszo mumbled, sweat beading on his forehead. Togata grinned. Well, that's all I have to say. That, and great work. You'll all be great heroes someday. I'm looking forward to working with you all after graduation. Just rest easy, and get better. With that, Togata left, striding away and whistling cheerfully. Jiro moved to the door, her earphone jack touching the wood of the frame. She listened for a moment, then nodded. He's gone. They're not moving now? Kirishima demanded. What the hell? They know where Mei is, they have to save her before those maniacs do something horrible. Geez man, calm down, Midoriya's right there, Kaminari urged. No, he's right, Izuku said. That settles it. We'll get the power suit and rescue her. He glanced at Hari. You're not going to try to stop us, are you? Stop you? Hari cried. That's my baby sister you're talking about. I'm going to help you. You kids have a ride? Slowly, they all shook their heads. Hari bowed. Well then. Hatsume Motors is at your service. Now how do we get your gear back, Izuku? They quickly formed a plan. Hari would drive Izuku and Shinszo to her family's shop, where they'd pick up the truck they used for deliveries and pickups. They'd hurry over to UA to get the power suit and the rest of the gear they needed, then meet the others and drive to Kamino Ward to rescue Mei. "Can you get our hero costumes?" Kirishima asked. "If we're going to get expelled anyway, might as well get one last use of them." "Man, I really don't want to get kicked out," Kaminari whined. "Better to do what is right than to follow evil laws," Shoji stated. The others nodded in agreement. Getting the suit turned out to be easy enough. The code Mr. Maijima had given him let Izuku into the workshop without a problem. Mei and Izuku had mostly finished the repairs, and closing the panels and slotting in the modules took less than an hour. Izuku felt every minute tick by, but Hari was a competent mechanic herself and was more than helpful in getting the suit prepped. Then they loaded the power suit, the support gear, and Class 1A's hero costumes into the van. "We won't be needing this one," Shinszo said, tossing Mineta's hero costume disdainfully back into the storage unit. "I hope the little pervert enjoys being the only one left in Class 1A. "I guess we never will get into the hero course," Izuku said with a sigh, looking back as the truck drove away. Shinszo shrugged. "Does that really matter?" Izuku looked at the power suit, his expression going grim as he thought of all the long hours he'd spent with Mei building and refining it. "No. Not at all." The truck became crowded once they picked up 18 more people along with the gear, but by squeezing in they all managed to fit. "What's the plan?" Kirishima demanded when they were all inside. "Hit them hard, get Hatsume, get out," Bakugo snarled. "That's kinda vague," Uraraka said worriedly. "We need something better than that." "Well, what did you do during the USJ attack?" Izuku asked. "How did you fight the villains?" "Honestly, we mostly didn't, we were scattered all over the place," Jiro explained. "Speak for yourself," Bakugo snapped. "Kirishima and I fought. And nearly got 13 killed in the process," Ashido said. "Don't be a jackass. We don't usually fight as a team," Todoroki said with a shrug. "We work in pairs sometimes but we don't make a habit of that." Tension knotted in Izuku's stomach, and he looked down. I think we'll need to work together if we want to rescue Mei. If we go in haphazardly, we could get her or us killed." "Well, if you're so smart you think of a plan," Bakugo said, folding his arms over his chest. Izuku looked around, biting his lip, but to his surprise the others looked back at him expectantly. "Yeah, you're smart, Midoriya," Kaminari said, nodding eagerly. "What do you think we should do? You and Hatsume coordinated us in the forest, that worked pretty well." Well, this is a bit different," Izuku said hesitantly. That had been mostly Mei doing the coordinating, not him. "But we should definitely spend the first part getting information on where the hostages are. Someone will have to find that out, so that they can't hurt Mei before we even start." That's me," Hagakure said, her gloves waving excitedly in the air. "That's good, you can infiltrate their base and see where Mei is," Izuku said excitedly. "We'll need people to break into the building. Bakugo, you and I are best suited to that. Kirishima, you should probably be with us as well, you can certainly take a hit." "DMN right I can," Kirishima said eagerly. "We'll need emitter types for ranged backup," Izuku said, thinking out loud. "That would be Ashido, Kaminari, Todoroki, Aoyama, and Jiro, they can hit the enemy from afar and keep them off us." "I mean, I think I'm more of a mutant type, but that sounds good." Ashido agreed. "Extraction is important. Uraraka, Ida, Siro, and Tsu, you're the best suited for that. You can quickly grab us with your quirks and pull back any injured, along with Mei and any other hostages." "We won't let you down," Ida vowed as the others nodded. "Then Sato, Tokoyami, Yaoyorozu, Shinszo, and Kota, you're our backup. If something goes wrong, Kota and Shinszo can sow chaos in their ranks, while Sato and Tokoyami provide muscle. Yaoyorozu, can you make us all radios so we can stay in contact, and maybe provide long-range support with some cannons like you made before, or anything else we need?" "I ate a big meal ahead of time for just such a need," Yaoyorozu said proudly. "That's the plan then," Ida stated. "We'll follow your lead, Midoriya." Before Izuku could contemplate that, their radios crackled to life. "Okay, we're coming up on the warehouse," Shinszo said, his tone hushed. He was riding in the cab with Hari, both of them dressed as DLVRY drivers. They'd quickly spray-painted the side of the truck so that it read Hatsu Motors, and prayed that no one would notice the hasty cover-up. "It's nearly dark," Ida commented, checking the watch his costume had built in at the wrist. "We'll have to move soon. Time is of the essence. Anyone want to back out? This is your last chance," Kirishima declared, looking around the cramped confines of the truck. "No one will hold it against you. What we're doing is illegal, dangerous, and kinda crazy. You want to chicken out, do it," Bakugo growled. "But IDMN will hold it against you. At least you're honest, Jiro said with a sigh. She stretched, then grinned. Well? If any of us were going to chicken out, we'd have done it before we put the costume on, Zero said, looking down at himself. With this on, how can I wear this if I'm going to turn my back on Hatsume? We're in, Tokoyami agreed. Together. Everyone nodded, and the truck came to a stop. We're at the entrance alleyway nearby, Hari called. This is it. Everyone out. They piled out of the back of the truck, hidden from the street by its bulk. They made their way one by one down the narrow passage by rundown or burned-out old buildings. None of them looked occupied. Izuku had to turn the power suit sideways and slowly edged his way forward, in some places having to break his way through boards or rusted old chain-link fences. There it is, Shinszo whispered. Everyone, get ready. Everyone tensed, preparing themselves. The warehouse was across an abandoned lot filled with rubbish and garbage, but it looked empty. Hagakure, you're up, Shinszo called. He handed her a special camera rig Izuku had quickly made, consisting of a pin-sized camera and microphone package. This will let us see what's happening. Got it. Hold these for me. I'll find Mei, don't worry. Hagakure said, taking off her gloves and boots. The only sign she was there was the communication piece, hardly visible in the dim light. Ojiro and Sato lifted her over the crumbling wall they were hiding behind, and the soft patter of her footsteps quickly faded. Everyone tensed, listening to their own earpieces. The feed popped up on Izuku's HUD, and he keyed his radio. You're live, Hagakure. We've got your back. The camera jerked as she nodded silently, then Izuku watched her scramble over the broken ground, avoiding puddles and debris that could make noise or be disturbed by her passage. She searched around the warehouse for a minute, before finding a loose board that she carefully pried off, then slipped inside. Inside was very dark, and Izuku switched the feed to low light mode. He studied the screen for a moment, then sked in his breath. Hagakure, take a look in one of those tanks there. There's some sort of monitoring equipment on it, so be careful. Okay, just a sec. The camera bobbed up and down as Toru hurried forward, then scrambled up to the side of the tank. Oh my god, Izuku gasped as the camera peered into the bubbling depths of the tank. It's a Nomu. The hideous creature was suspended in the fluid, held in place with cables, as various medical equipment monitored it. This one was brown in color, and though its brain was exposed and pulsing, it had thick cords of muscles all over its body, and sharp claws and fangs could be seen. Is it sleeping? Hagakure whispered. Izuku shook his head. I think they're growing it. Those tubes are feeding it nutrients, and it's hooked up to oxygen at the nostrils and mouth. Whatever is happening, it's not awake. Keep it that way. Right, yeah, they're really scary. Let me check the other tanks. There's a catwalk up above. Hagakure found a ladder and quickly climbed up, then moved slowly along the catwalk. Izuku's blood ran cold as he counted the tanks and caught glimpses of the contents. Nomu. Dozens and dozens of Nomu inside the tanks. Each a potential weapon of mass destruction with powerful quirks. But where's Mei and Ragdoll? Izuku muttered, watching the feed. There. Hagakure called suddenly. I see her, I see Ragdoll. Just as Hagakure made to move towards the tank where the pro-hero was being held, Izuku had to look away from his screen as he heard a sudden noise. A low rumbling sound filled the air for a moment, and Kirishima pulled himself up over the wall to look. He swore and dropped back down. It's the police. I can see Best Jeanist, Mount Lady, Tiger, DMN, there's some big shots. They're banging on the door. Hagakure cried. What do I do? Hide, Izuku urged. Just lay low and they won't ever find you. Okay, going silent. Hagakure scrambled back into a corner, crouching on the catwalk behind a crate. Well, what do we do now? Ashido asked, looking worried. Let the police handle it, Ida said with a shake of his head. The League isn't even here. Besides, they're best equipped to deal with it. Let's get out of here. Wait, something's happening, Izuku cautioned. Hagakure, did you see that? A figure dressed in a fine suit with a strange mask had appeared in the warehouse, and moved towards the doors just as the police barged in. Tiger, Best Jeanist, Mount Lady, and Edshot moved to confront the villain, with more pros and police coming behind them. Such a pitiful display. Do you really think so little of me? An ominous voice rumbled. You! Best Jeanist cried, his voice breaking in sheer terror. Retreat. Fall back, that's dash. The villain seemed to suddenly explode, his arms distending as they morphed into horrific amalgamations of flesh, metal, and bone, and rippling black lines of energy shot out of his body. Hagakure let out a soft gasp and ducked for cover as smoke and dust filled the warehouse. When it cleared, the police and heroes were scattered and wounded, blown away from the warehouse, and the League of Villains had arrived. Carrying an unconscious, pink-haired hostage. Mei! Izuku cried, and started to move. Before he could though, a streak of blue and red impacted into the tallest villain, knocking him to the side. "Fear not, for I am here," a voice boomed over the battlefield. "All Might," the students gasped. There was a sonic boom and an incredible crash, and the students had to duck as wind gusted and billowed across the field. Guys, All Might is here!" Hagakure cried, sounding giddy. "He took out that villain in one hit. He's got Mei and Dash." There was a deafening roar, and a shockwave smashed into the wall, buffeting the students behind it. "Oh my god, All Might's in trouble!" Hagakure's voice grasped. "They're all ganging up on him. He's trying to protect Mei, but something's wrong. He's gone all skeletal. It's like that last hit from the big villain drained all the power out of him. You see, All Might? You are but a shell of your former self," a deep, ominous voice gloated. "You cannot even protect one lone child. Now you shall pay for what you did to me all those years ago. Behold, the very public you adore, the one that witnessed your rise to glory, shall not only see your weakness exposed, but your body broken and destroyed for the world to see." Izuku looked up, spotting a news helicopter hovering 100 feet above the warehouse. "Guys, he really doesn't look good," Shoji said quietly, a tentacle arm with an eye and ear extended over the wall. "He's down on one knee, and he's bleeding really badly. He looks like the life has been sucked out of him. I don't think he can take another hit." "What do we do?" Kaminari asked, sounding panicked. "They're beating up All Might." Izuku peered around the wall he was hiding behind. He could see All Might, trying to shield Mei, battling against the entire league of villains with one arm. No longer the large muscular man, All Might looked like a skeletal invalid once more, blood dripping from his mouth and wounds. Mei appeared unconscious, hanging limply in All Might's grip. The largest villain, with a dark black mask and an elegant suit, lashed out at All Might with a dozen blade-like projections. All Might dodged some of them, but others bit into his flesh and one even slashed across Mei's arm, making her suddenly tremble and cry out. Something inside Izuku snapped. "I came here to save Mei," he roared. "And I'll be dead if I just stand here and watch her die." With a scream of rage, Izuku ignited his jetpack and launched himself into the air. He activated his targeting computer, painting All Might and Mei as friendlies and the League as villains with his targeting laser. Missiles, launch. Both of the missile silo modules mounted on Izuku's torso sprang open, unleashing a salvo of 12 projectiles each, a mixture of heat, capture foam, and smoke bombs. They shrieked through the air, catching all of the combatants by surprise. The black-masked villain raised an arm and blocked the shots aimed at him with quirks that distended his flesh into a horrific amalgamation of metal, bone, and grotesque muscle. However, both of those shots had been capture foam, which rapidly expanded to coat him, then solidified to trap him. 2 He missiles impacted on Moonfish, who was flung to the ground, broken and bleeding. Other members of the League were trapped by foam or tossed into the air by near misses from He missiles, and the battlefield was covered by smoke. Izuku switched to heat vision mode, spying All Might and Mei at the center of the fray. He landed next to them, holding out a hand to All Might. "Take my hand," he shouted. "Let's get you Dash." The foam surrounding the masked villain exploded, and something shot out at Izuku. He raised his right arm in a blocking gesture, spinning to the side to try to deflect the blow. What happened instead was that pain shot through Izuku's entire body as his right arm was ripped in half, the force of the blow knocking him off his feet as he spun in the air. For a moment, Izuku's vision whited out, his ears ringing loudly. He looked dully to where his arm had been. There was now a rent in the suit from which blood, oil and hydraulic fuel leaked. The other half of Izuku's right arm lay in the mud, a trail of blood and gore leading to it. Something thumped onto Izuku's left side, and he turned to see Mei clinging to his other arm, her mouth moving as tears streamed down her face. Something seemed wrong with her, but Izuku's mind wasn't working, and he couldn't place it. He shook his head dazedly, and hearing returned with a roar. "Midoriya! No!" All Might cried. He suddenly surged forward, lashing out with his fist just in time to meet another blow from the villain. All Might screamed in pain, as blood burst from his arm. He continued to punch though, giving it his all and finally throwing the villain back. "I see now. You don't even have your quirk anymore, do you, Toshinori?" The black-masked villain laughed, striding forward out the rapidly clearing smoke. "With that punch, the last remnants of One for All have faded from you, like the last embers of a flame that are snuffed out. How long have you shepherded them, I wonder? Where is your heir, now? It matters not. He cannot dash. Die!" Bakugo landed nearly on top of the monologuing villain, unleashing both of his suit's reservoirs of stored sweat in a huge explosion that launched Bakugo back into the sky, but managed to stagger his opponent. The masked man had no time to recover, as a spray of acid followed by a torrent of roaring flame that crackled with electricity engulfed him. This was punctuated by a dazzling laser blast, then a pummeling sound wave that drove the villain to the ground. Ida suddenly appeared at Izuku's side, his engines trailing smoke. Midoriya, we've got to get you all out of here. Take them, Izuku gasped, pointing to All Might and Mei. He stood on shaky legs. I can still fight. Are you insane? Your arm's gone. Ida shouted. Just get them and go. Izuku ordered, activating his laser module on his left arm. He'd lost the grapple with his right gun, but he still had weapons. The medical protocol has kicked in. My wound's been sealed with medical foam. Go. Ida didn't argue further, grabbing both All Might and Mei and hauling them away. Izuku! Mei cried as Ida dragged her away. Izuku, you have to run. Not today. Izuku shrieked. He jumped at the villain, who was staggering to his feet. He punched as hard as he could, all the limiters in his suit turned off, metal fist smashing into the mask and shattering it. At point-blank range, he activated his laser, pumping everything he had into it and cutting deeply into the villain's right arm and shoulder. The wound steamed and oozed blood, but Izuku had to stagger back. Warning lights told him that he'd nearly destroyed his only remaining arm with that blow, and that most of the shock absorbers were gone. Another hit, and his fleshy arm would likely break. What folly is this? The villain hissed, standing up again. To Izuku's horror, he saw that beneath the mask was a scared, eyeless and noseless face, with pale lips and 2 white teeth. You think to best all for one? I shall slaughter all of you, and rip your quirks from your broken bodies. The villain lashed out with his uninjured arm, and Izuku braced himself. The blow never landed however, as Kirashima interposed himself, activating his quirk and taking the hit. He cried out in pain, crashing into Izuku and sending both of them flying back. Him again. Todoroki roared. Don't let up. Ashido, Aoyama, Bakugo, Jiro, Kaminari and Todoroki all let loose with their long-ranged quirks, Todoroki using first a wave of ice, then a stream of fire. They had spread out in a semicircle so that their quirks wouldn't have a chance to interfere with one another. All for one staggered under the barrage, but then those odd metallic lances darted out. Aoyama screamed as one pierced his shoulder, and Bakugo bellowed in pain and rage as another slashed his leg despite his best attempts to dodge. Kaminari managed to fry a few with a blast of electricity, but his capacitors finally overloaded, and he staggered, looking dazed. Todoroki managed to erect an ice wall to block the one aimed at him, while Ashido managed to send out a spray of acid to save herself and Jiro. Fire in the hole! Yaoyorozu called, and she along with Uraraka and Wajiro let loose with a barrage from 3 cannons. All the shots were dead on, impacting all for one and causing the metallic lances to falter. Sato hurled massive hunks of rock and rubble, managing to hit all for one squarely in the chest. Run you guys! Shoji ran forward, grabbing Jiro and Ashido and hauling them onto his back, running away at top speed. Tsu's tongue shot out, wrapping around Aoyama and Kaminari and hauling them away, while Todoroki and Bakugo used their quirks to hastily retreat. Tape from Siro grabbed Yaoyorozu and Uraraka, swinging them in a wide arch towards safety. Grabbing Kirishima, Izuku fired his jet pack, desperately trying to flee. That was when the rest of the League of Villains struck. Moonfish raced forward, his sword-like teeth racing for Yaoyorozu and Uraraka. Tokoyami managed to interpose himself and his dark shadow, but he was beaten back by Dabi's dark flames. Wajiro dodged Spinner's slash from his sword and countered with his tail, but was then cut across his side. Before Spinner could attack again, a horde of cockroaches and ants assaulted him, causing the reptilian villain to scream in panic as the vermin Kota had called attacked. You will all pay for interfering. Shigaraki hissed, racing towards Bakugo, his hands outstretched and grasping. Seize you! Bakugo screamed, firing off an explosion to drive Shigaraki back, but then being forced to dodge several thrown knives from Toga. One pierced Bakugo's bicep and he grunted in pain, falling back and breathing. Bleed for me, just a little. You'll look so much cuter. Toga cackled. Release. Rocks and broken bits of debris rained down on Toga, causing her to cry out in panic as some struck her in the head. Uraraka grabbed Bakugo and dragged him back, despite his protests. Izuku felt his suit JRK, then found himself being yanked towards Manga, who was grinning wickedly. Come on sweetie, a metal suit? You're making this easy on me. Not too easy, Izuku gasped. He picked up a rock and hurled it, striking Magna on the arm and causing them to yelp and lose focus, allowing Izuku to scramble away. Behind them, All for One rose out of the dust and smoke, his suit stained and battered, his body bleeding and scared, but unbowed and unbroken. It is time to end this. Pathetic farce once and for all, he roared. Tamura Shigaraki. Choose those whose quirks you wish to take, for the rest of these foolish children shall die to commemorate your ascension. I only want one, a voice replied. Show me which and dash. All for one froze, and Shinszo looked out from behind the wall, his teeth bared in an ugly grin. Got you, you rat bstrd. No! Shigaraki screamed. Stop him. Shinszo had to duck down again as Dabi's dark flames roared across the field. The rest of Class 1A continued to fall back, battling against the League. Shoji went down, one of his arms burned away by Dabi, but Kota pulled him back as Dabi screamed while mice and rats came at him from every side. Just when Izuku thought they might win, a black vortex opened up, skiing Shinszo into it. He let out a cry and vanished. Of them do you want, Tamura? None, Shigaraki hissed. Kill them all. No one else dies today. A figure flashed up out of the ground, their fist slamming into Shigaraki and sending him flying. Then they fell into the ground again, popping up to kick Magna so hard that Izuku thought he could hear bones snapping. Togata. Izuku gasped. No one else dies. Because I am Lemillion. The man who will save 1,000,000 lives. Togata proclaimed. He turned facing the League of Villains, a wide smile on his face. Thanks for saving All Might, guys. I owe you one. Now get out of here. I got this. No way, Bakugo grunted, pulling himself up on Uraraka and cradling his injured arm. These guys nearly wrecked us, what chance do you stand alone? Better than you'd think. Togata laughed. He turned serious, looking across the field towards All for One. I've heard about you. It's time for me to finish what was started long ago, All for One. Today, I am the man who stands, one for all, against you. Ah, so the heir appears. This is the end game, then, All for One said. He looked to the void-faced villain, who was standing beside him. Tamura? He's out cold, from a single punch, MSTR. I recognize that hero. That's the hero who took down Stain, and defeated our Nomu at the USJ. I see. Kurogiri, get the others to safety. You must all fight another day, All for One said. Tell Tamura, he is my chosen heir. He shall finish what I started. This fight is mine alone, you cannot aid me. Yes, MSTR, Kurogiri agreed. Void portals open near each of the League of Villain members, fall back. We must retreat. With varying levels of reluctance, the remaining League of Villain members fled into a portal with their wounded, save All for One. You made no effort to stop them, All for One observed, striding towards Togata. My first job is saving people. My second is defeating you. Togata roared. He charged forward, his body turning almost to a blur. All for One lashed out with both arms. Instead of going permeable, Togata simply took the blow, blocking with both his arms. He slid back across the field until he dug his feet in, then with a mighty heave, threw All for One back. This is for All Might. Togata roared. He ran forward again, and this time All for One was still recovering, unable to respond. Togata's fist slammed into All for One's chest, launching him up into the air. This one's for Class 1A. Togata shouted, leaping into the air. The ground cracked and shattered as he leapt over 20 meters up to where All for One was starting to fall. He raised both hands above his head, delivering a devastating blow that knocked All for One into the remains of the warehouse, obliterating it and sending a fountain of earth and debris up into the air. That was close. Hagakure gasped over the radio. But I got out with Ragdoll. And this one's for me. Togata screamed as he fell. 1,000,000 punch. Not today. All for One bellowed in response, both his arms extending out of his body with so much force they sent blasts of air that sent several members of Class 1A flying until Zero managed to latch onto them with tape and haul them back to Earth. Holy CRP, Kirishima coughed. Where's Togata? Is he okay? And so it ends, All for One rasped, his arms shrinking back into his body. Yes, Togata said, popping up out of the ground beside him. But not how you think. Let's try this again. 1,000,000. Punch. Togata's fist rammed into All for One's chest with a crack like thunder. The villainous leader slammed into the wall of the crater he was in, forming a new one and causing the earth to tremble so much that Izuku fell over. All for One's head lolled to one side, and he did not rise. Togata climbed to the rim of the crater. He looked down at One for All, then raised both hands to the sky, palms up. Power! He won, Izuku breathed. He actually won. Izuku tried to rise, but found that his head was spinning. Stars filled his eyes as the world spun into blackness, and he passed out. This document baited by Kylikatarn 77 and Polyamida. Making blood. The world needs all types of minds. A Dr. Temple Grandin. It was hard, staying still. Mei wasn't good at staying still. When she'd been bound by ropes and locked in the dark place for a day, it had driven her nearly mad to have to stay still for so long. It had nearly been a mercy when the Handman and his cronies had hauled her back to the light. So, we hear you can make some interesting inventions. Is that true? The hand man had demanded, scratching at his neck. Mei saw that the skin there was cracked and peeling, as if he did that often. My babies are the cutest, Mei said, sitting up slightly. I'm the world's greatest inventor. Good, good, the hand man had hissed. So, what if we gave you something to make your babies with? Would you make something for us? No, Mei had snapped. You're the bad guys. Izuku and Shinszo and Togata and all the others are going to come and beat you up. The hand man had sighed. I knew she was going to be more trouble than she's worth. What will we need to do for her to cooperate? I thought she had some sort of mental illness or something. Autism is not a mental illness. Mei had screamed. It's a neurodivergent form of thinking that dash. Toga, she's irritating me. Shut her up. Oh, I wonder how your blood tastes, the knife girl had laughed. And then the pain started. The pain only ended when she blacked out. She'd awaken later in another nightmare. The masked one was there, with his terrible hands and voice. But he was there. The hero. The one Izuku liked. The one Hari, and her parents, and even the brats liked. All Might? Mei had croaked, feeling weak and listless. Don't worry, Hatsume. All Might had laughed. For I am here. But then he'd been hit by the masked. And by the sword lizard. And the teeth monster. Again, and again, and again. And then he was still All Might, but wrong All Might. I am going to die, Mei had realized. I'm sorry, Izuku. Someone else will have to make babies with you and keep you safe. But then, he had come. Izuku, with their cutest, most wonderful baby, had come. He'd come to keep Mei safe, just as Mei and their babies kept Izuku safe. And then it all went wrong. Izuku broke. Their baby broke. Mei had screamed again, she had cried. There was too much noise, too much pain. But then friends had come. The fast one had gotten Mei, and taken her away. She'd tried to tell him to go back, tried to tell him to get Izuku and to make sure Izuku and their babies were safe, but Mei couldn't think, couldn't speak. And now, she had to be still, or the needle would come out. The human body is 7% blood by volume, Mei said, trying very hard to be still. I weigh 50.2 kilograms. That means, I have 3.5 kilograms of blood. That is 3.35 liters of blood. I can lose about 1.67 liters of blood. I did lose that much blood. I need another 1.67 liters of blood, which is 1.75 kilograms. It was very hard to stay still. Mei stared at the ceiling, and counted the corners of the tiles. She tried to calculate the area of the ceiling, but her eyes wouldn't work right. She closed her eyes. They would never work right again. She's useless to us. We already have her blood. Her vision quirk might be useful to you, MSTR. It's a vision-enhancing quirk. Why don't you take it? How thoughtful of you, Tamura, looking after an old man with such filial piety. A vision quirk could indeed be beneficial to me as my eyes regrow. The mask had put out his hand. And something had gone out of Mei. Here her eyes didn't work right. They wouldn't work right again. But it was okay. Because Izuku was okay. They would make a baby that fixed Mei's eyes, together. Izuku was in the hospital with Mei. Hari said the doctors had been forced to amputate most of Izuku's arm. That was all right. He could give hugs with one arm. And Mei would make him a special baby. Her cutest one yet. An arm for Izuku. As soon as she could move again. Being still was very, very hard. Especially because Mei did not know how big the ceiling tiles were. That was very important. If Mei knew how big the ceiling tiles were, she could calculate the area of the ceiling. If she knew the area of the ceiling, then it would be able to stay up. Since she couldn't do that, she kept her eyes closed and pretended it was not there. Young lady, are you awake, woof? Mei opened her eyes, even if they didn't work right. She saw a doggy in a suit talking to her. That was strange, because doggies were not supposed to talk, but Mei would practice her social skills and not tell the doggy it shouldn't talk. Mei nodded. Yes, doggy. I am Kenji Tsurugami, woof. I'm the chief of police. I'd like to ask you some questions, if that is all right. It is not. My eyes do not work, and I am trying to calculate the area of the ceiling. How big are the ceiling tiles? Woof. I'm sorry? I need to know how big the ceiling tiles are, Mei said, closing her eyes. Then I can answer your questions. I see. Well, I'll be back in a moment, woof. It was quiet again. Mei practiced being still. She needed blood back in her body. The ceiling tiles are each 150 centimeters in diameter. There are dash. The ceiling is 20.87 meters square, Mei said, opening her eyes. Thank you. That was bothering me. I am sorry, I haven't had to count things or know how big they are in a very long time. But I can't move, and I can't build my babies, and I don't feel good. I can answer your questions, now. Very well, woof. Let's start with what happened in the forest. I don't remember. I didn't feel good, and then I fell and Izuku couldn't pick me up. And then I was trapped and couldn't move. And then the handman tied me up and locked me away, and dash. Mei tried to tell the police dog everything. At least talking let her move a little bit. Thank you, that's very helpful, Miss Hatsume. I'll be going now. If there's anything you need, don't dash. How is Izuku? Mei demanded. He is well, he's alive, woof. That's what's important. Mei nodded. Okay. How are my babies? Those are your inventions, yes? My babies, Mei repeated. How are they? I am sorry. That remarkable suit you and young Midoriya constructed was nearly completely destroyed. We're studying what's left of it, woof. When you're better, maybe you can fix it. The rest of the items you and young Midoriya made, well, some are damaged or destroyed, woof. The rest have been taken. Perhaps we can return them to you later. Okay. Mei closed her eyes, trying not to cry. All her babies, gone. But that was okay. She could make more babies. She couldn't make another Izuku. But she could fix him. The police dog left. Mei practiced being still. She was still for so long, she finally fell asleep again. Making blood made you tired. Author's note. Originally I wanted this story to include more chapters from Mei's perspective, but I quickly realized that writing things from her point of view would be very, very hard, and make it difficult for the narrative to come through. This is because as Mei thinks differently than everyone else, she also perceives everything differently too. Things that make sense to her wouldn't to others, and vice versa, so I've unfortunately had to limit the chapters that come from her thoughts. Declination. Now this is not the end. It is not even the beginning of the end. But it is, perhaps, the end of the beginning. Winston Churchill. Izuku's eyes slowly peeled themselves open. He coughed, groaning. For some reason, his hand itched. He tried to scratch it, but nothing happened. He looked down. Right. His arm was gone. But it did itch. The door opened, and a doctor walked in. She smiled at Izuku. You're awake at last. We've had you in a medical coma for the last 36 hours. How do you feel? Where's Mei? Izuku croaked, his lips dry and cracked. Is she safe? Mei Hatsume is resting and recovering, just like you. She will be fine in a few days, as will you, young man. You'll be able to see her soon. But how are you doing? Izuku tried to smile, but it was more of a grimace. My hand itches. And everything hurts. We can do something for the pain. Here. Drink this. It's just water, don't worry. He tried to raise his arm to steady the cup, but his right sleeve only twitched. Instead, the doctor held it up for Izuku, who greedily gulped the water down. It was barely a swallow, but it felt like a lead weight going down his throat. Careful. Not too fast now. This should help with the pain. The doctor took out a needle, placing it into a slot in the fore connected to Izuku's remaining arm. You need to rest. Don't worry. You're going to make it. A warm sensation, like a tingling fire, ran up Izuku's arm. His eyelids fluttered shut, and he rode away into sleep on a warm tide. When he awoke again, someone was sitting by his bed, snoring. He tried to sit up, but it was too hard. Mom? Izuku? His mother gasped, suddenly sitting up. She reached out to hug Izuku, then hesitated, settling for a death grip on his left hand. Oh God. Izuku. You're awake. I'm so sorry, I wasn't here the last time, I had just stepped out and dash. Mom, it's okay, Izuku said, smiling. I'm okay. We did it. Mei's alright. Oh, Izuku. His mother burst into tears, clutching his hand. Doctors came and went, and Izuku's mother stayed at his side for long hours, talking to him, mostly about whatever came into her head, from vacations they'd taken when he was a child to playing in the rain when she was a girl. Izuku let the soothing stream of words wash over him. He drank a little water, and they fed him a clear, nearly tasteless broth. Then he slept again. When he awoke, it wasn't his mother sitting at his bedside. All Might? Hey kid, the skeletal hero said, cracking a grin. His arms were in casts and there were bandages all over his head, and he was sitting in a wheelchair. What had happened to him? Well, Izuku knew that. The same thing that had happened to him. All Might. What happened? Izuku whispered. I know you were hurt before, but it was like you lost your quirk. All Might gave Izuku a crooked smile. Yeah, well, now I'm just like you again. Another quirkless wannabe hero. Well, in your case, that's not much of a wannabe anymore. That made Izuku flinch, and he glanced at where his right arm should have been. There was just an empty sleeve, pinned up to keep it shut? Yeah. Sorry. I would say that an injury like that would keep you from ever becoming a hero, but frankly, that would be a lie. You're already a hero, Izuku Midoriya. And really, I think I've learned not to doubt you. You'll find a way past this. Those words made Izuku's heart leap with joy. He looked up at All Might, a smile tugging at his lips. You think so? Yeah. I do. What can I say? You wouldn't be the first quirkless boy who rose to greatness. You said you were quirkless before. That can't be true, can it? I'll tell you a secret. But you can't tell anyone, not even Mei. Understand? All Might asked. Slowly, Izuku nodded. All Might leaned close, and his voice was barely a whisper. I was born quirkless. Izuku started, his eyes going wide. What? That's impossible. Your quirk is amazing. Everyone has always speculated just what it is, but it's one of the greatest strength-enhancing quirks ever. Nope. That quirk was never mine. I only got to borrow it for a time. And, well, that time has passed. My time as a hero, as the symbol of peace, has passed. Izuku looked down. I guess my time as a hero has probably passed as well, huh? Have they expelled me from UA yet? Expelled you? Well, I'll let Aizawa fill you in on that one. Summer vacation ends in a few more weeks. They might let you out of the hospital by then. Recovery girls paid you a few visits. Part of why you've been sleeping so much. But we broke the law, Izuku said, tears entering his eyes. He sniffed, then shook his head. He wouldn't cry about that. I would do it again, to save Mei, to save you. But I knew what the consequences would be. We all did. No, I don't think you did, young Midoriya. But time will tell, All Might said. But I came to say something. Something you need to hear, maybe now more than ever. Young man. You too can be a hero. That made Izuku smile again. Thanks. That does mean a lot. At one time, that would have meant more than anything in the world to me. But now a certain pink-haired lady holds the keys to your heart and spirit, All Might said. Don't blush, it's all right. She's been in a few times to see you. The doctors have her resting again. She's mostly recovered, but she did lose a lot of blood. And something else. What happened? Izuku said, feeling a sense of dread overwhelm him. She didn't dash. Her quirk is gone, All Might said quietly. One for All took it. Izuku's heart nearly stopped. What? He can do that. Take quirks from people. That's how he got so powerful. Perhaps you'll be able to learn more later, but for now, just be ready. Losing your quirk can be hard. I should know. I've been staring that in the face for over a year now. But you'll both get through this. You're strong. Now, if you'll excuse me, there's someone else who wants to see you. The door slid open, revealing Mei. She smiled at Izuku, and his heart skipped a beat when he saw her eyes. The distinctive crosshairs were gone. Her pupils were normal, brown, round, and utterly quirkless. Hi, Izuku. I would give you a hug, but the doctor says you are still hurt. Mei carefully stepped forward, taking Izuku's hand in hers. She squeezed it tightly. Are you okay? I am now, Izuku said. And for a while, he was. Mei stayed with him as long as she could. Eventually though, the doctors made her leave so Izuku could rest again. 2 days later, he was released from the hospital. However, instead of going home, he and Mei were taken by the police to UA. Izuku felt his heart sink as they pulled up. He knew what was coming. Mei had to come around and help him out of the police car, as he was still weak and learning how to move again with his missing limb. It's okay, we'll make a super cute baby for you, and you'll have 2 arms again, Mei promised. I think this one should have a flamethrower. Or maybe a grappling hook. Possibly both. I don't know, Mei, Izuku said quietly. I don't think they'll let me be a hero now. That made her frown. Why not? You're already a hero. You saved me and All Might. I broke the law to do it, Izuku told her. They'll definitely expel me, and I'll probably never have the chance to earn a hero license. Well then that's a stupid law and they should change it, Mei declared. How else can you show off our super cute babies? You never stop believing in me, do you, Mei? Izuku asked, feeling content despite the fate he was marching towards. Of course not, Mei stated, as if that were the natural state of the universe. Well, then I guess I can live with being your hero, Izuku chuckled. They were led by the police officers to a large conference room. Inside, Izuku found all the members of Class 1A and Shinszo. Midoriya. Good to see you're still kicking. Kirishima called, standing and coming over. How's it going, man? Mei's alive. So am I. Right now, I think that counts for a lot, Izuku said. Kirishima nodded. Yeah. It does. Don't worry. We all agree. It was worth it. No regrets, Ashido agreed. Plus, we got to save All Might. How many people can say that they did that? Whatever, Bakugo grumbled. It's not like they were going to let me be a hero anyway. Maybe if you had a better attitude they would, Uraraka sighed. Now we'll all have to find other jobs. I haven't been able to look my parents in the eyes for 2 weeks when they visited me. At least they finally let us all out of the hospital. It had been 18 days since the fight against All for One in Kamino Ward, but the battle had been intense. Izuku had been mildly shocked to learn that no one had died. Shinszo had very nearly done so, being dropped into a mass of nervous police who had just finished fighting the Nomu. Thankfully, they had asked questions first and shot later. That had been when Togata had been told what was happening. He had been putting down the Nomu, left behind by All Might. Shinszo had told everyone how poorly the battle had been going, and Togata had dashed off at superhuman speed, arriving only moments later. It had felt like an eternity to Izuku, but then again, he had a hard time figuring out just how long that fight had lasted. I'm sure we'll find another school to take us in, Ida said encouragingly. Well, in the general studies course. They have schools for delinquents, right? I don't know, I'll have to ask the state youth penitentiary, Mr. Aizawa said, stepping into the room. Mr. Aizawa, the class gasped, and everyone stood, though many still bore the marks of injuries from the battle. Sit down, you idiots. Midoriya, you look like you can barely stand even with Hatsume's help. Sit down before you fall over, Aizawa ordered. Shakily, Izuku managed to sit in the chair, but he didn't look away from Mr. Aizawa, meeting the teacher's gaze. For a long moment, Aizawa looked around the room, meeting each of his pupils' eyes. I'm sorry, sir, but it had to be done, Ida stated, sitting up straight, eyes forward. I fully understand the consequences of my actions, and accept them. Really? Well, you might be the only person in all of Japan to figure it out then, Aizawa snapped, but Ida didn't back down, staring back until Aizawa looked on to the next student. Well, Midoriya, I suppose you're the one who got everyone into this, Aizawa said at last. Have anything to say for yourself? Why are you picking on them? Mei burst out. They saved me. They saved All Might. You should be thanking them, not being mad at them. You think this is me mad, Hatsume? Aizawa demanded. His eyes narrowed. You have not yet begun to see the depths of my fury, or to grasp the consequences of what you've done. Do you all even begin to understand what you did? We saved Mei, Jiro stated, folding her arms over her chest. And to hell with the rest. Yeah, Kaminari agreed. I might be an idiot, but I knew you'd expel me. Figured I might even end up in jail or something. But damn it, Teach, Mei was captured. And if we hadn't gone after her, she and All Might would have died. Plus Midoriya, Bakugo said, putting his feet up on the table and leaning back in his chair. That moron would have gone after her alone. Aizawa's scarf snapped out, striking Bakugo in the shin. He winced and put his feet down. Yes. And God help me, I don't know what would have been worse, Aizawa said. He let out a heavy sigh. I asked to speak to all of you before the rest of them get at you. And well, let me just say this, none of this is a logical deception. So, understand that what I say next is true, from one pro-hero to another, you all did well. Better than we could ever have imagined. What? The class gasped. Then Aizawa slammed his fists on the conference table. And as your teacher, I have to say I have never seen such reckless, idiotic behavior. You all rushed in like a pack of DMN fools. You nearly all got yourselves killed, most of you were injured, some seriously so. Midoriya lost his arm. You should all be punished most severely. Everyone looked down. Yaoyorozu was the one to break the silence. But we did the right thing. And we accept the price we have to pay. It's going to be steep, Aizawa said. More than any of you can ever imagine. I am too pretty to go to jail, Aoyama ummed. They do terrible things to ones who sparkle such as I. Oh, it's going to be worse than that, Aizawa stated. Much, much worse. You'll hardly have a free moment or day to yourself again. The next few decades of your life are going to be a brutal hell, worse than anything I've put you through. I didn't think any of you got that yet, you still thought being a hero was going to be fun. Well, I hope you've had that knocked out of you. Now it's time to wake up, and smell the roses. Aizawa turned to go, but then he paused, turning his head. Oh, and one last thing. I'm proud of you. You're the finest group of young heroes I've ever had the privilege to teach. I'll do what I can to help you live up to the promise you've shown. On that baffling note, Aizawa opened the door, and the chief of police, flanked by 2 officers, strode in. Class 1A, woof. You've broken more rules than I care to list. The statutes against using quirks to harm another. Wearing costumes and operating as heroes in public without a license. Destruction of property, woof. And a dozen more if I bothered to look hard. We're not apologizing, Izuku said, feeling more than a little frustrated. We had to do it. Lives were on the line. I could never live with myself if I turned my back on my friends, Ribbit, Tsu agreed. I did what I had to. Lock us up, old man, Bakugo said with a grin. See how people like that. Lock you up? I suppose that might be the sane thing to do, woof, the chief of police mused. But that's simply not going to happen. Perhaps a medal ceremony would be more appropriate. What? The class gasped. They don't know, Aizawa said. He pulled out a remote and pointed it at a TV mounted on the wall. It will be easier if we just show them. Go ahead, the chief said with a sigh. The TV clicked on, showing news footage. It was an aerial shot of the early part of the battle, zoomed in on All Might. He was on his knees, cradling Mei in his arms, bleeding and broken from a blow from All for One. Is down. I repeat, All Might is down, a panicked reporter cried. The video cut away to the studio, where one anchor was speechless, and the other was sobbing uncontrollably. They quickly cut back to the battle, where the camera was trembling as the stunned reporters looked on, the only sound the droning of the helicopter. For a terrible moment, All Might knelt on the ground, alone, and defeated, and all hope was lost. Explosions suddenly shook the battlefield, shockwaves rocking the helicopter. What is that? It's some sort of robot. It just jumped out from behind those buildings, it's firing missiles. I don't recognize that, what hero is that? Jesus Christ, another voice cried. That's the kid who won the first-year UA Sports Festival. What is he doing here? That's a UA student? What on earth? Oh my god, there's more. There are dozens of heroes now, entering the battle. Is that Endeavor? No. That's his son. He's another first year at UA High. I think those are all UA students. They're saving All Might. They've saved All Might. And they're battling the villains. They're battling the League of Villains, and they're winning. The battle raged on for a few minutes, the reporters cheering and weeping by turn as they provided color commentary. They seemed ready to wail in despair as Class 1A fell back before the League, until Togata showed up. That's Lemillion. He's the one who captured Stain. He's another UA student. My god, this is just a bunch of high school kids, facing down against the most dangerous villains in Japan. And by god, they're winning. Not even All Might could take on these guys, and yet a bunch of high school kids can, and they're winning. Look, Lemillion, he's forced them to retreat. And my god. Did you see that? This is for All Might. All for One zoomed up into the sky as the camera desperately tried to stay focused on him. This one's for Class 1A. There was another boom and the camera lost focus as the helicopter spun wildly from the force of the winds caused by Togata's crushing blow. And this one's for me. The helicopter rocked harder than before, and it was long seconds before it steadied. When the camera refocused, it was on Lemillion, striking his pose and screaming, "Power!" They did it, the reporter wept. Those kids did it. They defeated All for One and the League of Villains. We're saved. We're all saved. All Might? All Might has fallen, the other reporter gasped. But I think we have new pillars of peace. The TV shut off. Izuku felt as though he were floating, watching himself from some surreal vantage point. Had that really happened? Had he really done that? That had been insane, rushing in like that. But people across the nation, no, across the world, are hailing all of you as the new pillars of peace, woof, the chief of police said. If we locked you up, the entire nation would descend into anarchy. Officially, and every pro-hero who was there will swear to this, you were all there as interns, Aizawa stated. You were acting under authorization from UA, All Might, and the rest of the pro-heroes. It helps that several of you did in turn under many of the heroes present. Are you serious? Zero gasped. That's crazy. Crazier than a bunch of high school kids charging in to save the number one hero, and then go on to defeat not only the greatest threat this nation has ever faced, but also the very organization that struck fear into our hearts for the past months, woof, the chief of police asked. Slowly, Izuku shook his head. But it's not true. Paperwork and those present say otherwise, Aizawa stated. You remember how I said your lives were going to be very, very hard for the next 20 years? Well, you saw what happened to All Might. Guess what? You've all just volunteered to take his place. You mean, Izuku really is the world's greatest hero now? Mei demanded. Aizawa shrugged. One of them. But yes. Mei whooped and jumped up. I knew it, Izuku. You are the world's greatest hero. Izuku could only blush, but when he met Mei's eyes, he smiled. Yeah. I guess we are now. And that means you, too, Mei. Ha! Two quirkless kids, the world's greatest heroes. No. We're just heroes. Our quirks don't matter. It's what we do that counts. The end of Book 1. A logical deception. Nothing strong can be built on a foundation of lies and omissions. Isabel Allende. Meetings like this should have been held with shadowed figures, the air filled with cigarette smoke, in the backroom of a seedy bar, as far as Aizawa was concerned. Instead, he was sitting in a brightly lit, well-decorated and ventilated conference room in one of the most public buildings in Japan, the headquarters of the Ministry of Justice. He'd even had to comb his hair and put it in a ponytail and put on a med suit and tie for this. It was the sort of semi-ironic humor that he enjoyed. Well, that, and dumb puns. He wondered if Fukukata would have found it amusing. Probably. She thought everything was hilarious. We're here today to discuss the events in Kamino last week, as I'm sure you're all well aware, the Minister of Justice said, some government toady that Aizawa had never bothered to learn the name of. And what the implications for the future are. Oh, cut the bullshit, Aizawa sighed. I don't want to be here all day. You want to serve my students up like a bunch of suckling pigs, right? The minister shifted uncomfortably in his seat, shuffling his papers and not meeting Aizawa's eyes. Straight and to the point, aren't you, Eraserhead? One of the small-time flunkies asked. I'd tread carefully. We could just decide to lock all your students up. That one who lead the charge, what's his name? Midoriya? Why, he's even quirkless. What's someone like him doing in a hero program? Should we be discussing an investigation of UA's program? Aizawa's eyes narrowed as he looked at the greasy grin of the underminister. He glanced at the nameplate. Hanabata. That didn't ring any bells. He was just a minor functionary. I'd personally be on board with more than a slap on the wrist for these kids, Aizawa said, lacing his fingers together and trying very hard to not deck the snot-nosed idiot who was grinning at him. They should face serious consequences for what they've done. And you're free to investigate our program. Midoriya is one of the most qualified young men I've ever had the pleasure of teaching, and I think his actions at Kamino more than bear out his inclusion in my course. Legality of those actions notwithstanding. Aizawa, Nizu said quietly, putting a paw on his arm. Calm down. Why should I be calm? Aizawa demanded, glaring at his boss. You're just as ready to offer these kids up to the vultures in the media as the rest of them. There's a reason for that, woof, Tsuragami said, taking his spectacles off his snout. They did the impossible. All for one. A bunch of high schoolers took down All for One. That should have been impossible, woof. The best heroes for 100 years tried to do that to no success. He's defeated literal armies. He's weakened, Aizawa argued. Wounded. He nearly died in his battle with All Might 5 years ago. And yet it is All Might who is dying now, Nizu said, bringing even Aizawa up short. The room quieted, and everyone considered just why they were meeting here. Swallowing, Aizawa forced himself to ask the question on everyone's mind. How long? It could be a year, Sir Night-Eye, All Might's former sidekick, blessed with the power of the Oracle, answered. It could be months. But I have foreseen it, he will die of this wound, and he will never be able to perform his role as a pro-hero again. But he does not have much time. Is there no hope? The Minister of Justice asked, his voice trembling. Night-Eye shook his head. He's stuck in his weakened form permanently now. He won't even be able to make a televised appearance for a week or more, even then he'll be confined to a wheelchair. Besides, what would be the point? The public has seen through the charade we've constructed these past 5 years. What about Endeavor? Aizawa asked. Where is he? He's the new number, make him your media darling. That's an untenable solution, and you know it, the minister sighed. The public will never rally behind a man who is so feared and hated. What of the boy, Mirio Togata? Hanabata asked. He possesses a strong quirk, is charming, and already has hundreds of fans from his victories at the sports festival and over Stain. He'd be preferable to a quirkless boy and a collection of young unknowns. It's not enough. We pin our hopes on Togata and we'll wind up right back where we started, woof, Tsuragami pointed out. All Might buckled under the pressure eventually. He will too. He's not the only young hopeful at UA. He's got 2 strong classmates, Hato and Amajiki, Aizawa argued. They're better prepared than 1A. Hato and Amajiki are strong, but their personalities do not suit them well to being shoved into the spotlight, Nizu sighed. Hato is prone to, shall we say, verbal missteps, while Amajiki is so petrified of cameras he wouldn't even participate in the sports festival. They're not a good option to help Togata right now. Then give me time, Aizawa growled. They're kids still. Midoriya and Shinszo haven't even officially joined the hero program yet. Let me train them this year, give the media a few interviews, and next year we can push them out into the field. They're not ready, damn it. Crime is up 10% in the past week, Tsurami said quietly, his voice a low, worried rumble. A man calling himself Redestro has surfaced, woof, and the Meta Liberation Army appears to be rapidly reforming around him, almost as if they were waiting for All for One and All Might to be out of the picture. Yakuza groups are becoming active in ways they haven't in generations. We don't have a year. People are scared and worried, Aizawa, Nizu said quietly. This is what we train young heroes for. Give me your honest opinion, can they handle it? Aizawa would hate himself for the rest of his life for the answer he was forced to give, through clenched teeth. Yes. They can. They're the most promising group of heroes I've ever worked with. They have the skills, the drive, and the moral compass that true heroes need. I've known they were something special, but... Then it's settled then, the minister said. Mirio Togata, along with Class 1A, will be our replacement for All Might. Only Hanabata looked upset, but he quickly schooled his expression to that of a syncopathic smile. There's a few things we'll have to take care of, Tsuragami pointed out. They did break the law by being there, woof. I'm not out to get them for it, but it is an issue if this is the narrative we're going to push. A simple fix. We shall simply claim they were there as interns, Night Eye said. Several of them had worked with some of the pros there, so it won't even be that much of a lie. That's a bad foot to start off on, Aizawa objected. And it will only reinforce their propensity for rule breaking. Then you'll have to train them out of it, and fast, the minister ordered. Nizu, your job will be media management. You have to make UA look good. Understand? That won't be hard. People were upset about the USJ incident, but if we reveal that Togata was the one to defeat the Nomu and release the footage, they'll be too excited to worry about it, Nizu said, scribbling something down on his paper pad. Aizawa ground his teeth. He hated the media, and this was going to turn into a circus. Still, there was nothing to be done. He had warned his kids, or at least tried to, what the dangers of this job were. They'd all seen it firsthand, at the USJ, and then at the training camp. They'd gone in anyway, like heroes. They were up for this. They had to be. After the meeting, Aizawa said his goodbyes and shuffled out of the room. Absently, he tried to think of what to do for his students, and how he could prepare him for the nightmare that awaited them. He'd have to scare them straight, somehow. He made for the stairs, wincing as he descended. He'd taken some hits himself at the training camp. The doctors had ordered him on bed rest, and he'd rewatched a few of his favorite anime series. He supposed he'd do that again when he got home. He was too worn out to really think straight. A comedy would do him good. Should he watch Lucky Star, or Konosuba? Hey, you. Why the long face? Don't tell me, you're developing a horse quirk. Haha. Aizawa suppressed a smile, keeping his face neutral as he looked up to see Fukakato leaning in through one of the doors above him, a wide grin on her face as she peered down. It wouldn't do for her to realize he actually found her little quips entertaining. What are you doing here? Surely you didn't come all this way just to bother me. No, I came for a date. Why don't we skip the FRPLY, and just get married though? Fukakato laughed, entering into the stairwell. I think I'd rather fight the League of Villains again, Aizawa sighed. Emi's jolly exterior cracked for a moment, concern wiping away her smile. She hurried down the stairs to where Aizawa stood. I was worried about you, when I heard. How are your kids? I heard about Midoriya. Lost an arm. That's hard. He's alive, Aizawa said grimly. And so are Hatsume and All Might. Despite the idiocy of my students. He turned to continue stubbornly down the stairs, but he didn't make it very far until Fukakato caught up to him. She slipped his arm over her shoulders, and despite himself he found that he had to lean on her slightly. I was just here to register my own students for their license exam. The same one we always go to. I was looking forward to our date afterwards. This was finally going to be the year you bought the drinks, you know. But then your students had to go and beat All for One. Geez, guess I lucked out, huh? It's not a date, it's a professional reflection time where we go over teaching strategies and discuss possible joint training exercises, Aizawa said. Inwardly, he winced. He looked forward to seeing Fukakato for those sessions, though he'd never admit it. She needed someone who could bring the same joy into her life she gave to others. Not an old sourpuss like him. PFFF, break a girl's heart, why don't you? Why are you taking the stairs anyway? Shouldn't you just take the elevator? You're clearly injured. And they say I'm the funny one, huh? I need to build my strength back up somehow. They're going to throw my kids to the wolves as All Might's replacements. Someone's going to have to try to protect them, Aizawa said. Fukakato paused, looking up at Aizawa, shock etched in every line of her face. Then she laughed, slapping her knees. You made a joke. As if anyone would be dumb enough to have a bunch of first years try to replace All Might. Ha! Emi. She stopped, fear replacing humor. Shota, you're not joking, are you? Oh my god. But they're just kids. You know what's happening. You're not as dumb as you act. How far from the brink are we? Aizawa demanded. Fukakato winced, a haunted look entering her eyes. We're closer now to the time of chaos than we've been since All Might arrived. Even All for One's power base has collapsed. The old order has vanished, and there's nothing holding up society. But they're just kids. Good kids, I'm sure, and you're a great teacher, but... She trailed off, swallowing and taking Aizawa's weight again. But we're out of options, Aizawa admitted. They saved my life at the USJ, and again at the training camp. They're strong, Emmy. And talented. The best I've ever seen. In 10 years, they would have gotten to this point anyway. I just wish I could have protected them for a little longer. Fukukato nodded. Well, I guess I'll have to buy you drinks some other time. Sounds like you've got a lot on your mind. Well, maybe we should have our little conference. It'd be good to have someone else to bounce ideas off of. Just as long as you promise to take things seriously for once, Aizawa said. Fukukato laughed. When have I ever done that? That's your job. But sure, I'll buy you drinks. On one condition. And what's that? Marry me. Not a chance. Ah well, worth a try. But Shota? Yes? Try to smile. If not for me, then for the kids. After all Might's gone. We'll have to make our own smiles for now. Aizawa nodded, forcing a tight grin on his lips. Yeah. But I'm afraid 1A won't have much to smile about for a long time. Baited by Kailakatarn 77 and Polyamida. The Grand Illusion. Be careful what you wish for. You just might get it. Yiddish proverb. With the footage of their exploits at Kamino still vivid in their minds, Izuku and Class 1A could only sit and try to understand just what was happening to them. Heroes? It felt as though they should be arrested, not lauded. Even if they had managed to save Mei in All Might. So, what? You're not expelling us? Kaminari asked, sounding hopeful. Mr. Aizawa sighed heavily. No, you're not being expelled. Wait, so, what exactly is going to happen to us? Hagakure asked. I mean, the paperwork might say we didn't break any laws, but you still know we did. Unfortunately, you're all about to be punished far more harshly than even the law could manage, woof. What we're going to ask of you is something I feel uncomfortable asking of such young people, even those who have proven themselves to be capable heroes, Chief Tsurigami told them. We'll go over later just how reckless you all were, and the several dozen ways you could have gotten yourselves killed, Mr. Aizawa added. But right now, what matters is, in the eyes of the public, you're not reckless high schoolers, you're the heroes who saved All Might. And me. Mei added. The police chief nodded. Indeed. You have all proven that you're capable, if reckless, heroes, woof. However, there is still the small matter of the fact that none of you actually have hero licenses. But that's an issue for later, woof. For now, I think it best to brief you on what comes next. First things first, in a few minutes, you'll all be participating in a press conference, Mr. Aizawa informed them. We've held them off as long as we can, but the media and public are in a frenzy to get to know all of you. So, we're going to give them what they want. Your costumes are in the other room, repaired and restored for you to change into. What about Mei? Izuku asked. She's taken care of. The media. Well, let's just say you're about to get a rude introduction to the world of celebrity, Midoriya, Aizawa informed him. Fine, we have to talk to the press, Shinszo said with a shrug. But you made it sound like there was something else? Society now is on the brink, woof, the police chief informed them. Villain groups, like the League of Villains, have gone quiet for the moment, but they're still out there. And you have all just become priority targets, woof. As such, you'll all be living at UA from now on. What? Are you crazy? Our parents will never agree to that. Ashido protested. They already did, Mr. Aizawa informed them. We talked to them while you were all in the hospital, recovering. Some of them weren't exactly thrilled, but they all agreed that it's safest for you and for your loved ones if you stay in a secure location. I hate to tell you this, but that's how it is for a lot of heroes. We're always a target. Does that mean I can live in the workshop? Mei demanded eagerly, leaning forward. I have been informed by Mr. Maijima that you are, under no circumstances, allowed to live in the workshop, Mr. Aizawa stated. You'll be living with your sister. What? I still have to live at home when they all get to live at UA? Mei demanded. Sorry sis, not quite. Izuku turned to see Hari entering the room from the far door, from which the loud buzz of conversation came until she shut it behind her. Instead of her normal grungy mechanic's clothes, goggles, and ball cap, she was dressed in formal office wear, a blouse, skirt, stockings, no eyewear and her hair done up neatly in a bun. Izuku realized she was even wearing heels and some jewelry, which was highly unusual for her. Mr. Aizawa? They're getting kinda restless out there. Might want to hurry things up. Hari, Mei said, jumping up and running over to her sister to give her a big hug. Hey sis, Hari said, kissing the top of Mei's head. Guess you're stuck with me. I'll be living on campus as well. I maybe talked to a few reporters and got myself affiliated with you hooligans, and then this weird guy came after me, and well, here I am. A member of a militant villain group tried to assault your sister. Fortunately, there was an officer nearby to prevent the incident. Woof, the police chief told Mei. You're working at the school now? Jiro asked, smiling broadly. That's cool. Yeah, thankfully I only have to play dress up like this today, Hari said, making a face. Mr. Aizawa? We really should get them changed. Fine. Boys through that door, girls over there, Mr. Aizawa said, nodding towards 2 doors to the side. You've got 5 minutes. Izuku and the rest of the boys piled into the dressing room, where they found their costumes neatly hung in a row for them. There was even one for Izuku that had a pink and green pattern on it that strongly resembled the power suit from the sports festival. There was a note pinned on it in Hari's blocky and cramped hand. Best we could do on short notice. Hope it fits. Your mom made it special for you. HH. It took only a short time for everyone to get changed, then they hurried back out to the conference room. Izuku saw Mei standing by her sister, and it made his breath catch in his chest. Mei was dressed similarly to Hari, though she had apparently insisted on wearing her goggles which were grossly out of place with the rest of her stylish ensemble. Mei, you look great, Izuku said, going over to her with a wide grin. Well, I don't like it, it's not comfortable, Mei grumbled, tugging at her stockings until Hari touched her arm. I don't like dresses. Hey, Hatsume, looking good, Ashido said, coming over and giving her a big thumbs up. Midoriya looks impressed too. You should wear skirts more often, they suit you. No, they don't, I like breathes, Mei declared. She frowned at Izuku. I want a costume like Izuku and the others have. You're not a hero, sis, so you're stuck like I am, Hari informed her. Mei harumphed. Well, maybe I should be a hero, if it means I don't have to wear dresses. Jiro and Ashido don't have to wear dresses. Invisible Girl doesn't have to wear anything at all. That looks much more comfortable. As much as Midoriya might appreciate that, the rest of us wouldn't, Mr. Aizawa said, which made Izuku go bright crimson. All right, let's get this over with. As soon as Mr. Aizawa led them out the rear of the conference room, Izuku was nearly blinded as dozens of cameras flashed, and deafened as reporters from across the nation and world stood and started yelling questions. He glanced at Mei, but she simply looked irritated at her clothes still. They were led to a row of chairs, and where Togata was already waiting dressed in his lemillion costume. About time you guys showed up. They've been grilling me for hours, he laughed. It's been only 10 minutes, All Might said from his seat next to the young hero. He smiled and waved at the others, which was slightly creepy considering he was still in his near-skeletal state. Good to see you all again. And thank you. You really did save my life. I don't know if what you did was brave or crazy, but dash. What? Mei half shouted. I can't hear you, it's too loud. She suddenly turned to the reporters, sticking both fingers in her mouth and letting out a piercing whistle. The question suddenly died, the press looking shocked. Hey, be quiet, All Might's trying to talk. Mei barked. To Izuku's amazement, the reporters muttered a few apologies, but did in fact fall silent. Thank you, Hatsume, All Might said. Togata, if you would. Sure, All Might, Togata agreed quietly. He got up, pushing All Might's wheelchair to the center of the stage. Thank you all for coming here today, All Might said, his voice weak and slightly breathy, as if he couldn't get a lung full of air. I'd like to open this with a very sincere thank you to all these young heroes. Togata turned All Might, who gave the first years a seated bow. Without all of you, I'd be dead now. And the League of Villains and their MSTR would still be loose, doing who knows what. You've done what I had only dreamed you could, you've grown into fine young heroes, and you've stepped up to take my place. Slowly, Togata turned All Might back around. The old hero sighed heavily. I hate to start what should be a celebration of these fine young men and women out on a sour note, but well, it has to be this way. As many of you have suspected since the Kamino incident, I'm officially retiring. I can no longer fulfill my duties as a hero. This is hard for me to admit, but my time as the #1 hero is at an end. However, I haven't given up the fight completely. I may no longer be able to be an active hero, but I will be working alongside these young heroes, and the rest of UA School's hero courses to prepare them for their own futures as heroes. Izuku felt tears welling up in his eyes, and wiped at them, sniffling. He glanced at his classmates, and saw that they too were all emotionally wrought. Even Bakugo was looking down, a tear trickling down his cheek, while others like Uraraka and Kirishima were openly weeping. Tears were streaming silently down Togata's cheeks, his lips trembling as he attempted to maintain a stiff upper lip, and Hari was blowing her nose loudly into a stained hanky she'd pulled from somewhere. The only one who appeared to be relatively unconcerned was Mei, who simply appeared worried for Izuku. Are you okay? Mei asked, touching Izuku's arm. Do you need a hug? Yeah, maybe I do, Izuku admitted, closing his eyes as more tears fell. Mei's arms wrapped around him, and for a moment Izuku let himself mourn the passing of the greatest hero the world had known. The entire press conference came to a grinding halt, as even the reporters were overcome. None of them were dry-eyed, and several were crying even harder than the teens on stage. Even the normally stoic Aizawa looked deeply disturbed, and Izuku saw him wipe away a stray tear or two. After a few minutes, Togata wheeled All Might back off to the side. "Well, I think all we can say is thank you, All Might," Present Mike said from the MC's podium, sounding far more subdued than he usually did. "You can count on us, sir," Ida said, suddenly standing and applauding. "Thank you, All Might." Izuku surged to his feet as well, clapping his hand against his leg for the beaten but not defeated former hero. All Might bowed his head as the rest of the class cheered and hooped, giving one last standing ovation for the man that had inspired them all. The reporters joined in as well, their tears forgotten as they celebrated the life of the man who had given everything for the common good. All Might bowed his head, weeping openly and unashamedly. After another minute of cheers, the students quieted themselves, sitting back down. "Thank you," All Might said, his voice cracked and broken. "It means a lot. I know people appreciate what I've done, but it does this old man's heart good to see you smiling again. But please, this isn't my day. Your sun is rising, and we're here to celebrate you. Now, I think these fine ladies and gentlemen had some questions." The reporters broke into shouts again, only for Mei to stand and whistle again. She glared at all of them as they abruptly fell silent. "Do you not have any social skills? Raise your hands. Have none of you been at a school before? You raise your hands and wait for the teacher." Sheepishly, one of the reporters raised their hand, and Mei pointed at them. "Yes? Well, I just wanted to ask, how did you do it? How did you all save All Might?" "I don't know that." "Izuku, how did you save me and All Might?" Mei demanded. Izuku stood shakily, and Present Mike gestured for him to come up to the microphones. Nervously, Izuku gripped the side of the podium, looking out at the reporters. "Well, you see, it was what we had to do," Izuku said nervously. I think maybe Bakugo could answer that question the best?" "You were the first one to charge, Midoriya," Bakugo said, folding his arms over his chest. "Why'd you jump out like an ID like that?" Izuku looked down, swallowing, but then he glanced to the side at Mei, who was smiling at him. "I saw Mei. And I saw All Might, trying desperately to save her. And he was alone. He was fighting against some of the strongest villains I've ever heard of, and he was doing it alone. I couldn't just sit there and watch him die. Watch Mei die. So I did what I had to. And I charged in. And then everyone else followed me." Why did you guys do that?" Kirishima stood up, stepping up to the microphone, and Izuku gratefully stepped aside and sat back down. "The fact is, we all admire All Might," Kirishima said, putting his hand to his heart. "We all look up to him. Who doesn't? The man's a legend. To finally get to see him in action myself, it was awesome. But then, well, you all saw what happened. That big villain, All for One? Well, he'd be enough for anybody to handle. But All Might had him. But then there were all those other guys. Moonfish, Shigaraki, Dabi, Twice, Compress, some of the scariest villains ever. And I'm not gonna lie to you, I was too scared to move. But then, well, I saw Midoriya charging. You guys might not know this, but well, he's kinda crazy. Crazy brave and awesome. But anyway, when I saw him charging, I knew we had to do something. And Ida was the man with the plan. You tell them what happened, class rep." Well, it was quite simple," Ida explained as he came forward. "We've practiced together before, and fought together, at the USJ and at the training camp. We knew each other's abilities, and Midoriya had formed the basis of a plan already. I simply modified it. I would rush in to save Midoriya and All Might, while those with ranged quirks laid down suppressing fire on the enemy, and then our frontline fighters would advance, forming a screen while we fell back. We'd strike hard, then retreat, falling back until reinforcements arrived. And everyone performed most admirably." Ida started to go on at length, until Mei cut him off and pushed him away from the mic. "That answered your question. Next. Yes, you. How confident are you in UA's ability to see to your own personal safety, and those of other students?" Mei shrugged. "Well, I didn't die, and Izuku and everyone else rescued me and beat up the bad guys, so pretty good. I don't know, what do you think, Jiro and Ashido?" "UA is totally badass," Ashido declared, jumping up to the mic. "They've taught us so much in only a semester. I'm 10 times the fighter I used to be. It's not UA's job to keep us safe. We're not China dolls or some CRP like that they're gonna set on a shelf and keep safe or whatever," Jiro added, leaning against the podium. "We're going to be heroes. They don't keep us safe, they teach us how to keep ourselves safe. You saw us in action. You think we can't handle ourselves? 'Cause if you do, you're totally blind. Ashido added with a wide grin. Yo, you're up again, Mei. How do you feel about the fact that Izuku Midoriya was originally barred from attending the hero course? That's a stupid question, Mei said. Obviously our super cute babies would have smashed all those robots and Izuku would have been in the hero class. But I got to have a friend in class and that was nice. Hey, Shinszo wasn't in the hero course either. Shinszo, come tell them why that was so dumb. Shinszo slouched up to the mic, his hands in his pockets. His hero costume was a dark jumpsuit with a hood and mask with Mei's voice modulator built in, though he had both lowered at the moment. Look, it is what it is. What matters is that UA recognized Midoriya's talent, and mine. Like they say, don't judge a book by its cover. And they're not the only ones who've screwed up along the way. I've managed that myself. So I can't blame them too much. Besides, it worked out. Just imagine what would have happened if that insane suit of his was a little less powerful. His time in the support class did us all good. So quit whining about the past. Just focus on the future. Yes, no whining. My dad hates that. Right, Hari? Mei said. Hari hid her mouth behind her hands, though Izuku could tell she was grinning widely. Anyway, I want a better question. Is it true you and young Midoriya are lovers? We do play baseball sometimes. It's pretty fun, everyone should try it once or twice, Mei said. Right, Izuku? Sure, Izuku stammered. That answer left all the reporters looking mystified, which made Izuku feel grateful. That was also a dumb question. No one has asked a single one about my babies. I am very disappointed in all of you. You'd better start asking better ones or we're all going to get bored. We're still hurt and stuff. So, anyone have any good questions? How exactly did you create that robotic suit and the rest of that support gear? Finally. A good question. Izuku, tell them about how we make all our babies. Well, Mei's always been a really good inventor, Izuku said, feeling nervous now that everyone was looking at him again. And well, she made some cool gear for everyone else. Kaminari. You tell them. What, me? Kaminari shrugged and stood. Look, Hatsume's like, crazy smart. I talked to some of the other kids in the support course, and she totally built the original version of that thing in her garage or something with just Midoriya and a box of scraps. I can't even figure out how to put together Lego sets unless I read the directions like 5 times, so how does she do it? Heck if I know. But they made this totally awesome collar for me, see? Kaminari took off his capacitor band and held it up. So, like, when I use my electricity and stuff it's pretty random, and it can actually fry my own brain, makes me dumb, haha Kirishima, dumber, for a while. But Midoriya and Hatsume whipped this up in their spare time between making missiles and lasers and I don't even know what else. It's pretty sweet. Oh, and this. Kaminari held up a device that appeared to be some sort of disc launcher. This thing shoots out like magnets or something. I dunno. But when I fire off my electricity it's totally attracted to it and I don't just zap people all over the place. Neat huh? Anyway, Hatsume and Midoriya are totally geniuses and that's how they make all the stuff, 'cause they're awesome. And yes, they're cute or whatever, Hatsume would probably make me explode or something if I didn't say that. Just for that, I'm going to make you some even cuter babies to make your quirk even more awesome, Calamari. It's Kaminari? Or Denki, we're friends now and stuff, Kaminari told Mei. Right, Kaminari. I am very bad with names. Okay, I am very tired, so you get one more question. This one's for Todoroki. How does your father, Endeavor, feel about this? You should ask him, Todoroki said. Then he stood and stretched. I am tired, and hungry. Let's go. Bye everybody. Uraraka said, jumping up and waving. Thanks for coming. And don't worry, we'll all be super awesome heroes and stuff? Oh, and a big hand for Togata, he totally saved the day for us. The class clapped politely for Togata, who smiled and flexed. It was all in a day's work for me, Lemillion, the man who will save 1,000,000 lives. But I agree, it's time to eat. Let's go. Wait, we have more questions, one of the reporters called. We were promised a full press conference. I think they're done here, Aizawa said, coming over to the mic. You can ask the teachers here any questions if you still have them. They're all still recovering, and need to settle into their new living arrangements. The students quickly piled out of the conference room and headed for the cafeteria, laughing and chatting. Hatsume, that was so great how you handled all of them. Hagakure said, coming up and giving Mei an enthusiastic thumbs up. I would have been so nervous to have everyone looking at me. Why? They can't see you, Mei pointed out. Hagakure laughed. I know, but I forget that sometimes. Just having everyone staring at me makes me think my invisibility would just turn off, and then I'd be standing there with no clothes on but these gloves and boots. Alright kiddos, listen up. Hari ordered once they were all outside. You've all been assigned to dorm 1A. I know, we worked very hard to be creative with the names and stuff. I get to be your dorm mom or whatever. Big sis Hari, several of the girls cheered, which made Hari blush. Hey, just remember, the only reason I took this job is it beats prison, Hari scolded, which got quite a bit of laughter. She cleared her throat to get everyone to calm down, then continued. Right, so, your parents are here for the day to help you move in and stuff. We'll talk about visiting hours and stuff later, but for now, you're restricted to campus until we figure out what to do with you all. This is impossible. How can AI deny the rest of le world of moi? Aoyama demanded. Listen Princess Sparkles, it's either that or face the threat of having some rando bust into your house in the middle of the night and attack you and your family, or getting jumped on the street. Maybe a tough kid like you can handle it but it scared the hell out of me, Hari stated. She sighed. Look, I know, it SCKS and all. And I have to say thank you, because you kids did save Mei. I owe you one for that. But don't think that means I'm going to let you sneak out or whatever. Now come on, I want to get changed out of this monkey suit. Their new dorm was situated in a cluster of such buildings, all identical and built primarily from cement that looked nearly fresh. Izuku guessed that Mr. Ishiyama had been busy over the past 2 weeks. Outside of their dorm, the students spied their parents and other relatives gathered, and ran over to meet them. Izuku hurried towards his mother, who nearly tackled him in a tight embrace as she wept. Izuku, I was so worried about you, she cried, sniffling loudly. She reached a hand up, cupping Izuku's face. Her eyes darted towards his empty sleeve, but then jerked away, as if seeing that were too painful. It's good to see you up and about. Mom, you saw me this morning before I left the hospital, Izuku said, giving her an awkward one-armed embrace. Yes, well, I mean, you're finally up and about. But you can't come back home. I wanted to tell them you were being withdrawn, that there was no way you could become a hero now, not with with how hurt you got. It's okay, Mom, Izuku said. He wiggled the stump of his arm slightly. I'm going to have to live with it. But, it was worth it. I would have given up a lot more to save Mei. There wouldn't be much of you left if you did, his mother sighed. But, well, it wasn't the teacher's arguments that made me change my mind. Here. Digging in her purse, his mother pulled out several letters. A few of them were slightly rumpled and had water stains on them, which Izuku knew meant his mother had been crying as she read them. They were all addressed to him, but Izuku didn't mind the thought that his mom had looked at them first. Awkwardly, Izuku took a couple in one hand, trying to figure out how to read them. Oh, here, let me. Inko held up the first letter, spreading it out so Izuku could lean down and read it. It was scrawled awkwardly in hiragana, and a picture of the power suit flying through the air with All Might and Mei riding on it was included in bright crayon, and was smudged in many places with water stains. Dear Mr. Super Robot Hero Midoriya, thanks for saving All Might. He's my favorite hero. I have loved him very much since I was a baby. I was very scared when he was hurt on TV. My mommy almost made me turn it off. But then you came. You were super cool and saved him and the girl. Thank you so much. You are now my favorite hero. Please get action figures soon. Shinji Yamamoto. That one reminded me of you, when you were still this big, Inko said softly, making a gesture next to her hip. Tears welled up in her eyes and she sniffed, but she showed Izuku the next letter. This one was painted in kanji, a appealing work of calligraphy on expensive paper that had been neatly folded, though it too bore several blotches at the edges. There was a photograph attached, a girl a few years younger than Izuku, standing beside a science fair project poster and smiling to show her braces, the project appearing to be some sort of chemistry experiment. Dear Mr. Midoriya, words cannot express how much it meant to me when you won the UA Sports Festival, or when you showed up in Kamino Ward and led the charge to save All Might. You see, I am quirkless too. I am in year 7, and I've always dreamed of being a hero. Everyone tells me I can't do it, that it's too dangerous, or too hard, or that I should just do something else. But I refuse to back down. I was nearly going to give in, until you stood up on that podium and told the world that I too could be a hero. And then there was the Kamino incident, as the news stories are calling it. I watched along with the rest of the nation, terrified that All Might, the symbol of peace and the hero I once admired most stood there, beaten and battered, nearly dead. Then you came in. You flew through the sky, not with a quirk, but with something you had made yourself. And you stood there, against the most terrifying villain I've ever seen, and you didn't back down. I saw what happened to your arm, and I was horrified, but still you didn't back down. You fought. You saved All Might, you saved Ms. Hatsume, and you proved to the world that quirkless people can be heroes too. Please, please, don't give up. I don't know what or how you can do it, with your terrible injuries, but I'm begging you, as your biggest fan, please don't give up. Show the world that quirkless people can be heroes too, and that they can do anything if they set their minds to it. Your biggest fan. Hana Kenishiro. There's more, Inko whispered. A lot more. I left them in a box in your room. I set it up just the way it was back home. If you need anything, please, let me know. I can only stay for a few more hours, then they want us to go home. But I'll visit as often as I can. Hari says she'll be around, she seems like a wonderful young woman who can take care of you. Just be careful, okay Izuku? It tore my heart out, to see you hurt like that. After reading these letters though I won't stop you. I'll continue to support you, for all those years I didn't, no matter what you decide. Okay, Izuku? Thanks, Mom, Izuku said, his own voice hoarse as tears ran down his face. He hugged her as tightly as he could, careful not to crumple those precious letters. Author's note. Welcome to book. This is the middle of the story, and it's going to be a bit darker and mature than the more innocent days back when Izuku and Mei were just starting off with their dream. This is also the point where we wave a fond farewell to canon, as events will not be playing out in the order you might be familiar with. I hope you enjoy reading this part of the story as much as I did writing it. Thanks again for reading and reviewing. Baited by Kylakatarn77 and Polyamida. Rebuilding. Why do we fall, sir? So that we can learn to pick ourselves up. Alfred Pennyworth, Batman Begins. True to his mother's word, Izuku's room had been set up nearly exactly how it had been at home, with shelves of circuit boards and wiring, a work table and narrow bed, a bookshelf with textbooks and reference materials, and a small dresser for his clothes and various small knick-knacks. Inko visited for a short time, but seeing that Izuku was already exhausted, she let him be after he assured her he would be fine. He just sat down on his bed, realizing he had no idea how he was going to undress himself. The nurse at the hospital had helped him earlier, and Shinszo had helped Izuku into his costume. He was just about to give up and lay down dressed when there was a knock at the door. It's open, Izuku called. Mr. Hatsume slid the door open, looking around. He spied Izuku and smiled. Mind if we talk for a moment, son? No please, have a seat, Izuku said, trying to stand up. Relax son, take it easy. You still look as beat to CRP as you did back in the hospital, Mr. Hatsume told him. He and the rest of the Hatsume family had visited Izuku a few times, though their visits had been necessarily brief. First, I can't thank you enough again for what you've done for Mei, Mr. Hatsume said, easing his bulk into the chair. He fiddled with his ball cap, looking around the small room nervously. I told you already, I was happy to do it. And Mr. Hatsume? It was worth it. I told you to call me Dad or Shu, he growled, though it was a friendly tone. Anyone who saves the life of my baby girl has more than earned that, and you've been family for a long time now son. Thanks Dad, Izuku said, blushing and looking down. You heard from Mr. Midoriya? Shu asked quietly. Izuku nodded. We talked on the phone for a little bit. It was awkward. He said if I needed anything to let him know, but what you need is a hand, literally, and he ain't here. Izuku could only nod, feeling his throat tighten slightly. They sat in silence for a long minute, the only sound that of Shu rubbing the fabric on his cap. At last, he spoke up again. Look, Izuku, the truth is, I am here to offer you a hand. Whatever you need. I don't know if I can ever replace that arm you lost, but you'll be taken care of, looked after. The Hatsume family owes you a great debt. That made Izuku smile. I appreciate it, but I think I'll manage on my own. I am having some trouble with this zipper. If you could help me out of the costume? Oh, right, of course. Here. Gently, Mr. Hatsume helped Izuku undress, then change into more comfortable clothes. It was awkward and strange, but Izuku realized that he was going to have to learn how to operate with one hand, and that for at least a short time he'd need a lot of extra help, especially as he'd previously been right-handed. I know it will be kinda weird, but Hari's here to help if you need it, Shu told Izuku once they'd managed to get him changed. And Mei too. It might embarrass you, but I don't think Mei really cares one way or the other about people being naked. We had a hell of a time getting her to wear clothes when she was really little, and she kept getting in trouble in kindergarten Well, that's a story for another time. Thanks. I'm going to need a lot of help until I figure this out, Izuku agreed. Yeah. You still set on being a hero? Shu asked. Izuku nodded firmly. More than ever. Well, if anyone can do it, you can, son. Hell, you were the first quirkless hero, maybe you'll be the first one-armed one too. But anyway, they're having the other kids head over to the mess hall to eat. You feel up to that? Shu asked. Izuku decided not to mention Full Metal, Shanks, or any of the other pros who had operated without both arms, taking the kind sentiment for what it was. No, I think I need to lie down for a bit, Izuku said. Thanks for the help. I doubt I will talk to Hari and Mei, and maybe some of the other boys. At least until I figure out how to get things done one-handed. Of course, Shu stood, putting his cap back on his head. Well, you get some rest. I'll make sure they feed you something when you wake up. Izuku dozed off for a few hours, and when he woke he slowly drifted up out of consciousness, feeling groggy. He nearly went back to sleep, as a soothing humming filled his ears. Then he cracked his eyes open, realizing who had to be the source of the tuneless sound. Sure enough, Mei was sitting at his workbench, tinkering with something and humming to herself. Izuku smiled, feeling at peace. He stirred, and Mei looked up. Hey, you're awake. Great. I need to get your measurements. My measurements? Izuku asked. Yep. Mei sprang onto Izuku's bed, and began feeling his arm. The sudden proximity to her brought Izuku fully awake, in more ways than one. Mei, what are you doing? I told you, getting your measurements. Now the other one. Mei began to feel and prod at Izuku's stump, until he let out a yelp of pain. Oh. Sorry, here, I'll be gentle. Mei, why do you need to feel my arms? Izuku asked, feeling puzzled. So I can make you a new one, of course. This time, with a flamethrower. I believe they are very practical. Izuku's heart skipped a beat. A new arm? Yep. You bet. Mei pointed to Izuku's table, and on it he saw the basic frame of a human arm, though in metal and wires instead of in flesh and blood. It should only take me a few days. I'm adapting the neural interface you made for the power suit. That would be incredible, Izuku said, struggling into a sitting position. Then he blushed. But, actually, I need your help in a different way right now. Okay, what's that? I need to use the bathroom. True to her father's prediction, Mei was rather blaze about helping Izuku to the nearest shared bathroom. He did manage to unbutton his breathes on his own and rebut Tun after, but it took a lot of fumbling and struggling to do it, the fingers of Izuku's left hand clumsy and unsure of their role. Mei waited patiently though, and took Izuku back to his room, where she happily produced 2 takeout boxes. Dad told me to make sure you ate. And also me, so this time I did remember. Thanks, Izuku said gratefully. And quickly discovered that he had no idea how to use chopsticks left-handed. He ended up managing, arduously scooping the rice up or spearing the chicken and vegetables. He probably could have just used his hand to eat and Mei wouldn't have cared, but the idea of neatness was important to Izuku. After that, Izuku tried to help Mei with the arm, but found he couldn't do much of anything aside from offer advice, which quickly frustrated both him and Mei. He ended up simply going back to bed, dozing off to more of Mei's humming. The next few days Izuku spent a great deal of time sleeping and resting, with short intervals of working with Mei in his room. Recovery Girl came by once or twice a day to see to his wounds, and soon enough he was fully recovered, at least as much as he could be considering he was now short an arm. There were 21 students in the 1A dorms, with Hari and Mei sharing a room, and the rest of the students from the Kamino incident on various floors. To few people's surprise, Mineta had dropped out, transferring to the hero course at another school. No one seemed upset at the news. Akai, on the other hand, would be missed, but following her extensive injuries from the training camp attack her parents had withdrawn her. She would end up missing an entire year of school, as one of her lungs had been damaged and her spine injured. Frankly, Izuku was shocked his mother hadn't tried to do the same thing, even with all the letters. What he did start was physical therapy, for several hours a day. He had to relearn how to do nearly everything, from writing to eating to dressing himself. Mei was working on an artificial limb for him, but it was turning out to be far more complicated than either of them had anticipated. For one thing, they had to wait for the limb to fully heal, which even with Recovery Girl's help had only just happened. Izuku's arm had been amputated only inches below the shoulder, and there wasn't much tissue left to build an arm from. Frankly, you're going to be lucky to get much use out of any prosthetic for a good long while, the therapist informed him. Honestly, I think you should consider dropping out of the hero program, until you fully recover. Izuku seriously pondered not bothering with physical therapy anymore after that, but decided that while he wasn't about to listen to that kind of advice, he did need help learning how to get through life with only one arm, at least for the time being. That week, other students started to filter back in to fill up the other dorms, as apparently UA had fully converted to a boarding school. Izuku didn't worry about that much, instead focusing on his training and recovery. Shinszo came by his room at least once a day, and did manage to drag Izuku back to his own room a few times for some video game sessions. He had several consoles hooked up to a small TV across from a futon, and a wide variety of games. While it was a serious struggle for Izuku to figure out how to use a controller one-handed, his natural level of competitiveness and Shinszo's own refusal to go easy on him got Izuku to quickly adapt to it. The most surprising thing was that Shinszo infrequently managed to convince Bakugo to join them for a round of games. Izuku was at least a little surprised to find out that Bakugo was downright terrible at video games in general, apparently having played very little of them growing up. He never stayed for more than a few games, quickly growing frustrated as he always lost to Shinszo, and even occasionally Izuku. During the games Bakugo would swear, rant, and shout at the screen, which only led to Shinszo laughing at him. "Oh screw you!" Bakugo snarled after a round of Hero Fight 6 where he'd been particularly trashed by Shinszo. He tossed his controller to the side, clearly frustrated. He stomped to the door, but then paused. "That was fun. Thanks." But then he slammed the door after him, a small explosion leaving a faint whiff of smoke in the air. More often, Kirishima and Kaminari invited themselves over to play, with Ishido and Jiro joining in a few times as well. Shinszo didn't seem to mind, offering everyone a controller and a place to sit and enjoy themselves. "DMN dude, you have the most fun room here," Kaminari said after an hour-long session. "I should have gotten a console instead of just a PC. Honestly, I had to go out and buy the extra controllers. I always just used to play online, no one ever wanted to play with me," Shinszo commented. "Why not? You're chill and this is pretty fun," Jiro said, her head hanging upside down off the futon as she tapped on her controller. "I haven't always been the warm and fuzzy type," Shinszo replied. "Well, don't start now, that'd scare the hell out of us," Kirishima laughed. The door opened, and Mei poked her head in. "Izuku, I need you. I think I finished your arm." "No way, can we see?" Ishido asked, dropping her controller and standing up. "Yes, I am not ready to install it yet, but I need to make sure it fits properly," Mei informed them. They hurried back to Mei's room, where Hari was waiting with the finished arm. "It does not currently have a flamethrower," Mei informed Izuku. "But I did install a place for a weapons module. I told her she wasn't going to turn you into some sort of killer cyborg," Hari told Izuku, holding up the arm. "At least not on the first go-around." "It looks amazing," Izuku said, gingerly taking the arm in his hand. Much of the work on the arm Izuku recognized, being largely based on the construction they'd done on the power suit. It would be able to lift far more than a normal human arm and be more durable as well. A part of Izuku wanted to pretend he was being upgraded, but more of him was still numb with pain at the loss of his limb. "Well, come on Midoriya, put it on," Kirishima encouraged. "Here, like this," Mei said, taking the arm and rolling up Izuku's sleeve. For once, she was gentle, carefully securing the arm into place with straps and buckles over the still tender flesh. Izuku glanced down, and imagined flexing the arm. To his shock, it twitched slightly, and he gasped in surprise. "Hold still, I'm not finished," Mei scolded. She finished adjusting, then smiled and stepped back. "There. It looks perfect." Izuku gingerly shifted his shoulder, imagining himself moving the arm. It twitched and moved a bit, causing the others to cheer. "Wow, way to go Hatsume. You'll have Midoriya back in one piece." "In no time," Ishido said, giving Mei a quick hug. Mei frowned slightly, shaking her head. "It's not the same. Normally I like making cute babies, but this one hurt." "It's okay Mei, look," Izuku said. Slowly, by concentrating, he was able to lift the arm up and jerkily wave. "How'd you do that?" Jiro asked, peering at Izuku's new arm curiously. "There's sensors in the joint based on the neural interface you made for the power suit," Mei said. "I think maybe you should look at what I made, it obviously isn't working properly right now." "Hey, take it easy Mei," Hari told her sister. "The doc said it would take a while for Izuku to get used to a prosthesis, and he's not totally healed yet. You did good." "I should have made the power suit stronger," Mei said, hugging herself and scowling. "Then Izuku wouldn't have lost the arm in the first place." Shinszo suddenly coughed loudly. "Well, that looks pretty cool. Good job Mei. Come on, let's give them some privacy." The others made similar noises, complimenting Mei and congratulating Izuku, then filed out, leaving Izuku alone with Mei and Hari. Awkwardly, Izuku hugged Mei, trying to control his new limb but not apply too much pressure. Mei sagged into him, and Izuku saw she was crying. "Hey, maybe we could work on some goggles for you," Izuku offered. "You helped me with my arm. Now we can try to fix your eyes, too." "They don't work right anymore," Mei whispered, burying her face in Izuku's chest. "They've always worked, but now I can barely see. They tell me my vision is normal, but this isn't normal." Izuku looked to Hari, who sighed. "She's got 20/20 vision now. Thing is, she used to have better eyes than a hawk." Hari lifted up her own goggles, exposing her own odd pupils. Instead of crosshairs, hers were concentric circles. My quirk's about the same as hers, though I'm better at zooming in on things than I am at looking at stuff that's far away. She could do both. And now it doesn't work. The mask took it away, Izuku, Mei said, looking up at him. Instead of crosshair pupils with yellow iris, now her eyes were the same brown as her mother's with typical rounded pupils. I know, Mei, Izuku said, closing his eyes. He let his prosthetic fall to his side, gripping Mei tightly with flesh and blood. But I still have you. It was worth the arm. And I think I like you better than my eyes, Mei sniffed. But I didn't want to have to choose. So let's make super cute babies for each other. Gently, Mei took off Izuku's arm, cradling it in her hands. You make the goggles, Izuku. Hari can help you if you need more hands. I'll take care of your arm. That way, we can use each other's babies. Whatever you need, Hari told Izuku, nodding. I'm not a genius, just a mechanic, but I do know how to follow some plans. Izuku just nodded, squeezing Mei tightly. They'd both had to sacrifice a lot, but in the end, Izuku's had been a price worth paying. He just wished he could have somehow been faster. Baited by Kailakatarn 77 and Polyamida. Good friends, good books, and a sleepy conscience, this is the ideal life. Mark Twain. The next day was the first of the new semester, which meant that it was finally time to return to class. Part of the morning routine was familiar: wake up, shower, brush your teeth, and eat breakfast. But none of it was the same. Getting out of bed was simple enough, but showering with one arm was surprisingly difficult. Izuku had been given a special brush to help him reach all over his body, but it was still challenging and awkward to scrub himself down, and took longer than it had before. Something as simple as squeezing shampoo from the bottle was simple no longer, as Izuku had to carefully aim it atop his head and squeeze out a small drop, then scrub one-handed. Brushing his teeth was a chore now too. He laid out his toothbrush, carefully put a dot of toothpaste on it, then brushed his teeth and flossed. He had to use a dental pick now, as he couldn't easily reach parts of his mouth one-handed. As for getting dressed, well, Izuku was able to do it now with a lot of practice, but it was still awkward and took far longer than it should have. Eating was something Izuku was getting used to. He was becoming more adroit using chopsticks with his left hand, and Hari was actually cooking for both him and Mei each morning. It wasn't anything spectacular, but she was insistent that the two of them needed hearty meals to help with their recovery, which was certainly the case. This morning she served up rice, eggs, and fried spam. Make sure the two of you get lunch in the cafeteria, Hari lectured. It's included in the boarding fee for the school now, so I don't want the two of you forgetting or trying to skip it. Yes, Hari, Izuku and Mei mumbled. Izuku looked up and smiled at her. And thanks for the food, it's really good. It had better be, it's costing an arm and a leg to dash. Hari froze, a look of horror coming over her face. It's fine, Izuku told her quietly. I know it's just an expression. Tears welled up in Hari's eyes, but she turned around to hide them, sniffing and busying herself with cleaning. Mei didn't seem to notice, worried about shoving the food in her face as fast as she could, as usual. For once, they didn't head to the workshop first. With all the extra time it was taking Izuku to get ready, they only had a few minutes to make their way to class. Since Izuku hadn't ever actually been to room 1A, he was a bit nervous about walking there, as he usually felt when he had to go somewhere new, imagining himself getting lost somehow and being late. They made it in plenty of time though, and Izuku found that most of his new classmates were already in the room. Izuku. Hatsume. You made it. Ashido said, waving as Izuku came to the door. Yep, I had to make sure. Mei looked into the classroom, then nodded. Izuku's class is 82 square meters, that is good, he will be safe here and we didn't get lost. Yeah, guess I found it after all, Izuku mumbled, blushing slightly. He turned to Mei, smiling. Thanks for walking with me, Hatsume, we need your help, Jiro said, suddenly coming out and grabbing Mei's arm. When I was using the sonic amplifier you gave me I was getting this weird feedback. I just got it back from PowerLoader and I was hoping you'd take a look at it. Is there something wrong with our baby? Mei demanded, springing out of Jiro's grasp and hurrying over to her desk. She picked up the device, which was built like a small convex speaker that could strap onto Jiro's legs. Ah, I see, Izuku, come look. I think some of the circuits were damaged by the vibrations. Really? Oh, I guess I can take a look, but Mei really should dash, Izuku began, but Kaminari grabbed Izuku and pulled him to a desk nearby. Hey man, my capacitor overloaded and I really need you to take a look at it, Kaminari said, dumping the fried headband on Izuku's lap. Can't you do something? Oh, well, I'll have to make a new one, Izuku said. He gingerly picked it up, frowning as he examined some of the exposed circuitry. How much voltage can you generate, at what amperage? It looks like these parts are fused, that's why you were experiencing negative effects. Here, I've got my tools, let me take a look. Both Izuku and Mei were soon so absorbed in examining their creations that they didn't even notice the bell, not helped by the somewhat noisy chatter of their classmates. Izuku only looked up when the door shut and Mr. Aizawa walked in. He sheepishly put Kaminari's fried gear into his backpack, then sat up. Well, I hope you all enjoyed that little break, because it's the last one you're getting for a while, Mr. Aizawa said, not looking up from a bundle of papers in his hands. I'd say welcome to our new students, but you already know who they are so dash. Mr. Aizawa suddenly paused, frowning at the top piece of paper in his stack. He looked up, glaring at the desk next to Izuku's. That made Izuku look to the side, and he started when he realized Mei was sitting there, looking a bit lost and confused. Hatsume, what are you doing here? Mr. Aizawa demanded, his eyes narrowing as his mouth thinned into a scowl. I was just looking at Jiro's baby. It got hurt during the fight and she needed me to fix it, so I was going to take it apart and figure out how to make it all better, but then they told me to sit here and not say anything, so I was being quiet, Mei explained. Maybe you should check the class roster, sir, Ida suggested. I am. Aizawa held up the sheet of paper, turning it over to reveal his class list. Somehow, there seems to be 21 students in my class, including Mei Hatsume. Oh, well, then I guess I'm supposed to be here, Mei said, sounding relieved. I just hope Mr. Maijima won't mind if I keep going to the workshop for my babies. Izuku glanced around worriedly, unsure of what was happening. For some reason Ishido and Kaminari looked very pleased with themselves, though they were trying and failing to hide it. Ida was a picture of concerned responsibility, while all the other students had varying levels of smug satisfaction and blank masks on their faces. The only ones, Mr. Aizawa said slowly, his baleful gaze resting on each of the students, who have access to change the class rosters for the hero course are myself, and Principal Nizu. I don't recall changing it personally or the principal discussing such an alteration with me. You've been under a lot of stress lately, sir, Shinszo said, his tone sober. I think we've all had some troubles with our memories in the past few days. There's a lot of things I wish I could forget. Aizawa's eyes suddenly locked with Shinszo, his long, dark, lanky hair rising about his head as his quirk activated. Shinszo didn't react, simply returning the teacher's look stare for stare. After a few seconds, Aizawa's hair lowered and he blinked. I don't know how you did it, but I'm only going to ask you one thing. Lie, and you're out. Did you use your quirk to do this? I'm not saying I did anything, Shinszo said carefully. But if I did do something, I didn't use my quirk to do it. Though I would say that, just perhaps, some people shouldn't leave their passwords to their user accounts on sticky notes taped on the side of their desk drawers. Turns out, any teacher can adjust class rosters if you log in as them first, then switch over to administrative mode while filling out report cards. God damn it, Yamada, Aizawa growled. I've told you to be more careful with security. He suddenly smiled widely at Shinszo. Well, it seems you have taught yourself a few new tricks. Someone once told me that you can't be a pro if you only have one trick, Shinszo observed. I got burned for not being smart online once, and then had my butt saved because people knew how to get information out of computers. I've been doing more than hanging out and playing video games the past few weeks. I see. Well, it seems my class roster has been adjusted. Hatsume, interrupt me and I kick you right back to where you belong, Aizawa growled. I thought I belonged here now. Mei said, looking very unsure of herself. I was just walking to class with Izuku, but then Ishido needed help with her babies and dash. And it seems I'm the victim of a wide-ranging conspiracy, Aizawa said, looking around at his students. Even Ida's sycophantic mask had come off, and he was looking rather delighted with the way things were going. The only student who wasn't looking like the cat who got the mouse was Bakugo, who was slouched in his desk at the back of the room and looked like he was generally set off at the world. Which, really, was his default expression anyway. If you don't want me to interrupt you, then you shouldn't interrupt me, Mei grumbled to herself. A smile tugged at the corner of Aizawa's lips, and he bowed to Mei. Please excuse my rudeness. But Hatsume, do you understand what your being here means? I get to go to class with Izuku and learn about everyone else's quirks, so Izuku and I can make even more amazing babies for them. I'll get to see firsthand what they can do and collect lots of data that will make our babies even cuter. I did see them at the fight with the bad guys, but I didn't feel very good and I don't remember most of it, so this will be an excellent opportunity to collect data firsthand. I imagine so, Aizawa agreed. He looked around at the rest of his students. And I suppose you all think you're terribly clever, don't you? PFF, whatever. We just didn't want to see Midoriya mope, 'cause he couldn't be with Hatsume anymore. That would have been really annoying, Bakugo grumbled. Come on Mr. Aizawa, Mei's one of us now, Uraraka argued. She's faced the League of Villains on the front lines. It wouldn't be right to just send her away. Tsu nodded. Plus, she lives in our dorms, Ribbit. How can we have her going to class somewhere else? Humph. Well, if this didn't solve several headaches for me, you'd all be in a lot of trouble right now, Aizawa muttered, stacking his papers on his desk. How could we possibly get into more trouble than we're already in? Yaoyorozu asked. I mean, we should all be in jail or at least expelled right now. A sinister gleam came into Aizawa's eyes, and his lips spread in a mirthless grin. Well, for one thing, one of your idiot stunts could have gone very, very wrong. What if there had been an IR camera that caught Hagakure? She'd be dead right now. Everyone glanced in the invisible girl's direction, and her clothes seemed to collapse in on themselves slightly. Or what if Togata had got there just a little bit later? Then God only knows how many of you would be dead. Need I go on? Everyone quickly shook their heads. Good. Aizawa let out a heavy sigh, shaking his head. Honestly, you have all put us into a tight spot. Hatsume, I will admit, this isn't your fault. If anything, it was our mistake to bring you to the training camp and drag you into this. But Mei began, but Izuku put his hand on hers, grateful she was to his left. She glanced at him frowning, but then subsided. So you can control yourself. But yes, you're all in a great deal of trouble, even if you don't seem to realize it. The past few days you've been isolated and resting, but that can't last any longer. The fact is that you've put the country in a precarious situation and that your own status is extremely delicate. The public now sees you all as All Might's heirs, along with me, Togata declared, popping out of the wall. Everyone but Shinszo, Izuku, and Mei jumped in surprise. Is Togata going to join the class too? Togata, how's your underwear, did it work? Mei demanded. That brought some snorts of laughter, especially from Jiro and Ashido who had to duck under their desks as they giggled. This didn't seem to bother Togata at all, who nodded and smiled. Yes. It's very comfortable, and it stays on no matter what I do, Hatsume, thanks. Togata, Aizawa growled, rubbing the bridge of his nose. You were supposed to wait until I called you. Oh, sorry. Togata popped back out. Through the wall, causing Aizawa to let out a heavy sigh. Come back, they've already seen you. When Togata reappeared, Aizawa sighed and pointed to him. Yes, you're all the nation's most darling heroes. Thankfully they've mostly focused on Lemillion, but you've all been latched onto as well as the new pillars of peace. We've tried controlling the media narrative, but it isn't working. The public is demanding more of you, and to see you in action more often. Which is a problem, because you don't have provisional licenses yet. Togata chimed in. Aizawa glared at him, which made Togata flinch and offer a sheepish grin in apology. The licenses at least are a problem we can solve. Experience and more advanced training will have to happen on the job. You're all taking your provisional license exams in 2 weeks. We just missed the previous exam, but you were all still recovering from your injuries. We'll have to travel out to Kansi to do it, but it's vital we get you all tested. So what's he got to do with that? Shinszo asked, eyeing Togata. Izuku well remembered the harsh lessons they'd learned under the upperclassmen, and wasn't eager to repeat them. I'm going to be helping train all of you, Togata told them brightly. Shinszo let out a soft groan, closing his eyes. We've got to get you back in fighting shape, and we've only got 2 weeks to do it. Yeah, Kirishima said, grinning and raising his fist. Let's do this. You got lucky last time, we softened that big BSTRD up for you. As much as I think you could all do with a little ego deflating, I'm not going to let Togata just pound you all into the dust, Mr. Aizawa informed them. You'll be training on working together as a team. While you all have shown promise in your ability to work together, it's going to be vital going forward. That was the only thing aside from luck that kept you alive in Kamino. Izuku shakily raised his hand, and Mr. Aizawa pointed to him. What about me, sir? We haven't rebuilt the power suit just yet. That's your top priority. Get it done sooner rather than later, I want you training with the others, Mr. Aizawa ordered. That goes double for you, Hatsume, and it's one of the only reasons you're still here. Of course we'll rebuild our baby, Hatsume declared. Then she frowned, glancing at Izuku. But we do still need to finish adjusting Izuku's new arm. He can't use our baby without it. Actually, I think maybe we should design the power suit without a place for a prosthetic, at least initially, Izuku suggested. If I can learn to directly interface with the suit, it will allow me to respond more quickly, and it will mean I don't need to worry about whether or not the arm is damaged or with me. That's true. We could use the neural interface and some electro sensors to dash. Go talk about that in the workshop, Mr. Aizawa ordered. The rest of you, you're with me. Time to start on your training. Wait, but what about our classes? Ida demanded. We're supposed to have modern literature right now. Until further notice, such classes are cancelled, Aizawa informed them. We're literally playing with your lives here. I don't give a DMN if you don't know why the author made the drapes blue. Yes. Ashido and Kaminari cheered, turning to high-five one another. But you still have a midterm, and you'll need to pass it. Don't think this means you're getting a break. You're simply going to have to work all the harder. Now get moving. We're short on time. Izuku and Mei separated from the others, hurrying down to the support course workshop. Hatsume, where were you this morning? Mr. Maijima demanded when he saw them. You're not even on my roster. I'm in Izuku's class so I can make babies for all my friends, Mei stated. I have lots of friends now. I like it. Really? Well, we'll just see about that. Aizawa thinks he can poach my 2 best students. I'll show him a thing or two, Mr. Maijima grumbled. Go on, get started on whatever it is you're here to work on. I was going to modify your schedule anyway, Hatsume. Things are moving quickly. Once more, Izuku found himself entering into the workshop with Hatsume. He looked around at the tools, materials, and various projects that were scattered about the space, feeling an overwhelming sense of nostalgia and longing. In so many ways, this was where and how his journey had begun. No, my poor baby. Mei walked to the center of the room, where the remains of the power suit lay under a tarp. Mei knelt in front of it, resting her hand on its surface. Izuku saw tears trickle down her cheeks, as Mei bowed her head, her shoulders trembling. It's okay, Mei. Izuku carefully knelt next to Mei, putting his arm around her shoulders. She leaned against him, pressing herself tightly to his body, and Izuku squeezed as hard as he could. We'll fix it, together. It will be even better than before. But it's like us, Mei whispered, tears still running freely down her cheeks. It's so broken. My eyes don't work. Your arm's gone. And I don't know if I can really fix it all, if I can still help you, Izuku. What if I'm broken? Then we'll just have to fix each other, together, Izuku said. Mei looked up at him, smiling, her tears vanishing. Okay. I guess if we do it together, it's okay. Baited by Kailakatarn 77 and Polyamida. Walk not alone. To everything there is a season, and a time to every purpose under the heavens, a time to kill, and a time to heal, a time to break down, and a time to build up. King Solomon, Ecclesiastes, traditional attribution. Working with Mei once more healed wounds in ways Izuku hadn't thought possible, but opened up new ones as well. It was cathartic and soothing to lose himself in the familiar routine of carefully examining systems, then designing and implementing improvements. The pain came from realizing he couldn't get back what he'd lost so easily. Doing things one-handed was tricky and tedious. Izuku had to use several specialized clamps and vices to be able to hold objects steady while he worked on them one-handed. Worse, his right hand had been his DMNT hand and he had to relearn things in a way that still felt unnatural. With the same bull-headed determination he'd always had though, Izuku pressed forward. If he ever felt like giving up, he just looked to Mei, who had developed the habit of squinting at things, then frowning, shaking her head, and getting a magnifying glass or jeweler's loupe to carefully go over her work. She wasn't giving up, and neither was he. The first order of business was rebuilding the power suit. While they could have salvaged their prior efforts, Izuku and Mei both agreed that they needed to rebuild with better, stronger materials from the ground up. A new skeleton made of more durable alloys Mei concocted became the basis for the new power suit, and it became larger and bulkier to support more powerful systems and higher-grade weapons loadouts. They now knew that what Izuku had been packing before fell far short of what was needed to deal with the most deadly and dangerous foes. At the same time though, they also realized that the increasing size and complexity of the power suit would dramatically add to the time needed to build and complete it, and that with less than 2 weeks to go until the licensing exam, they didn't have the capability to build it the way they wanted. So instead, they went back to the very beginning, back to the original power suit 1 Malawian Kwacha, which had been slimmer and less bulky than any design they'd created after. The power suit is great for the outdoors or large-scale fights, but I need something that can fit in narrower spaces. Just going through those back alleys caused some damage because I could barely fit, Izuku observed as they catalogued the damage to the suit on the first day. What if we created an exoskeletal suit? Mei suggested. Maybe something that's weaker than the main power suit, but something you could use indoors or other tight places. Yeah, maybe we could make it light enough that it could actually fly too, Izuku suggested. Mei frowned and shook her head. If we did that, the jetpack would make it too bulky to fit through doors. I know. We can make it modular too. It could be able to hook up to various gear easily, and you could swap it out based on the mission. So you could mount the jetpack, or take it off. We could make the entire power suit a module. Izuku said excitedly, seizing on the idea. It could fit inside the main power suit, and I could jump in and out. Yes, exactly, like the Hulkbuster armor, Mei declared. Izuku glanced at her. When did you learn about the Hulkbuster armor? I thought you didn't like Iron Man. Mei shrugged. Hospitals are really boring and your mom only had your books to read while we waited for you to wake up. Besides, this isn't going to be Hulkbuster armor. It will be Masked Buster armor. Perfect, Izuku said with a grin. The League of Villains won't know what happened to them the next time we fight. Our babies will be so cute they won't even know what to do. Mei laughed. In their efforts, Izuku and Mei ended up not working alone. On their second day, Hari came to the workshop, bringing them both lunch. You two forget to eat again? Hari asked, causing Izuku to look up in surprise. He hadn't even realized she was there. Yeah, sorry, Izuku admitted, blushing. Usually he was the one to remind Mei. Hari just laughed and set out 3 lunches. Looks like Mei's rubbing off on you, Izuku. Next thing you know you'll be humming to yourself and demanding coffee instead of tea. I guess we've both changed, Izuku admitted as Mei came over to help him up from the floor where he'd been working. He could have stood on his own, but he wasn't too proud to admit it was far easier to accept a helping hand from Mei. Well, Mei's a lot more social than she ever was before she met you, Hari observed as they sat to eat. Did you know I caught her doing makeup with Jiro and Ashido the other day? I do not understand why they liked it so much, but since they thought it was fun I agreed to attempt it, Mei explained. Are you wearing any makeup? Izuku asked, feeling a bit worried that he hadn't noticed. Mei shook her head. No, they told me it was so boys would like you better and you already like me so I don't see any point. If you say some sappy CRP about how she's already appealing, see if I ever bring you lunch again, Hari warned Izuku, who blushed and looked down, as he'd been about to say something along those lines. Don't worry about it too much, Mei. I only bother with lipstick half the time and the rest of the get-up only if I have a hot date. Which hasn't been for a depressingly long time. But never mind that. Mind if I take a look at your work? I don't, Izuku said, glancing at Mei. I have always tried to get you to look at my babies, Hari. You always said you were too busy before but now I don't think you are, Mei scolded. You could actually be helpful, unlike the brats. Yeah, but I miss the little buggers, Hari sighed. She set her lunch down and walked over to examine the power suit A, as Mei and Izuku had taken to calling it. She looked over the various electrical systems and power supply, letting out a low whistle and shaking her head. I'm gonna be honest, Mei, this stuff is way over my head. I'm just a mechanic, not a JAXA engineer. But you are very smart. You're good at fixing all kinds of things and building things, Mei said, hurrying over by her sister. See, this is a modified dual-reaction power plant, and these motorized assists aren't that different from some of the construction equipment I've seen you work on. Maybe, Hari agreed. But honestly I haven't a clue where to start with this. Looks like you modified a standard Mitsubishi YT-3 series they use for their smaller bikes. Yes. See, you've worked on those before. We could use your help welding the parts here, you know how to weld because you taught me how. Well, maybe, Hari admitted. I suppose I wouldn't mind getting my hands a bit dirty, it's sorta boring sitting around waiting for you kids and a girl can only tune her baby's engine so often. Your car always works just fine. Here, let me show you how we're doing it. You have to be careful though, Izuku's electrical system is very good but you don't want to accidentally break it. Soon, the two sisters were working together, Mei leading and Hari following her directions, at first a bit hesitant, but soon with the confidence of someone who was familiar and skilled at their craft. Izuku went back to wiring the more delicate parts, slowly and carefully, testing each connection and part to make sure it was perfect. After that, Hari joined Izuku and Mei nearly every day for long hours, mostly performing the assembling and machining of parts once Mei had created a design she was content with. While most of his day was consumed with working on the power suit, Izuku made sure to continue his physical therapy, especially focusing on learning to use his new prosthetic. Alongside that, he resumed his training with the hero workout program. To that end, Kirishima and Shinszo were happy to help him, coming up with adjustments for him now that he could no longer fully complete several aspects. DMN dude, one-handed push-ups. Hardcore. Kirishima laughed when Izuku started to resume his routine with them early in the morning at the gym. They were far from the only ones there even though the sun was barely up, all of Class 1A and 1B as well as the other hero courses from the other years had some sort of intense fitness routine. We'll have to step up our games if we want to keep up with him, Shinszo chuckled. Maybe do 50 on each hand. Laugh all you want, Izuku grunted. He collapsed after only 20, but after a short rest made himself keep going. This is harder than it looks. I believe it. I'm still weak myself, Kirishima admitted. That hit from One for All beat the hell out of me. Ended up with 3 broken bones from that fight. Thank God for recovery, girl, or I'd still be messed up. Shinszo grunted from where he was doing sit-ups. Considering the rest of us would just have been red mist, that's still impressive. Will you nerds shut up? It's too damn early to be talking this much. Bakugo snapped at them from the weight bench as he strained to complete his reps. Oh, relax, Bakugo, you need to be more of a morning person if you're going to be a hero. Uraraka lectured, her eyes on the weight bar. She had insisted that she spot for Bakugo, who had grudgingly agreed after he'd nearly hurt himself the week before. He too had felt the effects of recovering his wounds during the battle, especially since some of his wounds had been serious. What if the bad guys attack in the morning instead of at night? Bakugo snarled, baring his teeth in a grimace as he strained. Then I can kick their butt. Which is more than I can do to the nerds. Oh, what's the matter, Bakugo, afraid we'd waste your sorry butt? Shinszo taunted. Bakugo slammed the weight back into place, jerking upright to glare at Shinszo. You know who'd win if you and I faced off, and dash. Suddenly, Bakugo stopped, then slowly stood. Idawa, LDL.00.se, he mumbled. He suddenly jerked back to reality, his eyes going wide in fury. You son of a beach. You used your quirk on me, I dash. Bakugo cut off as Uraraka snorted loudly. She tried to stop, but squealed and snorted again, sounding much like a pig. That made Izuku accidentally guffaw, though he quickly covered his mouth in embarrassment. It's not funny. Bakugo snapped, glaring around at several people in the gym. Actually, that was pretty funny, Kirishima said, his quirk activating as he smiled, giving his grin a rather monstrous appearance. You got a problem with that? Bakugo glared at Shinszo for a moment, then paused. Wait, did I talk? I heard it from your own lips. You would lose, Shinszo said, folding his arms over his chest. And I think that just proves my point. Bakugo stalked forward, pops and snaps coming from his fingers as they twitched, his face only inches from Shinszo's, who didn't flinch back. After a moment, Bakugo held up his right arm, palm forward. You can make people talk now. Guess you're not as weak as I thought. Shinszo smiled and gave Bakugo a solid high five, only to yelp in pain as the sudden contact made the sweat Bakugo had built up explode. Shinszo swore and hopped about the room, blowing on his hand which was slightly singed. Bakugo began to laugh uproariously, as did Kirishima, while Uraraka had another snorting fit. Now it's funny, Bakugo declared. That made Shinszo pause to glare at Bakugo, then he too started to laugh. Yeah, okay, that was actually pretty funny. I'll get you next time though. For once, Bakugo was smart enough not to say anything, which just made everyone else, even Izuku, laugh all the harder. Later, Izuku found Bakugo alone in the kitchen, preparing himself a meal. Hesitantly, Izuku moved next to the other boy, who glanced at him, but didn't say anything. Thank you, Izuku said quietly. I'm not giving you any, make your own, Bakugo told him. Izuku shook his head. Not that. For helping rescue Mei. You've changed. You don't hate me, anymore, for being weak. That's bullshit, Bakugo told Izuku, not looking at him as he stirred his cooking food. If you were weak, I'd still hate you. If you hadn't noticed, I am down an arm, and Mei is quirkless now. But you don't hate us, Izuku said. You tried to save us. And you were the first person to volunteer to help rescue Mei, even though you knew it would cost you. Bakugo just grunted in reply, his eyes on his cooking. I just thought I wanted to say I forgive you, Izuku told him. And I hope we can be friends again. Izuku turned to walk away, but Bakugo stirred and spoke. We were never friends, Bakugo said, still not looking up. That was my fault. He finally met Izuku's eyes. I'm not a good person. You are. So I don't know why you would ever want to be my friend. Izuku hesitated, then turned back to face Bakugo. Once, it was because you were strong, and I wanted to be like you. Bakugo snorted, turning off the heat from the stove and dumping his meal onto a plate. I've got a strong quirk, sure. But you're stronger than I am. You beat me in the sports festival, remember? That wasn't because I was strong, Izuku told Bakugo. That was because of Mei. Because I was willing to admit I am weak, that I need other people's help. We all do, Bakugo. Humph. Bakugo replied. I still hate weaklings. Problem is, I am one. He walked away, heading towards his room, where he typically ate alone. Hey, Bakugo. We were just going to eat, Uraraka's voice called from the dining room. Sit down and join us. Bakugo hesitated, glancing at Uraraka, who was sitting with Ida and Tokoyami as they shared a meal from the cafeteria. For a moment, Izuku thought Bakugo would ignore her, walk back to his room in solitude. Instead, he silently walked to the table, sitting beside the others and quietly beginning to eat. The others laughed and chatted, even talking to Bakugo, who occasionally gave short answers, but never joined in. For his part, Izuku watched for a moment, then headed out to the workshop. Perhaps he and Bakugo would never be friends again. But they weren't enemies at least. In what little free time Izuku had, he devoted himself to his own personal project, making a new set of eyes for Mei. It was a slow, tedious process, as Izuku insisted on assembling and modifying the goggles himself alone. He included a digital zoom, as well as infrared, ultraviolet, and low-light modes for the goggles. He added a holographic projector that Mei could use to overlay on 3D objects and manipulate with a special gauntlet he made. He also added the ability to make and receive video calls or act as a miniature computer screen. The design alone took him a week, and it would likely take months to fully finish, but Izuku was proud of his work. As for his prosthetic arm, Mei continued to add improvements. Izuku's manual dexterity with the arm improved daily, though he was still a far cry from being able to use it for any delicate fine motor tasks. Still, it was wonderful to have, and Izuku was confident in time he could learn to use it as well as his flesh and blood arm, though the lack of touch or pain still left it rather lacking in some regards. In addition to everything else, Izuku and Mei, along with the rest of Class 1A and Hari, now had weekly appointments with the school counselor, Ryo Inui. Most of the students were attending their sessions alone, but Izuku and Mei had requested they be allowed to come together, and Mr. Inui had readily granted the request. He was an odd-looking man, mostly because he looked like nothing so much as his hero name, Hound Dog, resembling a bipedal hound with a long, shaggy mane of hair. He was prone to barking, growling, and making other dog-like noises when he became emotional, though most of the time he sounded perfectly normal. Thankfully, he didn't wear his hero costume, which consisted of a muzzle and vest that made him look rather intimidating, instead opting for a business-casual look. "Do we have to be here?" Mei complained when they first arrived at Mr. Inui's office. "They told me when I came to UA I didn't have to go to social groups or anything anymore." "That's not what this is about, Hatsume," Inui told Mei as he gestured her and Izuku over to a rather patched couch. It had scorch marks on it, and for some reason the room smelled faintly of burned hair and brimstone under the incense that Mr. Inui was burning on his desk. Mei frowned, but sat down with Izuku. "Oh, well then why are Izuku and I here? We could be working on our baby, we only have another 12 days to get it ready." "I understand, but there's something you two are going to need to learn about being heroes. It's the darker side of the profession, so to speak. From what your sister tells me, Mei, you're already experiencing it, and I'd be shocked if you weren't, Izuku. Night terrors, afraid to ever be alone, and you've been calculating the area and volume of objects more often," Mr. Inui said as he seated himself in an equally battered wooden chair across from them. Izuku twitched slightly. He had been having a hard time sleeping, and more than once he'd woken up in the middle of the night nearly unable to breathe. Though he couldn't say he'd ever felt the need to calculate the volume of a random object. "Hari told you that?" Mei asked, frowning. "Why?" "Because she's had to see me too, and she's worried about you. Both. This is counseling for post-traumatic stress syndrome," Mr. Inui explained gently. "You've both had a severely traumatic event in your lives. The other students in Class 1A attended therapy with me for a few weeks back when the USJ attacks happened. Mentally, being a hero is very taxing, like being a police officer or in the military. You have incredible violence done to you, and on occasion, do violence as well. Some people handle it better than others, but no one should handle it alone." "Well, I'm not handling it alone, I have Izuku and Hari and all my friends in class," Mei stated. She smiled suddenly. "I have lots of friends now. Last year, I only had Izuku, and before that, I didn't have any. It makes things a lot easier, but..." Mei trailed off, going silent. She suddenly squeezed her eyes shut. "Izuku, how high is the ceiling?" she asked after a long moment. Izuku looked up, then looked to Mr. Inui. "It's 2.1 meters high, Hatsume," Mr. Inui supplied. "This room is 713.7 cubic meters, Mei said, then suddenly buried her face into Izuku's chest. "I need a hug." Izuku obliged, squeezing Mei as tightly as he could. He knew she preferred bone-crushing hugs, especially when she was feeling this poorly. I've been having a hard time sleeping too." "That's normal. Especially for new heroes, and even more so for someone who suffered a major injury like you have," Mr. Inui said. "We can get you something to help you sleep if it becomes a problem. Hari has a medicine she takes at night, did you give it to her?" Mei asked, her voice muffled as she was still pressed tightly to Izuku. "I can't discuss that with you. If you have questions about your sister's sessions you can talk to her about them, or perhaps join her if that would help both of you. I've found that having a loved one along can help some people, but for others it slows the healing process." For the two of you, Hari suggested that it would be best if I saw you together, though I would like to speak with each of you alone as well. So, what do we do? Izuku asked. I don't really want any pills. I just thought I wake up, and I can just not feel my arm. But I look, and it's gone, and then I feel like I can't breathe for a few minutes. The healing process is going to take a while. Some wounds never really heal, both mentally and physically. But we can learn how to deal with them. Let's start with just talking about how this is making you feel. Who would like to go first? Author's note. One thing that's always irritated me personally is the common trope that there are no therapists in fiction land. Look, these kids just went through hell. Izuku lost an arm. Mei lost her quirk, and was frightened and brutalized. Even someone like Ida who got out with minor surface wounds is going to suffer deep trauma from that. Some will weather it better than others, but a competent school hero system will have therapists to guide heroes so that they can continue to be heroic and not break down from psychological pressure. Baited by Kylikatarn77 and Polyamida. The stage is set. Fame is a beast that you can't control or be prepared for. Tom Holland. Carefully, Izuku reached out and picked up the chopsticks, holding them between his thumb and fingers. With a slow, deliberate motion, he reached out, picking up the chunk of egg. Sweat beading on his brow, he carefully moved it up to his mouth, leaning forward and hastily taking a bite. He felt a thrill of success and there was a loud snap, and he jerked back as splinters peppered his lips. Chagrined, he leaned back and opened his hand so that the wooden pieces fell out onto the table. Using his left hand, he swept them off into the trash can next to the table. Izuku! That was so good. You're getting the hang of it already. Mei praised, eagerly watching him from across the small table. Her own meal was forgotten on her plate, her eyes fixed on Izuku's progress. Thanks Mei, the arm you made is really amazing, Izuku answered, reaching out and gingerly picking up another set of chopsticks. 10 minutes. Hari shouted, hurrying through the dorm kitchen. 10 minutes until bus time. Her shout made Izuku twitch, and he snapped yet another set of chopsticks. Sighing, he let them fall, taking up a final pair with his real hand and quickly snarfing down his meal. Mei did likewise, quickly cleaning her plate, then taking hers and Izuku's and stacking it in the dishwasher. It was a deliberate action for her, one that Izuku had traditionally done, until Bakugo had yelled at Mei for making Izuku put her plate away one-handed. Mei had yelled right back, but after that she'd started to clear the dishes herself. With that out of the way, Izuku walked out to where the bus was already waiting to take them to the provisional license exam. The newly finished power suit was already stowed along with the modules he'd be using for the test, 2 of which were new creatures. One was a tank of the capture foam he could spray using a nozzle, another was a special module they'd created specifically to allow Izuku to release excess electricity from Kaminari's own gear, allowing him to recharge his suit and allow his classmate to continue using his quirk. They'd had to replace Kaminari's gear so that instead of simply blocking electricity it stored it, but it had been worth the late nights in Izuku and Mei's opinion. Mei sat next to Izuku on the bus, though she did talk to many of their classmates, as did Izuku. It was still something of a shock to Izuku for both he and Mei to be so well liked and accepted by the others. Even Bakugo was mostly polite, at least for him, towards Izuku and the others. He'd somehow fallen in with Uraraka, and by extension Ida, along with Shinszo. Shinszo and Bakugo constantly traded sarcastic barbs back and forth, but Shinszo seemed to enjoy it and Bakugo was at least willing to put up with Shinszo if it meant someone else would be around him. Hari drove the bus, while Mr. Aizawa sat up front taking a nap. It was a long trip, and though Izuku felt nervous, he was also confident. After all, this was only a test. Even if he failed, neither his life nor Mei's was on the line, and compared to the trails they'd faced over the summer it was almost normal. Except, he, Izuku Midoriya, was on his path to being a hero. And for the first time, it seemed like everyone around him believed that he could do it. They arrived at the testing site around lunchtime, and everyone piled out to a grassy area to sit and eat. Izuku meticulously used his prosthetic arm to feed himself. He was getting far better with it, but for more delicate tasks he still needed a lot of improvement as his set of a dozen shattered chopsticks showed. So, did Mei finally put that flamethrower in? Kaminari asked as they ate. No, I put in a laser instead, Mei said with a sigh. Flamethrowers require too much fuel. I'll have to find a way to manufacture a fuel that can easily fit inside the arm before I make a flamethrower attachment. Whoa, really, can we see? Ashido asked, leaning forward. Don't be stupid, if he fires that thing off now we'll get in trouble and he'll not have it for the test, Bakugo snapped. Jiro rolled her eyes. Nobody asked you, Bakugo. Well, I mean, I don't think this is a good time to use it, Izuku muttered. If I fire it drains my battery really fast and my arm usually goes dead and we won't have time to recharge it. I could recharge it in a snap. Kaminari offered. Come on, at least show us the laser dude. Izuku looked to Mei, who grinned eagerly. They want to see. Our baby Izuku, you have to show them how amazing you are. Well, it's you who made it, Mei, Izuku protested, but he did activate the laser module so that it popped out of his palm. It was stored in his forearm, and could fire for only a few seconds before it would utterly drain his arm's power reserves. If he was in the power suit, it could work off of the suit's power, but he had to still be careful about overusing it as the laser was incredibly energy intensive. That's so badass, Jiro sighed. Mei, you've got to make us something like that. If you lose an arm, I promise to make each of you a super cute baby, Mei agreed seriously. That made everyone else look uncomfortable for a long moment, though Izuku managed to giggle nervously. While Mei's social skills were indeed rapidly improving, she was still odd by any definition of the word, but that was something Izuku had grown to love about her. Hey, has anyone else noticed that we seem to be the center of attention? Shoji said quietly. Don't look around, but the students from the other schools are all observing us carefully. I think we've attracted some unwanted attention. Izuku couldn't help but nervously glance over his shoulder, and sure enough a group of older students from another school were indeed looking right at him. He nervously spun around, feeling a cold sweat breaking out on his back. Why are they looking at us? He whispered. Maybe they don't have any social skills, Mei suggested. Mr. Onizuka taught me it was rude to stare, maybe no one told them. I don't think that's it, Yaoyorozu said, shaking her head. We're the youngest ones here. We stand out a bit. They're just jealous, Bakugo said with a derisive snort. Or maybe they're scared. How many of them have taken on the League of Villains and won? We don't know what the test is like, Ida mused. But there's certain to be only a limited number of slots available. Then I'm going to guess they're sizing us up, Shinszo said with a shake of his head. They know your quirks. Izuku said with a gasp. The others all looked at him, and he blushed, but quickly explained. We were all in the sports festival, right? And they broadcast our battle with the League of Villains on live TV. So they already know what we can do. And if it were me, you'd be coming up with some nerdy plan to paste us, Bakugo growled. Just like you did at the sports festival. Oh CRP, does that mean we're going to be facing an army of Izukus? Kaminari groaned. I so am not ready for this. Kirishima slapped his friend upside the back of his head. Shut up man, you are ready. You helped take down All for One, right? If they have a plan, then we need a plan, Uraraka declared, smacking her fist into her palm. Izuku, what can we do? All eyes turned to him, and Izuku paled. What are you all looking at me for? You're the one who always comes up with the crazy plans, Midoriya, Ashido said, grinning widely. That's how you kicked my butt. So, what should we do? Well, we don't know what all their quirks are, and even if we could find out, the test is in only a few minutes, we won't have time to plan for all of them, Izuku muttered. He looked up at Yaoyorozu. We'll need radios again. And I think you should give one to Mei. Of course. In moments, Yaoyorozu had made the same small earpiece radios she had before and passed them out. Izuku, why do I need a radio? Mei asked, confused. There's an observer section, Izuku explained. And the power suit has built-in motion sensors, and Jiro has her sonar. If you get up to a high enough place, you can help coordinate us like you did in the forest. Of course. I can monitor the situation and let you know where all the bad guys are. Mei agreed eagerly. I wish I had a few drones we could use for aerial reconnaissance. Izuku looked to Yaoyorozu, but she frowned and shook her head. That's too complicated for me to make without a lot of study time beforehand. I really have to understand what I'm creating, and I've never really looked at drone schematics. That's okay, we'll build some super cute drone babies. I bet we could attach them to the power suit and Izuku could launch them to survey the battlefield. For now, we'll need to rely on our limited sensors and especially human scouting, Izuku said. He pointed to Hagakure. You'll be our best bet to monitor the situation. Whatever it is we're supposed to do for the test, you and Ida will be our eyes on the ground. You got it, Izuku. Hagakure eagerly agreed. Izuku nodded, still thinking. Shoji, Jiro, you'll be our long-range intelligence. Make sure to relay what you're seeing and hearing to Mei so she has all the information. I take it I'm the muscle again? Kirishima grinned, cracking his knuckles. Yes, this time, I won't be able to be a brawler. This model of the power suit is more suited for fast movement and capture, not destructive force, Izuku explained. So you, Bakugo, Ojiro, Sato, and Uraraka are our front line. Just stay out of my way and I'll slaughter them, Bakugo said with a grin, explosions rippling from his fingers as they twitched in anticipation. I guess Zero and I are on extraction again, Ribbit? Tsu asked. Well, that and immobilizing our opponents. Maybe we have to capture them somehow? Izuku guessed. That sounds right up my alley. Shiro laughed. Yeah, I'll likely be joining you for that. With my capture foam and grappling hook, I'm well suited to immobilizing our opponents this time around, Izuku explained. Sorry we didn't get the main power suit fixed yet, but even then all the missiles and other weapons might, be a bit overkill. And what about me? Same plan as before? Shinszo asked. You might actually be best on the front lines now, Izuku mused. With your capture weapon you're pretty good at grabbing people now, and if you can surprise someone with your quirk we can take them out quickly. I'll do whatever I can, Shinszo agreed. But what do we do if they split us up? Or if we're forced to compete against one another? I'm not willing to take you guys out just to pass, Ashido said with a shake of her head. What about the rest of us, Midoriya? Back on long-range support? Yes, Todoroki, you'll be our backup. If anything goes wrong, you step in and overwhelm everyone. I was thinking about just striking out on my own, Todoroki said with a shrug. But this may be our best chance. I might be able to succeed on my own, but I'm not abandoning all of you. Don't be a dumbass, Bakugo snapped. You go off on your own and you'll end up getting overwhelmed and end up with your face in the dirt. You screw up and it makes the rest of us look bad. Why Bakugo, I didn't know you cared, Todoroki said, his expression neutral and his tone deadpan. You idiots don't even understand what's happening, do you? Bakugo demanded, glaring around at the class. He got more than a few glares back, but Bakugo snarled and shook his head. It's not just the freaks here who are watching us. Look over there. You see that? Izuku looked, then gasped in shock. There were a dozen news vans parked near the facility, and they were all unloading gear and equipment. Why are they here? He wondered aloud. I've never seen the license exam broadcast on TV except in documentaries and stuff. It's because of us, Ida said, sounding stunned. They're here to watch us. Bakugo nodded. That CRP teach said about us going through hell? Welcome to it. They're gonna watch. Guess what? If even one of us fails this test, the CRP's really gonna hit the fan. 'Cause we're all supposed to be All Might successors so you better be nice, Bakugo, Uraraka said, stepping forward and poking him in the chest. No swearing, no calling people idiots. And would it kill you to smile? And I don't mean one of those weird, creepy smiles. Yes, like that one, knock it off. No, smile. Like this. Uraraka grinned broadly, her cheeks dimpling as she did so. Even Izuku had to admit it looked kind of cute, though obviously Mei was much cuter when she grinned. Slowly, Bakugo's lips curled upward, his jaw working as he tried to smile. Somehow that's way worse, Jiro sighed. Look, Bakugo, just do what I do, Shinszo said, putting his hand on Bakugo's shoulder. Bakugo glanced at the hand and frowned, but he managed to school his face into an only mildly irritated expression. What's that? Bakugo said, his tone strained as he spoke through his clenched teeth in the disturbing grin he still held. Shinszo shrugged, his expression utterly blank. Some people just weren't meant to smile. Just relax your face and try to look bored. It might not be a smile, but you won't make any babies cry either. Oh screw you, what would you know about dash, Bakugo began, but he suddenly flinched as Shinszo's lips spread, showing his large, flat teeth. With his sunken eyes, it looked like nothing so much as a skeleton grinning at you. Yeah okay. Bakugo's face relaxed and while he mostly just looked bored, Izuku had to admit that at least he didn't look like he was about to enjoy killing a small animal or have a tooth pulled. It is very good you are learning social skills, Bakugo, Mei said, nodding with approval. I had to learn how to talk to people too. It sounds boring at first but friends are actually really nice once you make some. Bakugo looked at Mei for a moment, then shrugged. That might be one of the least stupid things you've ever said. Whatever. Come on. They're going to start our party soon. Be a shame if we were late to it. Izuku hurried back to the bus, removing his prosthetic arm with Mei's help. They took out the power suit from beneath the bus, and Mei quickly assembled it, putting it on as fast as he could. Once it was on, Mei attached the arm to the suit's exterior, locking it into place. Izuku flexed it and nodded. Neural interface seems to be working. Of course it is, we tested it like 5 times. Mei said. She suddenly jumped forward, wrapping her arms about Izuku. Don't get hurt, okay? I won't, Izuku said. He bent down and gently kissed Mei on the lips. Don't worry. I'll show the world how amazing our babies are. After all, the press is here today. Make sure you tell them to give us lots of funding. Mr. Aizawa said starting a hero agency is expensive and making your own support company costs a lot of money too, Mei said. But be safe first. Even if it means our babies get hurt. I don't want to make you another arm, or a leg, or anything else. I promise. You've got your eyes back, so it's up to you to help keep us safe, Izuku said. Mei tensed up, but then quickly nodded, reaching up to touch the goggles she was now wearing. Izuku still had a few upgrades he wanted to do to them, but Mei had been thrilled to be able to zoom in on things again. Our babies will keep us both safe. Now go show everyone why you're the world's greatest hero, Izuku. After a final hug, Izuku hurried into the lobby of the training facility. The rest of Class 1A was near the front, and Izuku was worried he'd have to push his way through the crowd to get to them. To his surprise, people made way for him, whispering as he passed. Izuku amplified his audio input, using a few filters to allow him to pick out individual voices and conversations. That's Izuku Midoriya, the one who saved All Might. Jesus, look at that thing he's wearing. It looks like something out of a sci-fi movie or something. Why the hell we'd have to end up with him? He might just be a kid, but he took on the whole DMN league alone. CRP, I have to pass this year. Just stick to the plan, it'll be the crush, just like always. Yeah, the crush. Poor DMN first ties won't know what hit them, they got Aizawa. BSTRD never says anything. We crush them and move on. Jiro, Mei, can you hear me? Izuku whispered. Yep, what's up Midoriya? Jiro asked. Comms are open. What's going on Izuku? Jiro, have you heard anything about a crush? Do you know what it is? Yeah actually, I keep hearing the other schools talking about it when they look at us. I didn't bring it up earlier, cause I don't know what it is. You know anything Mei? Hold on, Mei said. Okay, I found something on the internet. It says there's something called the UA crush in hero licensing exams. Apparently, all the other schools target UA because of the prestige in taking out UA students from the exams, and because they tend to have more information about your quirks and our babies because we're so amazing. Just like you predicted, Midoriya, Jiro said as Izuku joined the class. Predicted what? Jiro asked, turning to Izuku. Apparently all the other classes are planning on ganging up on us, Izuku whispered quietly. They have this tradition called the UA crush where they all come after us in the exams. What? Why didn't Mr. Aizawa warn us? Kaminari asked, sounding panicked. Shoo, not so loud, Kirishima urged. Probably another one of his logical deceptions. Oh, they think they can take us, do they? Bakugo said, a wide feral grin spreading over his face. Don't say anything else, Ida said, his expression growing dark. We know now. Hatsume, do you have eyes on the training field yet? Yes. It's a big arena that you're in the middle of. There's a city area, a swamp and river, a forest, and a mountainous canyon. It's huge. I really wish I had a drone or two right now. Hey Hari, do you think we could build a drone really fast? What? No, I'm talking to them on the dash. Mei cut off for a moment, and there was static on the line. Then Hari's voice came over the line. Okay, look, Mei's going to get into super huge trouble if they realize what's going on guys. There's government types all over the place who are going to be monitoring you. You mean she won't be able to pass us information? Todorioki asked. Hari sighed loudly. No, I mean she's going to have to be subtle about it, except that Mei thinks that subtle is something Izuku has to use a razor to deal with every few days. No. That's double, Hari. Subtle is what Hagakure does. Mei Voice's voice said, though it was distant and somewhat tinny. Shoo. Okay, I'm passing her back the radio. I'll run interference. I'm pulling for you guys. And yes, Mei, if I find a drone lying around I'll give you one. Sheesh. There were more sounds of the radio being passed back, and Mei said in a hoarse whisper. Okay, I found where you guys should head. The canyon has a lot of narrow choke points. If you make for that the other schools can't gang up on you. Also, there's these weird devices I'm picking up with my infrared scanners on my eyes. They're all kinds of different sizes, but they're all little boxes. They seem to have numbers on them, from 1 to 10. Shoo, Hatsume, the government guys are coming up to the stage, they're going to say something, Jiro whispered. Jiro, I don't know if you're talking about me or Hari. Just call me Mei. Jiro blinked. You really think we're that close? Well, you did save my life one time, and while I don't know if most people think that counts, I think it would. Just be easier for everyone, plus Mei is only one syllable so it's easier to say. Shoo, Mei, they really are talking, we need to listen, I'll patch you through, Izuku said. The government officer who slumped in a chair before the microphone looked like a man who had seen better days. His eyes were more bloodshot than Mr. Aizawa's were after he'd been overusing his quirk, and there were so many dark circles under his eyes Izuku half thought he'd taken a few punches. Let's just get this over with, the man mumbled, his speech slurred. You're all here for the hero exam. Yay. We've got so many people trying to be heroes it seems like we're doing these day and night. Which would be great and all except we only need the highest quality applicants instead of just dumping people into the street. But that's what the test is for, isn't it? Ugh, whatever. Izuku blinked. This wasn't how he'd imagined the talk before the test going. The man yawned hugely, smacking his lips loudly into the microphone before continuing. Well anyway, the test today is one we cooked up just for you. He pressed a button, and the walls of the room they were in suddenly folded outward, showing them the stadium that Mei had described. It had to be several kilometers in diameter, and Izuku could barely fathom the expense the government had to have gone to in constructing it. Impressed? Well, get over it. The first test today is simple. Behind the man, a box appeared on the screen with a glowing number on it. Each of these boxes is worth a certain number of points. To claim the point, find the box and open it, then take out the point banner and tie it somewhere on your body. No hiding it, it has to be visible. Of course, things really aren't that simple. To pass the test, you need to get to 10 points, then return here to the safe zone. You could run around and get enough points for yourself to pass, but you can also take the points off of another testee. Once they're back to base they're safe, but before then, they're fair game. Oh, and only the first 100 people to get 10 points and enter the zone will pass on to the next part of the exam. CRP, our plan isn't going to work at all, Kirishima muttered. Bakugo snorted. That's why plans are dumb, things need to change anyway. Are you done? The announcer demanded. Bakugo gave him a shark-like grin, and the man flinched and swallowed. What are they even sending me these days? Anyway, we're going to be starting in dash. Mei, did you get that? Izuku whispered. Yep. Looks like you're going to have to split up. I think you need a team to defend and keep others from passing, and a team to go out and get enough points for all of you, Mei declared. She's right, Ida agreed. But who's on offense and who's on defense? I'll be on offense, Izuku decided instantly. My suit is best for mobility and rapid movement. Hagakure, Yorozu, Ashido, Tsu, you're on retrieval 1 with me. Ida, Sato, Shoji, Kota, and Aoyama, you're on retrieval 2. Bakugo, you take Shinszo, Uraraka, Shiro, and Tokoyomi. You're on defense 1. Todoroki, take Kirishima, Kaminari, Jiro, and Ojiro, get on defense 2. Heh, so you want to keep everyone else from passing? Bakugo laughed. You've got bigger ball than I thought, Midoriya. I like it. You really think we can take on everyone? Shiro asked, sounding worried as the other hero hopefuls took off running. You don't have to stop everyone from passing, just hold out until we get back with enough points for everyone. Izuku called as he and his team began to run themselves. Mei, I need a destination. You got it, Izuku. Head north 6 degrees, 500 meters, into the swamp. There's a collection of boxes I can see that are worth 20 points. Izuku nodded, lifting off into the air as his hoverboots fired. He looked to the distant stands, where his enhanced vision showed him a collection of cameras and reporters following his movements. It was time to show the world their faith in him, and in Class 1A, was justified. Baited by Kylikatarn 77 and Polyamida. Enter the arena. If fighting is sure to result in victory, then you must fight. Sun Tzu said that, and I'd say he knows a little more about fighting than you do, pal, because he invented it, and then he perfected it so that no living man could best him in the ring of honor. Red Soldier, meet the soldier. 10, the announcer's voice echoed through the arena as Izuku took off, heading towards the swamp. He looked around as he jetted through the air, his radar in active mode as it scanned the area. He was nearly over the large morass ahead of them, which was full of waterways choked by reeds, decaying logs, and stunted trees on small islands. Izuku, I can see 2 large groups of students headed your way. There's at least 40 of them, Mei said over the radio. There was the sound of smacking lips, and the announcer said, "Oh, sorry, 7. Hagakure, you move ahead and secure those points for us." Izuku ordered. Tsu, get into the water quickly. Your mobility there is going to give us a big advantage. You got it, Ribbit, Tsu replied, leaping into the nearest stream and vanishing beneath the surface with nary a ripple. I've got water-breathing gear for us made. Yaoyorozu called, tossing fins, goggles, and snorkels to Ashido. Do you need some Hagakure? Nope. They just give me away, the invisible girl answered. I'm on the points. That's enough, just get started already, the announcer called. Immediately Izuku turned in the air, activating one of his missile pods. He let fly with a stream of 8 missiles, a mixture of capture foam and smoke bombs, then detached the module and let it drop. It had a built-in transceiver that would flag it for pickup later. The large group of other testees let out a cry of alarm as the missiles raced towards them. Some of them let loose with quirks of their own, flying spines, razor-sharp leaves, and flying tendril-like hair. That just made the missiles detonate early, and the momentum still let the foam bind them as the smoke blinded them all. Izuku's hover boots deactivated, and he dropped down into the water, diving in with Ashido and Yaoyorozu. "Tsu, how are we doing?" Izuku called as he sank down into the muck. "That group you fired on is lost and confused, they won't be bothering us for a while," Tsu answered. "But the other one is still headed right for us, one of them is way out in front. He looks like he's got a speed quirk of some kind. Can you snag him with your tongue?" Izuku asked. In reply, Izuku faintly heard a scream, then a loud splash nearby. "She got him," Ashido said eagerly. There was a short scuffle, then Ashido called, "He's down. Sprayed him with some mild acid in his eyes, he'll be blinded for a few hours at least." "Okay, just toss him onto the bank," Izuku said. "Get down into the water before they see you." "Got it," the two girls called, and Izuku watched them on his radar, diving down and retreating into the swamp. "Izuku, the rest of that group is keeping their distance. They look worried," Mei informed him. "But they're forming up to rush you. We won't even be here," Izuku said with a grin. "Come on, let's catch up to Hagakure and make sure she gets those points. I've already got 5. Hagakure said over the radio. "Mei's guiding me towards the 10, I dash." "Stop, look out!" Mei cried frantically. "I can see something in the water, it's not one of you and it's big." Izuku moved towards Hagakure, using the air jets from the hover boots to propel himself through the water at high speeds. His suit was naturally waterproof and designed to be able to be used in aquatic environments, as you never knew when hero work could take you to the oddest of locals. He hadn't gone far though when his radar picked up a rapidly moving target, speeding through the water even faster than him, and heading right towards Hagakure, who was hiding on a small island. "Look out!" Izuku warned. "They can't see me, I'm dash," Hagakure began, but let out a gasp of surprise as a dark gray form erupted out of the water, barreling towards her. At the last moment, Hagakure was grabbed by Tsu's long tongue, yanking her to safety. The gray shape slammed into the island, letting out a sharp hiss of annoyance. "It's a snake," Ashido called. "Or, I guess someone who just looks like one." The snake-like man stood, his eyes yellow slits. His body was a mottled gray and brown, perfect for blending in with the dark swampy water. He still had hands, but his neck was long and ended in a pointed snout that had 2 long fangs that protruded when he opened his mouth. Izuku could see 2 Lorenz pits, heat-sensing organs that would see right through any invisibility or camouflage. His entire body was long and sinewy, ending in a long tail. With a hiss, he dove back into the water from where he'd come, circling away. "Thanks Tsu," Hagakure said with a sigh. "He almost got me." He had 2-point bands on him, Yaoyorozu reported. It looked like he'd gotten at least 8 points already, a 2 and a 6. "We'll just have to keep moving and get more points ourselves," Izuku said. "Hagakure, you good?" "Yeah, let me get back on dry land though." "Ugh, I'll be semi-visible as I move though, I'm all covered in mud now." Indeed, it did look like a few wet patches of mud climbed out of the water, though it was hard to notice unless you were looking for it. "Keep moving, we've got to get at least 100 points ourselves," Izuku urged as he swam through the murky water. "I found some," Froppy croaked. There was a box down in the muck. It was only 3 though. "Nice one, Tsu. That makes 8 for us so far," Ashido encouraged, smiling despite the mud smeared over her face as she wiggled through the swamp. "Mei, do you have a direction for us?" Izuku asked. "I can see a 10-point box up in a tree towards the center of the swampy area. Head 356 degrees for 78 meters. I'm keeping an eye on you, Izuku." I modified Hari's goggles real quick and she's spying for Bakugo and Todoroki. "Whoops, gotta check in with Ida, keep going." 10 points is a lot, let's snag it, but keep your eye out for more, Izuku said, and his team began to swim through the water once more as Hagakure leapt from island to island, occasionally splashing through the water. Izuku kept his eyes open for the snake-like man who'd tried to ambush them earlier, but it was hard with the foliage and worse, his radar was near useless in the water. He'd have to see about installing a sonar module for when they conducted underwater missions. "Izuku, multiple groups are headed right towards the same 10-point box you are," Mei warned them. "They're not moving quite as fast as you, but they'll be there not long after you are." "Is it worth it to fight them over only 10 points? Yaoyorozu wondered. "We have to start somewhere, and besides, maybe they got some points we can take from them," Ashido encouraged. "We grab the points and get out," Izuku stated. "I can pop a smoke grenade to cover our retreat. Tsu, Hagakure, move off deeper into the swamp to see if you can find more points." "On it." Hagakure agreed, and she and Tsu veered off slightly to head into the middle of the swampy area. "Yaoyorozu, Ashido, cover me, I'm going in," Izuku said as they neared the tree with the point cache. Leaping up out of the muck with a hover boost, Izuku immediately spied the points, which were 10 feet up in a tree. The point box glowed with shifting colors, and the number 10 was clearly painted on all 6 of its sides. There he is. Don't let him get it. The cries behind Izuku made him wince and want to turn, but he trusted his companions. As fast as he could, he shot over to the tree, snagging the point box and then falling back towards the swamp. Behind him he heard cries of anger and pain, and looked back. Ashido had popped up out of the water to spray down some of the others rushing towards her, while Yaoyorozu had managed to make a large net that had tangled up another group. Both of them quickly submerged back into the water, and Izuku returned his focus to where he was landing. Something about the water was wrong though. He could see what looked like a large log floating on the surface, but the water about it was frothing slightly as if it had just been disturbed. Izuku activated his boots again to jump away, and the log suddenly shot upward, revealing itself to be the snake quirk foe from before. It hissed in rage, its tail lashing out towards Izuku. He fired a brief pulse from his laser in response, causing the other boy to hiss in pain and anger. The snake splashed back down into the water, and Izuku landed on solid ground by the tree. He had to duck as spinning blades, a jet of steam, and pulses of star-like energy shot at him. He felt something latch onto him and nearly jerked away, but upon seeing that it was a long pink tongue he relaxed. He landed in the water with a splash by Tsu, who gave him a thumbs up. "Thori, can't really talk with my tongue out," she said as it retracted. "It's okay, find anything?" Izuku asked as they paddled away, using rushes and bushes to quickly lose their pursuers in the murk. "We got 3 more points, Hagakure's trying to sneak towards a 6-point box we found but some people are fighting over it," Tsu told him. "That's our next objective then," Izuku agreed. 21 down, and more to go. Sure enough, as Izuku headed towards Hagakure's location, he spotted 2 groups fighting it out near 2 boxes worth a total of 9 points. They were both larger than Izuku's group, consisting of 6 to 8 students each. The main conflict was between 2 mutant-type quirk users, one of which looked like a large turtle with an armored shell, and the other seemed to be made of bright red bricks. Both were well over 2 meters tall and were pounding away at one another, kicking up mud and water. Beside them struggled several enhanced quirk users, while behind them emitter types were launching projectiles into the fray. "What a mess," Hagakure said in disgust. "No subtlety at all. Can you get in and snag the points?" Izuku asked her. Hagakure sighed. "No, with all the mud being sprayed around I'd be spotted in a second." Yaoyorozu, can you make another net?" "A large one?" Izuku asked. "I should have enough fat left, but my stores are running dry, even though I pigged out at lunch," Yaoyorozu said regretfully. "I can only store so many lipids for my quirk." "It'll be worth it. They look like they've already collected a few points," Izuku said. "Ashido, you subdue them once we tangle them in the net. Tsu, Hagakure, you run in and grab the points as fast as you can." A moment later, Yaoyorozu had made a net out of thick cable that was about 12 meters on each side. "Take the net up in both arms," Izuku launched into the air, firing both his hoverboots and jetpack at maximum lift. He soared over the battlefield, causing the combatants to look up at him in shock. They had just started to react when Izuku dropped the net, causing it to envelop them. Yaoyorozu had made it of the same material as Shinszo's capture weapon, which meant that when it fell over the fighters it started to stiffen. The more they struggled, the stiffer it became, and soon they were tangled up in the fibers. The turtle mutant looked as though it were going to break free, until Ashido started hosing it down with acid. She squealed in pain, withdrawing into her shell, and the other trapped testes wailed in distress. "Sorry," Izuku said as he landed. "But we need your points." Some of them tried to resist feebly as Izuku ripped the point bands from them, but they were too tangled to put up much of a fight. "Look out!" Hagakure called, and Izuku spun to see the snake mutant jump out of the muck. He prepared to fight, but the snake didn't go after him. Instead, it sprinted at the turtle, diving into her shell. She roared and popped back out, but it was too late. The snake had snagged several point bands she'd hidden inside, then ran back into the muck, diving in again. "Not this time!" Tsu cried, and her tongue darted out. The snake hissed in shock as it was dragged back onto the land, and struck out towards Tsu as she reeled him in. However, an invisible fist connected with his temples causing him to let out a groan, then slump to the ground. "How many points does he have?" Izuku asked, tallying up what he and the others had collected. They'd gotten the 9 points, plus another 16 from the other combatants. He had 11. Tsu said happily, holding them up. "Then we have 57, Yaoyorozu said. She quickly wrapped some netting around the snake mutant and shook it, so that it hardened around him. "That should hold him." "Izuku, you've got to get moving again, your fight attracted a lot of attention," Mei said in his ear. "Ida's up to 45 points, but they're about to get another 10-pointer. Got it, Izuku said, running for the water and diving back in, his points strapped to his arm. How are Bakugo and Todoroki doing? They've kept anyone from passing so far, but it's a hard fight. More and more testes are starting to turn back, and a lot of them seem to think they'll be able to just take points from those who went out and got them. Hurry's still helping them though, so they're doing okay. Right, where should we head next? Izuku asked as they made their way away from the still trapped students as more approached. There's a 7-point box hidden in some reeds about 30 meters away, but there's a group of 3 heading for it as well. They're close, Mei warned. One of them is huge, he's nearly 3 meters tall, has some sort of quirk that turns him into a giant purple monster. Sure enough, there was a huge purple man-thing splashing through the swamp, a long green tongue lolling from his head and a small tree trunk gripped in one hand like a club. On his back were perched a girl with an icy bow and arrow, and a man with a giant scroll on his back. Should we fight them? Yaoyorozu asked hesitantly. They've got a bunch of points already, Ashido said. We can do it. We have to hurry, let's take them. Izuku agreed. Behind him, he heard new sounds of fighting as the groups that had been converging on them met and engaged one another. How do we take on the big guy? Tsu asked as they hurried forward. We can't outmuscle him, but we can bog him down, Izuku said. Can you trip him up, Tsu? As a reply, her tongue shot out from behind a veil of reeds, wrapping around the purple monster's leg. He let out a wail of surprise, and his companions tumbled off his back with a series of splashes. Ashido, hose him down. Izuku ordered. The pink-skinned hero jumped out of the water and threw a globule of acid at the other mutant, who wailed in pain as it hit his eyes. Izuku rushed onto land, slamming his fist into his opponent's face. The purple man splashed back into the mud, twitching and spluttering. However, his companions had recovered. An ice arrow clanged against the power suit, frost rimming its surface as the mud and water on Izuku froze. Rune Prison, the man with the scroll shouted, and a glowing cage of light formed around Izuku as the scroll on the man's back glowed. He grinned in triumph, until Yaoyorozu crept up behind him from the water, slamming a long quarterstaff she'd made into his knee. He groaned in agony, then fell into a puddle when Yaoyorozu hit him again on the backswing. The frost archer tried to get off another shot, but Ashido flung acid ball at her. She gasped in surprise as her bow started to melt, but then flung a hand out towards Ashido, causing her next globule of acid to freeze in mid-throw. Unperturbed, Ashido charged forward, fist swinging as she grinned at the thrill of the fight. The frost archer fought back for a moment, but then Tsu hopped at her from behind, kicking her in the back. The archer fell, and Ashido quickly stripped her of her points. The light prison around Izuku vanished, and he hurried over to the point box. He flipped it open, revealing the 7-point armband. He took it out, and was about to put it on when he heard a chuckle behind him. Hey there! Izuku spun, but a foot slammed into him. A purple-skinned girl with wicked pointed teeth and magenta hair laughed as she kicked again, knocking Izuku down. He tried to lash out, but the girl suddenly faded away. Naughty, naughty, a disembodied voice proclaimed. There was the sound of wet footfalls, then she appeared again behind Yaoyorozu, kicking at her knee. Yaoyorozu grunted in pain and staggered to one knee, unable to defend herself in time. The purple girl raised a hand to deliver a final blow, when she suddenly exhaled and clutched at her stomach. An unseen hand slammed into the top of her head, driving the stealthy fighter into the muck. She twitched, then went limp, her eyes rolled back in her head. There's only room for one invisible girl in this test. Hagakure proclaimed. You alright? Ashido asked as she helped Izuku up. Yeah, thanks. What do we have now? Izuku queried. Looks like they had another 18 between them, plus this 7, Hagakure said. We'd better go though, that purple guy is waking up and he doesn't look happy. We're 3/4 of the way there. Izuku said happily. Mei, any suggestions? Most of the easy points are already gone, Mei informed. You should head back now though. What, why? Did Ida get a bunch of points? Ashido demanded. He's at 62, but Hari says that Bakugo and Todoroki need your help, stat. I can see them fighting now, and it doesn't look good. Their groups are fighting at least 50 other students, just the 10 of them, and they're only in teams of 5 still. If you don't hurry, they're going to be overwhelmed, Mei informed. CRP, let's go. Hagakure urged. Tsu, can you carry me? I can't swim as fast as you. I'd appreciate a ride too, my leg is hurt, Yaoyorozu said through gritted teeth. I got you, Izuku said, taking Yaoyorozu's hand. Come on. They dove back into the water, following Mei's directions on the best route back to the central testing hub. They managed to avoid any more fights, though they did pick up 4 more points to bring their total to when they crawled out of the swamp though. A group of 6 other testes saw them and came running. Looks like we've got our own party. Ashido laughed. You good Yaoyorozu? I'll be fine, the creation hero said. She dropped down to one knee, pulling out a sling with her quirk. She scooped up a rock from the ground and loaded it, twirling the weapon over her head. Let's go. Tsu snagged one of the leaders with her tongue, a girl with hooves and ears like a horse. She spun about, tossing the enemy off into the swamp, where she landed with a loud splash. Then the others were on them, and Izuku found himself in hand-to-hand with a boy who glowed with green energy. The energy seemed to cause Izuku's hits to bounce right off the other boy, who grinned and slammed his fist into Izuku. The punch was much harder than it should have been, though it still just clanged off Izuku's armor. A shielding quirk, Izuku guessed. He realized he'd never be able to punch through it quickly, and released his grapple. Ducking low, he wrapped one end around the boy, whose shield made him slippery. Despite his opponent's struggles, Izuku got the grapple wrapped around his chest and arm, tying them together. Then he lifted into the air, launching himself back into the swamp. He landed with a splash, causing the wriggle. The water was repelled by his shield, but he sank into the muck with it, getting trapped. Izuku let the grapple go and quickly ratcheted it back in, then took off again. The boy grabbed onto him, but to do so he had to deactivate his quirk. Grinning, Izuku simply peeled him off with his superior strength, then flung him down. The boy landed with a loud splash, coughing and sputtering. When he landed, Izuku saw that the others had already taken care of their other foes. One was down with a large welt from one of Yaoyorozu's stones, while two were groaning and covered with mild acid burns. The other student had been laid out by Hagakure's nearly impossible to dodge fists, and was curled up in a ball to try to shield herself from the unseen blows. They only had 8 points. Ashido grumped. Guess they were just planning on taking them from other people. Good thing they were bad at it. Let's go help Bakugo and the others, Izuku's aide, pointing to where a large dust cloud had formed. There were loud bangs and flashes of light from within it, and there was clearly a large battle taking place within. Right, Yaoyorozu said, standing with the help of her quarterstaff. Leave me behind, I'll just slow you down. Tsu shook her head and stood to help her friend along. Not a chance. We're Class 1A. If one of us fails, we all fail. No woman left behind, Ashido agreed. Come on sister. Let's go rescue Bakugo. Can you imagine the look on his face? He'll be all, "Rar, what are you idiots doing? I don't need help." Hagakure laughed as they hurried forward. Mei, how's it looking up there? Izuku asked. They're holding for now, but they need help. Hurry Izuku. Mei urged. Izuku checked his suit's levels. He'd drained a lot of power, was out of missiles, and had some slight damage. But as long as he could move, he could fight, and he wasn't going to abandon his friends. He strode forward, keeping an eye out for more attackers. They could do this. Together. Baited by Kylikatarn 77 and Polyamida. Demon of Battle. Sound, trumpets. Let our bloody colors wave, and either victory or else a grave. Prince Edward, Henry VI, Part 3. Watching Izuku and his cadre run off, Bakugo snorted. You'd better get those DMN points, Midoriya. What, you jealous? Shinszo teased. Don't worry Bakugo, Izuku and the others won't fail. Uraraka said with a wide grin. And we'll pound anybody who tries to get past us. You're DMN right, and we'll find some points of our own. Bakugo snarled, slapping his fist into his palm and letting loose a small explosion. Right, Sticky, can you set up some traps for us? The name's Zero, is that so hard? But not really. This is just a flat, open field. Any traps I lay now won't do much. What if I float a bunch of your tape up in the air? Uraraka suggested. I could let it fall down if anyone tries to attack us and they'd get tangled up. Then we can crush them no problem. Bakugo looked away. It was hard to look at her when she was being all badass like that. Made him want to blush, and he couldn't show how he felt. She had to hate him, just like the rest. That's a good plan, Tokoyomi agreed. Bakugo, you and I should be our frontline fighters. With Dark Shadow, I'm more than a match for most people, even if this bright open field isn't me at my best. Bet stupid Midoriya didn't take that into account, Bakugo muttered. Hey, nothing's perfect, Shinszo said with a shrug. I'll just use my capture weapons and see who I can catch off guard. Yo, Todoroki, we've got the south and east, you guys watch the north and west. I'll use my ice to block off the north, that's where the canyon is, Todoroki said over the radio. A strong enough quirk user can get through it, but it will buy us some time. Yeah, you do that icy hot, Bakugo said, squatting down and scanning the horizon. They were at the center of a wide, dusty plain, with rocky ridges to their north and open ground everywhere else. I just hope we get ourselves a good fight. I've been bored out of my goddamn mind since Kamino. With all the training we've done? Zero asked, tape spewing out of his elbows and floating into the air. Uraraka had a look of concentration on her face as her fingers ran over the less sticky part of the tape. Bakugo wondered how long she could keep that up. She hurled if she tried too hard, but she was getting better at holding it in. Not like I could go full force against any of you, Bakugo snapped in reply. I'd hurt someone and you'd all beach about it for the rest of eternity. I think you're just going soft, Shinszo teased. Admit it, you like us. Go sniff after Aoyama, you're not pretty enough for me, Bakugo growled. Wow, am I going to have to start doing bed checks on the two of you? And here I thought I only had to do that with my sister and Midoriya. Big sis? Uraraka asked in surprise. Yep, it's me, Hari said over the radio, her voice low. I'm pretending to be a reporter. Mei hooked me up with a camera I can train on the field with a nice zoom. Hope she didn't steal it or someone's gonna be mad. If I start narrating something loudly, it's because I've spotted someone heading for you. Isn't this cheating or something? Zero said worriedly. The tape stopped coming out of his arms and he shook his head. That's all I got for now, much more and I won't be able to do much in a fight. I need a break. As a great man once said, it's only cheating if you get caught, Hari stated. Besides, I can't sit this one out. It's boring as hell up here. Huh. Just let us know if there's a fight coming our way, Bakugo laughed. Well, you get your wish. There's a group of 10 hiding behind that ridge on your 2 o'clock, Hari said. Looks like 10 of M. Careful, they look dash. First blood is mine. Bakugo roared. Tokoyami, on me. He launched himself forward with an explosion, careful to aim his backdraft so it didn't hurt one of his classmates. Damn it, he was starting to like them, even a dumbass like Zero. And they were starting to respect him. No need to ruin that now. The look on the faces of the would-be ambushers as they saw Bakugo fall out of the sky, screaming bloody murder, was absolutely princeless. One of them looked like they just wet themselves. Bakugo slowed his descent with a rippling series of explosions, which he also used to spin himself to the side. Just in time too, because one of his prey thought they could fight back, and had sent a crackling beam of energy towards where Bakugo would have been. Amateurs. Bakugo landed and unleashed a massive blast at the ground, throwing up dirt and smoke. There were cries of pain and rage at that, and a girl leapt at him, her skin molting as she transformed into an ogre-like creature with a dark tattooed hide. It didn't matter though, Bakugo just raised one hand and let fly with another explosion as he dodged to the side. The ogre girl gasped in pain, blinded, covering her face with her arms. That let Bakugo slam his leg into her gut, and she went down hard. The others were just recovering, getting ready to attack Bakugo, when there was a battle screech from above. Dark shadow fell on the remaining victims, his talons rending and tearing at cried in panic and tried to run. That was a mistake. Bakugo took them out first, hurling forward with another blast-propelled jump. His legs slammed into one's back, causing them to collapse, while he blasted at the feet of another. They cartwheeled through the air and slammed into a rock, sliding down and collapsing. Behind Bakugo, Dark Shadow was having a rough time after having quickly taken out the boy who'd shot the energy beams. One of their foes could make a bronze shield he carried glow with a bright light, and Dark Shadow was retreating before it. So, him first then. Running forward, Bakugo stretched out one arm and let out a blast that caused the boy to stumble, the glow around his shield vanishing. Dark Shadow pounced, ripping the shield away and tossing it back down the ridge, then slamming the boy into the ground. The others were easy pickings, and Bakugo quickly took care of them. Nice work, he told Dark Shadow, spitting out a bit of dirt. That's these idiots taken care of. Stop being so reckless, we're on defense you moron. Dark Shadow squawked. Heh. Best defense is to kick the other guy's teeth in, Bakugo chuckled, then leapt down off the ridge. In his absence, the others hadn't been idle. A big group had tried to charge over the plane and attack, but Uraraka had dropped the tape on them, and they were still stuck. Shinszo had mind-controlled a couple that had managed to get free, and they were now helpfully beating their former allies into SBMSN. That's enough, lay down and roll around on the tape until you can't move, Shinszo ordered, once the last of the trapped enemies had been kicked into blubbering uselessness. His brainwashed slaves helpfully dropped down and tangled themselves up. Coulda used them, Bakugo complained. Made good meat shields. One good hit and I lose control of them, Shinszo said with a shake of his head. Not worth it if they turn on us in the middle of a fight. Hari's voice crackled over the line. Another large group of 12 is approaching from the east. Can they possibly have found enough points to pass yet? They're mine. Bakugo laughed, but he felt a hand on his shoulder, stopping him. He turned to glare, but it was Uraraka who had touched him. That made him blush, which only made him angry at his own weakness. Now was not the time to develop a crush, damn it. Wait, I think I have an idea, Uraraka said. Do you think you could break the ground into medium-sized chunks? Yeah, obviously, Bakugo snapped. Why? Blow up some chunks of ground, and I'll make them float. Then Zero can send them at whoever is coming after us, Uraraka explained. Bakugo grinned. That was the kind of plan he could get behind, one with reckless violence. He quickly ran across the ground, letting explosions ripple out from his feet, tearing up the rocky soil. Uraraka hurried after him, making the clumps float into the air. Using his tape, Zero slingshot the hunks of earth in the direction that Bakugo could now see a large group approaching from. Release! Uraraka cried, and the hunks of earth started raining down on their enemies. Most of it harmlessly impacted into the ground, but what did hit the other testes caused havoc in their ranks, as some dived for cover, others activated defensive quirks, and a few were knocked to the ground by the raining debris. Keep it up! Shinszo told them. It's working, they're running away. Cowards, get back here and fight. Bakugo snarled, shaking his fist at their now fleeing foes. No time for that knucklehead, a speed quirk user is heading straight for you from the southeast. They look like they've got their points and are trying to run right past you, Hari informed. Shinszo and I will handle this, you prepare another barrage, Tokoyami stated. He moved to intercept the blurry form racing towards them, a girl who appeared to have wheels on her arms and legs, and was racing forward like some sort of human car. She tried to veer out of the way as Dark Shadow attacked, but that brought her right towards Shinszo. With a flick of his wrist, he sent his capture weapon out, wrapping it around one of her wheels. That made her spin out of control, crashing into the ground. Dark Shadow was on her in an instant, ripping away 3 bands for a total of 11 points. What should we do? Shinszo asked as the girl struggled. You should let me go, I'm not a threat, the girl snapped, but then her eyes glazed over as Shinszo took control. Send her out to lure someone in, or maybe bring us more points. Uraraka suggested. Shinszo shook his head. Won't work. Unless I know exactly where to send her, it's no good. The directions have to be very specific and clear. She can't act on her own initiative while I control her. Just hold on to her then, Bakugo ordered. Next group, Zero tapes one of my stun grenades to her. She runs at them and lights it like a suicide bomber. That's pretty gruesome, Zero said, shaking his head. Oh, back off, she won't get more than some minor burns herself, it's just a flashbang, Bakugo snapped. What, you think she's cute or something? Zero shrugged, taking the grenade from Bakugo. No, it's just, making suicide bombers? Not very heroic. Do I look heroic to you? Bakugo snapped. Now that you mention it, not really, Zero agreed, taping the grenade onto the girl, who was now standing still, drool coming out of the corner of her mouth. But then why are you even here if you don't want to be a hero? I never said that. Bakugo growled. I am going to be a hero, the strongest hero who ever lived. What, that's it? You want to be a hero to be strong? Zero demanded skeptically. That made Bakugo shake his head in disgust. No, I'm going to be a hero because I am strong. What, you believe that it's the strong's duty to protect the weak or something like that? You sure don't act like it, Zero observed. Uraraka laughed. You didn't see him with Kota. It was really sweet, wasn't it, Shinszo? Made me wanna barf, Shinszo agreed. Shut up. Hari, who else is coming? Bakugo demanded. There's a few groups headed in your direction, but they're still scavenging for points, Hari told them. Todoroki's fended off a few groups as well. The waiting made Bakugo pace back and forth, working up a sweat for when more challengers appeared. He wasn't going to fail, not this time. Even if no one's life was on the line, he couldn't fail again. He still saw Hatsume's battered body every night in his mind's eye, still saw the bloody and broken body of Midoriya. He'd been weak. He hadn't saved them. Not this time. All right, there's 2 groups headed your way, east and south, Hari reported. They'll get to you at about the same time. South group is about 8, east group looks like 6. Well, what is it? Zero asked, rubbing his head. 8 or is there more? I think someone has some sort of cloning quirk, so it's hard to tell, Hari told them. You're in for a fight though, so get ready. What's our plan of attack? Shinszo asked. I have a plan, Bakugo said with a wicked smile. Uraraka grinned back. Punch their teeth. In? God, she was hot when she talked like that. Launch more of those dirt rockets to the south. Bakugo roared. Shinszo, on me. We take out the east group. Tokoyami, take out whoever gets through the barrage. The dust is darkening the skies, Tokoyami mused, drawing dark shadow about him like a cloak. The darkness shall be our ally. DMN Birdbrain was a drama queen. But he could fight. You think we can take on all 6 alone? Shinszo asked Bakugo as they moved forward. I'll try to leave one for you, Bakugo laughed. That way you'll feel more useful. The group heading for them was jogging at a good pace, 2 muscled enhancer brawlers out front with what Izuku figured were 3 emitters and 1 mutant in the back for long-ranged support. "Hey, you ready to pay the toll?" Shinszo called to them as he and Bakugo started to run forward. There was no reply, either they already knew about Shinszo's quirk, or they just weren't the talkative types. "It's your points and your lives." Bakugo cackled, feeling his blood pound in his ears as he ran forward, fingers twitching. "Usually it's points or life," Shinszo pointed out. "Where's the fun in that?" Bakugo screamed, leaping into the air with a massive explosion. The 2 emitter types fired at him, one shooting out a stream of bubbles, the other launching long sharp fingernails at him. Bakugo dodged easily, guiding himself through the air to land right in the middle of them. The mutant type, who looked like a walking human coil of spring, swung his arms at Bakugo, but he dodged to the side and fired off 2 blasts at his foe's feet. He didn't actually want to kill them, after all, but he did have a reputation to maintain. The spring boy went flying, bouncing off to the side. The fingernail girl slashed at Bakugo with her long talons, but he caught the blow on his armored bracers, then let fly with a weak but bright blast in her face. She cried out and fell back, but Bakugo grunted as something slammed into his back. He rolled with the blow, falling to the ground and using his momentum to allow his feet to face his attacker, then unleashed a large blast with his feet that made him tumble away. The enhancer cried out and fell back. The other enhancer was struggling in Shinszo's capture weapon, his skin turned to rust-colored scales. "What's the matter, you all tied up?" Shinszo teased. The other boy snarled, his face contorted in frustrated rage. "Let me go, you piece of dash," and Shinszo did, though his mind was clearly now in Shinszo's grasp. "Go give your friend a big hug," Shinszo ordered, pointing to the girl shooting out the bubbles. "What?" Sabi no dash, but it was too late, and Sabi tackled his former ally to the ground. "Shinszo, we need your help, send that will girl out to distract our group." Uraraka called. "Go give the grenade to them," Shinszo ordered, pointing. The wheel girl stumbled into a run, heading towards the group coming out of the east. One of them could project a large barrier made of plants above them, and was keeping off the rain of dirt and rocks. Once the car girl ran forward, they let out a whoop. "Come on Suku, take out these guys." Apparently, she was from their school, and the group was happy to let her join them. Too late, they realized something was wrong, but then the flashbang went off right in their midst. The barrier went down, and they were soon half buried in a pile of rocks and dirt. The one large mutant type that got through was first tied up by Siro's tape, then beaten down by Dark Shadow. As for Bakugo's group, he delivered the coup de grace on the half-conscious nail girl, knocking her out cold, while Shinszo had Sabi tangle himself so thoroughly in the coil boy that neither of them could move even after Sabi had the mind to realize what he was doing. "Okay, I know you guys just fought off 2 groups, but there's even more headed your way now," Hari said, her tone half-panicked. "And this time, there's a lot of them. It looks like a coordinated assault from multiple schools. I don't even know what's happening, but they're all banding together." Faintly, echoing in the distance, Bakugo heard a single, repeated word, "Crush." "It's the UA Crush," the bubble girl laughed, clutching her side and wincing. "A bunch of the others have banded together to take you guys out. DMN kids, you're only first years. This was my last chance to get my license while I was still in school." "Yeah? Well, I guess heroes don't need an extra like you," Bakugo said, grinning and pointing his hand at her, snaps and pops coming from his fingers. She gasped and scooted away, looking pale. "Go, tell them!" Bakugo roared. "Tell them that a real hero waits for them. I defeated the League of Villains. I defeated Muscular. And I'll defeat a bunch of half-trained punks who've never even seen a real fight." Paling, the bubble girl scrambled away, hightailing it away from Bakugo and Shinszo. "I think we should fall back to the others," Shinszo said, wrapping his capture weapon back around his arms. "This is too much even for you." Bakugo spat to the side. "We'll stand our ground together. Those freaks won't have a chance." "Bakugo!" Uraraka cried as she ran over, Siro and Tokoyami right behind her. "What are we going to do?" "Same sheet we've been doing all day," Bakugo snarled. "But bigger." "Siro, I need another tape net." "Yeah, okay," Siro agreed, wincing. He started to shoot out streams of tape, and Bakugo grabbed one end, running away. "Weigh it down with rocks. We'll need to get them good this time." In minutes, they had another large tape net woven, and Uraraka launched it up into the air. She looked faintly grim, but she gritted her teeth and kept the mass of tape and rocks afloat. Bakugo paced back and forth again, grinning wickedly. Crush! 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 The horde coming at them was at least 50 people strong. There were all sorts of types in it, from a massive boy who looked like nothing so much as a huge theropod to a girl who broke into 100 copies of herself that were no more than a few centimeters tall as she ran towards them. Now? Uraraka gasped as the crowd hurried towards them. It was breaking into two groups, trying to go around the tape net. Tokoyami, get Dark Shadow up there and knock the net to the side, Bakugo ordered. On it, the black bird screamed, flying up and slapping the tap net. It drifted over, and Bakugo nodded. Now! The net crashed down, taping up several dozen people, but more than half of them just kept right on coming. Blasts of wind, globs of boogers, and a sudden hail of baseballs started to rain down on Bakugo's team. He and Tokoyami battered away most of the projectiles, but a few got through, peppering them but not causing serious damage. Stick together, no going off on your own. Bakugo snarled as the first of their opponents closed in. Watch each other's backs. If one of us falls, we're all weak. Now you want to work together, Zero muttered, but he didn't argue. And then the battle was joined. Zero launched streams of tape, grabbing onto the front runners and hurling them back into their comrades. Shinszo's capture weapon flicked out, trapping two more, but then the group slammed into them. Bakugo forced a few back with a series of rippling blasts, but he couldn't jump around like he normally did in battle. He had to watch his companions' backs. A girl who had suddenly grown to be 4 meters tall swung a massive arm at Uraraka, but she ducked, touching the girl's arm. With a cry the girl started to float up into the air, but Uraraka had no time to recover, grappling with a boy who seemed to be able to turn to smoke. Tokoyami's Dark Shadow had covered him like a mantle, and he swung out with wide, sweeping blows, knocking back the army of tiny girls with high-pitched squeals. Zero flung out masses of tape, then kicked and punched at the gummed-up foes they faced. Bakugo used one hand to blow away the smoke boy, giving Uraraka trouble, and in turn she touched the giant dinosaur mutant, who floated up to join the giant girl. Everything was a mass of swirling confusion. Shinszo managed to take control of several fools who responded to his jibes, sending them to throw themselves back at their friends. With so many foes, Bakugo was forced to use more massive blasts, some that could have even been lethal. He hoped his aim was good, but he saw he'd bloodied and burned quite a few of their attackers. But it was hard to care. More and more, all that mattered was the joy singing in Bakugo's heart as he brought his knee up to break one fool's nose and launched an explosion into a group with his arm. He felt so alive, so strong, so wonderful as he fought. Uraraka cried out in pain as a girl with WHP-like hair lashed at the gravity manipulator, and with a cry of rage Bakugo popped one of his grenades, hurling at the girl. Her hair caught fire and a horrible smell filled the air. She went down, bloody, but Uraraka was back on her feet. Something cracked up against Bakugo's head, and he stumbled, dazed. A boy with half a dozen baseballs on his belt grinned, running forward and beating Bakugo again before he could react. Bakugo tried to blast him, but the baseball boy jumped out of the way, raising an arm to throw another ball. Uraraka jumped at him, her head colliding with the ball player's midsection. He gasped and fell to the ground, but Uraraka had another attacker to fight off, this one a green-skinned girl with leaves growing out of her arms that lashed at Uraraka. Bakugo flung himself forward, blowing her away with a blast. His arms were sore now, his hands numb from the constant recoil of his explosions, but he couldn't stop. Instinctively, he put his back to Uraraka's, and she pressed up against him as they fought desperately to stay on their feet against a dozen attackers. Bakugo had lost track of Shinszo and the others in the melee, and at this point didn't even care. He laughed and laughed, unleashing blast after blast. He heard someone shrieking in rage, and realized it was Uraraka, her voice a wailing call to battle. Bakugo took more hits, and blood poured out from several serious wounds, but he stayed on his feet. He couldn't fall, he was a god, a demon, a force of nature. Nothing could stop him. And then, there was nothing. Amidst the swirling dust and smoke, Bakugo realized that the only person moving beside him was Uraraka. Both of them were breathing, gasping for breath and nearly exhausted. At their feet were dozens of injured foes in a ring around them. Beyond that, their enemies were lining up again, dragging allies to their feet, taking a breath themselves. You good? Uraraka gasped. She jerked her head to the side, vomiting, her quirk overused. But she just wiped her mouth and grinned at the enemies surrounding them. It was perhaps the most attractive thing Bakugo had ever seen her do. I could do this all day. You call that a fight? Bakugo said, throwing his head back and laughing. You idiots are weak. I got hit harder by my mother for talking smack. You're bleeding, UA. Both of you, one of their foes called. Give it up. Just let us past, we got our points, it's no skin off your backs if a few of us pass before you. Hey, Uraraka, you feel like losing today? Bakugo asked, wiping a trickle of blood off of the tip of his nose. A nervous giggle escaped Uraraka, which she turned into a nearly hysterical, maniacal belly laugh. Yeah, me neither, Bakugo agreed. He raised his hand, beckoning. Which of you assholes wants to be the next loser? I'll bury you right here, right now. Hell, I don't think I've even managed to kill anyone today, and I can't sleep at night without a little blood on my hands. Guys, I don't think he's kidding, someone said nervously. I think he killed he for attacking his girlfriend. Maybe we should just back off. He's bluffing. He'd fail if he killed someone. Besides, they're from UA, they're supposed to be paragons of justice or whatever, it's all just an act. There used to be 2 more of us, you know, Uraraka said, her tone wistful. I wish you'd been gentler, Bakugo. I sort of liked Akai. She was weak, Bakugo growled. Her and Mineta got what they deserved. Besides, as long as you keep your DMN mouth shut, they'll never find the bodies. Guys, he is the one who took down Muscular. Maybe he's not bluffing. All the rumors say Katsuki Bakugo is a maniac that no one likes. Shut up, we just have to dash. Reinforcements are here. Mei screamed in Bakugo's ear. Attack now. Shut up Hatsume. Bakugo screamed. Don't tell me what to do. And then he attacked anyway, pivoting at the same time as Uraraka and surging forward, both of them screaming like harpies, their faces a mass of blood and bruises, their hero costumes torn and bloodied, their bodies exhausted. In the face of their ferocity, their opponents quavered, falling back with expressions of terror written across their faces. If it had just been the 2 of them, battered and worn, their opponents might have rallied and managed to turn the tide. But then a long tongue shot out, grabbing someone at the rear and jerking them off into the smoke and dust with a scream. And the morale of the other testes utterly broke. Bakugo laughed as he lit off a weak explosion, and Uraraka screamed as her fist smashed into someone's face. Plus ultra. Ashido and Hagakure screamed, and a stream of acid shot into the crowd as Hagakure's invisible blows started taking people down. Then, DMN him, Midoriya landed right into the middle of the group, slamming down on top of 2 other testes and then laying about with punches and kicks. Whatever semblance of cohesion or purpose the other students had vanished. They stopped fighting back, stopped trying to attack, and simply tried in a desperate scramble to get away. Until stones started flying out of the smoke, cracking into their arms and legs, causing them to fall. Surrender. Izuku bellowed, his voice amplified by his suit somehow. Lay down and surrender. Or face the consequences. Nearly as one, every one of the attackers who was still on their feet flopped to the ground, begging for mercy. What the hell took you so long? Bakugo snarled at Izuku. You idiots get lost or something? Sorry, getting our points took longer than we thought it would, Izuku said, looking down. We only have 87 points, so, we can't all pass yet. Well then get back out there and get some more. Bakugo snapped. He kicked at one of the whimpering students who'd been trying to crawl away. More of these idiots are going to come, and I'm not letting a single one through until I can pass. Hey, some of these guys got points, Ashido pointed out. Yeah. Hand over your points, or face the wrath of Class 1A. Hagakure declared. Bakugo glanced down, and saw that the girl he just kicked had a few points on her armbands. He grinned, bending over, making a few explosions flicker out of his fingers. I'm not going to have to ask, am I? No. No. Just take them, the girl pleaded, ripping the bands off and handing them over. Satisfied, Bakugo collected her points, and then grabbed more from the others who were all too eager to hand theirs over, and stripped the points off their unconscious comrades, all to get the madman of UA the hell away from them. Damn it. Bakugo snapped when they met up with Shinszo, Shiro, and Tokoyami. They were battered and bruised as well, but a wall of 6 large bodyguards Shinszo was mind-controlling were formed up to protect them. What? Shiro asked. You're the one who ran off. After you said not to, by the way. Your fault if you got hurt. Not that Shiro looked much better. He had a black eye to go with quite the collection of cuts and bruises, and his elbows were bleeding from making too much tape. No, dumbass, they had nearly 500 points on them. Bakugo explained, feeling foolish. We could have just waited for these idiots to come instead of sending Midoriya to go goof off in the swamp. Something wet smacked the back of his head, and Bakugo turned to see Tsu glaring at him, her long tongue dangling to the side. We weren't goofing off, ribbit. Yaoyorozu got hurt, and we all fought hard. Yeah whatever, Bakugo grumbled. He put his hand to his ear and flicked on his radio. Hey, Todoroki, Ida, you got enough points? Looks like we got some extras. We were about to say the same thing, Todoroki's calm voice answered. Ida brought back some, but then we had to fight a bunch of these wannabes. We've got over 600 points now. Just because you got more ICY hot doesn't make you better than me. Bakugo shouted. Sorta think it does, Kirishima's voice said. He sounded tired, but rather smug. Well, whatever. Everyone got enough points? Bakugo demanded. The dust was settling, and he could see over to where Todoroki and Ida's groups were. They looked battered as well, and their half of the field was also littered with wounded and unconscious defeated testes. DMN, had they killed anyone? Bakugo really didn't want his first kill to be some stupid kid that just wanted to pass a DMN test. He needed to kill someone who deserved it. Should have killed Muscular when I had the chance, Bakugo grumbled. He'd have been a good first. Oh God, one of the fallen foes groaned. Please don't kill me, I want to live. Attention, a voice rang out over the loudspeaker. The testing is suspended until further notice. Christ. A man takes a nap and everything goes straight to hell. Guys, problem, Hari's voice said over the radio. I think they figured me out. Sudden sounds of a struggle were broadcast over the radio, and then Mei's frantic voice said, Izuku, they're going to take me. No, let go, don't dash. Izuku suddenly launched into the air, and Bakugo and the others winced as a voice shrieked in their ears. Don't you dare touch her. Uraraka, I need a lift, Bakugo growled. Without hesitating, Uraraka jumped on Bakugo's back, and a second later they were both weightless. Bakugo shot them forward on explosions, a manic grin plastered on his face. You hurt Hatsume and I'll carve it out of your flesh, assholes. We're coming, Ida's voice said over the radio. We've got a fixture on Hatsume's location. Hold on. The loudspeakers suddenly crackled to life. They're not hurting her. You UA students, stop. Let her go, you morons, I just said to take her radio. CRP, they're not stopping. Bakugo ignored the frantic voice, which was now begging him to land and stop. He was nearly to Hatsume, who was being held by several now panicked-looking men in suits in the bleachers high above the testing arena. Look, class, just calm down. They'll let both Hatsume sisters go, Mr. Aizawa's voice said over the PA system. You will, right? Because I'm pretty sure Midoriya and Bakugo both don't know the meaning of the word restraint when it comes to their friends. The suits immediately dropped Mei and scrambled away, looking frantic to be anywhere but near Bakugo. Humph, Bakugo grunted. Guess you can let us down, he told Uraraka. Let's just make sure Mei's alright, Uraraka urged, sounding worried. She looked scared. Bakugo didn't argue, taking them in for a landing beside Midoriya. The nerd ran over to hug his squeeze, who was babbling and crying. Bakugo put his hand to his ear. She looks fine, you guys can relax. We'll let you know if they try anything else. Negative, we're not stopping, Todoroki replied. We're nearly there anyway. Hari made her way over, pulling both Midoriya and her sister into a hug, tears in her eyes as the Hatsume continued to babble. Did she ever shut up? Whatever, at least everyone was safe now. A couple of minutes later, strands of tape flew up onto the bleachers, and the entirety of Class 1A scrambled up to crowd around Izuku and Mei. Bakugo made his way to the back, collapsing into one of the seats. Damn it. Guess we lost, he grumbled. Uraraka sat down beside him with a sigh. Yeah, I mean, we were cheating. Guess we should have thought about that. Bakugo shrugged. Not like we could have done anything else. Otherwise Hatsume would have jumped down and demanded to take the test with Midoriya. Huh. I bet she would have, Uraraka laughed. She held out a fist to Bakugo. Thanks, by the way. You had my back. Gently, Bakugo tapped the fist, careful not to ignite any of the sweat that coated him. Yeah. Same to you. You got grit. I'll fail with you any day. Bakugo leaned back, closing his eyes. Oh well. He could always turn vigilante. Heroes had too many rules anyway. Baited by Kailakatarn 77 and Polyamida. A test of mercy. When I was a boy and I would see scary things in the news, my mother would say to me, look for the helpers. You will always find people who are helping. Fred Rogers. So, you thought cheating on the license exam would be a good idea? Mr. Aizawa demanded as he strode up to them. Izuku swallowed, stepping forward. It's my fault, sir. Mei just wanted to help. I had Yaoyorozu make the radios like she did in Kamino and the training camp, and well, Mei just sort of started coordinating us like she did then, too. It wasn't cheating, anyone can make a radio, Mei grumbled. You can even just buy them at the store. Hey, don't take the blame for this, Midoriya, Todoroki said, stepping forward as well. Any of us could have shut it down or taken our radios out, but we didn't. Didn't seem right to, Kirashima said, looking down at his battered hands. His knuckles were sunken and bleeding, even with his quirk he'd taken and given quite the pounding. Hatsume's part of the class, we dash. I keep telling everyone to call me Mei. Hari's right there. How am I supposed to know who you're talking to? She's Hari, and I'm Mei, how hard is it? I don't mind if she doesn't, Hari said with a shrug. But maybe we have more important things to worry about, Mei? It was on all of us, sir, Ida said, hanging his head. I'm sorry we let you down. Oh, don't worry, you didn't, Aizawa said, suddenly grinning. That was perhaps the most impressive display I've ever seen. Do you realize they originally suspended the test because not enough people were going to pass? What? The class looked up in shock. But, I mean, we only got like a 1,000 points or something, right? Kaminari said, sounding puzzled. Did they just put out exactly the right number of points? You may have only collected 1167 points, but you also put down so many testees that are going to require medical attention that they weren't going to have enough left over to pass, Aizawa explained. They only realized Mei was feeding you information when she hopped onto their radio line and started explaining to them how flawed their process was, and when someone noticed that Hari's camera still had the lens cap on. CRP, Hari muttered. I knew I had forgotten something. Their design is seriously flawed, Mei ranted. Look at how many people got hurt. If you want to make people heroes, you can't go around having them beat up each other, you should only beat up bad guys. And for people like Izuku who rely on power and equipment, there's no way to refit and refuel during the test. I explained to them I have a system for refueling Izuku mid-fight if he needs it, but dash. You do? Izuku asked, surprised. Well, I came up with the idea just now, but it will be very easy to implement, along with the surveillance drones, Mei said with a dismissive wave of her hand. Who cares how it happened, Bakugo said, not even bothering to open his eyes from where he was sprawled on the seats. Uraraka was next to him, snoring softly. Izuku felt like laying down and joining them. He was utterly exhausted from his exertions during the test and his arm stump ached horribly. He really wasn't fully recovered yet. Whatever happened, they caught us, so we failed. Big whoop. We're gonna get expelled or something now? Bakugo demanded, opening one bloodshot eye. I figure we can all just go vigilante. Too much paperwork to be a regular hero anyway. Bakugo! Ida cried in horror. We cannot just go vigilante. Bakugo cracked open his other eye and smirked. You gonna hang up your engines and swear off hero work if they kick us out? Well, no, but I mean, that's against the rules. Ida trailed off, blushing. And we've not been following the rules since at least Kamino, Todoroki said with a shrug. Going vigilante would really irritate my dad off though. What, so you wouldn't do it? Shinszo demanded. Todoroki chuckled. No, that just makes it sound like an even better idea. You're not going vigilante, Mr. Aizawa said sternly. Besides, I never said you all failed. But we cheated? Izuku said, his tone making it a question. Mr. Aizawa shook his head. Turns out, they actually never put in the rules that you can't have radios. You definitely flagrantly violated the spirit of the exam, but the rules just say your teachers or mentors can't help you while you're taking the test. Wait, what about Big Sis then? Ashido asked, pointing to Hari. She's like a mentor or something. The hell I am, Hari said, shaking her head. I'm just the chauffeur. Non, you are much more than that, mademoiselle. Aoyama protested. You are our big sister, la an who looks oot fair and takes care of us all. Guys, shut up. If you can just stay quiet, maybe Mr. Aizawa can get us out of this. Jiro hissed. Everyone fell silent immediately, save Mei, who had started humming to herself and bouncing on her toes. Izuku put an arm around her again and she quieted slightly, but didn't stop. Just so you know, it wasn't what I did that made them decide you were going to pass, Mr. Aizawa said. It was the fact that I'm pretty sure half those government flunkies thought you were all out for their blood just for touching Hatsume, that is, Mei, and didn't want to think about what you'd do if they tried to tell you none of you were going to pass after collecting the most points in exam history. Izuku blushed, but didn't look away. I was just worried. Mei sounded scared, and then I was back there. Just think about your actions more carefully. You're supposed to be heroes, not villains, Aizawa. I wasn't going to let someone hurt her again, Todoroki growled, his fist clenching as frost coated it. I failed once. Never again. If they mess with one of us, they mess with all of us, Kirishima agreed. Mei let out a soft sigh and seemed to relax slightly, pressing herself up against Izuku. He realized he had a death grip on her and let up slightly, which made Mei start to hum again. Reluctantly, Izuku squeezed a bit harder, and Mei relaxed again. He was worried he might hurt her, but figured Mei would actually say something if that was going to happen. So, we pass? Sato asked, sounding unsure of himself. He'd eaten enough sugar over the past hour or so that his cognitive function had to be pretty impaired, as Izuku knew he got dumber the stronger he got, which was tied directly to his sugar intake. You all pass, questionable methods notwithstanding, Aizawa agreed. You're to re-enter the stadium once they've finished cleaning up after you. You left quite a mess behind, you know. Izuku looked out and saw that there were several teams of workers picking over the various places that Class 1A had gotten into their brawls. He winced slightly. I hope we didn't hurt anyone, or worse. First kill should be a bad guy, Bakugo muttered. Aizawa glared at Bakugo. It is strictly against the hero code to seek to kill, Bakugo. That just made the boy shrug. I'm gonna blow someone away someday. Even All Might had a body count. Quirk like mine, risk of doing business. I might not be trying to ice someone, but if I gotta choose between a villain and a friend or a civvy, I'm not holding back. The very thought made Izuku sick, until he looked down at Mei. He'd attacked One for All with the intent to kill him. Maybe he and Bakugo weren't all that different. It appears I have more left to teach you than I thought, Aizawa said with a heavy sigh. But get ready. They're not going to just toss you out on your ears. Especially not since this entire farce was being broadcast live. You've got a lot of fans out there, all of you. There's another part to the test, isn't there? Kirishima asked with a groan. CRP. We're still going to fail, aren't we? I can't tell you anything more. Take the next few minutes to rest. They've rounded up a handful of other testees who will be joining you, Aizawa informed them. Izuku sank down into a chair along with the others, groaning slightly. Mei immediately got out a few tools from the various pouches on her briefs and belt, and started tinkering with the suit, humming to herself once more. Izuku just closed his eyes and let her work as she refueled and refitted what she could in the limited time. I was worried, Mei said as she tinkered. Yeah. I was too, Izuku said. About you, I mean. During the test. Well, that felt natural. Mei nodded. You're good at it. You're a good hero. A great hero. But I was still worried about you. I didn't like it. A ball of acid formed in Izuku's stomach, and his mouth felt dry as sand. Mei being a hero. It is dangerous. She nodded, frowning as she applied a patch to a damaged area on Izuku's arm. Mei, you know I'll get hurt again, Izuku said quietly. Hopefully. Not like I did before. But it's going to happen. I know. I don't like it. I don't like seeing you hurt. I don't like seeing our babies get hurt. Mei's goggles started to fog up, and she lifted them up onto her forehead as tears started to trickle down her cheeks. I didn't like seeing any of you get hurt. You all got hurt, every one of you. And my babies weren't good enough to keep you all safe. It's part of the job, Mei. Just like, well, you get hurt sometimes when we're working. That's only 'cause I do something dumb, Mei countered, sniffing as she whipped at her face with her forearm, then continued working. Mei. I don't think I could stop, Izuku said quietly. I know I can be a hero now. I can't do this without you, but I'm not going to ask you to. I just I don't know. Hari said that sometimes when you love someone it hurts. I didn't understand that. Because how could you ever hurt me? You always look out for me, help me, remind me to eat and sleep and wash myself, even when you're tired or hungry. And you love me. But seeing you get hurt me. I never felt like that before, except when you saved me from the mask and the hand man. Izuku nodded, unsure of what to say. He gently reached up, wiping away Mei's tears with his left hand. She paused, closing her eyes and leaning into him slightly, pressing her face into his hand. Do I hurt you? Izuku blinked. What? Mei opened her eyes, which looked so wrong now. Mei's eyes shouldn't be normal brown ones. They should be yellow, with odd irises. Do I ever hurt you, Izuku? Mei asked again. Izuku hesitated, then nodded. Yes. Sometimes you do or say things that I don't like, that hurt my feelings. But the thing that hurt the most was when I saw you fight Bakugo, or when the villains kidnapped you. That hurt more than losing an arm ever could. Mei nodded. Do you still want to be my boyfriend? More than anything, Izuku said quietly. He leaned forward and gently kissed Mei on the lips. She returned it, reaching around to grab the back of Izuku's head and press him more firmly against her. After a moment they broke apart, and Mei nodded. I guess that means you love me, and I love you. Because I still want to be your girlfriend, even when it hurts. There was a sudden strangled sob, and Izuku jumped, turning his head to look behind them. Hari had out a blue pocket handkerchief, and was quietly crying into it, wiping at her eyes and nose. Hari, are you okay? Did those tester guys hurt you? Mei demanded, suddenly standing. Izuku can beat them up if they did. What? Who hurt Hari? Uraraka snapped, suddenly jumping up. She looked around wildly, clearly still groggy from her short nap. We'll teach them a lesson. Bakugo, get up. Huh? Bakugo said, jerking away from his own doze. Was it? Someone hurt Hari and I need you to hold them down while I teach them a lesson, Uraraka declared. Fine, Bakugo grumbled, standing and cracking his back. But you'll owe me one. No one hurt me, Hari blubbered. It's just my baby sister. She's all grown up. Huh? Uraraka said, her eyes seeming to snap back into focus. Oh god damn it, Bakugo muttered, slumping back into his seat. The nerds are just making moon eyes at one another again. Uraraka turned to glare at Bakugo. Well, I think it's sweet. Oh, shut up. You were ready to beat the stuffing out of someone a moment ago, Bakugo said, closing his eyes. He let out a yelp of surprise when Uraraka kicked him in the shin. She stalked away to sit by Ida, leaving Bakugo to rub his leg and mutter under his breath. He stopped, turning to glare at Shinszo, who had developed a sudden coughing fit. What's so funny? Nothing, just got something in my throat, Shinszo managed, still coughing. He held up a half-eaten muffin. Sato's handing out snacks. Want one? Not one with your slobber on it, Bakugo snapped. Hey, you guys want a snack? Sato asked Izuku, holding out a basket full of baked goods. I'm trying to refuel, I baked these last night, but you can have some too, I made extra. Is that caramel? Mei demanded, and dived for a caramel bar. She moved it halfway to her mouth, then quickly did a head bob toward Sato. Thank you. Oh, what would you like, Izuku? I'll take a bran muffin, Izuku said, carefully selecting what looked like one of the healthier treats. Those are actually carrot cupcakes with a light glaze. That okay? Sato asked. Relax Midoriya, it's our cheat day, Kirishima said around a mouthful of cookie. The rest of the class groaned, then broke out in laughter. Sato even offered Bakugo a treat, which he accepted with a muttered thank you. Both Yaoyorozu and Sato divided what was left between them, quickly consuming far more baked goods than nearly the rest of the class combined. As both of them had quirks fueled by food, it only made sense they'd learned how to force-feed themselves at need. The PA system crackled to life. Okay, well, after that little interruption, the test is going to resume. Hurry up and get back to the center of the training field, this is taking too long anyway and I'm already short on sleep. It seems our rest has come to an end, Ida said, standing. Everyone ready? Ready or not, here we go, Kirishima said, grabbing onto one of the tape ropes still attached to the railing. Let's ace this baby. I'll still be in contact with all of you over the radio, Mei informed them. They dropped it when they saw you guys coming. Is that really a good idea after we already got in trouble for it? Jiro asked. Ashido laughed. No, but do you really think anyone can stop Mei from helping us? Jiro considered that, then shrugged. I mean, she might if Midoriya told her to, but I don't even think I'd want him to do that. We work better with someone coordinating things anyway. Giving Mei one last quick hug, Izuku hopped down after the others, jogging with them towards the center of the training arena. He still felt tired and worn down, but he couldn't quit now. Not when they were so close to passing. It took only a few minutes for the group to arrive at the center of the arena, especially since this time there was no one trying to attack them. Izuku spied about 40 or so other testees waiting around, far fewer than the prescribed 100 even with their numbers. None of the others seemed eager to confront Class 1A, and not even Ashido and the more outgoing members of their clique were all that eager to make nice with those they'd fought with only an hour or so ago. What? Oh, you're ready, the tired voice said over the PA. Well, let's get this over with then. All around the arena, sudden explosions rang out. Izuku snapped into a guard position, looking around as Class 1A assumed defensive postures. Guys! They're blowing holes in the arena walls and floors. Mei cried over the radio. There's a bunch of kids and old people coming out of them? What? Ida exclaimed. Kids and old people? What are they doing here? The PA came back to life, and there was a loud yawn. As you all know, being a hero is about saving people, right? Well, now's your chance. We're going joined by members of the Help Us Company, or HUC now. Your job now is to save them. Get going, this test has taken long enough already. Damn it, ISCK at saving people, Bakugo muttered. Don't screw this up for us, Bakugo, Kirishima warned as they all started moving forward. We're here to help these people. Yeah, Bakugo muttered as he jogged. He looked over at Shinszo and Uraraka. Look, I know I'm an a-hole. Just that I'll follow your lead, alright? And kick me or something if I'm not being nice. Just think of them like Kota. Uraraka said brightly. You were good with him. And also, don't say anything, Shinszo said with a chuckle. I mean it, you're better off just keeping your mouth shut. Bakugo's only response was the rather loud grinding of his teeth. We'll need to split up again to cover more ground, Izuku said. Tsu, can you lead the recovery effort in the swamp? That's basically your home territory. You got it, Ribbit. Ashido, Aoyama, Tokoyomi, Shoji, come with me, Tsu said as she hopped towards the murky waters. A boat wreck had bubbled up out of the depths near the center of the mire, and there was debris and bodies floating there. I'll scout ahead and report from the city. The damage looks the worst there, Ida said, sprinting forward. Uraraka. Bakugo, Shinszo, and Hagakure, you can follow after me. Bakugo looked like he wanted to spit nails at being told what to do, but he just looked to Uraraka, who smiled and nodded. You got it, Ida. I'll scout out the canyon since I can use my mobility the best there, Izuku said. Shiro, Jiro, Ojiro, Kirishima, will you come with me? Of course, Ojiro agreed. On you, Midoriya. I guess the rest of you are with me, Todoroki said. Let's head for the forest and see what we can do to help there. Izuku took off into the air, grateful Mei had been able to restore his fuel levels so he didn't have to worry as much about draining his power. Izuku, I can see a lot of people scattered throughout the canyons, Mei reported. They're trapped in crevasses or laying on the top like they're hurt or something. I don't think they actually are, they put on makeup and stuff. Hey, Jiro, do you think these HUC people are trying to attract boys? That brought a bark of laughter from Jiro. No, I don't think so, Mei. It's to help them pretend to be injured. It simulates injuries. Oh. Well, that's dumb, Mei complained. We had all those hurt people from before, why not just use them? I think maybe they actually needed medical attention, Izuku pointed out. We were, maybe a bit too hard on them. I don't think so, they were trying to crush you, and they should have known better, Mei proclaimed. Alright Izuku, 3 people climbed down into that collapsed area you're approaching. Izuku landed on the lip of a crater that had formed from a rock slide, and peered down to see 3 people. One was half buried in rubble with blood coating his face, and seemed to be unconscious. Another was cradling a leg that appeared to have a bone sticking out of it along with a lot of blood. The third was a small child that was standing and crying. He had a shallow head wound that had bled a lot, but looked minor. Izuku, be careful. They're the same mean people from before. I bet they're going to try to trick you or something, Mei said over the radio as Izuku popped the visor on his helmet. That made Izuku hesitate. He'd been about to ask the boy if he was alright, but he realized he was supposed to be acting like a first responder in this situation. Wajiro, Jiro, I need you. I've got 3 cases. One is a child with what looks like a minor superficial wound. The other has a serious compound fracture and appears to be going into shock. The last is unconscious and buried. I'll need you to scan the area to see if it's safe to remove him, Jiro. Got it, Jiro said. She hurried, stucking her earphones into the ground and carefully sending out sonic probes to check on the stability of the rock. This is Shiro, Kirishima, and I will continue on to look for more survivors to aid. You guys catch up when you can. Understood, Izuku agreed. He called down to the cry child. Hey, don't worry, everything's going to be alright. Class 1A is here, and we won't leave anyone behind. I think I can get down there without disturbing any more rocks, Wajiro said after inspecting the landslide. I'll need to treat that leg immediately, it looks serious. I'm scared, the boy called. Please, you have to help me. My mom is trapped under the rocks. I know, but it's alright, Izuku replied. Just hold on, we have to make sure that it's safe to go down there before we try to move any of you. Oijiro, get down there if you can. Jiro? It's stable, for now, Jiro said, standing. I'll get that woman out, but Midoriya, you need to fly that leg wound out right away. Wajiro hopped down, darting from rock to rock, then carefully began to bandage the injured man's leg. Izuku descended more slowly, making sure not to step where he could trigger another landslide. Okay, he's ready, Wajiro said after splinting the leg with a piece of wood he'd found nearby. Get him back to the center, Mei's coordinating the drop-off of the wounded there. What about me, the boy with the head wound whined. I'm hurt too. Izuku shook his head. I'm sorry, this man is hurt much worse. Wajiro can help you back up, but you'll need to walk back on your own while we treat more serious cases. If you start to feel dizzy, sit down and wait for someone to come and help you. Mei Hatsume is watching everyone from her observation post, she'll see you. Suddenly, the boy's entire demeanor changed, going from a half-shocked victim to a shrewd measuring look. Not bad, you guys are triaging pretty well. Guess that's what I should have expected from the heroes of Kamino. Full points. I knew it. They're trying to trick you. Mei cried. I heard that. Tell that little boy if he tries to take any points away from you I will be very mad at him. Izuku just chuckled, taking off into the air. He noticed that the fragment of bone sticking out of the woman's leg had been glued on, and that the blood was just ever so slightly the wrong color and viscosity for the real thing. The man stayed in character until Izuku landed at the first aid station, where some of the other testes were rendering aid. Hey, I found this one, he's showing signs of shock and has a compound fracture, Izuku told one of them. Yeah, okay, put him over there, the girl helping the wounded said. DMN, you kids from UA move fast. Ida's already been back here twice, and Shoji ran back 3 at once. Izuku blinked at having his classmates referred to by name by this stranger, but he set the simulated casualty in the indicated spot and flew back to the canyon, where he met up with Kirishima and Shiro. They'd found a woman who was supposed to have a serious gut wound. Izuku sprayed it with some antiseptic from his suit's medical system, then flew her back as well. He had just set her down when there was the sound of a distant explosion from the direction of the city. Finally, Bakugo's voice sounded, his tone eager. The real party's here. I can see some bad guys. A bunch of little minions, and oh, sheet. What? Mei demanded, her tone worried. What is it, Bakugo? Todoroki, get your butt over here, Bakugo growled. Now. Izuku felt ice run down his spine. Bakugo never called Todoroki anything but derisive nicknames. If he was using their classmate's real name? What is it? Todoroki demanded. We're on our way, but we've got injured we're bringing. Drop them. Your dad's here, Bakugo ordered, his voice punctuated by a series of explosions. And he looks said. Baited by Kylakatarn 77 and Polyamida. Fail to pass. Any coward can fight a battle when he's sure of winning, but give me the man who has pluck to fight when he's sure of losing. George Eliot. Endeavor is here? Izuku demanded, lifting off into the air. Confirm that, Bakugo. Bakugo's reply was hysterical laughter and a series of loud explosions. It's Endeavor all right, Ida confirmed. Bakugo, Uraraka, and Shinszo are moving to engage him and his minions. I'm going to try to continue to rescue efforts. Bakugo, Uraraka, Shinszo, do not engage. Izuku ordered. You can't hope to take him on with just the three of you. Fall back and stall for time. Everyone, converge on the city. Tell the other testes to focus on rescue efforts, and if any of them think they can help in the fight to come do so. Taking out Endeavor just became our top priority. Midoriya, the rest of you should just run, Todoroki breathed. If my father is here, it's because of me. This is my fight. The hell it is. Bakugo snarled. He's here for all of us. God damn it, Uraraka, I am falling back. Jesus, this guy is strong. I can't even get close to him. He's not responding to me, Shinszo informed them. I got a couple of his minions to answer me, but he hit them hard enough to shake my control nearly instantly and they're back on his side. We're falling back. He's the new number one, Izuku said as he jetted forward. Mei, I need you to look up any weaknesses Endeavor might have. Well, his powers are all fire-based, right? Mei said. So if you can find a way to extinguish his flames that might work. But you don't have any foam missiles left, do you? No, I used them all in the earlier battle, Izuku said through gritted teeth. Other options? We'll try a dirt barrage if we can get enough space, Uraraka breathed, her voice strained. But he's too relentless. Every time Bakugo and I try to launch something at him he just blows it away. God damn it, get your buttes over here now. Bakugo snapped. Where the hell are you? Izuku flew over the ruins of the city, past several trapped or wounded HUC members. There were perhaps half a dozen hero trainees from other schools still working frantically to get them out, but Izuku could see that Endeavor would be on them in moments. Uraraka, Bakugo, I'm going to try diving on Endeavor. My suit can take a great deal of heat and has excellent cooling systems, but I'll need a distraction to get in close enough to hit him, Izuku said. One distraction coming up. Uraraka grunted. Ahead of Izuku, a giant section of a fallen building suddenly floated into the air. Izuku saw Bakugo leap up, using his explosions to propel it into the air so that it tumbled up and towards an advancing wave of men and women in red and black uniforms. They were carrying guns that launched what looked like small concrete ball, dangerous, but not instantly lethal. At their center was a man wrapped in flames. Izuku couldn't make out details through the distortion of the air by the intense heat, but there was only one man in Japan that could be, Enji Todoroki, father of Shoto Todoroki, better known as Endeavor the Flame Hero and the current top-ranked pro hero. Like All Might, Endeavor had a reputation for not only being an effective crime fighter and a tremendously powerful brawler, but also for being smart and efficient. That was where the similarities ended. While All Might was known for his charisma, smile, and the ability to diffuse tense situations with a laugh or a kind word, Endeavor had a much darker history. He was known for his propensity to violence and willingness to use overwhelming firepower to stop criminals in their tracks, even to the point of lethal force. While All Might had been forced to kill a few powerful villains over the years, Endeavor consistently ranked at the top of the list of yearly deaths at the hands of pro heroes. It was never egregious. All of Endeavor's kills were incredibly deadly and violent criminals who had either been in the act of killing a civilian or bystander or had clearly been trying to kill Endeavor himself or his sidekicks. He'd been investigated time and again, and no one had ever found any wrongdoing. Some argued it was the nature of Endeavor's power set and missions. He could control and manipulate flame, which was inherently dangerous, and Endeavor always tackled the most powerful and threatening villains, at least the ones All Might had been too busy to take care of. All of that ran through Izuku's mind as he flew into the shadow of the tumbling building. He heard Uraraka's cry of "release" and followed it down, aiming for where he'd last seen Endeavor. Just as the building was crashing down, a huge gout of flame rose up, enveloping the massive ruined structure. Glass and steel melted as wood and other combustible materials flashed to ash. The building split in two, falling around the swirling beacon of flame. Skiing in a breath, Izuku tried to circle around to Endeavor's blind spot, using the dust and smoke to obscure himself. It proved to be in vain. Lances of searing hot flames shot out at him, and Izuku was forced to activate his laser and take a few pot shots at Endeavor as he flew away in retreat, dodging flames and volleys of concrete ball. "I can't get close," Izuku said, coming down near Bakugo and the others. "He saw me coming." "Izuku, someone's hacked into our radio frequency," Mei said in a panic. "I think it's Endeavor." "So, you're as smart as I've heard then," a deep baritone voice mused. Izuku felt his guts turn to liquid. Endeavor. That was the voice of Endeavor on their radios. "Everyone. SWCH to my room number's frequency," Mei said frantically. "I'll call out new changes as needed." Izuku adjusted his radio as the others did as well, Bakugo snarling in irritation. "That son of a beach. Careful, that's my father you're talking about," Todoroki said as he skated up on a road of ice. Behind him followed Kaminari, Kota, Yaoyorozu, and Sato on fabricated skates. "You be respectful when you call that ugly bstrd a son of a beach." "How do we stop him, Todoroki?" Ida asked as he dashed up. "The other classes are evacuating the rest of the refugees in this area, but we have to buy them time." "Honestly, I don't know," Todoroki admitted. "I've got my ice over him, that's purely from my mother's side of the family. But he's the absolute MSTR of flame. He can do things I still only dream about, and he's far stronger. I've avoided using my flames for years to differentiate myself, but now we're in a corner and we don't have any other options," Shinszo said with a grimace. "They're getting close. What do we do?" Izuku's mind raced, and he keyed his radio. "Mei, tell everyone that Hatsume says to use their radios to coordinate, and that I want everyone to converge on my position." "What?" "But Izuku dash. Hatsume says," Izuku repeated. "You know you love for everyone to call you that, especially now that our communications are secure." There was a moment of silence, then Mei hesitantly said, "Okay. I'll let everyone know." Izuku took his radio off and looked to Ida. "We can't use these anymore, Endeavor will figure out what band we're on sooner rather than later. Go tell the others to try to flank Endeavor from the rear. We won't be able to wait for them, but if we can distract him long enough they'll have a chance." "Right," Ida agreed, and raced off at top speed, his engines roaring. "So, we just attack?" Shinszo demanded. Izuku looked to Todoroki. "You know your father. What's our best shot?" "Hit him hard and fast, nothing else will slow him down," Todoroki said with a grimace. "I'll go in first, try to make an opening. I won't be able to overwhelm him with fire or ice, but maybe I can make a hole for the rest of you." "Think you can throw another building, Uraraka?" Shinszo asked. She grimaced, but nodded. Izuku could see a bit of bile still on her lips. Apparently, that particular feat cost her. He hoped it would be enough. "Right, he's almost on us. Let's get started," Izuku said as concrete ball began to clang against the rubble they were hiding behind. While the fragment of building that Uraraka found wasn't quite as impressive as the one she'd used before, it still had to weigh several tons. The building floated up into the air, propelled by Bakugo's blasts. "Now!" Izuku cried, and flew up again to follow the building down once more. This time, the building didn't melt as it descended, and Izuku had to pull up. To the sides, he saw his friends forced to stall from the shockwave, Bakugo knocked tumbling through the air. When the dust settled, Izuku wondered for a panicked moment if they'd killed Endeavor. "It's a neat trick, but you can only try something like that once." A lance of flame caught Izuku square in the chest, and sensors on his suit blared as he tumbled out of the sky. He caught a glimpse of a man wrapped in flames on the right side of the building, and then he crashed into the ground. His ears rang, and stars swam in his vision. Unconsciousness started to creep up on Izuku. "Izuku? Izuku? Are you okay? Talk to me." Mei's voice cried out, shaking Izuku out of his momentary daze. "I'm all right," Izuku slurred. He sat up, popping open his visor to spit blood on the ground. Yaoyorozu was at his side in a moment, helping Izuku back to his feet. "Can you fight?" she asked, sounding worried. Izuku looked up to see Endeavor and his minions engaged with the others. He grimly nodded and closed his visor again. We have to help. Dashing forward, Izuku tried to lift off, but his jetpack wouldn't respond. Warning lights flashed, and he growled and disengaged the module. He jumped with the hover boots, getting atop the shattered building and running along it. He activated his grapple, firing it right at Endeavor, who somehow managed to dodge at seemingly the last moment. Izuku didn't care. He activated it again, shooting himself forward as he screamed. He lashed out with his fist and leg, clipping Endeavor in the torso and causing the big man to grunt in pain, spinning slightly. I got him! Todoroki cried, unleashing a wave of ice. In moments, Endeavor was covered with ice, sealed beneath it, though Izuku was trapped as well. Good work, Izuku sighed. Now we just have to dash. The world exploded in a hiss of steam, and Izuku cried out in pain as his suit became painfully hot. The others were caught in the explosion of steam as well, stumbling back and clutching at their faces, which had been scalded in the blast. Yaoyorozu had been the closest, and went down, while Bakugo sank to his knees clutching at his eyes while Uraraka fell on her side, retching. Sato was fighting the minions, and it wasn't going well. There were dozens, and he was one man. Not bad, son, Endeavor growled, his entire body covered in a wreath of flames. But you're still just using your mother's half. I've got more where that came from. Todoroki roared, firing off another wall of ice. This time it flashed to steam even before it connected with his father, who sent out a massive gout of raw pyrokinetic energy. Izuku was knocked down by the force of it, even though it was meters away. The air rippled and distorted, and Izuku's suit suddenly shut down. He found himself trapped inside the system as it began to melt, and screamed in frustration and pain. Come on son, is this the best you have? Endeavor demanded. Your half is my weak half. I'll defeat you with just ice. Endeavor grimaced. I thought I'd trained you better, I dash. He suddenly cut off, his flames vanishing. Jesus, Shinszo breathed, stepping out from behind Todoroki. He'd used his voice modulator to mimic the other boy's voice, and it had worked. Your family has issues. You don't know the half of it, Todoroki grunted. Do you have him? Rock solid, he's mine, Shinszo said with a nod. Let's deal with the riff-raff and get back to rescue work. Hey! Shoto! What the hell do you think you're doing to your old man? A new voice shouted. Izuku turned his head to see a woman, her hair made of green flames standing atop the ruined buildings. No! It's Burnin, she's my dad's top sidekick. Todoroki gasped, firing off a shot of flame. Burnin dodged, grinning. I know what's going on. That little freak has the boss. Boys, new target, hit the boss with your shots. No! Bakugo snarled, and leapt between Endeavor and the minions with concrete guns. His explosions shattered a dozen projectiles, buying a moment of time. Move towards me. Get to cover. Shinszo ordered, and Endeavor lurched forward. Uraraka managed to get to her feet, putting herself between Endeavor and the concrete ball. She took one, then two hits, then fell with a groan under a barrage. Bakugo started to slow, his shots wild and erratic. Izuku saw that his face was blistered and bleeding, his eyes nearly swollen shut. Izuku hit the emergency release on his armor, staggering up out of it. He tried to raise his right arm, but with a jolt realized it was now fused to the suit, and he'd pulled free of it. No! A ball made it past, cracking Endeavor right in the head. He roared in pain and anger, but his flames flickered back to life. Todoroki tried to shoot a blast of ice at his father, but his momentary distraction allowed Burnin to hit him with a bolt of flames and Todoroki went down. I thought you'd be better than this, Endeavor said with a sigh, turning to Izuku. I had such high hopes for my son and his friends. Give up, boy. I know you're quirkless. Izuku's eyes shifted, looking behind Endeavor. A real hero never gives up. Boss. Endeavor spun, just as Tokoyomi and Dark Shadow, launched from a HRNSS of tape by Kirishima, fell towards him. With an upraised fist, Endeavor let out a flash of bright, searing light. Tokoyomi cried out in pain and Dark Shadow faded to near nothingness at the light. They crashed into the ground, tumbling to a stop. Izuku picked up a rock and threw it at Endeavor, but it just bounced off of his back. Lights out, kid! Izuku only managed to half turn around before Burnin's fist connected with his jaw. He spun once, but was out before he even hit the ground. Sometime later, Izuku blinked his eyes. Color swam, and his vision resolved into two blurry faces looking down at him. He's awake. Come on, let's get him on the stretcher, a voice said. Izuku tried to speak, but all that came out was a gurgle. He was lifted up into the air, and faded in and out of consciousness. When he woke up again, he felt pressure on his hand, and looked up to see Mei sitting at his bedside, squeezing his hand. Izuku! Here, the doctor said you need to drink this, Mei said, pressing a cup to his lips. Greedily, Izuku slurped at the liquid, coughing and spluttering, but letting it run down his throat. After a moment, he managed to speak again. What happened? Mei's face fell. Izuku. We lost. I couldn't do anything. I just had to watch. Hari, she pulled me back when I tried to jump down to rescue you guys. Guess it was stupid, I couldn't have done anything, but I just needed to try. But Ida and the others. Surely they managed to beat Endeavor, Izuku rasped. Mei shook her head, tears running down her cheeks. They tried really hard. They took out Burnin and a bunch of Endeavor minions, but everyone in Class 1A got captured or knocked out. Izuku squeezed his eyes shut, tears leaking down his face. They had lost. Not a single member of Class 1A would pass the hero license test. After a few minutes, Izuku was able to get up, and with Mei's help, limp out to the waiting room. A few of his classmates were already waiting there, looking dejected. All bore bandages, slings, ripped and bloodied clothing, and other signs of battle. After an hour or so, even the most seriously wounded of them were led out of the hospital, Yaoyorozu, whose face and body were swathed in bandages. No one spoke, and the only sound aside from the background noise of the hospital was Mei's worried humming. Mr. Aizawa walked up, looking worn and exhausted. Come on. They're going to announce the scores. Can't we just go home? Hagakure asked, her normally chipper timbre replaced by a dreary monotone. We all know what our scores are. You need to see them anyway, Aizawa stated. They walked down into a half-empty meeting room. Izuku recognized a few of the other testees, who whispered and gawked as Class 1A arrived. A few of the other hero hopefuls bore some bandages, but none looked like the walking casualty ward that Class 1A had turned into. Bakugo even had to be led by the hand by Shinszo, as his eyes were covered by a blndfld, having swollen shut. At the front of the room sat the tired-looking government employee, who had dozed off in his chair. Beside him sat Burnin and Endeavor, the former with her arm in a sling and a bandage over her cheek. Endeavor, however, sat with his arms folded across his chest, relatively untouched, his face covered by a beard made of flame. He glanced at Class 1A as they slumped into their seats, but didn't say anything, instead elbowing the sleeping test monitor. What? Oh, they're here. Finally. With a groan, the man stood, stretching and yawning. He smacked his lips and sighed. Well, a lot fewer of you passed than I'd have wanted. Almost makes this whole thing a waste if you ask me, considering how much money we have to spend on these things. Izuku hung his head in shame, hot tears burning on his cheeks. Mei wrapped him in a hug, and Izuku put his hand on her leg. At least he was still a hero to someone. Well anyway, I guess now you just want to know your scores, the man grumbled. You all started with 100 points. Points were deducted by observers and by the HUC members you rescued. If you fell below 50, you automatically failed, but we didn't pull you from the test. Here's your scores. Izuku couldn't even look up to see his test scores, feeling utterly exhausted. He knew he had to have failed. After all, he'd been beaten and... Izuku! You got 85 points. Mei shouted, jumping up and tugging at Izuku's arm. His head shot up, and his mouth dropped open. No way. There was no way he passed, it was impossible. But he found his name, Midoriya, Izuku, final score, but how? Izuku cried, unable to process what was going on. Holy CRP! Bakugo, you got 57 points? No way. I actually beat you on a test. Kaminari laughed. I got 72 points. I never thought I'd do so good. Shut up, Fry Brain. Bakugo snarled, his blind gaze whipping around. At least we all passed. Right? We all passed. This isn't some sick joke. I think we did, Shinszo said, sounding as stunned as Izuku felt. Todoroki suddenly stood, fury written all over his face. I will not take your charity, father. I will be my own hero. There is no way in hell I deserve 83 points, not when I got knocked out by you so easily. Endeavor stood, walking over to his son. He loomed over Todoroki, who while not short, was nowhere near the nearly 2 meters of his father. There was no charity. Now shut up and behave. We'll talk about your rudeness later. If anything, I should apologize to you and your classmates. I melted the inhibitors I was to wear during the test, and went all out. But that's irrelevant. Now stop acting like a child and sit down. Reluctantly, Todoroki sat, and the test administrator cleared his throat. Yes. Well, some of you were put out of commission when you attempted to defeat the villains. We deducted a few points for that, of course, but not very many. Only know, if you lost points, it was for improper actions, like not responding to a wounded civilian properly, wasting time on unproductive tasks, or making a situation worse. Wait, how can losing to the villains only result in -10 points, Ribbit? Tsu demanded. Shouldn't that be more? Don't be naive, Endeavor growled. Even I've come out the worse for wear in fights. Your job was to safely evacuate the civilians. You delayed me and my men long enough that the other heroes on the scene were either able to finish the job themselves, or hold out long enough for the test to end when reinforcements would have arrived and the villains would have withdrawn. Wait, so we weren't supposed to win? Ida asked, sounding confused. That doesn't seem very normal for a test. The hero test looks to see if you're suited to being a hero. Laying down your life to save others is the truest mark of a hero, the administrator pointed out. Plus, as he said, Endeavor accidentally disabled the limiters that should have kept his power output at a reasonable level. You were essentially fighting the number 1 hero at full power. And you'd already been through a lot, Aizawa told them. In a real scenario, sometimes there is no win. You have to decide if it is worth it to risk everything, even being willing to lose if it means saving lives. You kids made a tough call. Personally, I think you should have done things differently. We'll talk about it more in class, but you did do the right thing. You did it in a stupid way, but that's why you got docked 10 points. You would have been better served using hit and run tactics, Endeavor stated. Having a few of your strongest members delay me. If you just kept throwing rubble and other things like that at me, I'd never have been able to get to any civilians. What? That's stupid. Bakugo snapped. The point of being a hero is to win. You did win, by losing, the test administrator told them. Look, I'm too tired to argue with you. We'll pass out your results that show your itemized deductions. When Izuku got his report, he saw exactly where he'd lost points. Apparently he'd flow right over some civilians that had needed help, not seeing them, and that had lost him 5 points. That was it, aside from his points deducted for his loss to Endeavor. He could barely believe it. Congratulations, Mr. Aizawa said. You're all provisionally licensed heroes now. The class let out a half-hearted cheer. Can we just get back on the bus now? Jiro asked. I'm pretty beat up. Yeah, I don't want to celebrate, I just want a hot shower and a nap, Kirishima agreed. Mr. Aizawa grinned. Well, looks like you're learning what it means to be a hero after all. Come on. Hatsume, that is, Hari, has gotten everything loaded. Let's get you home. Can we have a day off school tomorrow? Kaminari asked as they trudged away. Sure. As long as you don't mind being expelled, Mr. Aizawa told him. Kaminari groaned, but nodded. Yeah, I suppose I should have expected that. Oh, and you'll have a full class load again, starting tomorrow, Mr. Aizawa added. Mei let out a groan. Not English. Izuku managed a tired smile. No matter how much things changed, some things just stayed the same. Baited by Kylikatarn 77 and Polyamida. Catharsis. I don't know whether war is an interlude during peace, or peace an interlude during war. Georges Clemenceau. As luck would have it, there was no school the next day for Class 1A, as the moment everyone returned to school, Recovery Girl ordered them all on bedrest for at least the next day. For a brief moment it appeared Mei would be forced to endure all her classes alone, until Mr. Aizawa announced he would be on bedrest as well, as they had managed to give him a migraine. However, based on the fact that Mr. Maijima kept the workshop open well into the small hours of the morning, Izuku had a feeling it was much more related to the need for replacements for all of their destroyed gear. The most pressing loss from Izuku and Mei's perspectives were of course the destruction of Izuku's prosthetic as well as the power suit, both of which were damaged to the point that Mei declared them write-offs and set to work on building improvements. From the ground up. However, everything from Kaminari's insulator band to Bakugo's sweat storage tanks had to be reworked and rebuilt. Hari spent nearly all of her own time in the workshop with Mei, while Izuku slept and recovered from his injuries. Despite their recent triumph in getting their licenses and in the day off, the dorms were rather subdued and quiet. Everyone had suffered some degree of injury, from the ubiquitous burns to broken bones and simple exhaustion. Everyone had a collection of new scars, including several rather nasty ones for Yayorozu, whose costume had left a great deal of skin exposed. She'd suffered second and third degree burns from the steam, including a rather hideous-looking scar that covered the left half of her lower jaw and torso as well as her left arm. She's very sad, Mei reported to Izuku the next day. Jiro says she thinks she's ugly now. She was hurt really badly, will she recover? Izuku asked worriedly. Mei nodded. Hari says she'll be okay but she won't be as pretty anymore. Mei frowned, looking down at her bowl of noodles. They were in Izuku's room, Mei having brought him a late lunch. Do you think I'm still pretty? That caused Izuku to half choke on his noodles, but after Mei pounded on his back a bit he managed to nod. I've always thought you're pretty, Mei. Even appealing. Why do you ask? Because of my eyes, Mei said quietly. They don't look right anymore. That shot a pang through Izuku's heart. He frowned, then motioned to his arm. Do you think I'm ugly? What? No. Mei said immediately. You looked out well. I don't think you're cute like our babies, but I do like how you look. Even missing an arm? Izuku asked. That's the best part about you, Mei said seriously. It's how I know you love me. Tears filled Izuku's eyes, and he had to set his bowl down as he cried. He felt Mei at his side, hugging him, and expected her to say something, but instead she just held him, humming softly. All the horrific things that had happened to Izuku in the last few weeks, all the raging emotions for the trials of the test and before them poured out in those tears, as did his love for Mei. When he finally got himself back under control, he wiped at his eyes with a sodden napkin. I'll always see your eyes as a sign you believe in me even more than I do, Izuku told Mei. I might have given up my arm to rescue you, but you gave up your eyes so the world could see me. Mei was quiet for a moment, thinking. At last she asked, is that a metaphor? Because I'm pretty sure the Black Mask took my eyes because he's evil. But I did think what you said was nice anyway, even if it wasn't what really happened. Yes, it was, Izuku said, smiling at Mei. See? I'm rubbing off on you after all. Mei returned Izuku's smile. That's good, because we both need lots of help now. That evening, everyone sat together in the dining room after Hari had called a dorm meeting. There were several boxes of pizza stacked on the table, made specially by Lunch Rush in the cafeteria. Izuku had tried pizza before and thought it was alright, but was willing to eat anything so long as it was going to be simple as he was still exhausted. Where's Yayorozu? Hari asked, looking around at the assembled students. She, doesn't feel good, Uraraka said quietly. None of you feel good. If she's really not feeling good, we can take her to Recovery Girl, Hari said. No, it's just, ribbit, Tsu looked down, biting her lip. She had a fresh scar of her own on her cheek, a narrow gash that would never quite fade. I'll get her, Todoroki said, suddenly standing. No, Hagakure said, blocking his path. She really doesn't want anyone to see her right now. Especially not. Well, point one of you. I mean boys. I know what she's going through, Todoroki said, refusing to back down. He pointed to his own prominent scar over the left half of his face. You don't think I don't know what it's like to be disfigured? I mean, no, but well, it's different, Hagakure protested. No it isn't. I've known for years no woman would ever want to give me a second glance, Todoroki said firmly. I look like a monster, and I'm related to one too. In a way, we got our scars from the same place. Besides, it's my fault. What? Uraraka gasped, looking up. No it isn't. That steam came from my ice. I should have known what my father would do, the maniac, Todoroki said. Now let me go talk to her. The food's getting cold. Hagakure glanced at Uraraka who shrugged. I mean, we tried. Can't hurt to at least let him knock on her door. Todoroki walked away, leaving the others to wait quietly. Okay, girls, just wondering, but, I'm not the only one who thinks he's kinda hot, right? Ashido asked. I so don't need to hear this, Bakugo muttered, then moved his arm down to block Uraraka from elbowing him in the gut at the same time he moved his leg to block a shin kick. What? Todoroki? Jiro asked. Sure. If you're into brooding loner types. But yeah, he's hot. In more ways than one. Wait, where do I rank? Kaminari asked curiously. Somewhere between a rock and my dog, Kirishima said. What? There is no way I am ugly as your dog. Kaminari protested. He looked to the girls desperately. That dog is hideous. It looks like it fell out of the ugly tree and hit every branch on the way down, then went back for seconds. I don't know, Jiro mused. She looked to Kirishima. Can your dog at least fetch? Red? Are you kidding? He knows all kinds of tricks. Once he tracked me down at school because I left my lunch at home. Brought it in his mouth and waited outside my class until I could come and get it. Kirishima bragged. It's official then, Ribbit, Tsu said, nodding. Your dog is definitely smarter than Kaminari. Even if he is better looking, Jiro teased. Hey! I scored higher than Bakugo on the test. Kaminari protested. No one thinks he's dumb. That's because the test measured if you're an a-hole or not, dumbass, Bakugo growled. And everyone knows what I am. Uraraka sighed heavily. You really need to stop playing that up, Bakugo. You're not nearly as mean as you act, you know. Humph, Bakugo turned his head away, scowling. He still had a bandage over his eyes, which Izuku was fairly certain was hiding the fact that he was blushing, though it was hard to tell. I don't know, it works for him, Shinszo said with a shrug. You heard what they're calling him in the chat rooms and stuff online. What, it's not that weird hero name he gave himself, is it? Kirishima demanded. What is Bakugo's hero name? Izuku asked, curious. Bakugo muttered something, which made Uraraka giggle. You should tell him. I think it's funny. Not funny, Bakugo snapped. He turned his head towards Izuku. Lord Explosion Murder. They wouldn't let me keep it. Ha! Mei laughed. That is funny. Because you make explosions. I think it is good. I will call you Explosion instead of JRK from now on. That's not what they're calling him at all, Shinszo said, taking out his phone. He tapped on it a bit and held it up. Look. The Demon of Battle. No way, Kaminari gasped. That's so badass. It sounds like the name of a delinquent, Ida groused. I think it's a shameful epitaph. Wait, it says here that they're calling me the Belle of the Brawl, Uraraka said, pointing at the phone. Better that Uraravity, Bakugo muttered. That's just a stupid pun. That is a magnificent name for you, Uraraka. Aoyama exclaimed. EET shows how you are magnifique, yet powerful and dangerous. You just like it because it sounds French, Tokoyami said, rolling his eyes. Aoyama put a hand to his heart. EET's mon language. How can I not love a title bestowed with such wonderful words? But you're not French, you're Japanese, Mei argued. Yuga Aoyama isn't a French name at all. Mademoiselle, I am wounded by your dreadful accusations. I was Bernin Guy Paris. Mon mather is français, is true. But mon fat hair, well, is Japanese. We moved to Japan when I was 10, is why mon accent is so outrageous. Aoyama protested. He's lying, Tokoyami stated. I hear him talking on the phone with his family at night. He sounds perfectly normal then. That made everyone burst out into gales of laughter. Izuku laughed until his side hurt, clutching at his stomach. Treacherous bird. See if I ever say anything nice about you ever again. Aoyama cried over the hysterics. Things had just about settled down again when Hari suddenly shushed them. Quiet. What? Mei demanded. Black bird does look like a bird, and Princess Sparkles isn't French. Hari unceremoniously kicked Mei, who yelped but quieted down. Todoroki and Yaoyorozu stepped into the room. Yaoyorozu looking down, her hair hanging down over the left side of her face. They just about joined the group when Todoroki suddenly stopped, reaching out a hand to rest on Yaoyorozu's shoulder. She jumped, looking startled and near to tears. You should put your hair back up, he told her. I always thought it looked nicer that way. Izuku blinked, and suddenly realized that Todoroki had brushed back his own hair, which usually hung in a fringe over his eyes. Now his scars were easily visible, and he strode back to his seat by Ida and sat down, crossing his arms over his chest, looking around the room as if daring anyone to comment. Slowly, Yaoyorozu reached up and silently pulled her hair back into a ponytail. She glanced nervously around the room. Kaminari gave her a lecherous grin and a thumbs up, until Jiro slapped the back of his head. I think she looks nice, Bakugo deadpanned. You JRK? Uraraka snapped, smacking his arm. You can't see right now. Be better if I couldn't hear, finally get some peace and quiet, Bakugo grumbled. Before Uraraka could further berate her battle partner, Yaoyorozu started to giggle. Tears ran down her face, and she laughed for a good 10 seconds. Then, she took a deep breath. I don't have a hairband. I left mine in my room. Here, Hari said, hurrying up. I always carry a few extra. They're useful when you're fixing things too. Hari quickly did Yaoyorozu's hair up in a simple style similar to her usual. Then she spun Yaoyorozu around and gave her a hug. You look great, Momo. You always do, and you always will. Thanks, big sis, Yaoyorozu whispered. Then she hurriedly took her seat. Sorry to keep you all waiting. Don't worry about it, Tsu said, patting her friend on the arm. We're just glad you're okay. Yeah, well, I'm about to burst that bubble, Hari said, dragging her chair forward. She spun it around so that she was leaning forward on the back, and looked around at the class, grimacing. I'm afraid I've got some bad news. They're not taking our licenses, are they? Sato asked worriedly. I knew we were gonna get in trouble about the radios. No, it's worse than that, Hari sighed. No one seems to care about the radios anyway, no one's talking about them. Instead, they're placing us all at an internship. Including me and Mei. That's great! Izuku exclaimed. Who did we all get? Oh, I hope I got someone like Sir Night-Eye. I want to learn different ways to use my equipment, and with his quirk he can dash. We're all going to the Endeavor Agency, Hari interrupted. The temperature in the room suddenly dropped 10 degrees. Several students jumped up, away from Todoroki, whose skin was suddenly coated with frost on his right side, his face a snarl of rage. What? Calm down, Todoroki, Hari ordered. I'd tell you to chill out, but you need to crank the ice down a couple notches. Taking a deep breath, Todoroki made the ice that was forming around him retreat, and he schooled his expression back into a neutral one. What the hell is my father thinking? He nearly killed us. He maimed half our class, and nearly made us fail the test. And he's the #1 hero, and you're beaching about an accident. Remember the last time you idiots pitched a fit about that? It was when I fought Hatsume, because I was the only one who thought she was a real contender, unlike you overprotective pansies. So take your emotions, put them in your purse, and shut the hell up, you prima donna, Bakugo snapped. Look, I get having a chip on your shoulder in regards to your parents. Sheet, how the hell do you think I got so messed up? But we need to learn from the best. And I hate to break it to you icy hot, but your dad is now the best in the business because we put the real hero out to pasture. Todoroki stared at Bakugo, his mouth moving silently. Todoroki? Izuku said hesitantly. I get where you're coming from. You might have heard that I used to hate All Might. Wait, that was true? Hagakure gasped. I thought that was just a stupid rumor someone started because you were quirkless. If you hated All Might, you must loathe my father, Todoroki said, his voice dripping with venom. He's a monster. You saw what he did yesterday. He didn't have to go as hard as he did against us. There, Todoroki, you and I must disagree, Ida said, shaking his head. We're supposed to be the new pillars of peace, remember? He has to make sure we're ready to hold that title. Your dad's an a-hole, just like me, Bakugo said with a shrug. But if you think either one of us is weak or doesn't have a reason for why we act the way we do, you're wrong. Both All Might and Endeavor are dumb, Mei stated matter-of-factly. They're just mean to people for no reason. That brought silence on the room, with everyone gaping at Mei. You think All Might is mean? Hagakure managed. I guess you guys might as well hear the full story, Izuku said with a sigh. I was saved by All Might on the day I met Mei. Briefly, Izuku outlined his meeting with All Might, and how shortly after he'd met Mei, and how she'd been the first person to ever believe in him. I guess I sort of fell in love with her then, Izuku admitted. It just took me a while to realize it. That made Hari start to cry, sniffing and dabbing at her eyes with a red bandana. Kirishima and Kaminari did their best to look stoic, though Izuku could see their lips trembling. Shinszo looked away, and Izuku could see that his expression was troubled. He didn't know everything about Shinso's past, but knew that he'd been even more of a pariah than Izuku had been. Todoroki, on the other hand, was having none of it. That's nice and all, but what the hell does that have to do with my father? No offense, Midoriya, it's a cute story I guess. I thought All Might was cruel, but he was just trying to protect me, Izuku explained. He held up his stump, waving it around slightly. He knew this was what would happen to me. Can you blame him for being so harsh? For telling me to give up? Yes, Mei huffed. It was still mean. Not really, Uraraka mused. I mean, yeah, telling a kid to give up on his dream is a hard thing for them to hear, but I mean, he did it because he cared. I guess you're saying that Endeavor is the same way? That he cares about Todoroki, and about us? He doesn't. Todoroki snapped. I'm his DMN lab experiment. I was his little breeding project. He married my mother and kept having kids with her until he got the perfect blend of quirks he wanted, because he could never surpass All Might. He decided that if he couldn't be the #1, he'd train someone who could. I only exist out of his jealousy and spite. You're not just a lab experiment, Yaoyorozu said, speaking for the first time since she'd sat down. She looked up at Todoroki, her expression grave. You're kind, and compassionate, and you care about all of us. Don't think of yourself that way. You matter, Todoroki. And not because you have a strong quirk. Todoroki's jaw hung open, and no sound came out of his mouth for a moment. Then, swallowing, he managed to close his mouth. He looked away, blushing slightly. Thanks. But, that's not how he sees me. I don't think so, Izuku said, feeling nervous. I know what it feels like, what it looks like, when your dad doesn't even care if you exist. And Endeavor definitely cares about you, Todoroki. Maybe you did start off as a lab experiment. But the way he looked at you after the test, he was proud of you. I wish my dad had looked at me, like that, ever. Izuku looked down, feeling a lump in his throat. He hadn't even seen his father in years. You all know I'm quirkless. My dad. Well, he left home not long after I was diagnosed. I don't think. Well, I don't know, for sure anyway, that he left because I didn't have a quirk. But he and my mom had a big fight a couple days after the doctor told us. And I haven't seen him very often since. Only a few times. He lives in America, now. He's visited a few times. But sometimes he'll be in Japan, and just be too busy to see me. Despite himself, Izuku started to cry again. He felt Mei come over to hug him, but a moment later, another person, larger, pressed herself against him as well. With a start, Izuku realized Hari was hugging him too. Hey, you've got a family now, Izuku, she whispered. My dad thinks you're pretty great. And he's proud of you. I know I am. Jesus Christ, Bakugo grumbled. What, is this turning into a group therapy session? Oh shut up, Uraraka muttered, then blew her nose loudly. I feel better now at least. At least I know my parents love me. Oh my god. I'm so sorry, I mean, they've always loved me and been kind to me. I'm not trying to be mean, honest. We know, Hari said gently. Seriously, I've had fights with my folks, but you kids make my mom and dad look like saints. Yeah well, my parents never beat me or any shit like that, so don't any of you dare pity me, Bakugo grumbled. Uraraka threw her arms around him, hugging him tightly. It's okay, Bakugo. You can cry too. I know your parents hurt you, I've seen how you mope after you talk to your mom. I bet she's actually really proud of you. Izuku half expected Bakugo to shake Uraraka off and harangue her, but to his shock, Bakugo's lips started trembling, and before anyone knew it, he'd whispered, You think so? Bakugo shook his head. Wouldn't kill the DMN harpy to say she thought I did good even once. God damn it man, now I'm getting choked up too and it's all your fault, Kirishima muttered, wiping at his own eyes. Dude, you're gonna make me cry too, Kaminari said, tears now streaming down his face. Shut up, you started crying first. Kirishima bawled. Oh my god, you two are such babies, Jiro sniffed. She blew her nose loudly. God, I didn't think I'd start crying when we sat down, but with everything that's happened. I just want you all to know, I love you guys, Sato said, looking down and fiddling with his thumbs. I mean it. I don't got any brothers or sisters or cousins or anything, but you guys are like family to me now. After much sniffling and a lot of used tissues, the class managed to pull themselves back together. So, we'll be at your dad's hero agency, Ashido said, smiling at Todoroki. That's cool. I hope we do learn a lot. Yeah, Todoroki said with a sigh. And maybe you're right. I've never liked my old man, even if he is a talented hero. I suppose I could learn something from him. I guess maybe I should be the mature one. God knows our family needs someone to do that. And on that note, there's pizza, Hari said. And I'm going to the cafeteria and stealing a bunch of ice cream. After a cry like that, I need some goddamn ice cream. I got lactate for anyone else who can't handle it. You deserve it. You have the keys to the cafeteria? Sato asked, sounding eager. Could you get us some ingredients? I could make French toast in the morning. No. I'm just going to get Mei to pick the lock, Hari admitted. I'd just go out and buy some but I'm not allowed. They can yell at me and dock my pay later. Wait, Mei can pick locks? Kaminari asked. Since when? Since my dad tried to lock up his tool chest when I was 3, Mei explained. It's not very hard. Locks are just cute babies that want to open up if you ask nicely. And so, that was how Class 1A came to be found in the school cafeteria, having liberated several gallons of ice cream, by none other than Mr. Aizawa. I don't even want to know what, how, or why you're here, Aizawa said with a heavy sigh. I just have one question, Hari, just what exactly did you think I meant when I asked you to keep the kids out of trouble? Hari swallowed the bite of Rocky Road she'd had, then liked her chocolate and marshmallow-stained lips. To make sure that I accompany them on all chicanery, so that I know what to put on the police reports? Hi, Mr. Aizawa, Hagakure said. She offered up a tub of ice cream. How do you feel about pistachio? It's my favorite. A slow grin crept over Mr. Aizawa's face. As it so happens, it's mine as well. I suppose you kids have earned some ice cream. But we're going to have a serious discussion about this rule-breaking habit of yours. In the end, Mr. Aizawa sat down and ate ice cream along with everyone else. Somehow, it just felt right to Izuku. Mr. Aizawa was becoming in many ways another father figure to Izuku, even if he was weird and harsh and lied about things sometimes. He seemed to have found a dozen brothers and a half a dozen sisters, along with a woman who loved him and he loved in return. Despite the pain, despite all that he'd lost, he'd gained ever so much more. Author's note. For those wondering, Aoyama sounds like a cross between Peter Sellers' Inspector Clouseau and the French peas from VeggieTales, except much worse. Also, my beta Kylakatarn 77 has requested a fan art of Baby Mei picking locks. I figured I'd pass this on because at the very least because Baby Mei is very cute. Baited by Kylakatarn 77 and Polyamida. Rectitude. You are remembered for the rules you break. Douglas MacArthur. I'm going to go ahead and tell you that originally, this wasn't going to be a logical deception, Mr. Aizawa informed them at the start of class the next day. But things have changed. I should have known you saying we weren't going to get in trouble last night was another deception, Kaminari groaned. What are you going to do to us? Probably make us do English, Mei muttered darkly. Actually, quite the opposite, Mr. Aizawa said with a shake of his head. Normal classes are again cancelled for the foreseeable future. I wouldn't celebrate just yet, because I haven't told you why. Is it because we had too much ice cream and pizza? Ashido groaned. I took one lactate but I think it wasn't enough, my stomach feels like it's made out of liquid. No. You're going to have another press conference. Normally I'd be opposed to such a thing, but your performance during the license exam is going to force our hand. This one will be longer and far more grueling. It's scheduled for Friday to air during prime-time television. Well, today is Wednesday, so that gives us a couple days, Ida said. Why are you so worried? Aizawa sighed heavily. Because I haven't been entirely honest with you. We've been withholding information from all of you. Gee, that's a shock, you, lying to us, Sato said, rolling his eyes. Next you'll tell us that we could get hurt in this line of work. Aizawa shook his head. It's my attempts to keep you from getting hurt that have led to those deceptions. But I'm afraid now nothing but the truth will do. Ida, turn off the lights. You need to watch this. After the lights went off, Aizawa turned on the projector and clicked a video on his computer. You all know who this is, right? Aizawa asked as a silent video started to play. A man was standing on a stage giving an impassioned speech. He was tall, with long blonde hair and a ponytail, and a domino mask on his face that Izuku couldn't quite tell was part of a quirk or a wardrobe choice. That's Destro, the leader of the old Meta Liberation Army, Yaoyorozu said, sitting up in her seat. He's one of the villains that toppled the old Japanese government. He was one of the warlords that the current government put down to restore order to Japan. That's what the history books say, Aizawa agreed. But that's not what happened. He paused the video. I'm bringing in an expert to fill you in, I wasn't around then. In all fairness, neither was I, the voice of All Might said. Izuku looked around, but didn't see the retired hero. Instead, Aizawa clicked another window on his computer, and the worn and wasted face of All Might appeared. Hello, Class 1A. I must say, your performance on your license exam was most unconventional. But you did good, kids. I'm sorry I can't be with you today, but... Izuku gasped, noticing the 4 in All Might's arm, the oxygen tubes up his nose, and his hospital gown. All Might, are you alright? Did you get hurt again? All Might grimaced and shook his head. No, I didn't, that was Midoriya, right? Sorry, the sound on this isn't the best. But no, I've not been hurt again. I just won't ever recover fully from my injuries. Are you dying? Shinszo asked, his voice cracking. Grimacing, All Might nodded. Yeah. It's not public knowledge, but with my old wounds and that last fight with All for One. I am dying. Slowly, but I am. The doctors give me no more than a year or 2 to live. I'll try to defy that, to stick with all of you as long as I can. But it's coming. Take a good look, class, Aizawa said, tone and expression grim. That's what could easily happen to you. Nearly happened to a few of you during the test even, and that was supposed to be a controlled environment. I'm not going to sugarcoat things for you, this is a dangerous job. We know that, Bakugo growled. Obviously. Now what does All Might have to say about Destro? Call me Mr. Yagi, I'm not All Might anymore, the old hero said with a pained smile. No, sir, I'm sorry, Kirishima said with a shake of his head. We can't do that. You'll always be All Might to us, Ribbit, Tsu agreed. How can you not be All Might? Mei demanded. Are you secretly his twin brother or something? You look just like you always did. That got a laugh out of All Might, but that turned into a wet and bloody cough. A nurse wiped at his mouth, and he sighed. Thanks, Hatsume. Mei. I'm Mei. Why is this so hard? Mei complained, but fell silent when Izuku gently put his hand on her shoulder. I know. Well, let's see, Destro. The truth is, it wasn't the government who defeated him, All Might explained. And before you ask, it wasn't me either. That was before my time. No, it was All for One. Wait, why would a villain defeat another villain? Hagakure asked. Turf war, Bakugo growled. They both wanted to be the top dog. So one wasted the other. That's essentially correct. All for One took Destro's quirk and imprisoned him, All Might explained. You see, All for One and Destro had diametrically opposed philosophies. Destro wanted everyone to use their quirks freely. It was a mad dream of a utopia that could never be, where everyone would use their quirks without regulation for the benefit of society. We tried that, and it led only to chaos. Some regulation is needed. That's Quirk Civics 101, Ashido agreed. I mean, all mutant types like me know we have to be careful how much we use our quirks, or people can get hurt or scared. I don't always like that I can't use my acid to skate home, but I'd damage the sidewalk, and someone could get splashed or hurt. So I understand why I can't just use it as much as I want. Exactly, All Might agreed. All for One founded the current government on that principle. What? The class cried in shock. You mean to tell us that BSTRD is the founder of our society? Ida cried in surprise. He blushed immediately. Excuse my language. All Might smiled. I've called him a lot worse, and he deserves it. Understand, he founded our government in secret to control and exploit it. He's always worked within systems, manipulating people. He would identify powerful quirk users and seize their quirks. It made him powerful, but it also brought trust from a large portion of the populace since he was careful to only publicly take the quirks of those who were dangerous or disruptive to society. How do we not know all this? Uraraka asked. Shouldn't this be in our history books? It was in the time of change, Aizawa explained. There aren't many accurate records. What you're being told is known only to a select few, and the only reason All Might knows is he's the heir to a long line of heroes who opposed All for One. You see, All for One wanted to make the entire world serve him, and only him, All Might continued. He wanted a stable society not for the benefit of others, but because it made it easier for him to exert his control. He murdered and stole and did all sorts of horrific things, but because he controlled the government, he could get away with it. Even most of the early heroes turned a blind eye to him because he slaughtered anyone who dared voice criticisms of him. He was a brutal dictator. Wait, so what happened to him? Izuku asked. How did he lose control? All Might blushed, and Aizawa spoke. All Might took down All for One as soon as he came back from America. Along with a select group of a few pros. Once All for One was out of the picture, a stable government was able to form. So that's why you spent your early years in America. Izuku gasped. You were training until you were strong enough to take on All for One. Yes, All Might agreed. And I did do that. My first fight with All for One happened 22 years ago. That was when things started to change. All for One had never ruled openly, he'd been a shadow dictator, and having me stand up to him publicly gave people heart. Over the next 20 years, we fought time and again, until our last battle 5 years ago. We thought he was dead for years, but there were always rumors. Rumors that proved to be entirely accurate, Aizawa agreed. Most pro-heroes know of the legend of All for One, the Shadow Despot. Any hero from before All Might who knew of All for One either kept well out of his way or was killed for trying to stand up to him. To have his heir running loose is a serious threat. But not as serious as the Meta Liberation Army? Izuku asked. Perhaps. But right now, what you need to know is that the Meta Liberation Army, the League of Villains, and the Yakuza are all fighting one another, Aizawa told them. Endeavor is currently working on just keeping the surface level peace, all the pros are swamped right now. But with your help, he wants to focus on taking down the Meta Liberation Army. My two former sidekicks, Sir Night-Eye and Lemillion, are both working on stopping the League of Villains, All Might told them. Shigaraki is the heir apparent to All for One's throne. He has to be stopped before he can gain a major following. The problem is that if we cut off only one head of the snake, the others will grow stronger as they gain new members and territory, Aizawa explained. So, you'll all be working with Endeavor to stop the MLA. Kaminari scratched his head. How can we stop both at once? Do we know where they are or something? Not really. Currently information gathering is our major goal, along with suppressing street-level crimes, Mr. Aizawa explained. I won't insult your intelligence by asking if you want to back out again. You all know what the price of continuing on this path is. Now you'll know what the price of failure is as well. All Might nodded. The Meta Liberation Army would have a world of chaos, where human advancement was halted completely. While the League of Villains would destroy the current order and replace it with one where the strong exploit the weak. The Yakuza would have us descend into greed and hedonism to maximize their own profits and power. None of those options are acceptable. That means you are going to have to help prop up society, and rebuild it, Aizawa told them. It's not enough to have just one symbol of peace anymore. Eventually, you should seek to add more heroes to your ranks. Not just a select group, but an organization full of heroes who are committed to peace and stability. Which is another reason I'm here. Well, figuratively speaking, All Might chuckled, which turned into another wet cough. He sighed, wiping blood from his lips. Sorry. Anyway, we need to talk about your little habit of rule breaking. We only break rules that are stupid anyway, Mei explained. Like not saving your friends or that you can't have ice cream after bedtime. I'm not really sure about that last one, All Might said, looking a bit confused. I was more referring to your willingness to bend and break the rules of the license exam, especially using those radios and your rescuing of Mei. Don't worry, I'm not going to lecture you about how wrong it was. You were trying to do the right thing by rescuing Mei, that's commendable. And in the license exam, well, you've all proven that your primary goal is keeping each other safe, and I know you couldn't stand the thought of having even a single member of your class fail. It was wrong, but again, I understand. All Might took a deep breath, clearly winded already. But please, hear me when I say this, as heroes, you have to be willing to follow the rules, even the ones you don't understand. You're supposed to hold up society, not cause chaos, Mr. Aizawa continued. By breaking at least the spirit of the rules of the exam, by showing that you were willing to do anything to succeed, you showed that you're not quite ready to be full heroes yet. You should have found a way to succeed that didn't involve putting the structure of society as a whole in danger. People need to look to you and see more than just a heroic figure. They need to look at you and see an example they can follow, All Might said. Additionally, you were rather violent and reckless in how you faced the exam. A lot of other potential heroes were hurt and disqualified because of your actions. I guess it wasn't very heroic of us to bend the rules, even if it did help us in the short term, Izuku admitted. And what if the rules need to be broken to save lives, or if the rules are evil? Bakugo demanded. I ain't gonna sit around and twiddle my thumbs because the law says I have to when somebody needs help. You can't tell me that neither of you ever broke any rules in your time as pros. Aizawa shook his head. I can't, because I did. It's one reason I went to bat for you during the license exam. Having someone coordinate you and run surveillance during a mission is a fantastic idea, rules or no. More hero agencies should do the same thing. And the test makers agreed, and didn't fail you, All Might added. But please understand, there are consequences. This might be a bad time to mention it, but there is some chatter online about how we're not real heroes because the test was rigged in our favor, Shinszo put in. Some people, especially those who failed the test themselves, are angry. For now it's not many, but it's something to think about. Well, that's just because they're mad we're better than they are, Mei huffed. Perhaps, but the willingness to bend the rules and resort to violence is a serious problem, Mr. Aizawa told them. Which is why we have a press conference on Friday, where you will all publicly apologize for betraying the trust of the people, and promise to not engage in such behavior again. When you make a mistake as a hero, own it, All Might told them. I was always sure to let people know when I'd done something wrong and to apologize for it. It's one reason I had the public's trust so completely, they knew I would never try to hide something from them. We'll do our best to live up to that, sir, Izuku said, forcing himself to meet All Might's eyes. And I want to apologize to you. For the way I acted towards you, how I resented your advice. It turns out you were right. All Might started, clearly taken aback. Young Midoriya, I don't know what to say. I was wrong to discourage you, I thought I had made that clear. No, sir, you weren't. Izuku held up the stump of his arm. You were right to tell me not to try. It was going to cost me, and if I hadn't been willing to push through that, I didn't deserve to be a hero. You were trying to protect me, and that's what a hero should do. Plus, I couldn't be a hero, not on my own. It was thanks to Mei that I was able to fulfill my dream. I don't regret that I lost the arm, or blame you, it was worth it. But I was too blind to realize just what you were trying to save me from. I think you could have been a hero anyway, Mei stated matter-of-factly. Even if our babies are amazing, I don't think you'd ever sit by and not help someone, Izuku. Well, I think it's safe to say you are all now starting to understand what the cost of your actions at Kamino are going to be, Aizawa said. I honestly wish I could have protected you, but even if I could go back in time and prevent you from behaving so recklessly, I wouldn't do it. We're going to need you. That's all I have for now, All Might said with a wave. Hopefully I can visit in person soon. Listen to Aizawa, and to Endeavor. He was hard on you, yes, perhaps more than he needed to be. But he did it to make sure that you all were willing to be the sorts of heroes the world needs right now. And to teach you an important lesson, one I learned all too late myself, every hero loses sometimes. Mr. Aizawa turned the projector off. Right. Mr. Yamada will be here shortly for your next lesson. I thought you said no English. Mei wailed. Ashido sighed and patted Mei's arm. Sorry, Mei. He does these logical deceptions sometimes. Not anymore, Mr. Aizawa said with a shake of his head. You're no longer just my students, you're my colleagues, my fellow pro heroes. I'll have to treat you as such. Mr. Yamada is coming to teach you how to behave during a press conference. Oh, Mei said, looking extremely relieved. Well, we already know that. They just have to raise their hands. Aizawa let out a small cough, and appeared to have to smother a smile. Your methods were most unique, Mei. They will not always suffice in the future, however. The door opened and President Mike strode in, smiling brightly. Good morning, class. Good morning, Mr. Yamada, they chorused. All right. Well, hopefully Eraserhead here hasn't been boring you all to tears. Mr. Yamada laughed. But it's time to learn about how to give a proper press conference. Mr. Yamada set down a large case, and popped it open. And we're going to start with one of the most important parts, makeup. What? Bakugo snarled. You expect me to get dolled up like some dash? He shot a sudden glance at Uraraka, who always wore at least a little tasteful makeup, and promptly shut his mouth. Yep. Mr. Yamada said with a wide grin. To look good on TV, you gotta give yourself a little something extra. Now, who already knows how to apply makeup? All of the girls, beside Mei and Aoyama, raised their hands. The French student smiled and fluttered his eyelashes. Even a masterpiece such as myself requires a little paint to bring OOT la true in air sparkle. It's true. And before you say anything, even All Might had a makeup artist for important interviews, Mr. Yamada explained. I don't expect you to carry a kit on your tool belt or something, but for big affairs it's always wise to do a few touch-ups. Now, who will volunteer for me to do a demonstration on? Me, sir, Ida said, raising his hand and standing. I confess I know nothing about cosmetics, and am eager to learn. To Izuku's surprise, no one sniggered at Ida's attitude. He had to confess, he wasn't exactly eager to put on makeup, but if it was part of being a pro, he was willing to learn. They spent a full double PRD going over how to apply basic makeup for a big interview. Yaoyorozu was hesitant at first, especially about covering up her scar, but Mr. Yamada assured her a little touching up would be fine. People expect heroes to have heroic scars, but I'm afraid a lot of heroes are also held to a different standard of beauty, especially a young woman like you. We're not going to hide it completely, especially not since it's so big, but we'll soften the edges. What about me? Todoroki demanded. Mr. Yamada frowned, examining his eye closely. Yes, I think you'll need an extra touch-up as well. The cameras are harsh enough without a little extra help. What, are you going to make Izuku hide that he lost his DMN arm? Bakugo demanded. He should wear a prosthetic, Present Mike informed them. Look, I get this isn't fair and all. But this is about looking good for the public, and putting people at ease. It's good for them to see a few battle scars, but they don't want to see the ugly reality, and when you want to make your best impression you've got to put a little paint on your cracks. I guess I really am hideous now, Yaoyorozu said, hanging her head in shame. Sweetheart, that's not it at all, Mr. Yamada told her gently. Look, hold on a second. Taking off his ever-present amplifier that he wore around his collar, Mr. Yamada undid the top buttons on his jacket, exposing his neck. Circling around it was a dark scar that looked like nothing so much as the mark a rope left on someone who had escaped from a hanging. Yaoyorozu gasped, putting her hands to her mouth. Oh my god, what happened? Got in a fight with someone who could manipulate their hair. They had me by the neck, and tried to hang me, Mr. Yamada told them quietly. Mr. Aizawa saved my life by canceling their quirk, but I'll have this scar for the rest of my life. Price of doing business. In fact, this injury led me to retire into teaching, but that's a story for another time. We all have scars. But if it is going to be an issue for you, talk to Hatsume. She can probably WHP you up a mask and get up that hides your burn marks, maybe even while not interfering with your quirk. Yes. I can definitely do that. Mei agreed eagerly. Izuku was having a hard time not staring at Mei at the moment, as Jiro had done an excellent job helping Mei with some makeup that really enhanced her natural good looks, though it was a little heavy due to being designed to be seen on television. Okay, I'd appreciate that, Yaoyorozu said, letting out a sigh. She smiled weakly, wiping away a tear. You must think me terribly vain. No, your costume was done before. Now it can give you better protection and have extra space for more snacks. Mei declared. Then she frowned. Wait, or did you mean that we didn't think you're pretty anymore? I am not very good at knowing if someone is pretty, but all the boys still look at you when you go by, so I think they probably still think you are. Izuku, is she still pretty? That question made Izuku go beet red. He swallowed, and forced a smile. He knew Mei wasn't the jealous type, and that she honestly sought his opinion on something like this. Honestly, Yaoyorozu, if I wasn't already dating Mei and pretty biased, I'd say you were the most appealing girl in this class, even now. The burn scars are bad, yeah, but you're still really attractive. I'd totally date you, Kaminari put in, leaning back in his seat to look at Yaoyorozu upside down. Just saying. If you were interested. Course we can't go anywhere and Hari would probably watch us like a hawk, but you're still hot. No offense, not trying to be dumb or anything. Kirishima gave a thumbs up, unable to move as Ashido worked on his makeup. For once I agree with Fried Brain. You're still smokin', and that's a man's opinion. Thank you all, Yaoyorozu said, now looking very flustered. That means a lot. But you're all my friends, so I dash. I wouldn't kick you out of bed in the morning, Bakugo opined. You're the closest thing this class has to SEC icon. Yaoyorozu paused, then burst out in giggles. Well, maybe I can believe you, Bakugo. You almost sounded like Mineta there. You take that back. Bakugo roared, jumping up and ruining Uraraka's efforts at his own cosmetic transformation. God damn it, Bakugo. You sit your butt right back down and don't move, or so help me I'll float you into the stratosphere if you mess me up like that again, she swore. Sheesh, okay. I think you're CC too if that makes you feel better, Bakugo grumbled. Yes it does. Now open your mouth again and I'll make you eat this lipstick, Uraraka told him sweetly. Geez Uraraka, when did you start swearing like a sailor? Jiro teased. Uraraka smiled at her. My dad runs a construction company. If construction workers don't swear more than sailors, I don't know who does. Normally I try not to be so vulgar, but, well, sometimes you have to lower yourself to the level of those you wish to communicate with. Some people just don't have a wide enough vocabulary to understand anything else. The sound of Bakugo grinding his teeth was audible, though he did manage not to move or speak again until Uraraka had finished her efforts. As for Izuku, he needed as much help as Mei did. She watched the others putting on makeup, but when it was her turn to try she was utterly hopeless at the task. Mr. Yamada gave her a kit to practice with, but Izuku saw Mei stuff it in Jiro's backpack when the teacher wasn't looking. Izuku himself wasn't too bad at applying makeup, but Aoyama informed him that he was no arties. Not bad people. Mei, you work on that costume for Yayorozu. And don't forget to wear your goggles to the interview, they're your own signature look, Present Mike said. Izuku and Mei were sent down to the workshop to once more remake the power suit. We're going to just have to build extras since our babies keep getting wrecked, Mei sighed as they looked over the burned-out remains of their creation. We can make some improvements but I guess if we're fighting really dangerous bad guys some of our babies will get hurt. Sorry, Izuku said, wincing. I'll try to take better care of them. Mei smiled and leaned over to kiss Izuku on the cheek. At least you didn't get hurt. The power suit is much easier to fix. Yeah, Izuku agreed, wishing silently that they could fix Mei's quirk. Soon, he was absorbed in examining the damage and thinking of ways to make the next model more resilient. If he had, he might have remembered a certain device in Mei's old bedroom, which had long ago finished its work. Baited by Kailakatarn 77 and Polyamida. Window to the soul. Expectations were like fine pottery. The harder you held them, the more likely they were to crack. Brandon Sanderson. The bright flash of the cameras made Izuku squint slightly, and he resisted the urge to rub at his face, the makeup feeling odd especially in the bright light. Unlike the last time, the reporters didn't ask any questions, instead silently snapping pictures or monitoring their equipment. For this interview, Izuku wasn't dressed in his hero costume, but rather in a formal suit and tie. Mei, to her irritation, was once again in a skirt and blouse, though she had been allowed to wear her goggles. Hari was with them as well, in her monkey suit, as she put it, which was a twin to Mei's own formal wear, save that she wore heels while Mei had on flat sandals. Apparently, as Hari put it, no known force on earth can get my sister to walk a straight line in a pair of heels. Before we take any questions, Mr. Aizawa said, looking far from his usual self with his hair in a neat ponytail and freshly shaven, Class 1A has something to say to all of you. As one, the students stood, then bowed formally. We sincerely apologize for our conduct, they said together. We hope to live up to your expectations of us in the future. Unless they're dumb, Mei added. Mei, Hari hissed. Even if they're dumb, Mei amended, then stuck her tongue out her sister, which made Hari groan softly as they stood back up. Aizawa waited as they were seated, and seemed to be waiting for something. Several reporters raised their hands, and Mei immediately popped up and pointed to one of them. Yes, you. To Izuku's surprise, Mr. Aizawa gave a smug, satisfied smirk as the reporter dutifully stepped forward to ask her question. Apparently, he approved of how Mei treated the press. Izuku got the impression that Mr. Aizawa considered press conferences to be an onerous chore, unlike Mr. Yamada who seemed to view them as a perk of the job. What led you to resort to such violent means against the other test takers? The reporter asked. Some people believe your methods to be overly extreme. They only told us we had to win, not how, Mei lectured. Izuku was very smart and figured out the best way to make sure all our friends pass. The other people were not our friends, and it was not our job to make sure they passed. Maybe if they hadn't designed such a dumb test, that wouldn't have been a problem. Mr. Aizawa let out a cough. Mei, perhaps now isn't the time to blame the test. Why don't we just accept that you apologized, and move on? Fine, we said we are sorry and we won't do it again, Mei said with a nod. She turned back to the reporter. Your question is answered. Go sit down. The reporter bobbed her head, and hurried back to her seat. Mei pointed to another reporter. Well, I suppose this one's for you, Miss Hatsume, Mei. My name is Mei. She is also Miss Hatsume, Mei said, pointing to her sister. It is very confusing if you call me that. So call me Mei so I know who you are talking about, especially when Hari is here. Very well, that does seem a bit informal, but, very well. Mei, what inspired you to join the hero course? Previously you seemed dead set on joining the support class, to make your, babies, as you call them. I am now only making super cute babies for my friends, who are all in class 1A. Therefore, I am also in class 1A. Having friends at school is very nice, you should try it. Except you don't go to school, because you are an adult. But I am not going to do any fighting, that is Izuku and everyone else's job. I am very bad at it. Did you see me fight Bakugo? He really beat me up. But that is okay, because now we are friends, and he only beats up bad guys now. Next. What is your first objective now that you all have your hero licenses? Izuku. What is our objective? Mei demanded. Izuku paled, looking around frantically. Aida, and maybe you should answer that question, Izuku stammered. He hadn't stuttered much in the past few months, but just the thought of standing in front of all those cameras and talking made him so nervous he had a hard time speaking. Our objective is simple, Ida stated as he stood, his voice firm and clear as he looked out at the cameras. We shall work with our seniors among the pro heroes to continue to learn how to be better heroes, and aid them in any way we can. Mr. Aizawa, is this the time to announce our plans for next week? I suppose now is as good a time as any, Aizawa said with a shrug. Ida bowed, then looked to Todoroki. Would you like to explain? I feel this is your news to share. Slowly, Todoroki stood, his face blank and his tone neutral. We shall be going to intern with my father at his agency in Geonosi. We look forward to learning from him. That got the reporters to jump to their feet and start asking questions, until a moment later when Mei's piercing whistle cut through the air. -10 points, she barked. I am very disappointed in all of you. You need to make better choices if you want to get to ask more questions or have another press conference. Now listen when others are talking. Working with my father is an excellent opportunity to learn from the current #1 hero, Todoroki said, his voice still toneless. We saw during our exam that he is far above us in many ways. That got reporters tapping away furiously on their tablets and smartphones as the one asking the question bowed and retired. Mei pointed to the next one, who stepped forward. Is it true that you have autism? Duh, Mei answered. That is a stupid question. Next. It was over and done with so fast, Izuku barely even realized the question had been asked and answered. He found himself glaring at the reporter, his fist clenched at his side. To Izuku's surprise, the reporter flushed and ducked to the back of the room. Taking a deep breath, Izuku tried to calm down. Bakugo, even if he was very rude, you shouldn't have smiled at him like that, Uraraka whispered behind him. Yeah, well, he was an a-hole to Mei. If Midoriya doesn't kill him I will, Bakugo muttered. Izuku glanced behind him, and Bakugo gave him a manic grin. Anyone else asks a rude question and I'm the one who gets to answer. Bakugo said. Loudly. Mei turned to glare at Bakugo, being in the middle of fielding another question. However, she caught Izuku's look of frustration and concern, and frowned, turning back to the reporters. Bakugo will answer anyone who is rude. I would not be rude, he can be very scary. Anyway, next question. The questions ranged from insightful queries about how Class 1A had developed their strategy during the license test to tabloid-style questions about who was dating whom. Mei answered most of them with her typical bluntness, and fielded ones she didn't know the answer for back to the rest of the class. Izuku managed to avoid having to step up to the microphone, dodging the few questions Mei gave him or stammering out a quick reply. The whole thing seemed to take hours and felt like pure torture to Izuku, but at last it came to an end. As soon as they left the press room, Izuku let out a deep sigh and sagged in relief. Izuku, are you okay? You look sick. Mei said, hurrying over and putting her hand on his forehead. I just don't like being in front of so many people, Izuku admitted. When they're all looking at me, I get nervous. You get nervous in front of a bunch of harmless reporters, but you jump into battle with dangerous villains without a second thought? Shinszo asked, looking amused. I don't know, it's different. I don't have to talk to the villains, Izuku said with a shrug. I just start thinking about everything I need to say and I worry so much about messing up that I start to stutter and mumble. But when I'm out fighting I don't have time to think so I don't mess up when I'm talking so much. I have noticed you've done a lot less mumbling and stuttering lately, Shinszo said with a shrug. I just figured Hatsume was being a good influence. Yes. I am a very good influence, Mei agreed. Izuku is very amazing and needs to be able to tell people about it. I think that can be your job, Izuku said, smiling at Mei. You always have so much confidence, you're never afraid to speak your mind. Even when those reporters try and sabotage you. Izuku thought back to the question about Mei being autistic, and found himself scowling before he could stop himself. Huh. Now you look like Bakugo. You should do the scary face more often, then people would be scared of you instead of you being scared of them. Mei laughed. Izuku blushed and looked down, unable to think of a good response. He suddenly brightened looking up. Oh. Our Ultra Armor is ready for field testing now. Ultra Armor? Shinszo asked, his brow wrinkling. Mei nodded eagerly. Yes, the small power suit will be the base model, we're still rebuilding it from the entrance exam. But we rebuilt the larger power suit, which is now the Ultra model, is finished and ready. And it has a flamethrower. Well, it has a flamethrower module, Izuku clarified. We won't use it for every mission. Hey, hear that Todoroki? Shinszo called. Izuku's replacing you with his giant robot. He's welcome to it, Todoroki muttered. Maybe then I won't have to work with my father. Yes, your dad is very mean. Mei agreed. He burned you and he burned Yayorozu. Todoroki hesitated, then shook his head. No. My burns they're not from my father. Not directly anyway. Oh, I am sorry, I thought because you didn't like him, he must have been mean to you too, Mei said, looking a bit concerned. Was I being rude? No. I tend to give people the impression my father burned me, and not bother to correct them, Todoroki told her quietly. The truth is, it was my mother who dumped boiling water on my face. She had a mental break. I used to blame my father for it entirely, but now I know she was always in a delicate mental state. The truth is I've always resented my father. My family's history is complicated. That's okay, we can be your family now, Mei said happily. That's what friends are for. Todoroki missed half a step, nearly stumbling. When he looked at Mei again, Izuku saw his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Thank you, Mei. That means a lot. And please, call me Shoto. My father is Todoroki as well. I wouldn't want to confuse you. Thank you. I may forget a few times, but I will try to remember to call you Shoto. Izuku, remind me to call him Shoto. I will, Izuku promised. I guess I never imagined we'd grow so close with our classmates, not after what happened in Class 1H. I'm starting to think this whole class is a collection of misfits, Shinszo chuckled. Next we'll hear that you have some deep, dark secret Kirishima. I was a loser nobody in middle school who everyone figured would end up as a dead end, Kirishima said without breaking stride. It wasn't until I saw Ashido stand up to one hell of a scary villain when we were in junior high that I realized that the difference between me and her wasn't how good our quirks were, but our attitudes. Made me decide to become a man, and a hero. Are you serious? Shinszo said, clearly taken aback. You had the second highest score after Bakugo on the entrance exam. You mean to tell me people thought you couldn't become a hero? It's true, Ashido put in. But that was before he started dyeing his hair. He's a totally different person now. Ah, come on, you gonna give away all my secrets? I was saving that for later. Kirishima laughed. Izuku took another look at the other boy, and upon close inspection he could sort of tell that Kirishima did dye his hair. A couple of 100 years ago, back in the before times, seeing someone with crimson hair, especially in Japan, would have definitely been a sign the color came out of a bottle. But now, people had hair and skin colors all across the rainbow, from green hair like Tsu and Izuku, to pink like Ashido and Mei. Quirks, even for those who had none, had drastically altered the human genome. After a quick change, they all returned to class, where Mr. Aizawa had somehow managed to regain his disheveled appearance simply by letting his hair down and changing his clothes. Izuku wondered if it was deliberate, or if Mr. Aizawa just generally didn't care about how he looked or others perceived him. That went well, Aizawa told the class. It's too soon to see exactly how the public will react, but Mr. Yamada tells me the early signs indicate that people are pleased with both your apology and how you responded to questions. You seem to be gaining quite the following, Mei. It's a good thing you're dating Midoriya, or things might start to get awkward for you. I think things are usually pretty awkward anyway, but that's mostly because I don't have good social skills, Mei said with a shrug. Aizawa sighed. Speaking of awkward, I'm afraid it's time for literally my least favorite part of this job. I've brought in an expert to help, because this is honestly something I've always avoided. And you've never been terribly popular in the first place, love, Ms. Kayama, also known as Ms. Midnight said as she walked into the room. She smiled at the students. That was an excellent job today. You made yourselves seem contrite, but also approachable. Yet you didn't make yourselves seem weak or vulnerable either. Top marks. What, is this more lectures on how to do interviews? Kaminari asked, looking bored. Not at all. It's about a vital part of being a hero. Oh Azara. Be a dear and bring it in, won't you? Of course ma'am, a familiar voice said. Izuku shot bolt upright, his jaw dropping. Mr. Azara? Hey kid. Mr. Azara said, grinning and winking at Izuku as he walked into the room carrying several boxes under his arms. Don't forget to tell everybody I knew you before you got so famous. Of course, sir. Izuku said, blushing. I mean, you helped me out a lot too, especially when I was feeling down. If there's anything I can do. Glad you asked. I brought this whole case for you. Sign them, would you? Markers on the top. Mr. Azara dumped a box onto Izuku's desk with a thump. Don't worry, I got some for the rest of you too. Izuku carefully opened the box to find inside a dozen figurines, of himself no less, piloting the power armor as it had appeared at the UA Sports Festival. Fumbling with the box, Izuku managed to get one out one-handed, and held in his palm his own miniature version. It was a chibi figurine, meant to be more cute than anything else, with wide eyes and a huge head, and a helmet that he could take on and off. He stared at the little figurine in shock. This is very wrong. Mei said loudly, causing Izuku to jump and look up. Mei was holding up her own figurine, which also had her piloting the power armor. I do not use our baby, that's Izuku's job. Don't like that one? Mr. Azara said with a frown. Well, I thought it would be cool. Never mind, here, try this one. Mr. Azara handed Mei a different chibi, this one with her in overalls and trademark goggles, holding a wrench, which Mei seemed to find fascinating. Oh, what do you think, Midoriya? I confess, I already put yours into production, people are going nuts to buy it, especially from the shop where you used to come all the time. I doubt I'm an action figure? Izuku asked, feeling as though he were somehow hovering about his own body, viewing it from afar just as he did the figurine, it was so surreal. Yep. Went into production a week after the sports festival. Mr. Azara said with a huge grin. I got a hold of Ms. Kayama the day after you won at the sports festival, as she's in charge of merchandising for your school. When I told her you frequented my comic store and my patrons were clamoring for your figure, she let me put a bunch into production. I even made models for Mei and your other future classmates, just for my own personal collection, mind you. But then Kamino happened, and well, I was able to be the first to bring in models for production. This is so cool. Hagakure laughed, holding up her model. It was made of see-through plastic, and had little gloves and boots on. I want one. Those are yours to keep, Ms. Kayama told them. Midoriya, you'll be getting a royalties check in the next few weeks. The standard contract you signed when you joined the school applies. We get half the profits for any models depicting you during your school years, and you get 25% up front, the other quarter in trust fund held until your graduation. I don't remember signing any contract, Izuku said, looking confused. He actually didn't, Mr. Aizawa said, walking over and setting a piece of paper on Izuku's desk. Best sign now. We'll send another copy to your mother. Shinszo and Mei will need to do the same. Oh, right, because you weren't in the hero course to begin with, Ms. Kayama said with a shake of her head. We'll have to start getting contracts like that from all our students in the other courses considering the precedent the three of you have set. Mei peeked under Chibi's goggles, then suddenly dropped it and started to cry. What's wrong? Mr. Azara asked, hurrying over, his face a picture of concern. Izuku slid out of his desk to press himself up against Mei, picking up the figure as she gripped his shirt and wept. He looked down, and saw what he'd expected, yellow eyes, with crosshair pupils. The chibi still has her quirk, Izuku said quietly. He looked to Ms. Kayama, who went pale. Mr. Azara, please wait outside, she said, ushering him out the door. A moment later, Ms. Kayama returned, picking up the collectible and frowning. How did he know? I can't recall there being any public footage of Mei without her goggles. He must have seen Mei without them. We went to his comic store a few times, and Mei had her goggles off once or twice, Izuku explained. He would have known what her eyes looked like before. Why? Is there a problem? Officially, the public doesn't know that All for One took Mei's quirk, Mr. Aizawa explained. In fact, the knowledge that All for One was anything more than a reclusive mastermind behind the League of Villains is a state secret. His entire history is classified, as are his abilities. We'll just have to make sure the production run ones have her proper eye color and shape, Ms. Kayama said, looking shaken. Mei nodded, her eyes still downcast. Izuku, you like me this way, right? Mei, I love you, just the way you are, Izuku told her, heedless of their classmates and teachers. Your eyes look appealing to me. Mei seemed to relax slightly. Okay. But he can't make the toy look like that. I don't like it. We'll make sure it's fixed in the production model, Ms. Kayama said, smiling. She took a deep breath. Right. Well, today's lesson is on merchandising. And we're going over financial planning as well. Initial sales projections estimate you'll each earn at least 1 million yen quarterly from figure sales alone. Uraraka started hyperventilating, and Bakugo had to pull out a paper bag for her to breathe into. Mei, thankfully, seemed thrilled with the idea that she and Izuku were going to be making money off toy sales, eagerly asking how soon they could use it to open their own workshop. Don't worry about it. Your development costs will continue to be covered by UA, Mr. Aizawa informed her. And as you know, the patent rights will default to you upon graduation with only a 5% subsidiary. No. Our babies belong to me and Izuku, Mei declared. You can't take them. We're not going to take them, Mei, we just have to recoup the cost of materials. And the Times Maijima informs me the two of you tried to burn down his lab. If I were actually trying to burn down the lab it would have worked, Mei muttered darkly. After the lesson on merchandising rights, class was finally dismissed to field training and testing. Izuku was so eager to get out to the field and try out the ultra armor, he missed Mei sneaking her rejected chibi into her bag, or the guilty look she gave him. Baited by Kylakatarn 77 and Polyamida. Shattered pinnacle. Proud people breed sad sorrows for themselves. Oh, Emily Bronte. Izuku walked down the steps of the bus, looking up at the giant building before him, his heart thumping in his chest. It looked like an ordinary skyscraper, just another large office building in Geonosi, a large ward of Tokyo that had dozens of similar buildings. Around him, his classmates lined up on the sidewalk, each taking a moment to look up in awe. Save one. Izuku. We should put on your arm, Mei told him, holding up the case that held his artificial limb. Don't worry, I made extras this time so if this one gets hurt we can just put on another. Do you really think I'm that careless? Izuku asked, trying to give Mei a grin. You have lost 2 arms. I would prefer you not lose another one, but I am prepared, Mei told him. She helped Izuku strap the arm on, then put on the metal headband that would help read his nerve impulses. It also functioned as a control for the power suit, even allowing Izuku to control it to a degree remotely, though they hadn't practiced that much. Hey there kiddies. Vernon said, her face split in a wide grin as she descended the steps. She wasn't dressed in the dark clothing of the faux villains of the exam, instead wearing a white jacket that went down to her mid-thigh with large brass buttons on its overlapping lapels. Her hair was a green flame that burned atop her scalp, and she wore a domino mask along with a fire extinguisher strapped to her back to complete her hero uniform. You kids ready, Shoto? I think you'd best ask Mr. Aizawa or Hari that, Shoto Todoroki said with a shrug. You're not supposed to treat me any different than the others, are you Vernon? Vernon grinned and nodded. Ha! Good answer. Well, Eraser? Let's get this party started. We're ready, Aizawa agreed. Vernon nodded, leading them all up the steps. I have to say, you kids all look different. What, you all change your hero costumes or something? We did, Yaoyorozu said, nodding stiffly. Her former hero outfit had been replaced with one that offered far more protection instead of the midriff-bearing ensemble she'd worn before. Now she wore a dark red bodysuit with a folded midsection that would allow her to draw out her creations while still offering some protection. On her left BRST was emblazoned 1A, which every member of their class now had. She also wore a half mask, hiding her burn scars. While Yaoyorozu was gaining in confidence, Izuku knew she was still highly sensitive about her physical appearance. We figured we should go with a theme, you know? Uraraka said, smiling. Her own outfit was more practical as well. Gone were the heels, replaced with thick combat boots with steel toes. She wore heavy leather gauntlets that wouldn't interfere with her activating her quirk by touch, but would protect her knuckles and hands from the brawling she increasingly favored. Her getup was still pink and white, but it was padded and armored with Kevlar and other sturdy materials. Her helmet was still vaguely shaped like an astronaut, but it was also reinforced and designed to take harder hits. Each of the students' costumes had been redesigned by Mei and Power Loader to offer greater protection and practicality. All of them had suffered enough wounds to decide that look and flair were by far secondary concerns to practical protection. Even Izuku's outfit had been redesigned, though his was far thinner and looked more like a pilot's flight suit with the right arm exposed, as Izuku needed to be able to easily fit into the power suit. Even Mei had a costume, though hers were overalls and a work shirt with the same 1A logo on it, along with her goggles over her eyes, welding gloves, and heavy work boots. Theme? Well, I guess you all look like you're kid up for a fight, Vernon mused. Not as flashy as it was before. Mine's basically the same, Hagakure said. Though I did get my gloves embroidered with our logo. Plus, Mei made me some invisible clothes. What, you kids planning on forming your own hero agency together when you graduate? Vernon teased. Obviously, that way I can keep making super cute babies for all my friends forever. Mei said enthusiastically. Vernon gave Mei a skeptical look, but then led them inside the building. It was practically unheard of for top-ranked pros to be in the same agency. The standard model was for new graduates to work as sidekicks for a few years, usually at an agency they'd interned at, and if they became successful enough in their own right, to branch off and create their own agency. Occasionally heroes would form duos or trios together, typically close friends or married couples. But any more than that was so uncommon that it essentially never happened. There was too much money to be had going solo if you were successful enough. Running a hero agency was expensive, as Mr. Aizawa had drilled into their heads. The government funding covered only so much. There were medical bills, insurance payments for damage or liability, material fees, transportation, housing, and a dozen other costs. A lot of pros spent the entirety of their careers as sidekicks, never managing to make it big enough to go solo. This was because, as Ms. Kayama had informed them, the vast majority of the money heroes earned didn't come from government stipends. It came from licensing agreements and merchandising. It boggled Izuku's mind to realize just how much wealth Ms. Kayama had given up to pursue her passion of teaching the next generation. Ms. Midnight had been an attractive and successful heroine, and she'd had a massive following as a full-time pro. She still did some side work and got residuals from her old merchandise, but the time she spent out of the public eye teaching was time another hero could take, and increase their own popularity. By Mei's count, in the past few years, Ms. Kayama had lost more than 1 billion yen in revenue. Which was why Endeavor could afford a massive office complex that employed 30 sidekicks and hundreds of support staff. His agency took up the 5 largest floors on the building, with the rest rented out to a couple of support companies contracted to him as well as a few smaller hero agencies. As the former number 2 and the new number 1, Endeavor was massively popular, though perhaps not for the right reasons. The sort of people who followed Endeavor tended to be angry young men, social outcasts, or those who enjoyed violence. So it was a small surprise when Endeavor himself, resplendent in his own newly remodeled costume, greeted Class 1A at the entrance to his agency. His new costume shone with burnished armor, with vents for his flames on his arms and legs. Even when resting peacefully with his arms over his chest, Endeavor's face was masked in flame, his bright red hair augmented by flicking flames on his head and face. Though he smiled down at the students, his eyes were as cold as his son's ice. "Welcome. I'm glad you all agreed to come. It's good to see a little roughness didn't manage to scare you all away. That's good. You'll face worse on the streets soon." "Father," Shoto said, his tone cool. Then, to Izuku's surprise, Endeavor stepped down. He bent slightly, wrapping his son in a tight embrace. "I'm proud of you, Shoto. I know I don't say that enough. I've been hard on you, but soon, you will understand why." "Because you could never surpass All Might?" Shoto demanded, stiffly returning the hug. Endeavor sighed and stepped back. "Yes. And, while I think we should discuss this more in private, I will say here and now in front of all your friends, I am sorry. I am sorry that I ever treated you as anything other than what you were, what you should have been, a precious gift, and my beloved son." Both Burnin and Shoto's mouths dropped open, and they appeared thunderstruck by the statement. By their reactions, Izuku guessed that this more tender, vulnerable side of Endeavor wasn't just a shock to those who didn't know him. The man had a reputation as a ruthless, even violent hero who upheld the peace through sheer strength and fear. The fall of All Might made more than just the public re-evaluate themselves, Endeavor said. "Come. We have much to discuss." Endeavor led the group to a large conference room, with a black obsidian table and luxurious black leather office chairs. The walls were lit with an orange glow, and though the room was at a comfortable temperature, it gave the impression of being at the heart of a volcano. Endeavor sat at the head of the table, leaning on it. Once the door was closed, he sagged slightly, looking wearied. That was a shock to Izuku. Endeavor had always appeared as unflinching as though he were carved from boulders in interviews and public appearances. "We are on the brink of collapse," Endeavor told the assembled group. "The only thing keeping us safe for the moment is that All Might's mantle did not truly fall to me, but rather to young Lemillion and you students. It's a hard, desperate truth, but you must know what it is we face. We heard about the Meta Liberation Army and the League of Villains," Shoto said, looking shaken. "But things can't be that bad. You're the new number 1, surely you dash. Society has been inching towards the void for 5 years. Ever since All Might's penultimate fight with All for One," Endeavor said grimly. "At the time, I did not know the fullness of the tale. He only told me once he retired. Damnable man. Perhaps if I had only known. But it is too late for that. Crime rates, despite my efforts and the efforts of the other heroes to step in to fill the increasing gap left by All Might's slow withdrawal from active service, were creeping up." Reaching to a console by his chair, Endeavor pressed a button, and behind him a projector flickered to life, showing a graph on the black stone wall behind him. Izuku let out a small gasp. It showed the crime rate for the past 20 years as a bar graph, with a line graph showing All Might's activity superimposed over it. It was somewhat familiar, taught in grade school, at least until the past 5 years. Crime had been at an all-time high, society always on the verge of utter chaos, apparently held together only by the fear of the invisible hand of all for one on the most hardened criminals and gangs. But then, All Might had appeared. Crime had plummeted swiftly, to a point even lower than it had been in Japan in the before times. But then, 5 years ago, something had changed. All Might's withdrawal from public life was something I speculated about, Endeavor said, leaning back in his chair and shaking his head, his flames seeming to die back slightly. I thought perhaps I was closing the gap, in my arrogance. What I did not realize was that the man was wounded, dying, and that his quirk was failing. His last fight revealed that weakness for what it was. I have struggled to come to terms with it. I shall never surpass All Might. And my efforts to do so in the past have only doomed my future attempts. I am not viewed with love, I am feared. It is better to be feared than loved, Shoto quoted. You loved that saying of Machiavelli's. Because I was too blinded by my ambition and hatred to know the full quote, Endeavor replied. The full quote says, it is better to be feared than loved, if you cannot be both. A prince ought to inspire fear in such a way that, if he does not win love, he avoids hatred, because he can endure very well being feared whilst he is not hated. That's the problem. People fear me, and hate me. None love me. Not even my own son. Shoto looked sick, but looked away from his father rather than contradict him. Remember that, Kasuki Bakugo, Endeavor said, his eyes drilling into the blonde boy's. If people only fear and hate you, they will not support and respect you. You will not have the power to bind people together, save only in their mutual dislike of you. For those who are hated and feared, we have only the power to break. Bakugo met Endeavor's eyes, then slowly nodded. I'll remember that. But I think my job is to be the one out of this group who people fear and hate. The others can have their love. I just need them to fear my strength. Well said, Endeavor agreed. While All Might was here, he could be the target of the people's affection. They could love him, even as they feared his wrath should they break the law. Me? I was his dark side. The evil enforcer, All Might's very own demon of battle. But now that All Might is gone, who is it that the people can love? What about the other heroes? Izuku suggested. Hawks, or Best Jeanist, or even Mirko. Hawks is a lazy, spoiled child playing at being a hero, Endeavor said dismissively. Best Jeanist will announce his retirement next year, he's missing a lung from the attack on Kamino. Mirko is strong, but not strong enough to become the number one, and she's far too arrogant and brash to ever command the level of respect necessary to be both loved and feared. Worse, she spurns sidekicks and cooperation and is too independent to be a standard bearer. She might be a better choice than me, given time, but we do not have it. What about Lemillion, then? Shinszo demanded. Togata's strong. He's well liked, both at school and by the public. He's gained a reputation by defeating two of the greatest villains of our time. Ah, now you come to the truth, Endeavor said with a grim smile. Yes. Lemillion is the perfect replacement for All Might. His chosen heir, his last sidekick, and the boy wonder who defeated his greatest foe and helped save his life. But, pray tell, who can tell me what the problem with this plan is? There's 3, Yaoyorozu said. Not just one. Endeavor pet an eyebrow, but nodded, gesturing for Yaoyorozu to continue. First, Togata is a student still. Until the end of the year, he's not a full-time pro. He can't become the new number one for over a year. An excellent point, and the one I was going to make, Endeavor agreed. Continue. The second is like the first, he's young. He's inexperienced. All Might didn't start his career in Japan until he was 30 years old. He'd worked in America for a decade before he returned to Japan, where he had already gained a reputation as a stellar hero, even in the land of heroes. He had years of experience and a great degree of respect already. Agreed, Endeavor said, rubbing his chin. Keep your eye on this one, Shoto. She'd made an excellent partner for you. Kindly keep your eugenics program out of my social life, Shoto snapped. Endeavor shrugged. I was just thinking she was cute, smart, and already close to you. It's surprisingly hard to find love or friends in this line of work, especially when you're already famous and powerful. But please, continue. Don't let a father's ramblings distract you. The third point is the most important, in my opinion, Yaoyorozu continued, despite the fact that the visible portion of her face was as scarlet as Endeavor's flames. It's that All Might was defeated. Lemillion will be, too. I pray it isn't for a very, very long time. But what about in 20 years? 30? God willing, 40? It doesn't matter. At some point, he will fall. And we'll be right back to where we started. Society on the brink of collapse as its symbol of peace is killed or retires. Endeavor was silent for a long time, his fingers drumming a staccato beat on the stone table. He glanced at Aizawa. You were right. These young heroes are sharp. The best I've ever trained, Aizawa answered, his tone serious. If it were any other group, I'd say the plan is doomed to failure. But with Class 1A, we have a chance. A small one, but a chance. Wait, so that Pillars of Peace thing isn't just some random buzzword the media picked up on? Izuku asked, feeling suddenly nervous. You want us to actually step up and become the foundation of society? Yes. Initially, the words were spontaneous. But we've encouraged the narrative, Aizawa explained. It took off faster than we'd anticipated, or even hoped. The original plan was to have you waiting in the wings while we hyped up two of Togata's friends, Sun Eater and Nijire-chan. But they latched onto all of you instead. We were going to start off slow, work your way up, and when you graduated, try to hand-select some of you to join Togata and the others at a special, new hero agency that would become the new symbol of peace. But things have moved faster than we'd planned. So far, myself and the other top pros have managed to keep a lid on things, barely, Endeavor explained. But they won't rally to me. And while my sidekicks have demonstrated remarkable skill and loyalty, none of them have what is required to form the group we have in mind. Sorry, boss, Vernon mumbled, looking down. It's no judgment on you, Endeavor said with a sigh. If anything, it's a condemnation of myself. I have chosen individuals that reflect me. And you've all followed my lead. We are the searing flames of justice, but we give no warmth or cheer, only destruction upon the deserving. Yeah. Vernon agreed enthusiastically, then frowned. Wait. I'm cheerful, goddammit. And you'll kick anyone's but who disagrees? Bakugo asked, his head resting on his hand, a bored expression on his face. Bet you're but I will, Vernon laughed, her flames suddenly brightening. Then they dimmed as realization struck her. Oh. That's the problem, huh boss? Essentially, Endeavor said with a heavy sigh. Then he sat up, his face grim. Which is why, at least while we're in public, I am going to be harsh, cruel, and even at times petty in my treatment of you. But why? Shoto demanded. I was starting to think you had changed. So that all of the hatred, all of the fear, will land on me. And you will be the love and hope that the future needs, Endeavor said, his tone surprisingly gentle once more. Shoto, I can't give you the mantle I once sought to. But I will do what I can to give you and your friends the future. So in other words, you burned Yayorozu out of love? Shoto demanded, his fist slamming onto the table. That's not good enough. I did not intend to maim any of you, Endeavor said with a shake of his head. As much as it will hurt for you all to hear this, that was an unintended training accident. It is my fault, my responsibility. You should blame me for going too far, and I apologize for the pain I've caused you. But understand, that is the reality of being a hero. Slowly, Endeavor reached up, unbuttoning his shirt collar. Father, what are you? Shoto asked, but he fell silent as Endeavor stripped off his shirt, baring his chest. Underneath the red hair was a mass of scars. Some were short, shallow gashes. Others were surgical incisions, where doctors had operated. There were plenty of burn marks as well, places where Endeavor's own flames had marred his body. Just looking at it made Izuku's own missing right arm tingle in phantom pain, and his stump ached terribly. You've seen this before. The others have not. Becoming the number 2 did not come cheaply to me, body, mind, or soul, Endeavor told the class. Take a good look at me, at your classmates. Aizawa. Slowly, Mr. Aizawa removed his goggles, then rolled up the sleeves on his left arm, where a series of crisscrossing scars were visible. This on my left arm is where metal plates were put on my wrist after a serious injury during a routine mission. I didn't even fight a villain, just took a bad fall and shattered my wrist, Mr. Aizawa told them. The marks on my face and eyes you know about. I used to be able to use my quirk for 2 full minutes. These days, I can barely manage 30 seconds. It's part of why I had to retire into teaching. Yeah, me too, Vernon said. Her hair flames suddenly deactivated, and she lowered her head, showing a long scar on the top of her head. Had to have brain surgery when I was an intern. Cracked my skull when a villain hit me. I graduated a year late. I doubt I haven't been the same since. I feel dumber, angrier. We're not telling you this to scare you off, Endeavor informed the students as he rebut-toned his shirt. He gestured to Izuku. You've seen firsthand the dangers of the job. We're telling you this because you have to understand, I'm not hard on you because I hate you, or because I seek to prevent you from becoming heroes. I'm hard on you so that when I am no longer there, you will be prepared for the brutal reality you face. I understand. And I forgive you, Yaira said quietly. She reached up, taking her mask off. She looked slightly embarrassed for a moment, but then her expression firmed into one of resolve. I've always been vain. I've tried not to be, but it was hard, knowing that others looked at me and saw my beauty. I suppose this is just one of the sacrifices I'll have to make. You're still appealing, Shoto told her quietly. Maybe even more so. Because now the world knows that there is steel beneath the silk. Despite the kind words, Izuku knew that Yaoyorozu's looks had been spoiled. The scar was a dark, ugly mass of tissue that spread from her jaw down her neckline, and it was hard not to look away when you saw the disfiguration. Yaoyorozu was still attractive, but it was undeniable that her looks had been lessened. Yaoyorozu flushed again, though it was a different look than before. She carefully replaced her mask. So, tell us, how are we going to help stop the new Meta Liberation Army? Endeavor gave her a grim smile. It's not you who's going to stop it, young lady. He pointed directly at Izuku and Mei. It's those two. The rest of us are just going to be their backup. Me? Mei? Izuku gasped, going slightly pale. You're not going to send Mei into the field, are you? Izuku is better at fighting, Mei said with a nod. I am not very good at it, but I will help if I can. Midoriya and your other classmates will be doing the physical fighting, Mei Hatsume. But you and Midoriya will be fighting the philosophy of the Meta Liberation Army by your very existence. Mei suddenly flushed, standing as her fingernails scraped against the stone table. Do they think we're disabled? I'll smack them. I'll make them see how cute our babies are, that we're not disabled. Izuku coughed slightly. Mei, I don't think he's talking about you being autistic, or, well, me missing an arm. It's because we're quirkless. Mei frowned at Izuku. What? Why do they care about that? Because the Meta Liberation Army was founded on the idea that people should be able to use their quirks freely, without regulation, because quirks are the next step in human evolution, Izuku explained. At least, I think so. They want to cull you, Shinszo said bluntly. To either sterilize, or kill every quirkless individual. It was a passion of Destro's. To create a new, more perfect human race, to enable our evolution and the evolution of quirks by killing all those without quirks. Mei's hand went to her eyes reflexively. But I lost my quirk, and Izuku. She trailed off, and slowly her face formed into a hideous, animalistic snarl. I'll kill them. They can't hurt Izuku. Not just because he doesn't have a quirk. He's the smartest, kindest, most wonderful person in the entire world, and I will blow all of them up if they try to hurt him. They would come after Mei? Izuku demanded. Just because she lost her quirk? They already are, Shinszo informed him. He pulled out his phone, looking to Endeavor. May I? Be my guest. I didn't realize your group had its own intelligence department, Endeavor said, sounding impressed. Yeah, well, someone has to pay attention to what people are saying about us. Shinszo connected his phone wirelessly to the projector, then tapped away, bringing up an online newspaper publication, titled The Liberator. Shinszo scrolled down, selecting a single article and blowing it up on the screen. The Quirkless Menace. By Trumpet. Each day, our society tumbles more closely towards annihilation. The people long for freedom, but the reactive unevolved continue their repressive regime, by enslaving those who should be our brothers and sisters among the family of the Meta. At last, the attack dog of the state, All Might, has been toppled, by no less than the reactionary forces among those who would hold back human evolution by taking the birthright of so many for himself, all for one. The two champions of the false ideals destroyed one another, but a new menace has arisen. Before, we warned you of the terrible menace the unevolved have unleashed at their pet institution, that temple of enslavement and reactionary forces, UA. Their champion is none other than the quirkless menace, Izuku Midoriya. He has shown the world the plans of the unevolved, to elevate themselves above those who should be the true MSTRS of the world, we, the Homo Meta, the evolved. It was with the sinister machinations of his lover, Mei Hatsume. It has even been discovered that Mei Hatsume is also a quirkless evolutionary throwback. UA is a breeding ground for the degradation of the species, where the unevolved have mixed with their betters, creating little better than a weak, worthless species and so-called heroes that are little better than chained animals. These two freaks who are the new champions of the government and its enslaved stooges, are the greatest menace to the public order. One of our loyal soldiers attempted to destroy the hideous, wicked sister of Mei Hatsume, one Hari Hatsume who despite having a meta ability of her own is a weak, degenerate member of the reactionary establishment. They were sadly martyred in the cause, but fear not. More loyal soldiers of the revolution shall rise up, and slay these two unevolved throwbacks, and end the plot to create an army of quirkless soldiers who will brutally oppress the chosen gifted, we, Homo Meta. Rise up, children of the future. Rise up and take what the gods have given you. Rise up and destroy the degenerate plutocracy who exploit the blessings of the evolved. And if you see Izuku Midoriya or Mei Hatsume, strike them down, with the righteous wrath of divine justice. So, Bakugo drawled. Which of those sons of beaches do I get to kill first? Because Midoriya, Mei, if one of you two get our first kill, I'm never going to forgive you. You know Bakugo, I might just beat you to it, Uraraka said, her voice shaking. She had gone pale, her hands trembling slightly as they pressed down on the table, one finger raised to keep her quirk from activation. How dare they? They're monsters. You kids are supposed to be the bright hope for the future, you know, Hari said, speaking up for the first time. She sounded slightly shaken. Jesus, I wasn't even going to tell you kids the Meta Liberation Army were the ones after me. Wait, what about my mom, or Mei's parents? Izuku asked, suddenly very concerned. If they hate us this much dash. Your mother and the Hatsumes are being taken care of by a round-the-clock police security detail, Mr. Aizawa said. All your parents have additional security if needed. So far, no further attempts have been made. So, I suppose this is what we're fighting for then, Shoto said, looking at his father. He slowly shook his head. I think I understand your harsh methods a little better now. This is evil. I have always been driven to eradicate evil from this world, Endeavor said. He sighed heavily. Sadly, I have allowed that which I hated to invade my own life. It's a mistake I would urge all of you not to repeat. Don't seek blood here, destroy the ideology, not the people who are drawn into it. And how the hell are we supposed to do that if we don't bust a few heads? Bakugo demanded. We learned about shit like this in school. What about someone like Destro? You gonna tell me it was wrong to waste his butt? I'm afraid I agree with Bakugo, Shinszo said, shaking his head. Some people can be reasoned with. Those who thought I had a villainous quirk, for instance. But this? These are brainwashed zealots. We should put them down like the mad dogs they are. Don't let hatred blind you, or poison you, Izuku said quietly. He looked down at his hands. One of flesh, the other of metal. I let my hatred of All Might blind me to the truth for a time. And I didn't even hate him for good reasons. He was trying to help me. Yes, I agree, we have to fight these people. But we can't see them as inhuman monsters. That's what they're trying to do to me, to do to Mei. We have to take a better path. Take away all their quirks, just like the mask did to me, Mei muttered. Show them who's degenerate. We are neither the executioners, nor the judge, nor the jury, Endeavor told them. This is war. There will be killing. But you are heroes, not soldiers. Do what you can to save lives, not take them. Don't walk the path I did. Endeavor looked at Bakugo as he spoke, but the blonde boy just shrugged. I always thought the do as I say, not as I do routine was bullshit. Don't worry. I'll keep your precious baby boy and the rest of these bright heroes' hands clean. But someone's gotta clean up the sheet and do the dirty work, and that's me. You won't be alone, Uraraka promised. No. Bakugo snapped. Don't follow me. People actually like you. You've got a DMN chance. Uraraka gave Bakugo a glare, but didn't argue, instead turning to Endeavor. So, we're supposed to stop this Meta Liberation Army? How? Endeavor smiled. Well, for that, I happen to have some insight. We burn them out. How many of you have heard of the drag, Trigger? Baited by Kylakatarn 77 and Polyamida. Daily heroism. You are calm and intelligent, but youth can invite disaster. Do not fight alone. Dr. Casino, One Punch Man. Any movement? Izuku asked quietly, trying to relieve his aching muscles without moving the ultra armor. He was hidden in the back of a DLVRY truck, and had been for several hours in a seedier part of the city. The ultra armor was now over 3 meters tall, broad and bulky and painted for combat in digital urban camo patterns. It was fitted with a number of modules, from a souped-up jetpack and hoverboots, enhanced communications, and a number of weapons and missiles types. Look, dumbass, they're still just standing there, and they're still just talking, Bakugo's hoarse whisper answered over the radio. That's all they've done for 3 hours. That's all they've ever done. So in 5 minutes, when you ask what they're doing, I'll tell you they're still just standing there, and they're still just talking. When they do something interesting, I'll DMN well tell you. Calm down, Bakugo, Shinszo's calm voice replied. He can't even move in that gear of his. It's got to be driving him crazy. Well, his stupid questions are driving me crazy. Bakugo hissed. Can it, you too? Burnin growled at them. Mei says they got movement at their location. Izuku, the big boss is headed your way. Mei said quickly. My drone is tailing them. Well, are Shoto and his team ready to move in? Shinszo asked. We're good here. We're ready, but we don't want to spook them, Shoto answered. We'll move in at the same time as you guys do. Friggin', finally, Bakugo grumbled. This had DMN well better be worth it. Shoo, Uraraka's voice whispered, and Bakugo subsided. A screen popped up in Izuku's vision, and he saw Mei, back at headquarters, looking concerned. Izuku, be safe, okay? I will, Izuku promised, smiling. But it's going to be dangerous, you know that right? Besides, I'll get a chance to show off our babies again. Mei shook her head. I don't care about that anymore. I just want you to be safe, and to stop those bad guys. They can't hurt Hari again, or our families. There's a lot more than that on the line, Izuku told her quietly. The drags that they're moving are dangerous. There've already been several incidents, at least 3 deaths from overdoses and some even lost their quirk. Plus, criminals have been using them to enhance their abilities. Dead Arms and Backdraft are still in the hospital. If this continues, more pros and civilians could end up seriously injured. I hate these people, Mei said sourly. I thought Bakugo and the kids at school were JRKS. But these people are bad. That's why we need heroes like me and you, Izuku told Mei. So that others can be safe, and there is peace and justice in the world. Well, they're pulling up now, Mei told Izuku. Get ready. Teams on standby, wait for my mark. Izuku switched his feed over to the drone footage. A large black van with dark windows pulled up in front of the old laundromat. The 2 Meta Liberation Army guards looked up from what they'd been doing, which was still just talking. They hurried over as a man emerged with his face obscured by a thick dark blue parka, despite the fact that it was only the beginning of October. That's Geaton, known as the Iceman, Mei informed the team. He's the one we've traced the DLVRY of drags back to. The 2 guards bowed to Geaton, then checked his offered ID. They nodded, then opened the door for him. One guard went inside with the MLA lieutenant, while the other took up a position next to the van, chatting quietly with the driver while keeping an eye out on the street. Now? Bakugo hissed. Hold on, Shinszo said. Let me disable the guards. How many, Mei? 3, 2 in the van still, and the one outside, Mei told him. Got it. The drone footage zoomed out, and Izuku saw Shinszo jog out from around a corner, a laundry hamper on his shoulder full of clothes slung over his back. He had on dark sunglasses, a bulky hoodie, and a beanie to hide his hair. He jogged over to the laundromat, then frowned at the sign and walked to the van. Hey guys, I thought this place was open 24 hours. Shinszo asked, Izuku hearing him over the radio. Sorry kid, closed for repairs for the night, the guard outside answered. 1. DMN, are you guys the repairmen? Shinszo asked the driver and his passenger. Yeah, that's us, the driver replied. 2. CRP, know when it will be fixed? Shinszo asked the passenger. There was a moment's silence, then a sigh. It'll be done by the time the sun comes up, come back then. 3. Got them all. Shinszo said quietly. He pointed to the guard outside. Go knock on the door, get them to open it. Then he jogged out of sight of the entrance, dropping his hamper and pulling his capture weapon out of it. Move in. Burnin ordered. With a groan, Izuku stood, pressing the button that opened the door of the truck and climbing out. He was in the ultra armor, as they knew that Iceman was a dangerous opponent. He couldn't go inside, but his job was to collar anyone who tried to flee. Burning, Bakugo, Uraraka, Shinszo, and Ashido ran up to the entrance just as someone from the inside opened the door. Hey, hold the door! Shinszo called. The woman inside eyes widened, and she started to yell, her dash, before Uraraka jumped forward and slammed her fist into the MLA soldier's jaw. The criminal crumpled to the floor, and Izuku moved forward, carefully dragging her out into the street. He sprayed her and the 3 still mind-controlled guards down with capture foam. Outside secure, you can let them go now, Shinszo. Thanks, Shinszo grunted. We'll take it from here. Check the van. Izuku glanced at the closed van, wondering how he'd get it open. With a shrug, he just walked around to the back, punching a hole in the back door, and ripping it out. Inside he found several stacks of boxes, and a man who was bound and gagged, looking at him with wide, terrified eyes. CRP, I've got a hostage here. Izuku said. Mei, contact EMS right away. I need backup, now. En route to your location, Ida answered. I'll be there in 2 minutes. Gently, Izuku reached down, pulling off the man's GG. Hey, it's okay, who are you? A hero, the man gasped. He had long blue hair with odd spiky ends, and was dressed in a long white robe, an odd beaky mask laying next to him. What the hell are you doing here? Izuku blinked. That hadn't been the response he'd been expecting. We're here to rescue you, Izuku said, not wanting to give the man further information. He studied him carefully, taking an image and sending it to Mei. He had blue hair that ended in weird arrows, but Izuku didn't recognize him from any of the MLA member photos they'd been shown. Really? The man asked, sounding surprised. He was silent for a moment. Wait, you're that quirkless hero, right? Yes, Izuku said, reaching in and pulling the man out carefully. He used his laser to quickly cut through his bonds. Are you alright? EMS is on their way. I'm fine, the man said. He bowed shakily to Izuku, his limbs still stiff from being restrained. Thank you. And, it is a pleasure to meet you. It is a privilege to meet you. I and my comrades quite admire you. I don't know your hero name, should I just call you Midoriya? I don't have a hero name, Izuku admitted. Maybe I'm just Power Suit? Power Suit? Well, I've heard odder ones, the man said. He frowned. Listen, I hate to cause you trouble, but I don't want to be here when the police arrive. I'm afraid I'm going to have to require you to stay. We'll need your testimony, and to know why the MLA kidnapped you, Izuku informed him. Because I oppose their ideology. Vehemently, the man told Izuku. He seemed to consider something, then shrugged. My name is Kurono. The MLA took me because I believe that they, and many others, are out of control, overusing their quirks. Personally, I wish we lived in a world without them. Even if it meant giving up my own quirk. The world was safer, and better then. I'm a political activist, shall we say, and have had some run-ins with the police. Oh, Izuku said, wincing. Well, I can understand why the MLA would hate you. They don't like me very much either, and Izuku. That man is a member of the Yakuza. Mei cried. He's a lieutenant of the Shai Hasaiki. Izuku's arm shot up, and he quickly sprayed Kurono down with capture foam. The man grunted, then fell to the ground, his legs and torso glued together. I see you found out who I am. Very well. I can't blame you. Sorry, but you're a known criminal, Izuku told him. I'm afraid you'll be held for questioning. I understand, and I don't blame you. You're just doing your job. I am grateful that you saved my life. I assure you, I was doing nothing wrong, Kurono told him. Just then, Ida ran up, breathing slightly. I heard you captured a Yakuza member from Mei? Yes, he was apparently kidnapped by the MLA, Izuku told him. He'll need to be held for questioning. I won't resist, don't worry. I'll help you put these dangerous lunatics away, Kurono said from the ground. The Yakuza is an honorable organization, not like these rebellious madmen. Humph. We shall see, Ida said, sounding disgusted. Do you think I'll be enough backup for you? We've still got our reserves, Ida said. Maybe, Izuku said, turning. Mei, have you heard anything from Burnen's group? They're underground and it's interfering with our radio communications, Mei told him. We'll need to set up relays in the future. Wait, hold on, I'm reading some seismic anomalies. I think The laundromat's roof suddenly exploded as a massive spike of ice shot through the roof. Out, Iceman's trying to escape. Burnen's voice said, the signal suddenly coming through. On it. Izuku shouted, taking off into the air after the figure fleeing on a trail of ice. He launched several missiles full of capture foam as he flew, but Iceman raised a barricade that caused them to impact harmlessly. Izuku gritted his teeth. The hard way then. He activated his heat shield, causing the surface of the ultra armor to rapidly rise in temperature, and crashed right through the icy barrier. Turning, Iceman fired off a barrage of icicles at Izuku, his eyes glowing with blue malevolence beneath his hood. You are nothing but a dead end. A failure of evolution. Culling you from the gene pool will be doing humanity a service. Witty banter wasn't something Izuku was good at, and if he were honest with himself, Iceman's words made him too angry to try. Shut up, you bstrd. It wasn't really a good quip, but it did express Izuku's feelings, and he punctuated it by activating his flamethrower. A jet of blue-white flame shot out of Izuku's arm, searing through the ice below the MLA lieutenant. He fell with a cry of anger, landing hard on the rooftop a few meters below them, with Izuku crashing down beside him and taking a swing. I am a member of the Meta Liberation Army. I shall lead the people to freedom and glory, as Destro foretold. Iceman grunted as he stood, trying to freeze Izuku with another wave of ice. Do not compare me to that unevolved trash. We are the next step in human evolution. We shall dash. Iceman's words cut off as Izuku's fist slammed right into his face, punching right through his wall of ice. The villain flew back and slammed into a large air conditioning unit, which exploded in frost. The wave of cold flowed towards Izuku, who immediately launched himself back into the air, firing off several missiles at Iceman. Need a little help here. Izuku shouted into the radio, trying to keep his distance as more shards of ice shot towards him. He dodged most, but some slammed into the ultra armor, denting the suit and rattling Izuku. You think that your machines are a match for B? Iceman snarled, frozen blood crusting his face. Instead of answering, Izuku aimed his arm at his foe, who laughed at him. More fire? Instead of flames, this time Izuku shot his laser at Iceman. Unfortunately, the misty air was filled with water and ice particles, which refracted, dramatically reducing the laser's power. It still cut into Iceman's shoulder, and he howled with rage, a blizzard forming around them. Izuku's suit warned him that it was starting to ice up, even with the heat shielding. Izuku, Bakugo, Burnin, Ochako and Tenya are almost to you, Mei informed him. Got it. Knowing he had backup, Izuku dove into the icy storm, firing his flamethrower more to try to keep himself from being frozen than to try to harm the villain. Pathetic, Iceman laughed, and a monstrous demon made of solid ice arose around him, blue eyes burning as it roared in anger and slammed into Izuku. He punched and kicked at it, but the ice began to encase him entirely, his heat shielding failing. Don't die on me now, you a-hole. Bakugo shouted over the radio, and the air was rent by a massive explosion, the ice demon shattering from the shockwave. Bakugo fell out of the sky, Uraraka on his back. They suddenly halted before they hit the ground, Uraraka's anti-gravity holding them in midair. Using his explosions, Bakugo propelled himself at Iceman as Izuku stood, using his flamethrower to free himself from the ice. He watched his radar and smiled. Think we're still weak, he called to Iceman. The terrorist snarled, sending a wave of ice at Bakugo and Izuku. You're weak and pathetic, dogs of the system. Someone like you should be helping us, Bakugo. You are strong, why tether yourself to these weaklings? Because screw you, that's why, a-hole. Bakugo laughed as he held off the ice with explosions. You are more than human. We are the next step dash. Iceman's words were cut off as a wave of flame engulfed him, and he screamed in pain. Burning, propelled by Ida's engines, laughed as she hurled fireball after fireball at the MLA lieutenant. You should talk less and fight more. Iceman wove a cocoon of ice about himself, then flung another wave of frost at Burnin and Ida, who crashed down onto a roof as Ida's engines iced over. I can take all of you, Iceman breathed. My meta ability is strong, too strong for dash. A massive chunk of ice slammed into the back of Iceman's head, and he slumped over, groaning. Uraraka dusted off her hands, glaring down at the fallen MLA leader. You might be strong, but we're a team. And you made the mistake of hurting Hari. No one messes with my big sis. Izuku quickly hurried over, coating Iceman in a layer of capture foam. He's unconscious, Izuku told them, reading the biometrics from his suit's display. But we have to be careful. He's still dangerous. He won't be able to move, but with his quirk he can manipulate any nearby water. I don't know if he has to be able to move to do so, but I'm not taking any chances. Mei, how's the other team doing? They fought a bunch of weird puppet guys, but they've secured the warehouse. There's a lot less trigger there than we expected, Mei informed. The police are waiting for you down below, they want to talk to you about the Yakuza guy you found. Hoisting Iceman over his shoulder, Izuku leapt down from the rooftops, using his hover boots to ease his descent as the others jumped down beside him. A group of police were waiting for them, and they loaded the still unconscious Iceman into an armored vehicle with specialized equipment to remove the moisture in the air. Two of Endeavor's stronger sidekicks would accompany the police, to ensure that if Iceman did cause trouble he could be put down quickly. How did it go? Izuku asked, walking up to Shinszo. All right until he took off, Shinszo said with a sigh. Tried to get him with my quirk, but he didn't answer. Just took off as soon as he realized we were after him. Still managed to capture another half-dozen MLA goons. But that's not the real prize. Shinszo held up a phone, grinning wickedly. Iceman dropped this when he fled. And it was already unlocked. Bet he thought it would get crushed in the ice, but somehow it didn't. What's on it? Izuku asked curiously. A lot of stuff. I'm still uploading all of it to Mei, but at the very least we got contacts, names, dates, and locations. We might finally be able to crack this case wide open, Shinszo said. It's only been a month so far, Izuku answered. Yeah, a boring, stupid month, Bakugo grumbled as he came up behind Izuku. All we ever do is patrol and take out small fry. That's most of what being a hero is, kid, Burnin said, slapping Bakugo on the back and laughing. Bakugo turned to glare at Burnin, but Izuku could tell he wasn't actually all that upset. Besides, if this wasn't enough action for you tonight, I don't know what would be. Not sitting around on my butt for 3 hours in the cold would have been nice, Bakugo grumbled. I wouldn't complain too much, it's only just now October. Wait a few months and you'll get real cold on a stakeout. Burnin told them. I just want to go home and sleep, Uraraka sighed, slumping down to sit on the sidewalk. She grimaced, massaging her stomach. Ugh, after sitting around for so long using my quirk like that wasn't fun on an empty belly. We're not done yet, there's still work to be done, Ida told them. We should help the police with investigating the area for more MLA members. Nah, they got this, we cleared out the heavy hitters and the cops'll take care of the rest, Burnin said, yawning and stretching. But we aren't done, you're right about that. Guess what we get to do now? Paperwork, Izuku groaned. Lots of paperwork. Yes. I have already started with cataloging the damage that was done during the fight, Mei said over the radio. My current estimate is that we will need to file insurance claims for about 120 million yen, but we're still calculating the water damage. Well, at least one of us is excited about math, Uraraka said with a half-hearted smile. She yawned again, then stuck her arm out to Bakugo. He pulled her up with a grunt, and they headed off with Burnin towards the truck they'd arrived in. Mind if I make my own way back? Izuku asked. I could stand to do with a little exercise. Go for it, we could stand to show our presence on the street a little more anyway, Burnin told him. You go with him, Ida. Of course. I don't mind stretching my legs out a bit. It was a rather tedious wait, Ida replied, arching his back and yawning. Mei, do you have a route for us? Yep, sending it to you now, Izuku. I'll let you know if there's any reports, but it's 2:39 in the morning, I don't think you'll see much activity right now. Izuku and Ida ran off, making their way through the mostly empty streets. While a ward of Tokyo like Genosa was never truly empty at night, cars and foot traffic were light, with most businesses closed. Still, people recognized Izuku and Ida as they moved along the roadway, some smiling and waving, others turning away, reluctant to attract the attention of two well-known heroes. Should we stop and investigate any of them? Izuku wondered over the radio to Ida. They're not obviously breaking any laws, and most of them are probably simply tired, Ida said. It would foster ill will to do random checks. Yeah, you're probably right, Izuku agreed. I just wonder how many of them are secretly MLA members or something. Ida sighed heavily. Too many. And more of them are buying that tainted trigger. There was another overdose today. Well, yesterday now I suppose. This time they died instead of just losing their quirk. That puts the body count up to 4, and 2 dozen turned quirkless, Izuku said with a shiver. But why would the MLA be distributing these drags if they're so dangerous? Why would they want to hurt quirk users? I don't know. Perhaps it's because they believe everyone should be able to use their quirks freely, Ida replied. Maybe they think that if your quirk fails, you're too weak to be worthy of whatever mad scheme they have. Maybe. Hopefully we get some answers out of Iceman or Kurono. I wonder how the Yakuza are involved. Izuku mused. They made 2 stops on their trip back, one to help a man with a flat tire fix his car, another to listen to the concerns of a woman who claimed her ex-boyfriend was stalking her. For that, Izuku and Ida called the police, then waited until an officer arrived to talk to the woman. Domestic disputes weren't hero territory, at least not unless quirks were involved. For the most part, people did seem happy or at least indifferent to see Izuku and Ida as they ran back to Endeavor's hero agency. When they arrived at the base, Mei was waiting for Izuku, grinning broadly as he jogged up to the repair bay. Great work tonight, Izuku. You really showed that Ice JRK how stupid the MLA is. Thanks, Izuku said as Mei helped him out of the ultra armor. She offered him his daywear prosthetics, and helped Izuku attach it. It was lighter and easier to wear than the heavier model he wore during hero work, though it still had a retractable carbon fiber blade, small laser, lockpick, and built-in communications. Your drones were a big help again. They are the cutest. Mei agreed, then leaned up to peck Izuku on the cheek and give him a quick squeeze. Except for you. Want some coffee? Please, Izuku groaned, taking a can and popping it open. He chugged a bit and sighed contentedly. With the long hours they were having to put in as provisional heroes, he was developing as much of a caffeine addiction as Mei. Hey Tenya, want some? Izuku called. Please, Ida agreed, and Mei tossed him a can as well. She'd taken to carrying several cans on her tool belt to share, finding that she enjoyed offering her friends a quick pick-me-up. After that, Izuku headed to the conference room with Ida, where they found most of the others waiting. Uraraka and Bakugo were in the infirmary along with Tsu and Ojiro, all of them having suffered minor injuries. They'd be treated, put to bed, and made to do the paperwork in the morning. You're late, Endeavor said, not looking up from his computer screen. That means you get media duty in the morning. Izuku groaned softly at the pronouncement, and looked to Ida, who smiled at him. Don't worry, I'll handle most of the talking. Thanks, Izuku said with a sigh of relief, sinking into a chair and grabbing a tablet from the table. He pulled up the online form he had to fill out for an after-action report and started typing. I'll go check on our baby, Mei said, giving Izuku a pat on the head. Don't forget to eat something. She grabbed a musubi from a tray on the table and put it on a plate in front of Izuku. I won't, thanks, Izuku promised, absently reaching out and taking a bite as he tapped away. He started to fill out the form, listing his reasons for engaging Iceman as he had, the need to prevent a dangerous villain from escaping, fighting in a mostly deserted business area at night to minimize civilian casualties, and so on. After an hour or so, Endeavor finally stretched and stood. Right, that's enough. First shift's already hit the hay for tomorrow. The rest of you get to bed, your patrol schedules are posted. Midoriya, Ida, you've got the press conference at 0900. Izuku glanced at the time display on his tablet and grimaced. That was in less than 5 hours. He groaned, but stood and headed for the bunk room. With so many heroes working at all hours of the day, an entire floor of Endeavor's headquarters was dedicated to living spaces, from staffed cafeteria, gym, break room, and room with bunk beds for those with early or late shifts to rest in. Izuku opened the display and sent a quick text to Mei to let her know he was heading to bed. She didn't reply right away, which Izuku took to mean she'd either fallen asleep at her work or Hari, Burnin, or someone else had made her go to bed too. That ended up being the case, as Mei was passed out on a bottom bunk, snoring softly, still dressed in her work clothes. Izuku carefully tucked her in, then took his arm off, setting it in the trunk at the foot of the bunk, climbing awkwardly up to the top one-handed, and passing out after a few short minutes. What felt like moments later, Izuku's alarm went off, and groaning he dragged himself out of bed. It was 8 o'clock, and he had a press conference in only an hour. He showered quickly, put on his arm, changed into his pink and green hero costume, and after checking on the still sleeping Mei, headed down to the media prep room, where Ida was already having makeup applied. A specialist saw to Izuku as well. Endeavor employed several full-time makeup artists and media specialists, as his agency had to put out press releases and be ready for important conferences at a moment's notice. "You look great, Izuku," Ida told him, smiling and giving Izuku a thumbs up. "That's good, because I feel like I'm dying," Izuku groaned. He smiled at the makeup artist. "Got any coffee?" "Right here, dear," she said, and offered Izuku a steaming cup along with a breakfast pastry with meat and egg. Wolfing it down and draining the cup of coffee quickly, Izuku sighed and leaned back in his chair as the artist quickly did up his hair and applied a few touches to his face. Izuku was fairly used to it now, and simply closed his eyes and tried not to fall asleep again. The conference was mercifully only about a half hour long. Endeavor would hold a full press conference later in the week with the entire team, but for now the public had to be informed. Ida did nearly all the talking, and most of the questions were directed at him. The reporters were familiar with Izuku and his difficulty speaking in front of an audience. Izuku just did his best not to fidget and to smile at the cameras. The only real question was confirming that he was officially titled Power Suit now, which Izuku agreed to since it was easier than saying no. Once that was over, Izuku found Mei waiting for him. She smiled and gave him a hug. "You did good. You didn't stutter at all when you answered the question about fighting Ice JRK. "Yeah, I just thought about what you would say, it does help a little," Izuku said. Then he yawned. "Ah, how's the Ultra Armor?" "It needs a refit, but I think you need to go to bed more," Mei told him. "Come on, Hari'll take us back to UA." "Sounds great," Izuku agreed. Hari drove Izuku back in her car, though he passed out for most of the short trip. Mei shook him awake when he arrived, and they both headed back to bed. Izuku changed into a pair of shorts and a t-shirt, took off his arm and placed it on the charging dock, then lay down for a few hours. Another day in the life of a hero. Absently, he wondered when the last time he'd studied had been. He wasn't certain, but he knew that Mei considered every day they didn't have to learn English a success, and he smiled as he drifted off to sleep. Author's note. Special thanks to Gojafan97 on Tumblr, who drew an incredibly cute picture of baby Mei drawing a picture of baby Mei picking a lock. I've included it here as a special bonus, but you should check out their site here.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over, and if you enjoyed the video just leave a like, and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.